My name is Zhao Yin. I struggled for 7 years in the end of the world, but I didn't expect to die in the hands of the person I trusted the most. It was a nightmare. My adopted son Zhang Dongliang betrayed me and tied me up and sent me to Lin Tianfeng. And Lin Tianfeng, the brother I once supported, turned out to be so cold and ruthless. Not only did he cut off my tongue, he also killed the 3 women who risked their lives to save me in front of me. At that moment, I was full of regret and resentment. I hated myself for not having stronger superpowers, which led to such a fate. Then, I was miraculously reborn and returned to the day before the end of the world. When I woke up in the hotel bed and saw the strange yet familiar woman next to me, I instantly understood. I didn't miss her at all, pushed her away, and quickly sorted out my thoughts. I knew that this was the second chance that fate gave me, and I must never repeat the same mistake again. I left the hotel in a hurry, looking at the busy streets, feeling mixed emotions. But I didn't have time to dwell on my memories, because I knew that the end of the world would come in the early hours of tonight. The first thing I thought of was to stock up on supplies, so I immediately took action. I drove to the ice cream factory and ordered 50 tons of ice at a high price. Then I went to the building materials market to buy insulation boards and other materials, and hired a decorator. Afterwards, I bought a lot of food, bottled water, liquefied gas, flashlights, and other daily necessities in the supermarket. I went to the vegetable market to buy a butcher knife and a bone-cutting knife, and modified the bone-cutting knife. Finally, I bought a few gas masks and hurried home. At dusk, the supplies and decorators arrived. I directed them to quickly set up and transform the villa into a temporary shelter. In the evening, I had a big meal, bought cigarettes, and then returned to the villa, sealed the doors and windows, leaving only a small window to observe the outside. When the alarm on my cell phone rang, the end of the world had finally arrived. Meteorites fell like raindrops, the villa trembled, and the lights went out. I watched the outside world fall into chaos, people screaming and crying, but my heart was unusually calm. I knew that this was just the beginning. The next day, security guard Dong Jun knocked on the door. In my previous life, he enslaved me and consumed a lot of my food, causing me to miss the opportunity to discover the secret of the star crystal. In this life, I will not be soft-hearted again. I picked up the bone-chopping knife, confirmed through the small window that it was him, and stabbed him without hesitation. After solving this hidden danger, I continued to live in the villa and exercise. A month later, the meteor shower stopped. I prepared everything and walked out of the villa. It was dead silent outside, with corpses and ruins everywhere. I walked towards the staff quarters of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School, and saw many tragic scenes along the way, but I was used to it. Suddenly, I found a star crystal in a meteorite crater. I dug it out excitedly, smashed it open, and found an F-level military uniform. Although the level was not high, it also gave me more protection. I put on the military uniform and continued on. Finally, I came to the staff quarters of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. This place was also a ruin. I hid behind a broken wall and saw Lin Tianfeng crawling out of the basement. I knew that he was about to get the contract soul, and what I had to do was to show up at the right time and use him to find the star crystal with SSS-level superpowers, and start my path of revenge and becoming stronger. In this life, I must change my fate and make those who betrayed me pay the price. As for Ning Yu, Jiang Xiner, and Xiaodao, Zhao Yin met them in the 6th year of the apocalypse and had never cared about their past. Now, it is impossible to find it in such a vast sea of people, so I can only wait and see. Now that we are living in a peaceful and prosperous era, only Zhao Yin knows that fireworks are fleeting, and the prosperity before us is just the brilliance before the end of the world. In the early morning of tonight, there will be an unprecedented meteor shower in the sky. Countless meteorites will fall from the sky and smash the blue planet into pieces. The whole world will become a furnace of doomsday. Most buildings will be destroyed by meteorites. The materials that humans rely on for survival will also be destroyed in the ruins, especially food. Even if there is any left, most of them will rot under the high temperature. 1 month later, unknown radiation filled the earth, 98% of the human population turned into zombies, and the surviving people, animals, and plants began to mutate. Zhao Yin organized his thoughts and prepared to stockpile supplies. After the apocalypse breaks out, all ordinary food will quickly spoil and new extraordinary food will appear, so there is no need to stockpile too much. You just need to let him hold on until after the meteorite shower. Zhao Yin took a ride back to his home, which was located in an upscale residential area in the center of Guangzhou, and was the home left by his parents. His parents were senior executives in state-owned enterprises and died in a car accident when he was 15. The inheritance and compensation left by his parents allowed Zhao Yin to live a more comfortable life than ordinary people before the end of the world. In addition, with no one to discipline him, he developed an unruly character. When the apocalypse broke out in the previous life, Zhao Yin was sleeping at home, and his villa luckily avoided the meteorite impact. So Zhao Yin decided to hide at home when the apocalypse broke out. He walked straight into the garage and drove his Audi A6 straight to the ice cream factory 10 kilometers away. The meteorite shower will take a full month to stop. At the beginning, it will form terribly high temperatures, and you have to buy ice first to solve this problem. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had endured that month of hardship in the high temperature, and after the meteorite shower ended, he almost died. He didn't have much energy to look for supplies, and he missed the first group to discover the secret of the star crystal. Guangzhou City can only be considered a third-tier city in China and does not have a large ice-making factory, but the ice cream factory can definitely make ice. Zhao Yin arrived at the ice cream factory and went straight to the factory director's office. With the promise of a large sum of money, the factory director readily agreed to deliver 50 tons of ice to Zhao Yin's address before dark. Zhao Yin then went to the building materials market and bought a large number of insulation boards, pneumatic nail guns, and high-temperature resistant glue. After negotiating the price, Zhao Yin asked the boss to help him hire a group of decorators. The work would start today, and the more people the better. After finishing all this, he drove to the supermarket to buy the most important food. Everything Zhao Yin liked was packed in big bags, including salt-baked chicken, canned meat, compressed biscuits, pure milk, instant noodles, ham, various nuts, and dried fruits. Cooked food with preservatives can be preserved a little longer, so Zhao Yin tried them all. As for raw meat, eggs, vegetables, fruits, I didn't want any of them. More important than food was bottled water, so I asked for 30 barrels. After the end of the world, water, electricity, and gas will be cut off, so he bought 3 cans of liquefied gas and 10 waterproof flashlights. After purchasing more than 1 month's worth of daily necessities, and even saving some, there was enough for him to live on for 3 months. Only then did Zhao Yin stop working with satisfaction. Next is the weapon. Although he has developed a strong combat awareness in the apocalypse, Zhao Yin's physique is still that of an ordinary person after all. The first weapon is still necessary. I went to the vegetable market and found a butcher, and bought a butcher knife and a boning knife for 500 yuan. The tools chosen by professional butchers are not comparable to ordinary knives in terms of steel quality or sharpness. Then he went to a repair shop and asked someone to weld an iron handle more than 1 meter long onto the bone-cutting knife. An inch longer, an inch stronger. An ordinary bone-cutting knife has been transformed into a powerful weapon, while the pig-killing knife is intended to be kept as a close-range weapon. After putting the 2 knives into the trunk of the Audi A6, Zhao Yin finally went to buy a few gas masks. Finally finished shopping for all the items I could think of. When Zhao Yin returned home, it was already dusk. At this moment, a red sun was shining obliquely in the sky, and the red clouds in the sky were shining on the earth, covering the world with a layer of dreamy colors. It seems as if the world has feelings and finally blooms its brilliance, lingering on the past. Zhao Yin sat in the car and watched quietly for 2 minutes, as a farewell to his hometown in his dreams. He got out of the car. Several trucks had already parked outside the villa. The decorators who had been hired by the supermarket and building material stalls had also arrived. There were more than 30 people in total. Only the ice from the ice cream factory has not arrived yet. Zhao Yin gave each of the decorators a red envelope of 1,000 yuan, asking them to help move all the useless furniture out of the villa and then move the building materials in. For these ordinary people who earn their money through hard work, a red envelope of 1,000 yuan is enough to cover several days' salary, and everyone is very motivated. More than 30 skilled decorators worked at a very fast speed, and time was tight. Zhao Yin's requirement was that it didn't matter whether it looked good or not, and it didn't matter whether it was professional or not, as long as it was practical. At 7:30 in the evening, it was getting dark. All insulation panels installed. Ice from the ice cream factory was also delivered. 50 tons of ice almost filled the entire living room after Zhao Yin paid the balance. It's already 9:30 in the evening. After seeing off the last batch of porters from the ice cream factory, Zhao Yin was the only one left in the villa. Looking at the mountains of ice and supplies, and the overflowing insulation boards, he finally felt at ease. Zhao Yin had been hungry the whole day, and he looked at the sports watch on his wrist. There were still 2.5 hours left, so he simply went out to the community to have a big meal and bought 10 soft shoes. When we got back to the villa, it was already 10:30. Zhao Yin closed all the doors and windows, and sealed them completely with the remaining insulation boards, leaving only a small movable window through which he could observe the situation outside. It's already 11:30. In half an hour, the end of the world will come. Zhao Yin sat in the cold villa, waiting quietly. Time passes by every second. Buzz, buzz. The alarm on the cell phone next to me finally rang. The end of the world is coming. Woo woo woo. Countless meteorites, with long tails of flame, crashed into the earth like raindrops, and the whole villa was shaking. At the same time, the overhead chandelier went out and the power went out. Zhao Yin turned on the flashlight, walked over, pulled open the movable insulation panel on the window, and looked outside. The end of the world that I saw in my previous life is happening again now. Countless dazzling white lights fell from the sky and filled the entire world. Densely packed meteorites fell like endless raindrops, and the buildings in sight were soon riddled with holes. The entire city was set on fire, with thick smoke and flames everywhere. The artificial lake outside the villa was rolling with bubbles and emitting white steam. Help, someone save me. Ah, what happened? Why are there so many meteorites falling? I'm going to die. Why didn't the astronomical department give us an early warning? Damn it, Wow, I don't want to die. The house collapsed and my legs are broken. Wow. People outside the villa were screaming and crying, and some were shouting in despair. With a crack, an old osmanthus tree in front of the villa was broken by a meteorite as big as a bowl, and quickly caught fire under the dense falling meteorites. A choking cloud of thick smoke mixed with heat rushed in from the small open window. Zhao Yin closed the movable insulation board with force and quickly sealed it with high-temperature resistant glue. The cruelty of the end of the world could not shake Zhao Yin's long-numbed heart. The screams did not stop until dawn. Perhaps everyone around the villa was dead. Zhao Yin boiled water, made a box of instant noodles, and ate it with salt-baked chicken legs. At this time, no one knew that among the countless meteorites, there were pieces of blood-colored crystals. After the end of the world, it was called star crystal. Each star crystal can randomly reveal items needed after the end of the world, which may include extraordinary materials, equipment and weapons, or directly unleash supernatural powers that can allow people to transcend the world. Someone has done statistics in the apocalypse and found that most star crystals can only produce low-level supplies, and very few can produce equipment and evolution potions. Star crystals that can produce supernatural powers are even rarer. Similarly, whether it is supplies, equipment, or even superpowers, there are differences in strength. After the end of the world, a statistical system was developed, with a division from F to SSS level. Zhao Yin shook his head and put these thoughts aside. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he found the military coat his father had left behind. Outside the villa, there were fires everywhere, but the temperature inside the villa, which was filled with ice, was dropping rapidly. Zhao Yin put on his military coat and fell asleep. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's snoring was heard. During the 7 years of the last days, I have no control over my own life and have long developed the habit of waking and sleeping according to my heart. Even if the world is destroyed, what does it have to do with him, Zhao Yin? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a rapid knock on the door woke Zhao Yin up. Is anyone there? Open the door and let me in. Zhao Yin frowned and then remembered an event from his previous life. Outside the door was the community security guard Dong Jun, who had survived the last few hours of the apocalypse because he was on duty in the underground garage. The underground garage had just collapsed. Zhao Yin's villa is the only surviving building in the community. Dong Jun managed to escape from the garage and found this place. In the previous life, Zhao Yin let Dong Jun in, and Dong Jun was very grateful at first. But as the stored food became less and less, Dong Jun showed his fangs and began to enslave Zhao Yin with his strong physique. A month later, the meteorite shower ended. Zhao Yin was too hungry to look for supplies, which was closely related to Dong Jun. If Dong Jun had not consumed too much food, Zhao Yin in his previous life might have discovered the secret of the star crystal earlier. However, a few days later, after Dong Jun wasted a large amount of food, the angry Zhao Yin found an opportunity to hack him to death in his sleep. Zhao Yin had experienced too much darkness and blood in the end times, and he tried hard to forget the past, so he didn't think of this incident at the first time. "Zhao Yin, are you in there? I saw you come back today. Open the door quickly, or I will break it down." Outside the door, Dong Jun began to shout impatiently. Zhao Yin sneered in his heart, he would never make the same mistake again in this life. Grabbing the bone-chopping knife beside him, he walked towards the small window, pried it open, and a smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. "Is it Brother Dong? Zhao Yin, you are really here, open the door for me quickly, I almost died." As Dong Jun was speaking, a meteorite fell at his feet. He jumped up in shock, his voice becoming more and more panicked. Brother, as long as you save me, I will do anything." "I'm not sure if you're Brother Dong. What if you meet a bad guy?" Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. "How could I be a bad guy? It's really Dong Jun. You passed by the security guard station that day and handed me a cigarette. Have you forgotten that, brother? Brother Dong, come here and let me take a look." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, Dong Jun, who had long been unable to bear the high temperature, came to the small window and showed a face that was red from being burned by the fire. "It's really me, brother." Puff. A bone-cutting knife suddenly poked out from the window. It pierced directly into Dong Jun's eye socket, and when it was pulled out, red and white gushed out. Zhao Yin pulled back the bone-cutting knife and quickly sealed the small window. It was as if nothing had happened. In this life, Dong Jun had not had the chance to harm Zhao Yin, but Zhao Yin did not feel the slightest guilt for killing him. There is no way the other party will leave here. If it is delayed until the end, they will definitely break down the door. Without the protection of the door, the high temperature will enter the villa. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had no preparation at all. In the first few days before the end of the world, he relied on the isolation of the villa to survive. After a few days, the walls were baked hot. He could only dig through the floor and bury himself in the soil. He not only had to dig for himself, but also for Dong Jun. Fortunately, dirty water from the sewer flowed into the pit along the sand and gravel, solving the problem of drinking water and also playing a role in cooling down the environment, allowing Zhao Yin in his previous life to hold on. He doesn't want to start over again in this life. Throwing down the bone-cutting knife, Zhao Yin continued to sleep, and soon he began to snore again. In the following days, no one came to see Zhao Yin, and the temperature in the room remained a few degrees below zero. He ate when he was hungry, slept when he was full, and when he woke up, he exercised his weak body in the villa. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it is the 29th day of the end of the world. Even though the room was insulated and the 50 tons of ice had almost melted, there was a large amount of water in the room, but the temperature remained very low. Compared to the suffering in his previous life, Zhao Yin lived a very comfortable life in this month. He still had more than half of his food and water left, and he even gained weight. Zhao Yin opened the small window to check and found that the meteorite shower was much smaller and was falling sparsely. "Sometimes I can't see a piece for half a day." 29 days ago, everything that was set on fire in the city had already been burned. The temperature was also dropping, and thin smoke was rising everywhere. No one knew where the survivors and animals had gone. Zhao Yin knew that there were still some supplies that were not destroyed by the meteorite shower, and there were also places that the meteorite shower could not reach. Those supplies might be buried or in some special buildings. There are also ordinary buildings that have survived, like Zhao Yin's villa. Zhao Yin was not very interested in those ordinary supplies. What he wanted most now was Lin Tianfeng's SSS-level supernatural power. Also, he had to try his best to collect as many star crystals as possible while no one knew the secret of the star crystals. Finally, the meteorite rain stopped. Zhao Yin prepared everything and removed the insulation board on the door. opened the door of the villa. The temperature was still around 40 degrees, and there was a thin layer of smoke in the air that had not completely dissipated. There were potholes everywhere, and the buildings in the community were basically destroyed, with only the black roots of the green plants left. Zhao Yin had a gas mask on his face, his backpack was filled with some food and water, and he held a bone-cutting knife in one hand. A roll of magazine was tied to his left forearm with tape, and a butcher knife was stuck there. The whole world was dead silent. In this end times, he has long been accustomed to loneliness. Zhao Yinqing was alone, as if he was the only one left in the world, and he walked alone into the misty smoke. Go straight to the staff quarters of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. Along the way, Zhao Yin saw countless corpses, some of whom had half of their bodies burned by flames, and some of whom had their heads pierced by meteorites. The apocalypse came in the early hours of the morning, when most people were indoors and eventually buried in buildings. But the bodies did not decay due to the high temperature. Zhao Yin knew that in the early hours of this night, all the dead people would get up again, and as they devoured the flesh and blood, their broken bodies would grow back into wholeness. They would then continue to devour the flesh and blood, and star crystals begin to evolve and eventually become the nightmare of the survivors. When Zhao Yin passed by a shopping mall that had not completely collapsed, he vaguely felt that someone was watching him. He paused, turned around and looked indifferently. The upper floors of the shopping mall collapsed, but due to the good construction quality, the bottom floor was barely preserved. There was plenty of food and water in the mall, the area was large enough, and the fire prevention and heat insulation were perfect, so it was not surprising that some people survived. Zhao Yin didn't intend to pay attention and continued walking forward. At this time, in an office in the shopping mall, a dark face was lying behind a crack in the wall, with bright eyes staring at Zhao Yin's back. His expression slowly relaxed until Zhao Yin disappeared into the ruins. This is a boy of about 15 or 16 years old. His school uniform is so dirty and torn that the color is almost unrecognizable. Well, now that he's gone, there won't be one more person to share our food with. Brother, is it not good for us to do this? In the corner behind the boy, there was a little girl about 11 or 12 years old. One of her arms was obviously broken, and was clamped between two burnt wooden boards wrapped in tattered cloth, with dark brown blood stains on them. The food area of the supermarket collapsed, and we don't have much food left. How can we feed one more person? The boy sighed. But didn't Brother Wang go to the collapsed area to look for food? The little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother Wang has been gone for 3 days. Are you sure he can come back? The boy asked. The little girl fell silent and slowly lowered her head. The boy walked up to the little girl and gently stroked her head. Xiaodao, when my parents left, I promised them that I would keep you alive no matter what. I swear in the name of Song Xiaojian. If Zhao Yin were here, he would definitely recognize that the little girl, who is only 11 or 12 years old, is Xiaodao. Zhao Yin didn't know what he had missed, and his figure quickly shuttled through the ruins. He sensed several places with survivors along the way, but he ignored them all. They were not far from the residential area for the staff of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. Suddenly, Zhao Yin paused and looked back at a meteorite crater not far away. Under the dim sunlight, a faint blood-red light was refracted. He quickly jumped down to the crater and started digging with his bone-chopping knife. After a moment, Zhao Yin grabbed a walnut-sized blood-red crystal in his hand. Star crystal. Zhao Yin didn't expect to find the first star crystal so quickly. The information about star crystals in the previous life is reflected in the blood of almost every survivor. The meteor shower that lasted for a whole month contained a kind of blood-colored crystals, which were later called star crystals. Most of them were buried in the ruins. Zhao Yin had only heard that at the beginning of the apocalypse, there were star crystals on the surface. With the zombie outbreak in the early morning of tonight, all the star crystals on the surface were devoured by the zombies. Only a handful fell into the hands of the survivors. Later, if the survivors wanted to get the star crystal, they either had to kill the zombies and take it out of their bodies, or rely on luck. Star crystals can produce all kinds of things, but no one can tell exactly how many there are, even 7 years after the apocalypse. All star crystals look the same. They may only give out food and water, or a pack of toilet paper. If you are lucky, you may give out extraordinary equipment or evolution potions. The most difficult potion to obtain is the ability awakening potion. In the apocalypse, everyone is scrambling for superpowers, which has exceeded the imagination of humans before the apocalypse. In front of a person with superpowers, any evolved person can only bow down in submission, and ordinary people are even worse than pigs and dogs. However, items of the same type also have different strengths, and later they were planned from F level to SSS level. For example, a piece of bread, F level may only help a person to quickly recover physical strength, and it can only heal minor injuries at best. But above level F, it is possible to directly increase physical fitness and regenerate broken limbs. Zhao Yin squeezed it hard, and the star crystal in his palm was intact. Then he remembered that this body had not evolved at all. He placed the star crystal on a piece of hard cement in front of him, raised the bone-chopping knife and smashed it hard. Snap. Several cracks appeared on the star crystal, and then a ball of white light emanated and lasted for 3 seconds. Waiting for the white light to dissipate, a green military uniform jacket appeared in its place. It's actually a piece of equipment. The first star crystal after the apocalypse produced equipment. Although based on experience, this uniform is only F grade. But even so, its toughness is by no means comparable to the clothes he is wearing. Ordinary iron tools are simply difficult to scratch. This is a good sign, and a hint of joy flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. He simply took off his clothes and put on his military uniform, and immediately felt safe. There is a zombie outbreak tonight, and with this military uniform, the level of safety is raised to a higher level. He put on his backpack, carried the boning knife and continued on his way. The journey was smooth, but Zhao Yin did not encounter any star crystals that fell on the ground. Soon, he arrived outside the staff quarters of Guangzhou No. 2 Middle School. This place has long become a ruin and dead silent. If Zhao Yin hadn't known in advance that Lin Tianfeng was here, he would never have thought that there were still living people here. The zombies and strange beasts had not yet had time to mutate, and the survivors were still immersed in the sudden disaster. Most people would instinctively choose to stay in a safe place and continue observing. But there are some exceptions, such as Lin Tianfeng, a junior high school English teacher. At this time, he was holding a kitchen knife and crawling out of a half-collapsed basement with a listless look on his face. There was fresh blood on his white t-shirt. Lin Tianfeng looked at the devastated world in the dim sunlight and was stunned for a moment. Little did he know that a pair of cold eyes were staring at him from behind the broken wall. Zhao Yin understood that if he showed up too early, it would change Lin Tianfeng's timeline, and it would be very likely that he would miss the star crystal that carried the soul of the contract. In his previous life, it was 3 days later when Zhao Yin met Lin Tianfeng. At that time, Lin Tianfeng had already obtained the contract soul. However, Lin Tianfeng had not contracted any contracted beast, and his strength was just that of an ordinary person. When he was looking for supplies, his leg was broken by a broken wall, and it was Zhao Yin who saved his life. Previously, Zhao Yin didn't know exactly when Lin Tianfeng obtained the contracted soul. But now it is confirmed, the time is today. The zombie outbreak tonight will devour most of the star crystals on the surface. In Lin Tianfeng's current state, it is impossible for him to compete with the zombies for them, let alone have the strength to dig blindly in the rubble. Ah! Lin Tianfeng looked at the end of the world in front of him, suddenly roared like crazy, then squatted down with his head in his hands and started crying. It was obvious that he had not had a good time in the month after the apocalypse. He was thin, his lips were chapped, and his dirty white shirt was stained with blood. It was unknown where exactly he was injured. Lin Tianfeng was tired of crying, so he stood up and walked forward carefully. He had the courage to go out, not because he was brave, but because he would starve to death if he didn't eat. Zhao Yin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and followed with cat-like steps. Lin Tianfeng was very slow and searched for 3 hours, but there were black ashes everywhere. Where was there anything edible? He suddenly raised the kitchen knife and pointed it at his neck, his expression tense and his eyes bloodshot. Zhao Yin watched from afar and realized that the lord of the contract almost committed suicide at the beginning of the end of the world. But Zhao Yin knew that he couldn't die. Lin Tianfeng slowly put down the kitchen knife, his expression became firm again, and he continued to move forward. Help! Suddenly, a voice came from the ruins not far away, pleading, "Is there anyone outside? Can you help me?" Lin Tianfeng's dazed expression cleared up a little and he walked over. It was a collapsed residential building, and the sound came from the ruins on the bottom floor which was still relatively intact. The collapse above formed an insulating layer, allowing the survivors inside to survive, but they were unable to get out at this time. Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely, "Save you? Is there anything to eat? I've finished eating everything I can. I'll definitely treat you to a big meal at Fullin Building after I get out." The woman's voice was filled with excitement. "Move the cement away quickly so I can get out. Going to Fulinlu for a big meal?" A hint of self-mockery appeared on Lin Tianfeng's lips. Obviously the woman inside doesn't know that this is the end of the world. Without food, why would Lin Tianfeng spend the energy to save people? He turned around and was about to leave. "Where are you going? Why don't you save me? Hey, hey." The woman inside heard the footsteps going away and suddenly became anxious. "Please, save my child. You have children." Lin Tianfeng stopped and asked, "How old are you?" "Just 5 months," the woman said quickly. Lin Tianfeng smiled and said, "I'm here to save you." This woman has a strong voice, so she must not be hungry. Lin Tianfeng moved away pieces of concrete fragments, and soon a hole was revealed. There was a large space inside, like a kitchen that had not collapsed. A dirty woman was sitting on the ground holding a baby. "Thank you, brother." Before the woman finished speaking, Lin Tianfeng crawled in and began searching desperately. There were still some rotten vegetable leaves left in the smashed refrigerator. He just grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth without any care. There were a pile of snack packaging bags and many empty water bottles on the ground. It was obvious that the woman survived by relying on these. Lin Tianfeng unscrewed the empty water bottles one by one and dripped the remaining water inside into his mouth. Then he picked up the snack bag and licked the food residue inside. He was so hungry that this little bit of food would not have any effect at all. After making sure that there was really no food left, he looked at the woman with bloodshot eyes. "Brother." The woman sensed Lin Tianfeng's obvious malice and subconsciously shrank back. The baby in her arms also seemed to sense something and started crying loudly. "Why didn't you leave some food for me?" Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. "Brother, stop joking. How would I know you would be hungry?" The woman said in a trembling voice, "You can go out now. I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat." "You please." Lin Tianfeng sneered and murmured, "It's the end of the world, and you're the only living person I've seen. Where can I go to invite you?" "Brother, what did you say?" The woman was startled. Lin Tianfeng did not respond, his eyes became colder and colder, and suddenly he looked at the baby in her arms. "Where is the baby's milk powder? Where did you hide it?" He had heard earlier that the woman had a child, so he changed his mind and came to rescue her. It's just because the woman cares so much about her child that even if she doesn't eat it herself, she will definitely leave some food for the child. "The milk powder is in the bedroom. It collapsed a long time ago. It's my fault that the child survived." The woman's voice suddenly paused when she faced Lin Tianfeng's eyes, and she just subconsciously looked at her chest. Lin Tianfeng's eyes moved downwards, and he immediately understood something. He swallowed his saliva with a gulp and walked towards the woman. "Brother, help me." Amid the woman's horrified screams, Lin Tianfeng snatched the baby from her hands, threw it on the ground, and tore the woman's clothes. 10 minutes later, Lin Tianfeng got up. After eating and drinking, he suddenly felt much more energetic. "Child, my child, whoa." After he let the woman go, she crawled towards the baby who was abandoned on the ground and found that the baby's head had just hit the steel bar and was already dead. Zhao Yin hid outside the cave entrance and listened to the woman's heart-wrenching cries the whole time. There was no expression on his face. After the end of the world, humanity was destroyed and most people turned into beasts. There were countless people who were worse off than women. "What does it have to do with him, Zhao Yin?" Lin Tianfeng yelled, "Don't cry, the child's death now is actually a relief, you should thank me." The woman trembled all over and slowly looked up at Lin Tianfeng. At this moment, some changes seemed to have taken place in her. Her eyes were no longer as timid as before. Her clear eyes turned red and filled with resentment as she stared at Lin Tianfeng. Bang! Lin Tianfeng slapped her in the face. Do you want to die too? How dare you look at me like that? The woman's head tilted when she was hit, but she slowly lowered her head. I declare that from now on you will be my granary. Don't worry, if I can find food, I won't let you starve to death. After Lin Tianfeng finished speaking, he bent down and completely tore off the woman's clothes. Tear the cloth into strips with force and put them together to make a rope. Lin Tianfeng first tied her hands behind her back, then spliced a rope and put it around the woman's neck, and then dragged her out of the cave. The woman didn't say a word or resist throughout the whole process, she just followed Lin Tianfeng numbly. Zhao Yin looked at the watch on his wrist. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Tianfeng has not yet found the star crystal that carries SSS-level supernatural powers. Zhao Yin took off his gas mask, and the remaining smoke in the air faded a lot. He took out a bag of dry noodles from his backpack and started eating with a bottle of Domping special drink. Just as he finished his noodles and was about to take the last sip of his drink, his expression suddenly froze. Lin Tianfeng seemed to have suddenly discovered something. He quickly moved a piece of broken concrete on the road and took out a blood-red crystal from it. Lin Tianfeng's face was full of confusion, and he seemed to sense that this crystal was different. Teacher Lin, is that you? Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind. Lin Tianfeng turned around and saw Zhao Yin, who was carrying a backpack and only wearing a military uniform on his upper body, walking towards him with a bone-cutting knife in one hand. Zhao Yin had a smile on his face. So it's really you, Teacher Lin. Who are you? Lin Tianfeng subconsciously glanced at the bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand, and an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. I have a niece who was in junior high school at number 2 middle school last year. She was also your student. We met at the parent-teacher meeting. Zhao Yin said with a smile. It's you. Lin Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and a smile spread across his face. In fact, he couldn't remember who Zhao Yin was, but as long as he wasn't here to rob his granary, it was fine. Zhao Yin let out a sound as if by accident, and pointed at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand. Teacher Lin, what is this? Lin Tianfeng quickly put the hand holding Xingjing into his trouser pocket and said with a smile, I picked up this little thing and I'll keep it as a souvenir. Zhao Yin raised the remaining mouthful of Domping special drink in his hand, put it to his lips and was about to drink it, then he seemed to suddenly remember something. It's the end of the world, and Teacher Lin is still interested in this kind of handicraft. He is indeed a scholar. Etc. Lin Tianfeng then discovered that Zhao Yin actually had a drink in his hand. Although there was only a small sip left, it was rich in sugar, which was exactly what he needed most at the moment. Brother, you don't look thirsty. Since you are interested in this artificial gem, how about I exchange a sip of the drink with you? Do you think I'm stupid? Zhao Yin's face suddenly turned serious. You're exchanging useless things for my drink. Brother, give me this drink, and you will be my big brother from now on. Lin Tianfeng pleaded, besides, there are still a lot of food in your backpack, so you don't mind a drink. Zhao Yin successfully captured the intense greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes when he looked at his backpack. The smile on his face was still bright. I do have a lot of drinks. Since Teacher Lin wants them so much, let's change them. Upon hearing this, the greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes deepened, and he readily handed the craft to Zhao Yin. Brother, can we go together? This is the end of the world, and more people means more safety. Lin Tianfeng restrained his eyes and tried not to look at Zhao Yin's backpack. Zhao Yin calmly put the star crystal into his pocket, threw the drink to him, and suddenly became indifferent. No, I don't like people calling me big brother. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned and left. Now when he heard Lin Tianfeng calling him big brother, he wanted to kill someone. Lin Tianfeng was disappointed, but it was impossible for him to force Zhao Yin, so he could only hide the drink close to his body and continue to look for supplies with the woman. After Zhao Yin turned around, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't reveal it because he was not sure whether this star crystal was the one from his previous life. In case it is not the case, Lin Tianfeng will have to continue searching, and his timeline cannot be disturbed too much, otherwise Lin Tianfeng may not get the star crystal. Therefore, Zhao Yin took the star crystal from the person he hated to the core in the most peaceful way. After Zhao Yin came to a corner of a broken wall, he smashed the star crystal directly. This time, the light that came out was not white, but golden light, which was very dazzling. After a full minute, the golden light finally dissipated, and a small golden bottle appeared in its place. Zhao Yin quickly grabbed it in his hand, opened the stopper, and a drop of golden liquid appeared inside. It felt like flowing blood. Just one glance and Zhao Yin was sure. This is the SSS-level superpower awakening potion. Even with his strong willpower, Zhao Yin's hands couldn't help but tremble. In the entire world of the previous life, there were only a few people with SSS-level superpowers. When the medicine bottle was opened, Zhao Yin felt his soul trembling. He had only felt this kind of terrifying aura from an SSS-level psychic. Although Zhao Yin had already imagined in his mind countless times what it would be like after obtaining SSS-level superpowers. But when I really got it, it still felt like a dream. He simply tilted his head back and drank the golden liquid. It is difficult to describe what the taste is. The golden liquid fell into the stomach and quickly dissolved, rapidly spreading into Zhao Yin's limbs and bones, and a cool feeling spread throughout the body. It was not as earth-shattering as imagined, nor was it filled with the burning sensation of the B-level superpowers in the previous life. The SSS-level awakening potion was surprisingly incomparably refreshing. Zhao Yin's mind was clear and he slowly closed his eyes. I just felt that something had changed in me, and as time went by, this feeling became stronger and stronger. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin opened his eyes. The whole world has changed. Things that were unclear before are now extremely clear. I can even see tiny grains of sand hundreds of meters away. Even the faint sound of the wind from far away can be heard clearly. All of his perceptions are several times stronger than those of normal people. With his current abilities, any movement within 1,000 meters cannot escape his perception. The soul of the SSS-level supernatural contract is to enhance mental strength. He has just awakened now, and when his mental strength becomes stronger in the future, his perception will be even more terrifying. This is just the effect that comes with the early stage of SSS-level abilities. The true power of the contract soul is to enslave any life form except humans. Even 7 years after the end of the world, the terrifying alien species that people were afraid of were hailed as divine beasts, comparable to SSS-level psychics. As long as Zhao Yin could subdue them, he could also use them for his own purposes. And it is not limited by Zhao Yin's own strength. The biggest reason why the contracted soul was rated SSS level was that there was no limit on the number of contracted servants. Theoretically speaking, as long as Zhao Yin was strong enough, he could form a legion of alien beasts, sweep across the apocalypse, and become the emperor. Of course, the prerequisite is that Zhao Yin must be able to find so many strange beasts and subdue them. Zhao Yin quickly calmed down. He understood that before he contracted the mutant beast, he was just an ordinary person. Just like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, even though he became an SSS-level psychic, he was almost killed by a wall. What Zhao Yin has to do next is to find enough star crystals to improve his own strength, and then look for a contract to subdue the mutant beast. Of course, there is one more thing to do: kill Lin Tianfeng. He swore to cut Lin Tianfeng into pieces. Even 9,999 sections won't work. Zhao Yin closed his eyes and soon heard someone talking about 500 meters away. Although it was difficult to hear clearly from this distance, it must be Lin Tianfeng and that woman who had not walked far. Lin Tianfeng sat on a piece of rotten concrete and felt hungry again. Baby food is indeed not enough to satisfy adults. He glanced at the woman beside him and ordered, "You, come here." The woman's hair was disheveled, and she was only wearing a bra on her upper body. Her black hair fell, covering her face and reaching her white chest. She didn't move at all, and there was no expression on her face. Bang. Lin Tianfeng stood up and slapped him. "I'm giving you the face, do you believe I can kill you and eat your meat?" The woman still stood there like a wooden figure, with her head down. "Speak, are you deaf or dumb?" Lin Tianfeng slapped him again. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary teacher with low salary and lived a life of idleness and waiting for death. After the end of the world, you can control the life and death of others without any constraints. Coupled with the pressure of struggling to survive, he completely lost his humanity at this moment. The woman's head tilted after being hit, and a drop of blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Finally, she slowly raised her head and stared at Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, then he became furious and roared, "Bitch, I want to see which is harder, your bones or my slap." Bang. He slapped the woman in the face with both hands. But she still stood there, staring at Lin Tianfeng with resentment. If looks could kill, Lin Tianfeng would have died countless times already. Damn it. Lin Tianfeng cursed. His hands were so weak that he couldn't really beat the woman to death. Simply not caring about her expression, Lin Tianfeng pulled the rope around her neck. He directly hugged the woman and sat her on his lap, ripped off her clothes, and leaned over. Gurgle gurgle. Lin Tianfeng, stop eating. Suddenly, a butcher knife with a cold glow was placed on Lin Tianfeng's neck. When Lin Tianfeng recognized it as Zhao Yin's voice, his whole body stiffened suddenly. He didn't even dare to look back, and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, brother, I haven't offended you, what are you doing? Kneel down." Zhao Yin said coldly. "Brother, we have no grudges against each other. After all, we are old acquaintances. Why are you doing this?" Lin Tianfeng wanted to say something else, but Zhao Yin exerted a little force with the butcher knife in his hand, and the blade cut his neck. Feeling the stinging pain, Lin Tianfeng shouted, "No, no, I'm kneeling now." As he said that, he flipped the woman off his body and knelt on the ground with a plop. "Brother, is it done?" At this moment, a scene from his previous life reappeared in Zhao Yin's mind. The three stupid women had their heads chopped off by Lin Tianfeng. When Ning Yu's head rolled to Zhao Yin's feet, her eyes were still open. And Zhao Yin himself died under the claws of the flying white tiger that helped Lin Tianfeng to make the contract. 2 slashes. Zhao Yin pierced Lin Tianfeng's shoulder blades from behind. When the butcher knife was pulled out, it brought out a large amount of blood and sprayed on Zhao Yin's face, making his fair face look even more hideous. "Ah, brother, brother." Lin Tianfeng cursed. He could no longer lift his arms, and the heart-wrenching pain made his face distorted. "Does it hurt?" Zhao Yin walked to Lin Tianfeng, lowered his head and looked at him coldly. "It hurts, it will hurt more next time. What the hell do you want to do? If you want to take this woman away, just do it. Why hurt her like this? Damn it." Lin Tianfeng cursed with gritted teeth. "I only want your life." Zhao Yin finished speaking calmly, and then, with a puff, a knife stabbed into Lin Tianfeng's jaw. With a strong twist, Lin Tianfeng's tongue was cut off in the most brutal way. Lin Tianfeng's eyes widened, his face filled with horror, and he still didn't know why all this was happening. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but no words came out and his mouth was full of blood. Bang, bang, bang. He could only kowtow to Zhao Yin, and his forehead was broken after just a few kowtows. "Lin Tianfeng, I swear to tear you into pieces, do you understand?" Zhao Yin said. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng was like Zhao Yin in his previous life, making beast-like sounds from his mouth and his eyes were full of pleading. Zhao Yin suddenly made a quick move, blinding his eyes with one cut, and then he continued to cut him with one cut after another. Only when Zhao Yin's strength was mostly exhausted did he stop, panting. Only then did he realize that cutting a body into pieces was not an easy task. The woman standing by watched the murderer who killed her child the whole time. She had a look of satisfaction on her face as she watched Zhao Yin torture her to death. Zhao Yin suddenly turned around, glanced at the woman, and asked, "Do you want to do it too?" The woman met Zhao Yin's eyes and couldn't help but tremble all over. Then she nodded, "Yeah." Zhao Yin stepped forward to untie the woman, turned the butcher knife in his hand around, and handed it to her, saying, "Don't let him die before you cut him 10,000 times. Can you do that?" The woman nodded quickly, took the butcher knife, rushed forward, and slashed at Lin Tianfeng's neck. "Stop!" Zhao Yin shouted loudly, but he was still a step too late. The woman directly cut the carotid artery on Lin Tianfeng's neck, and blood spurted out like a faucet. The woman's body and face were covered with moisture. She also knew that she had done something wrong, and turned around and stared at Zhao Yin in fear. "You are a pig." Zhao Yin was furious. He had made it very clear. He kicked the woman to the ground, snatched the butcher knife from her hand, and shouted, "Stop the bleeding, help him stop the bleeding." The woman pressed frantically, but there was no way to block it. Blood gushed out from between the woman's fingers. Lin Tianfeng's whole body was convulsing and he was obviously dying. Zhao Yin was so angry that he lost his mind. With the supplies he had, it was impossible for him to help Lin Tianfeng stop the bleeding. He could only watch him die. Sabi. Zhao Yin cursed, wishing he could kill this woman. The woman looked at him in fear, trembling all over. At this point, Zhao Yin had no choice but to hand her the butcher knife and asked, "Can you chop dumpling stuffing?" "Yes," the woman said quickly. Zhao Yin nodded, "Chop him up with 10,000 knives." The woman took the butcher knife, and madness gradually appeared on her dirty face. She rushed forward again, with disheveled hair and blood all over her body, looking crazier than a madman. Zhao Yin was too lazy to care about it anymore. He sat on a piece of rotten cement, took out half a pack of fireworks, took out one, lit it, and stared at it quietly. Bang bang bang. The woman with disheveled hair was waving the knife vigorously. Vomit. At this time, in a shopping mall not far from the crime scene, Xiaodao bent over and vomited. Song Xiaojian standing by also turned pale. Before the end of the world, they were all flowers of the motherland and lived under the protection of society. How could they have ever seen such a bloody scene? Brother, how can there be such a cruel person? Has anyone really been killed? After Xiaodao finished spitting, tears rolled down his cheeks. They are not filming a movie, right? Song Xiaojian remained silent, not knowing how to comfort his sister. After a while. Little sister, it's the end of the world now. If one day I am killed like this, you must be strong and live on your own. Song Xiaojian said in a low voice. Brother, what are you talking about? Xiaodao quickly stepped forward to cover his brother's mouth and started crying again. I don't want my brother to die. I want to be with him forever. Song Xiaojian touched Xiaodao's head and finally sighed. After all, my sister is still too young and it is difficult for her to understand what the end of the world is. Xiaodao said thankfully, fortunately, I didn't let that bad guy come here. He's so scary. If you meet that person next time, stay as far away from him as possible. Song Xiaojian warned. Yeah. Xiaodao nodded vigorously. Song Xiaojian suddenly changed his tone and said, No, if you ever meet him, you must listen to him. No matter what he asks you to do, don't resist. Only in this way can you live longer. Song Xiaojian could feel that Zhao Yin was a very dangerous person. Calm, numb, and kill without blinking an eye. And as soon as the meteorite shower stopped, he dared to go out to look for supplies. Such people may live a better life than most people in the apocalypse. After seeing Zhao Yin kill people, Song Xiaojian deeply understood the cruelty of the end times. He was just a 15-year-old boy and thought he was not capable of protecting his sister Xiaodao. If I were no longer around in the future, you can imagine how difficult it would be for Xiaodao, a 12-year-old girl, to survive. If you can get the protection of a strongman like Zhao Yin, your chances of survival will be much greater. Brother, I don't want to listen to that bad guy. Listen to my brother. Although the man was cruel, he did not hurt the woman. He might have his own reasons for killing the men. What we saw may not be the truth. Maybe he is not a bad person. If the worst happens, the best option is to listen to him. If Zhao Yin was not a bad person, only by listening to him could she win his favor and more easily get his protection. Song Xiaojian didn't say these words to Xiaodao. I know, brother. You will be fine, and I won't meet him. Although Xiaodao resisted in his heart, he did not argue with his brother. Song Xiaojian sighed again, there's not much food left. If Brother Wang doesn't come back today, I'll go out and look for supplies. Brother, it's very dangerous outside. Xiaodao's face immediately turned pale as paper. Song Xiaojian rubbed his sister's head lovingly, don't you see that someone has already gone out? Rather than starving to death, why not go out and fight for our lives? Zhao Yin killed Lin Tianfeng and avenged his great hatred. It was as if some shackles had been opened in the dark, and he felt a lot more relaxed. Having lived 2 lives, his heart was as hard as stone, but at this moment, he suddenly thought of those 3 women again. At this moment, they are still alive in this world, but no one knows where they are. If they can meet again in the future, he will try his best to make them live a good life, but if they can't meet again. If he didn't meet him, Zhao Yun didn't plan to spend too much effort on it. After all, his own survival is the most important thing. Without strong power, even if you meet them, you will not be able to provide them with shelter, and in the end you can only let them follow in the footsteps of their previous lives. Suddenly, Zhao Yun heard the conversation between the survivors of the shopping mall who were found earlier, about 500 meters away. So, they were brother and sister. Zhao Yun burst out laughing as he heard the little girl scolding him. He doesn't care. Some people are scolding him now, and there will be more people scolding him in the future. Zhao Yun simply ignored the conversation between the two siblings and turned his eyes to Lin Tianfeng, who had already turned into meat paste. The woman had already collapsed from exhaustion, but was still chopping him slowly with one knife at a time. Okay, give me the knife. Zhao Yun put out his cigarette, walked forward and spread his hands to the woman. The madness on the woman's face slowly dissipated. She slowly raised her head and stared at Zhao Yun with a blank look in her eyes, as if she didn't hear what Zhao Yun said. Zhao Yun bent down and snatched back his butcher knife, wiped the blood off the woman's chest, and inserted the paper knife sheath into his left arm with his backhand. He turned and walked forward without saying a word. In order to kill Lin Tianfeng, it has been delayed for nearly an hour. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, and there were only about 10 hours left before the zombie outbreak in the early morning. He must find as many star crystals as possible before the zombie outbreak. Suddenly, Zhao Yun stopped and the woman actually followed him. I won't give you anything to eat. Go find supplies yourself. Zhao Yun ordered. In his opinion, such a woman would definitely die in the zombie outbreak tonight, so it would be a waste to eat her. The woman didn't say anything but stared at Zhao Yun from afar. Her face was covered with dust and blood plasma, and her body was still trembling in the dim sunlight. Get out, or I'll kill you. Zhao Yun cursed coldly, turned around and continued walking. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, as long as there are no obstacles blocking the line of sight, Zhao Yun will definitely be able to discover the star crystals on the surface. Half an hour later, a streak of blood appeared 300 meters away, and Zhao Yun immediately quickened his pace. Sure enough, there was a star crystal that was mostly buried in the soil, reflecting a faint blood light under the sunlight. Zhao Yun grabbed it and smashed it with a bone-cutting knife. 3 seconds later, there was a bottle of nongfu spring in my hand. A look of disappointment flashed across Zhao Yun's face. This kind of water is the worst material that can be obtained from star crystals and is classified as an F-grade 1. He had drunk a lot in his previous life, but the effect was barely enough to equal the water consumed in a whole day. Something is better than nothing, so Zhao Yun simply threw the nongfu spring into his backpack and continued searching. For the next hour, no more star crystals were found. The time was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao Yun felt a little annoyed. There were not as many star crystals on the surface as he had imagined. There were so many high-level zombies in his previous life because they were able to discover the star crystals under the surface. But here in Zhao Yun's place, as long as there is something covering it up, it would be difficult to detect even if you step on it. Suddenly, Zhao Yun heard something, stopped and looked back. The woman was jogging towards her direction. What do you want to do? Do you really want to die? Zhao Yun was already in a bad mood. He turned around and rushed over, kicked the woman over, and raised the bone-cutting knife to her neck. You avenged me, so you let me follow you. The woman was calmer than Zhao Yun had imagined. She was exhausted and had not drunk water for a long time, so her voice was hoarse as she said, I can be your granary. When Zhao Yun heard this, his face darkened instantly. He turned his wrist and slapped the woman's face with the back of the knife, leaving a bloody groove immediately. Get out. This damn woman dared to waste his time. Zhao Yun suppressed his murderous intent, turned around and strode away. But he needed to pay attention to the surrounding ground at all times, so he didn't walk very fast, and the woman soon caught up with him. When Zhao Yun looked back, she stepped back. When Zhao Yun walked forward, she continued to follow. Zhao Yun was very troubled. This woman was not afraid of death at all. Okay. You want to eat it, right? I'll give it to you. Zhao Yun didn't want to waste time on her. After all, the two had just had contact, and he didn't want to kill indiscriminately. He took out a salt-baked chicken drumstick and a bottle of Dongping special drink from his backpack and threw them on the ground. Take them, get as far away as you can and don't follow me anymore. There are still a lot of these common supplies in the villa. For some unknown reason, ordinary food in the apocalypse cannot be preserved for long no matter how it is preserved, and will quickly spoil. This is also the reason why Zhao Yin did not stockpile large quantities before the end of the world. It couldn't be stored for long anyway, so Zhao Yin didn't mind giving her some. He made up his mind that if this woman dared to follow him again after taking the supplies, he would kill her. After Zhao Yin left cursing, the woman stepped forward to pick up the chicken leg and drink. A look of gratitude flashed across her face, and then her eyes became dim. 5 minutes later, Zhao Yin was sure that she had not caught up with him and heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, another star crystal appeared in front. Zhao Yin's gloomy mood was instantly swept away. He quickly picked it up and smashed it open with force. A pitch-black butterfly knife appeared before his eyes. Another piece of equipment. Zhao Yin was delighted. With a click, Zhao Yin threw away the butterfly knife and swung it forward with force, and the blade cut through a meteorite. The cuts are neat, like a mirror. Although the butterfly knife is only F-grade, it is made by Star Crystal and must be a top-quality product. According to statistics from the previous life, the probability of obtaining equipment from star crystals is less than 1 in 1,000. Of the 4 star crystals he obtained, excluding the one with SSS-level supernatural powers, the remaining 3 actually produced 2 pieces of equipment. Has my luck improved in this life? Zhao Yin put the butterfly knife on his waist and continued searching. About half an hour later, he came across another star crystal. After a quick sense, he found that the granary still did not follow him, and cursed inwardly that it was a jinx. Without her following him, he found the star crystal faster. This time, a piece of sandwich bread was opened. Zhao Yin had eaten this kind of bread in his previous life. It could sustain a day's energy consumption, and the key was that it could quickly recover from injuries. It can save lives at critical moments and is currently the most scarce supply for Zhao Yin. He carefully put the bread into his backpack and started looking for it again. 40 minutes later, Zhao Yin got another star crystal, and opened another bottle of Nongfu Spring. Sure enough, the equipment is not that easy to open. Soon, the red sun in the sky slowly disappeared over the horizon, and the sky became gloomy. The smoke in the air has completely disappeared. Without the refraction of sunlight, it became difficult for Zhao Yin to find star crystals. As night falls, even with the star crystals, they look like ordinary stones. There were 3 star crystals in Zhao Yin's pocket, all of which he had just found. In order to save time, it was not opened on the spot. At this time, Zhao Yin took the opportunity to knock open all the star crystals. The first piece of cake was a pack of instant noodles, which was enough to fill you up and keep you warm. The second star crystal produced a bottle of Nongfu Spring. It's that damn Nongfu Spring again. Zhao Yin couldn't help but curse. This was the third bottle, but he ignored it and looked at the last star crystal. After knocking it open, white light rose again. Zhao Yin's breathing stagnated. A piece of equipment was vaguely visible, appearing in the white light that was about to dissipate. Soon the white light dissipated, and when Zhao Yin saw the equipment clearly, he was stunned for a moment. A pair of black fishnet stockings. Zhao Yin never expected that something like this would come out. At this moment, he was lacking equipment for the lower body. Should he be asked to wear it? I, Zhao Yin, am a 7-foot-tall man. Even if I die, or get bitten to death by zombies outside, I will never wear women's stockings. He made up his mind secretly, raised his hand and threw the fishnet stockings more than 10 meters away. The movements are extremely free and easy, revealing endless masculinity. Then Zhao Yin strode away. In the night, his back looked brave and fearless. A real man would never wear that kind of thing even if he had no pants to wear. Even though the fishnet stockings looked like they were of a grade higher than F. Even though he had a pair of fishnet stockings, his safety was further guaranteed. Just wear it once and see. Zhao Yin accidentally came to the discarded fishnet stockings again, frowned, bent down to pick them up, with a look of disgust on his face. He then quickly ripped the pants off his legs and pulled the fishnet stockings over his furry legs. I have never seen this kind of fishnet stockings in my previous life, and I don't have the B-level supernatural power of Eye of True Vision in my previous life. I can only know the effect by trying it. Zhao Yin exerted a little force on his feet, and the whole person rushed forward rapidly in an instant, running nearly 100 meters away in 3 or 4 seconds. The wind whistled in my ears, and the speed had already exceeded the limits of human beings. Even the flying men before the end of the world would have to suffer the consequences. Zhao Yin stopped, took a deep breath, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Actually, if I wear it inside, no one will know unless I take the initiative to take it off. Zhao said darkly, it's so comfortable. This is definitely E-level equipment. With Zhao Yin's current physical condition, it is difficult to achieve the maximum effect. Soon, Zhao Yin calmed down, put his pants back on, and lit a cigarette. He took a long puff of his cigarette and secretly calculated that he had obtained 3 pieces of equipment so far, an F-level military jacket and butterfly knife, and an E-level fishnet stockings. In addition, there are 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, and a piece of instant noodles. Next, it is no longer wise to blindly search for star crystals, as there are more important things to do. It's time to get back the B-level supernatural power, Eye of True Vision, from the previous life. It was an old zoo. I still remember the exact location. It was about 10 kilometers away from here. In addition, Zhao Yin remembered that the star crystal that opened the Eye of True Vision was on the surface. It was able to survive until the 3rd month without being taken away by anyone, and was not devoured by zombies, because there was a mutant monkey there. There are 2 purposes for this trip, one is to get back the Eye of True Vision, and the other is to see if we can tame the mutant monkey. Zhao Yin picked up the bone-cutting knife and rushed there. With the speed bonus of fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin arrived at the old site of the zoo 20 minutes later. The buildings here were destroyed by meteorites long ago, and the green plants were burned to ashes. The corpses of humans and animals were everywhere, and most of them were in tatters. At this time, the monkey had not yet mutated and no one knew where it had hidden. Zhao Yin sensed around and heard no movement from the monkey. The zoo was dead silent. That monkey is incredibly cunning and may be hiding somewhere deep underground. In his previous life, Zhao Yin tried very hard to help Lin Tianfeng catch it, but failed several times. Finally, he spent a large sum of money to purchase an A-level hunting net and finally caught the monkey, which was already a C-level at that time. Its growth talent is extremely amazing, and it is one of the most promising exotic beasts Zhao Yin has ever seen. It's a pity that it died in the 2nd year of the apocalypse in order to save Lin Tianfeng. By then, it had grown to level B. The most urgent task is to get the Eye of True Sight first. Zhao Yin went directly to the place where the star crystal was found. He remembered that it was an inconspicuous meteorite crater. When Zhao Yin arrived, he quickly jumped down. But the next moment, his expression froze. Where the star crystal should be, there was no one in. Only gravel and soil were exposed on the surface. This was definitely not the scene in my previous life. I remember clearly that the star crystal should have been exposed on the surface and could have been easily discovered. Zhao Yin couldn't believe it, so he picked up the bone-cutting knife and started digging desperately. Until I was exhausted and out of breath. As a result, after digging 3 feet into the ground, there was no trace of the star crystal. He finally confirmed that his Eye of True Vision was really missing. How is this possible? Zhao Yin widened his eyes and was stunned for a long time. The reason why he came now was because in his previous life, when he came 3 months later, the star crystal still had not been taken away. At this time, most of the survivors were still hiding in fear. Who else would come and take away the star crystals that were supposed to still exist 3 months after the apocalypse? But it really happened. Zhao Yin was very annoyed and regretted that he should have come earlier because the Eye of True Vision belonged to him. From the beginning to the end, the Eye of True Vision was part of his plan, and he never thought that it would be taken away. You must not let anyone take it away. Whoever dares to take my, Zhao Yin's things must die. Zhao Yin gritted his teeth and said hatefully. He soon calmed down and realized that the thief might not have gone far, so he immediately listened carefully and tried his best to identify him. A few seconds later, Zhao Yin suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of anger, and he rushed out instantly. About 1,500 meters away, there were the sounds of human footsteps. They were extremely faint, but still heard by the angry Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin was filled with murderous intent, and in less than a minute, he appeared 100 meters behind the men. But when he saw the figure clearly, his eyes froze. Granary. At this moment, Zhao Yin stared at the thin figure and finally understood everything. No wonder someone could take his things away, it was her. The woman who should have died at the hands of Lin Tianfeng in her previous life, survived because of Zhao Yin, deviated from the timeline that Zhao Yin knew, and took away things that she shouldn't have taken. At this time, the body of Granary was shaking, his steps were unsteady, and he was limping along the road full of craters. Her dirty face was full of fear, and she screamed every time she stepped on a horrible corpse on the roadside. Why don't you just live a good life? Why don't you find a place to hide instead of coming to take my supernatural star crystal? I've already given you a chance, but you're the one seeking death. The murderous intent in Zhao Yin's eyes gradually became stronger. Even though she looked a little pitiful, she had to die. Zhao Yin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and walked over. The granary seemed to have heard Zhao Yin's footsteps and slowly turned around. Is it you? The expression on her face was not panic, but surprise. She tried to be gentle and said, "It's really you. I was just looking for you." "Are you looking for me?" Zhao Yin relaxed his bone-cutting knife slightly. "I know you're looking for this." Liang Song slowly put his hand into his bra. Soon, she felt something in front of her chest. In front of Zhao Yin, he slowly spread out his dirty palms. They were actually 3 thumb-sized blood-red crystals. "I saw you searching for this everywhere. It must be very important to you, right?" asked Granary. Zhao Yin was distracted for a moment, his eyes changing several times. "Do you know what this is?" "I don't know. I just saw you looking for it before, and I happen to have nothing to thank you for, so I helped you look around." The granary smiled. Her face was dirty, but her teeth were delicate and white, and she seemed very excited. "I didn't expect to actually meet you. I'm sorry, I don't have the ability to find more for you, only these 3. Zhao Yin looked at her in silence. Although Liang Song said it very easily, he knew that with her physical strength to reach here, she must have put all her energy into finding the star crystal for herself since the 2 separated. "What do you want from me?" Zhao Yin asked coldly. "You saved my life and gave me food and water. I know these things can't repay you for saving my life, but I think it's a token of my gratitude." Liang Song's throat was hoarse and he started coughing after he finished speaking. Zhao Yin looked at her deeply, and suddenly he couldn't understand this woman. Now is the end of the world, even if she doesn't know the true value of the star crystal. But as long as you are not mentally ill, you should know that to her, anything valuable is extremely precious. What's more, there was a precedent where Lin Tianfeng exchanged star crystals for drinks with Zhao Yin. It's impossible for her not to guess everything, but she still doesn't want anything. Is this woman playing hard to get? At this moment, Liang Song suddenly grabbed Zhao Yin's hand and put the star crystal into his hand. Zhao Yin stared at the star crystal in her hand, which was still stained with the blood from her hands. That was caused by digging among the cement with bare hands. "Please don't be disgusted," Liang Song said softly. Zhao Yin's eyes flashed. Of course he wouldn't despise it. Even if the granary was not given to him, he was planning to kill people for it. But at this moment, should we kill or not? Zhao Yin was struggling in his heart. He had not previously thought that this woman would affect the timeline. If I don't kill her now, I may never meet her again, and the timeline I know may be completely deviated because of this woman. Thank you for allowing me to meet someone as good as you in this world and do something meaningful," the granary said hoarsely. "I'm leaving, and we may never see each other again." The granary smiled at Zhao Yin again. "How many days can a woman like me survive in the apocalypse? So I probably won't see you again." She turned around slowly and limped forward, barefoot, having lost her shoes at some point. Zhao Yin looked at her back, but in the end, he did not pick up the knife. "After 7 years in the apocalypse, I still haven't turned into a beast." Zhao Yin smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to kill an unarmed woman. What's more, the other party also found 3 star crystals for him. The granary walked away, and Zhao Yin did not remind her of the zombie outbreak tonight. Life or death depends entirely on her own fate. Next, Zhao Yin stopped thinking about the granary and prepared to knock open the 3 star crystals. The first piece of star crystal was knocked open by Zhao Yin, and the familiar white light appeared in front of his eyes again, which was very eye-catching in the dark night. But Zhao Yin didn't care. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there was no sign of human presence except for the distant granary. After the white light, a scarlet pill appeared in front of Zhao Yin's eyes, but he couldn't recognize its efficacy. In the previous life, star crystals could produce tens of millions of types, and no one knew how many there were. At this moment, Zhao Yin only knew that, apart from superpowers, various pills and potions were the rarest and most precious. This is a good start. Thinking that once he had the eye of true vision, there would be nothing he couldn't recognize, Zhao Yin didn't hesitate any more and directly smashed the second star crystal. This time, the white light lasted for 3 seconds and did not dissipate. Zhao Yin's breathing stagnated. According to experience from previous lives, the longer the light lasts after a star crystal is smashed open, the more precious the thing that comes out of it will be. Just like the SSS-level supernatural contract soul that was opened before, it lasted for a full minute and even its color was golden. This time the white light lasted for 5 seconds. Could it be another E-level item? Finally, the white light dissipated, and an inconspicuous bronze ring appeared in front of Zhao Yin. After Zhao Yin saw it clearly, his eyes widened. Space ring. He couldn't remain calm. The value of any space ring was comparable to A-level equipment. In the end times when people have no place to live, the space ring is their second life. In terms of rarity, it even exceeds A-level equipment. When he obtained the space ring in his previous life, it was already 5 years after the apocalypse. By that time, Zhao Yin had already trained Lin Ti on Feng. With the support of the forces behind him, he was able to spend a huge price to acquire one. Zhao Yin quickly put on the space ring on his hand, and with a thought, the bone-cutting knife in his hand disappeared. He could feel that the bone-cutting knife was lying quietly in a space of 10 cubic meters. As Zhao Yin thought about it, the bone-cutting knife appeared in his hand again. You are not mistaken, it is a genuine space ring. Although the space is not as big as the one in his previous life, it is completely sufficient for Zhao Yin at the moment. It took Zhao Yin a long time to calm down. He finally stopped playing with the space ring, raised the bone-cutting knife, and suddenly knocked open the 3rd star crystal. After the white light, a bottle of blue potion appeared, the B-level supernatural power Eye of True Vision. In his previous life, it was because of the existence of the Eye of True Vision that allowed him to live until the 7th year of the apocalypse. This supernatural power had long been integrated into Zhao Yin's soul and had shared life and death with him. Thanks to the Eye of True Vision, he avoided countless dangers. Morning after morning, evening after evening, seemed like just yesterday. Zhao Yin couldn't help feeling complicated. Although it is not a combat ability, it is only B-level. However, the ability of the Eye of True Vision is to see through the information of all things. In his previous life, many powerful people with special abilities came to Zhao Yin to identify treasures, which not only earned him a large commission, but also enabled him to gain interpersonal relationships. Therefore, in that doomsday, many people would give Zhao Yin some face, which was also one of the reasons why he was able to create the paradise base. Zhao Yin put away all the distracting thoughts in his mind, put all the items around him into the space ring, turned around and walked towards the old site of the zoo. In his previous life, he absorbed the B-level superpower awakening potion, which was very painful and lasted for 3 hours. During this time, he had to find a safe place. For the sake of the mutant monkey, Zhao Yin planned to stay at the old zoo site tonight. The mutation of plants and animals and the outbreak of zombies started at the same time, both in the early hours of tonight. He planned to open the Eye of True Vision before that. Arriving at the old site of the zoo, Zhao Yin came to the collapsed office building and used his space ring to collect the intact cement blocks and the meteorites that were not buried in the soil due to the buffering of the building. Zhao Yin prepared to build a temporary shelter. After the space ring was full, he chose a relatively flat place to release it. He first used several larger pieces of concrete fragments to build a triangular space that could accommodate him, and then piled concrete and meteorites on the outer layer. He carried it several times until a temporary shelter 5 or 6 meters high, like a grave, was formed. Zhao Yin then bent down and crawled into the small space which was not much bigger than the coffin. Then release all the concrete blocks in the space ring to completely seal the entrance and exit. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin deliberately ignored his own fatigue, took out the Eye of True Vision awakening potion, and drank it without hesitation. Suddenly, a burning sensation spread in his stomach and soon spread throughout his body. In just a moment, Zhao Yin felt like he was in a fire, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. There was no expression on his face, and he lay motionless in the grave mound. The long-lost pain. Haha, how cool. Before the zombie outbreak, I already have 2 superpowers. Who in this life can compare to me? No one knows that in this desolate world, somewhere there is a man who is enduring pain that ordinary people cannot bear and laughing crazily. Time passed by minute, and each second seemed as long as a year. Although Zhao Yin possessed a willpower that ordinary people could not match, this body was still just that of an ordinary person. At some point, he fainted. Zhao Yin did not expect that, unlike in his previous life, the SSS-level superpower awakening potion had already saturated his ordinary body, making it extremely difficult to absorb other superpowers. He still didn't wake up until the early morning. Roar. At this moment, the entire dead world seemed to come alive in an instant. The earth was shaking, the ruins were rolling, and countless buried corpses slowly crawled out from the ground. At this moment, 30 kilometers away, in a dilapidated shopping mall, a 12-year-old girl suddenly woke up. What's that sound? Is my brother back? Bang. Before Song Xiaojian went to look for supplies, there was a noise coming from the blocked door, as if someone was banging on it hard. Brother, stop taking pictures, I'll open the door for you. Song Xiaodao said in surprise, walked over to open the door lock, and pulled the door open. However, the next moment, half of a pitch-black human face appeared in Xiaodao's eyes, and his head was shattered in half. A fist-sized facial muscle, attached to the pale skull, was hung in front of the chest by a blood vessel, swaying back and forth. Xiaodao was stunned for a moment. She was so frightened that she forgot everything. She screamed instinctively and turned around to run away. But she was still a step too slow. The zombie grabbed her collar, pulled the knife in front of him, opened his big, smelly mouth and bit her. Help! Xiaodao cried loudly. Bang! At this moment, the zombie's body stiffened and he fell down along with the knife in his arms. Song Xiaojian, who was covered in wounds, put down the iron rod, kicked the zombie whose head had just been shot away, picked up his sister and quickly closed the door. Little sister, are you okay? Song Xiaojian asked in a low voice with a worried look on his face. Xiaodao looked up and saw that it was his brother Song Xiaojian. He burst into tears, but Song Xiaojian covered his mouth with his hand. Don't cry, those dead people are alive again. I just saw my parents outside with my own eyes. They also crawled out of the collapsed mall. Song Xiaojian's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was trembling. They all turned into zombies, just like in the zombie movies. Upon hearing this, Xiaodao stared at his brother blankly. She had also seen zombie movies, and her face turned pale at the thought. Don't be afraid. I'm here and won't let the zombies eat you. But you have to remember to be obedient. Song Xiaojian continued in a low voice. Xiaodao pushed Song Xiaojian away and went to the crack in the wall to look outside. There were more and more zombies outside the mall, crawling out from various places, some in the mud, some in the ruins, and even Xiaodao saw a female zombie in a deformed car. Its lower body was trapped in the car, and it was struggling violently in a weird posture. Crack! Something seemed to break, and the female zombie suddenly crawled out, her belly still stuck in the car, but her upper body was crawling very fast. Her intestines and black blood were dragging all over the ground. Xiaodao began to retch, but did not dare to make any loud noise, as his tears could not stop falling. Song Xiaojian did not stop her, because he knew that his sister would have to face all of this sooner or later. Xiaodao, we are still safe for now. If we save some food, we can still survive for 3 days. Maybe after 3 days, these zombies will die. Song Xiaojian said. It seemed like he was comforting Xiaodao, but more like he was comforting himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, the zombies outside the crack in the wall suddenly became a commotion, and then a figure rushed out and headed straight for the mall. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, are you still alive? Open the door quickly, the men shouted from afar. When Xiaodao saw the man's appearance clearly, he was shocked. "Brother, it's Brother Wang who is back." Song Xiaojian frowned, staring at the zombies gathering behind Wang Quan, and stopped his sister from opening the door. "Don't go. Brother, when my parents were crushed to death, it was Brother Wang who saved us." Xiaodao said, "If we don't let him in, he will die." Song Xiaojian gritted his teeth, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and he fell into a struggle. Song Xiaojian, "Xiaodao, I found a lot of food. Let me in first. I'll take you out after the danger is over." Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall and came to the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiaodao were, and said anxiously, "Are you really going to watch me die without helping me? If I die, who will take care of your 2 children?" Perhaps it was because of the food in Wang Quan's mouth, or perhaps it was because of Wang Quan's life-saving grace. In the end, Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang. After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojian slammed the door shut. Then, several zombies followed closely and slammed against the door. Bang. 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 "Xiaodao, hurry up. Help me move things to block the door," Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Xiaodao rushed over to help, and the 2 siblings dragged the only heavy object in the room, the desk, behind the door. The door was still shaking. The zombies outside were incredibly strong. If the mall office hadn't been equipped with a security door, it would have collapsed long ago. Song Xiaojian could only take his sister with him, and the 2 of them pressed their bodies against the door. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Wang Quan, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. "Brother Wang, come together quickly." Wang Quan raised his head and felt the commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's mouth. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes, but he still walked over to help block the door. However, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room, where there was a pile of food and water that could at most feed an adult man for a day. Zhao Yin slowly woke up, opened his eyes in the darkness, and heard a roar in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Yin realized that another disaster had broken out, and this time the coma would last longer than the previous life. Zhao Yin did not go out immediately. He took out a flashlight from the space ring. With a click, the small space lit up. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the space ring in his hand, and a string of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Space ring, Grade A, space equipment, with 10 cubic meters of space inside. Then, Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male, awakened, strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, life countdown, 21,920 days. With a normal human physique, before the end of the world, one could probably live another 60 years. Nothing has changed much from the previous life. After all, the Eye of True Vision is a B-level power and cannot detect powers beyond the B-level. However, Zhao Yin was already very satisfied. After all, there were not many people with awakened superpowers beyond level B. The real benefit of the Eye of True Vision was that it could identify the treasures that came out of the star crystal. Zhao Yin remembered the pills that had been prescribed earlier and immediately took them out from the space ring. Strong ecstasy incense, F-level controlled drug, can make any life form below F-level unconscious, lasts for 10 minutes. This simple introduction shocked Zhao Yin. Controlled drugs are rare among all grades of drugs. Although they are of the lowest grade, they are what Zhao Yin needs most at the moment. Thinking of the mutated monkey, it should have mutated by now. Zhao Yin was still racking his brains over how to capture it. With this pill of incense, isn't it easy to catch him? Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something. The 3 star crystals given to him by the granary all produced good things. Isn't she a jinx? He shook off this meaningless thought and immediately packed his equipment. Long-handled bone-chopping knife, no grade, solidity 8, sharpness 6. Slaughter knife, no grade, solidity 5, sharpness 9. Butterfly knife, grade F, offensive equipment, solidity 13, sharpness 14. Military uniform, grade F, defensive equipment, sturdiness 16. Fishnet stockings, grade E, auxiliary equipment, movement speed plus 28, additional effect charm plus 3. Currently, the highest grade equipment in Zhao Yin's hands is fishnet stockings. Next, Zhao Yin controlled the space ring to collect the concrete fragments blocking the door, then bent down and crawled out. Roar. Before Zhao Yun had time to get up, a nearby zombie discovered him. With a roar, he pounced at him. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed, he raised the bone-cutting knife, and stabbed it upwards at an angle. Puff! The bone-cutting knife was accurate and precise, piercing into the zombie's mouth and out of the back of its head, bringing out a large amount of black sticky substance. Male zombie, no evolution, strength 8, agility 6, spirit 0. Zhao Yun crawled up from the ground and took a look at the first zombie he killed. From its tattered clothes, he could tell that it was a zoo staff member when he was alive. Apart from the stab wound by Zhao Yun, its entire right shoulder was a mess of flesh and bones, and it must have been crushed to death by the collapsed building. But black granulations had already grown there. If it had not been stabbed to death by Zhao Yun, its torn body would soon have recovered gradually over time. Then the evolution will begin. Zombies in the apocalypse are always the biggest threat to survivors. They are numerous and their growth potential is amazing. Compared to the number of survivors, the zombies are nearly 50 times the total number of survivors. The only ones who can deal with them are the evolvers or those with powerful superpowers. However, the number of survivors who can become evolvers in the previous life is less than 1%, and the number of strong people with supernatural powers is even 1 in 100,000. Tonight, zombies revive, mutant beasts awaken, and the true end of the world has officially begun again. Roar! Roar! Several zombies nearby heard the noise and quickly surrounded Zhao Yun. They haven't had time to evolve yet, and although they are stronger than when they were alive, their stiff bodies make them much slower. Zhao Yun took the initiative to rush forward, and the powerful combat awareness trained in his previous life burst out instantly, and he chopped at the zombie's head with a knife. When dealing with zombies, only a headshot can kill them completely. The zombie's head was shattered in an instant, and the black brain matter mixed with the white skull splattered everywhere, and a few drops of brain matter sprayed onto Zhao Yun's face. Without any expression, he quickly walked towards the second zombie and smashed its head with the same blow. At this time, the remaining 6 zombies were all approaching. Zhao Yun turned around and ran, relying on the speed increase brought by the fishnet stockings to quickly run out of the encirclement, then turned around and chopped off the head of the zombie behind him. Next, the same method was repeated, and soon, the remaining zombies were all eliminated. With Zhao Yun's current physical strength, he was already exhausted after killing 8 ordinary zombies in a row. He didn't dare stay for long. After taking a few deep breaths, he ran towards the monkey area. Zhao Yun had to recruit the monkey and train it as quickly as possible before the zombies evolved. This is an extra level of self-protection. Zombies seem to be more like the protagonists of this world. They can evolve very quickly even if they do nothing. In the previous life, some lucky zombies were able to devour fresh flesh and blood, or directly devour star crystals, and their growth rate would be terrifying. There is no value in the zombies that were just killed. They did not devour the star crystals, nor did they evolve corpse crystals that could increase the strength of the evolvers. So Zhao Yun did not perform the autopsy. After that, we didn't encounter any more human zombies along the way, but there were quite a few animal zombies. Zhao Yun avoided them all with the help of his speed. Most animals have physical advantages, and it is extremely troublesome to deal with them after they turn into zombies. Roar! 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 Squeak! From a distance, Zhao Yun heard a chaotic fight and slowed down. A skinny monkey was jumping up and down with a look of fear on its face. Dozens of zombie monkeys surrounded it and were attacking it madly. They can no longer recognize their former companions, and their dead white eyes are filled with desire for fresh flesh and blood. Zhao Yun had no intention of saving the little monkey. It would never die so easily. When Zhao Yun saw it in his previous life, it had already grown to Class C and was the king of this area. Zhao Yun hid behind a broken wall, took out a gas mask from the space ring and put it on his face, then took out the powerful incense, crushed it with the handle of the knife, and wrapped it in toilet paper. Next, Zhao Yun calmly observed the development of the situation and was ready at any time. Squeak! The little monkey hopped and moved among the rocks. Although it was extremely fast, the number of zombie monkeys was so large that the little monkey could only wail in fear. For some reason, Zhao Yun suddenly had a feeling that the little monkey did not want to hurt the zombie monkey. Soon, a zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it immediately started crying in a very human way. Just as he was distracted, the little monkey's tail was grabbed by a zombie monkey and lifted up. The zombie monkey opened its mouth and bit the little monkey's butt. Just then, something unexpected happened. The little monkey screamed, and one of its legs, which was not much bigger than that of a baby, suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of an adult monkey and kicked backwards suddenly. Bang! The zombie monkey that caught it was kicked away, and its head hit a blue stone and shattered like a watermelon. The little monkey was stunned, obviously unable to adapt to this change. One of its long legs stood there in a one-legged posture, and the other leg looked like a small toothpick. Zhao Yin, who was hiding behind a rock and peeking from a distance, froze in his tracks. At this moment, he completely confirmed the identity of the monkey. It was the mutated monkey from the previous life. The sea-level monkey at that time was already able to grow huge all over, and now it has just mutated and awakened. After the little monkey killed a zombie monkey, it bared its teeth and showed off its power to the remaining zombie monkeys. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys were irrational and were not afraid of its threat at all, and surrounded it again. So the previous scene happened again. A group of zombie monkeys were chasing a little monkey, jumping up and down among the rocks. The little monkey howled in fear again. The difference is that with that long leg, its two legs are not coordinated at all. Not only did the running speed not increase, but it slowed down instead. In less than a minute, the little monkey was covered in wounds, and its wailing and begging for mercy were of no use. How could the zombie monkey let go of the flesh and blood that was about to reach its mouth? Finally, the little monkey seemed to be aroused, his eyes became fierce, and one of his claws swelled rapidly and suddenly grabbed the head of a zombie monkey. Bang! Just crush it. At this moment, the little monkey was no longer the cowardly one before, but had a face full of ferocity and viciousness. The little monkey quickly rushed to the second zombie monkey and slapped its head, but the little monkey's tears kept flowing. Zhao Yin looked at it quietly, as if he saw himself in his previous life. At the beginning of the end of the world, he was afraid, cried, and grieved for the death of others. From fear to strength, and then from strength, the blood gradually runs cold. In order to survive, they suddenly stand up to kill zombies and even kill people. In this cruel world, everyone just wants to survive, that's all. Including the ferocious monkey at this moment. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that besieged the little monkey were shot dead, and the horrific monkey corpses were everywhere. It stood there stupidly, trembling all over. It was as if he had just woken up and realized that he had killed so many of his own kind. Although it didn't understand why these fellows suddenly became like this. The little monkey was covered in blood. It looked at the destruction of its entire tribe and started crying again. So much so that the little monkey didn't notice that a figure was slowly approaching from behind. Suddenly, it smelled a strange fragrance, and then it felt dizzy and fell down. It seemed to realize something, and then saw a pig-faced monster approaching step by step with a smile on its face. The pig-faced monster is of course Zhao Yin wearing a gas mask. In order to leave a good impression on his first contracted beast, he smiled particularly kindly. Growth stage macaque, non-grade mutant beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talent, gigantic, frenzy. Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey's tail, lifted it up and strode away. When the little monkey woke up, he found himself in a small space surrounded by concrete blocks. When he tried to move, he found himself tied up by a human. No, it's that pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes and laughed wickedly. Seeing the little monkey wake up, Zhao Yin smiled even more kindly, and like a magic trick, he took out a salt-baked chicken leg, tore open the package, and took a big bite. Want to eat? Zhao Yin puffed out his cheeks and asked while chewing. The little monkey sniffed and looked at the chicken leg with fixed eyes. The mutant beasts in the apocalypse have been hungry for too long. Zhao Yin said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yin, and I am your future master. Next, I will make a contract with you. Of course, you don't have to accept it, and the contract will still be successful. But as my first contracted beast, I still hope you can do it willingly. If you accept, you can follow me and enjoy delicious food. If you don't accept, you won't get anything to eat." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he walked forward, put one hand on the little monkey's head, and directly released the soul of the supernatural contract. An invisible chain slowly emerged from Zhao Yin's palm and forcibly penetrated the little monkey's head. This is the power of SSS-level supernatural powers. No matter how powerful the mutant beast is, even if it was an emperor-level beast in its previous life, as long as Zhao Yin is given a minute, it will obediently become his contracted beast. The biggest drawback of the contracted soul is that it cannot increase its own combat power before obtaining a powerful contracted beast. But once it grows up, no other superpowers can compare to it. In his previous life, when Lin Tianfeng first obtained superpowers, he almost died several times and survived with the help of Zhao Yin. But in the end, after Lin Tianfeng grew up, even if he met other superpower users of the same SSS level, most of them had to bow to him. The top SSS level psychics are comparable to Emperor-level mutant beasts. But in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng trained 2 Emperor-level beasts. At this moment, the chain formed by the soul of contract disappeared into the little monkey's body, and Zhao Yin felt its presence. Then, he directly heard the little monkey's voice. "Pig-faced monster, when are you going to give me the chicken leg?" Bang. Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head and his face turned dark. "From now on, I will be your master, remember." The little monkey covered his head with his hands and instinctively wanted to glare at the guy who hit him. But when it looked up and met Zhao Yin's eyes, the anger in its heart disappeared instantly, and a kind of respect from the bottom of its heart naturally rose up. At this moment, it felt that the guy in front of it was its closest person, and it needed to spend its whole life protecting him, fighting for him, and being his licker. For him, even if Pai Yanzi stabs me in the back, it's worth it. "Master, I'm hungry," the little monkey said aggrievedly. Zhao Yin's expression looked much better then, and he threw the chicken leg directly to it. Soon, Zhao Yin learned from the little monkey's thoughts that when the end of the world came, it happened to fall into the zoo's reserve water well. For a month, the monkey survived by eating moss and drinking well water. At this time, it got the long-lost meat, and swallowed it in a few bites, then looked at Zhao Yin pitifully. Zhao Yin thought about it and took out the sandwich again. This is the only food that can heal injuries. The little monkey was covered with wounds when fighting with the group of zombie monkeys. "Eat it, and then come with me to work." Zhao Yin threw it directly to it. The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, and his eyes widened in an instant. The extraordinary food produced by Star Crystal is incomparable to any food before the end of the world. It is fresh, fragrant and delicious, and melts in the mouth. It immediately swallowed it in big gulps. Zhao Yin swallowed his saliva quietly. He couldn't bear to eat the food that came out of the Star Crystal. I secretly decided that I would never let this monkey do this again. After the little monkey finished eating the bread, the wounds on its body suddenly emitted spots of light and began to heal visibly. It seemed to have no feeling at all, and continued to look at Zhao Yin pitifully. "Master, I'm still hungry." "You big stinky bitch, hurry up and work with me." Zhao Yin cursed unhappily. Now he is very poor, how can he allow this monkey to do this? After saying that, Zhao Yin used his space ring to start collecting the concrete fragments that were blocking the door. After the zombie outbreak, the food before the apocalypse will quickly rot and disappear, and the materials that humans rely on for survival will be replaced by new species. The chicken leg just now is no longer fresh, and there is still a lot of food in the villa. Zhao Yin plans to go home and take them all back, and put them in the space ring for preservation now, so it is still safe to eat. He secretly planned to continue looking for star crystals after retrieving the food. At this time, it was already dawn. The temperature today has dropped a lot, similar to the summer before the apocalypse, around 30 degrees. Zhao Yin led the little monkey out of the makeshift tomb mound, and the zoo was full of wandering animal zombies. It was several hours past midnight and all the bodies had turned into zombies. Squeak! A zombie snake as thick as a bowl immediately discovered Zhao Yin and swam over quickly. Zhao Yin immediately opened the eye of true vision. Zombie snake, no evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0. Go, kill it. Zhao Yin took out the butcher knife and threw it to the little monkey. The little monkey received the order, took the knife and stepped forward. But after it approached the zombie snake, its 2 short monkey legs suddenly began to tremble. Without waiting for the zombie snake to get close, the little monkey scurried back and hid behind Zhao Yin tremblingly. "Master, I'm scared." "What are you afraid of? Its attributes are far inferior to yours." Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey's neck and threw it towards the zombie snake. The little monkey screamed in fear, and before he could react, he saw a bloody mouth coming towards him to swallow him. He quickly lowered his body and narrowly avoided it. The zombie snake only had the instinct of hunting left. When it missed the first attack, it immediately wrapped around the little monkey. The little monkey rolled over and dodged, squeaking and calling for help in his heart. "Master, help me, Master, I am dying, Master, I am dying." "Sobby monkey, I'm not dead yet." Zhao Yin cursed. "Kill it, then you can live, and you can enjoy delicious food with me in the future. If you can't kill it, you can be its blood food." He took out a pack of corn sausages, tore open the package and prepared to eat, but found that it had turned a little sour. But he still took a bite and smacked his lips. "Delicious." The little monkey sniffed and suddenly seemed to be full of energy. "Master, eat slowly, I will kill this bastard zombie snake right now." The expression on its face became ferocious, with its eyes bared and its mouth grinning. One of its hands suddenly grew larger and fiercely grabbed the zombie snake's vital point. Then the little monkey raised the butcher knife and chopped it down suddenly. Snap! This knife cut off a large piece of rotten flesh from the zombie snake, spurting out black blood plasma. Cut off its head. If you want to kill a zombie, you can only do so by cutting off its head. Zhao Yin instructed from the side. The little monkey pulled hard, and the zombie snake's huge body was pulled directly in front of him. The knife came down with a wave of his hand. Snap! The zombie snake's head was cut off directly, and it became silent without even a twitch. After the little monkey killed the zombie snake, he ran towards Zhao Yin happily. It looked excited, even a little silly, totally unlike the ferocious mutant beast just now. "Master, I killed that stinky snake." Zhao Yin patted its head and said, "Well done. Remember, you are a powerful mutant beast. Zombies are not even worthy of carrying your shoes." The little monkey nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. The owner is praising it for being so powerful. However, its eyes never left the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. "Eat it." Zhao Yin took out a corn sausage and handed it to the eager little monkey. It immediately tore open the package and started eating. It didn't care at all that the food was not fresh. It finished it in a few bites and looked at Zhao Yin eagerly again. Zhao Yin pointed at the butcher knife that it had thrown on the ground and said, "Pick it up. Don't put it down without my order. In the end times, the knife is your life." The little monkey immediately picked it up obediently, but the expression on its face clearly showed disapproval. "Don't believe it. Look back," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey looked back and saw 3 zombie wolves appeared behind him. One of them was already biting his neck. The little monkey instinctively swung back and chopped off half of the zombie wolf's head. The other 2 zombie wolves had already surrounded it, one on the left and one on the right, and were biting it. At this time, the little monkey can only deal with one. It will be bitten by another one. Bang! A big knife suddenly came smashing down, and the back of the knife landed on the head of the zombie wolf on the left, which was closer to the little monkey, instantly blowing it off. The little monkey also stabbed the zombie wolf on the right into its eye socket, then cleverly stirred it with force, and the zombie wolf immediately became motionless. The fear on its face did not disappear for a long time. In the wild, you must always be alert to your surroundings. If you lose your life, no matter how much food you have, you will have nothing to eat. Zhao Yin put away the bone-cutting knife. But the remaining corn sausage was not given to the little monkey. It lowered its head, feeling unwilling but too embarrassed to ask for it. Zhao Yin walked forward with the bone-cutting knife in hand. In fact, he was deliberately training this little monkey. He didn't want to be like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, who just used the contracted beast as a weapon. Once the minds of the contracted beasts are imprisoned, they will only become tools of killing. When Zhao Yinjin encounters danger in the future, it will be difficult for them to respond flexibly on their own. What Zhao Yin wanted more was that the little monkey would be able to handle things for him like a human in the future. The morning dew wet the concrete and steel bars between the ruins, as well as the broken glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and broken tiles. The whole world is desolate and ruined. Zhao Yin saw several new green buds growing out, and overnight, the destroyed world entered a new cycle. From now on, everything will be different. Many new species will appear, including mutated animals and plants. There are mutant beasts that kill and eat people. There are also crops that have mutated to the point of being extraordinary and feed most of the survivors. The survivors lost their homes and found a new world that was more dangerous but full of possibilities. Most of the food has decayed and disappeared, but there are mutated animal meat and mutated fruits and vegetables, and even star crystals. Zhao Yin recalled his past life and slowly walked out of the old zoo site. Roar. The roar of zombies could be heard not far away. At this moment, people were surging among the ruins, and countless zombies were wandering aimlessly. Although Guangzhou City is not big, it is a downtown area. Without the cover of buildings, the zombies are crowded like a rural market or a pedestrian street in the city. Once Zhao Yin and the little monkey are exposed, they will be besieged by countless zombies and will be torn into pieces in an instant and become food for the zombies. Shoo! Don't make any sound. Zhao Yin made a gesture to silence the little monkey. The little monkey's expression froze and he followed Zhao Yin on tiptoe. The man and the monkey avoided the area where zombies were densely packed, and carefully used the broken walls as cover to slowly leave. Finally, we left the downtown area and the zombies ahead were no longer dense. When Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's voice. Mantu, such a big Mantu. Looking back, the little monkey was drooling and his eyes were staring straight at somewhere. A female zombie was lying on the road ahead. Her clothes were tattered and a pair of round buns were dangling from her chest. Steamed buns must be delicious. The little monkey licked his lips, with a look of longing on his face. Zhao Yin grabbed its ears and lowered his voice. That's not a steamed bun, it's a zombie, you can't eat it. It's steamed buns. I ate them at the zoo before. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and said stubbornly, Master, look, it's steamed buns. Roar. At this time, 2 more zombies came to the end of the site. They were a young man and a little boy, wandering not far from the female zombie. It looks like they were a family of 3 when they were alive. They still gathered together after becoming zombies, but they no longer recognized the most important people in their lives. The clothes of the 3 zombies were in tatters, and the little boy's pants were long gone, revealing a little sparrow. As for what was revealed on the man's body, Zhao Yin simply ignored it. The main reason was that the young zombie was too big, and he felt a little ashamed of himself. You go and kill those 2 adult zombies, and leave the little zombies to me. Zhao Yin ordered in a low voice. Master, I'm scared. The little monkey was scared again. You're right, those are steamed buns with red dates. Eat them and I'll let you eat them. Zhao Yin tempted. The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin suspiciously. Really? Of course it's true, I swear. Zhao Yin said seriously. The little monkey immediately picked up the butcher knife and rushed towards the nearest female zombie like a chicken blood. Zhao Yin said behind him, remember to chop off the head directly. Roar. The female zombie heard the footsteps, looked over with her white eyes, revealing her yellow teeth, and let out a corpse roar that sounded like the friction of metal. The next moment, the female zombie went crazy and pounced on the little monkey. The little monkey easily avoided the female zombie's embrace, nimbly jumped behind the zombie, and stabbed it with the butcher knife. Puff. The knife stabbed the female zombie in the lower back. When it was pulled out, dark brown plasma came out. But the female zombie acted as if nothing had happened and turned around to continue attacking the little monkey. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey screamed in fright. Then it remembered that its master had said to chop off the heads of zombies, so it quickly jumped up and dodged. At this time, the other 2 zombies noticed the movement here and ran towards the little monkey with roars. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey screamed and communicated with Zhao Yin in his mind, Master, help me. Stop yelling, do you want to attract more zombies? Zhao Yin yelled, stupid monkey, I told you to chop off its head, do you understand? While cursing, Zhao Yin rushed forward with a bone-cutting knife, shot the child zombie in the head with the back of the knife, and then stopped the male zombie. Seeing this, the little monkey finally calmed down. It was enraged by the female zombie, and the hand holding the butcher knife suddenly grew bigger and longer and swung forward fiercely. Puff! The female zombie's head was split in half with one knife. Then, it saw Zhao Yin about to blow the male zombie's head off. "Master, let go of that zombie, let me do it." It was afraid that its master would not give it the bun, so in a hurry, its two furry monkey legs swelled up rapidly. After becoming huge, it took a quick step to block Zhao Yin. Puff! The butcher knife stabbed into the male zombie's eye socket, and the dark brown brain matter sprayed all over Zhao Yin's face again. A battle ended simply. "Master, can I eat that steamed bun?" The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and looked at Zhao Yin with a flattering look on his face. Zhao Yin wiped the brains off his face, then slapped the little monkey on the head. "You only know how to eat." He didn't expect that the mighty and domineering mutant monkey in his previous life would be so stupid and greedy at the beginning of the apocalypse. The little monkey got slapped, but didn't care. He continued to stand in front of Zhao Yin with his long legs, looking at him eagerly. "Go eat," Zhao Yin said with his eyes wide open. The little monkey suddenly became happy. His long legs shrank quickly and he jumped to the body of the female zombie. It stretched out its furry hands and grabbed it. Then, the little monkey was stunned. Although it has no culture and is just a 6-month-old monkey, it does not mean that it is stupid. He soon understood something, his face fell, and he turned around to look at Zhao Yin with resentment. "Why don't you eat?" Zhao Yin asked unhappily. The little monkey retracted his hand in grievance and lowered his head. When he found that it was just a piece of meat from the female zombie, his mood became depressed. Zhao Yin took out a piece of bread that was already a little moldy from the space ring. "I don't have any steamed buns, but I still have a few pieces of bread." The little monkey took the bread and instantly became happy again. It jumped and ate the bread, following Zhao Yin with its short legs. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies. Zhao Yin ordered the little monkey to deal with them. With the reward of food, its courage gradually grew. Sometimes, even without Zhao Yin's order, the little monkey would take the initiative to rush forward and fight. 2 hours later, Zhao Yin finally took a detour back to the community. From afar, I saw my villa standing alone among the ruins. At this moment, a zombie was wandering outside the door. Zhao Yin immediately recognized that it was the community security guard Dong Jun whom he had killed with his own hands, who had now become a zombie. This time, Zhao Yin didn't let the little monkey do it. He stepped forward himself and smashed the zombie's head with the back of his knife. Then he opened the door and entered the house with the little monkey. The supplies in the house are still there, with no signs of being touched. Perhaps all this should be thanks to the zombie Dong Jun. It's just a pity that after this period of time, the food at home has deteriorated even more seriously. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and quickly stored all of them into his space ring. In the following days, Zhao Yin took the little monkey out during the day to kill zombies and search for star crystals. Nowadays, all the star crystals on the surface have been devoured by the returning zombies, and the only way to get them is to take them out from the bodies of zombies. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Yin encountered a total of 9 zombies that had devoured star crystals and obtained 9 pieces of star crystals. The previous 7 star crystals were used to exchange for a piece of sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of instant noodles, a can of tuna, and a piece of compressed biscuit. All F-grade food and water. Zhao Yin was not surprised by this. In his previous life, most of the supplies that could be exchanged for star crystals were the lowest level of food and water. Good luck like that 3 days ago would not come often. Among them, tuna and compressed biscuits were supplies that had not been issued 3 days ago. Canned tuna, Grade F, extraordinary food, immunity to viruses below Grade F for 24 hours after consumption. Compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, effective in maintaining vigorous energy for 72 hours. At this time, Zhao Yin held the 2 star crystals he had just obtained today and let out a long sigh. For the past 3 days, he took the little monkey home to rest late at night every day. This body was still that of an ordinary person. The high-intensity fighting made Zhao Yin exhausted. There are still 2 star crystals left. It would be great if I could make an evolution potion. Zhao Yin said to the little monkey in his heart. The little monkey looked up at him, not understanding what the evolution potion was. Zhao Yin was too lazy to pay attention to it and knocked open a piece of star crystal in his hand. The white light dissipated, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of Zhao Yin. As expected, it's Nongfu Spring again, the most useless star crystal product. Zhao Yin was speechless for a while, and knocked open the second star crystal, then turned to look at the little monkey beside him. Do you want to open more food? The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It has no interest in other materials, but it seems to be possessed by the extraordinary food. Ever since he ate the sandwich that day, the little monkey has been drooling in his dreams. Okay, if you give me another piece of food, I'll let you have one. Zhao Yin paused, suddenly feeling that it was not good to make random promises. The little monkey's breathing suddenly stopped, his pupils dilated, and he stared at Zhao Yin excitedly. After a pause, Zhao Yin said, I'll give you a piece of ordinary bread. Upon hearing this, the little monkey suddenly became listless. But it no longer had the courage to curse Zhao Yin in its heart, as it now understood that its pig-faced monster master could hear its thoughts. Zhao Yin smiled and felt better after teasing the little monkey. Only then did he turn around to see what had opened. The next moment, Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. That's a black potion. Evolution potion, grade F, primary potion. After taking it, it can activate the human evolution gene and become a new human. Whatever you think will come true. Has luck improved after rebirth? Even the introduction information of the Eye of True Vision has become much longer. Zhao Yin picked it up directly and said loudly with joy, Monkey, today I will give you another piece of bread, no, 2 pieces. The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in his hand and could feel the fluctuations in his master's heart. He squeaked twice listlessly. After Zhao Yin threw 2 pieces of moldy bread to the little monkey, he quickly locked the door and put all the extraordinary food in the space ring. All of them were taken out except for the can of tuna that could immunize against the virus. Under the pitiful eyes of the little monkey, Zhao Yin tore open the packaging of all the extraordinary foods and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. The little monkey was stunned for a moment, and the moldy bread in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Its saliva was 3 feet long and it looked at its owner in disbelief. 2 days ago, the master said that these extraordinary foods were reserved for emergency use. Why did he eat them all? Didn't the master say that the extraordinary food could save the little monkey's life and his own life at the critical moment? It turns out that the owner kept all the food for himself and didn't give any to the little monkey. Zhao Yin was still eating the extraordinary food. In fact, all he wanted was the ability to resist hunger. In his previous life, Zhao Yin got the first bottle of evolution potion, but he didn't know the side effects at that time. When the effect of the potion took effect, he ate up all the food that he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated for half a year in one go, and still almost starved to death. Zhao Yin could still endure the terrible feeling of hunger, but the damage to his body caused by lack of nutrition would require more than 10 days of rest to recover. The zombie should evolve in the next 2 days, and Zhao Yin doesn't have that much time to waste, so he chooses to eat most of the extraordinary food. At this time, except for the lucky ones who swallowed the star crystals, the ordinary zombies outside are about to form corpse crystals in their bodies. The corpse crystal can not only improve Zhao Yin's evolutionary strength, but also improve the little monkey's strength. After he consumed the evolution potion, he finally had some ability to protect himself against those zombies. After Zhao Yin finished eating the extraordinary food, he took out 5 bottles of Nongfu Spring and gulped down 3 of them. He stopped only when his stomach was full. The little monkey next to him swallowed his saliva. Zhao Yin said, when I become an evolver, we will go kill more zombies tomorrow, and I will let you eat the extraordinary food first. The little monkey looked at him with disbelief. Zhao Yin took out nearly 100 kilograms of ordinary spoiled food from the space ring and piled them all in front of him for use. Then, he opened the evolution potion directly. Gulp. The medicine flowed down his throat, and intense pain spread rapidly throughout Zhao Yin's body. Every muscle in his body seemed to be crushed and then reassembled. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body became visibly thinner, his round belly slowly shrank, and the extraordinary food he had eaten was being consumed rapidly. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin's entire body was red, sweat was gushing out, and black stains were oozing out of his pores. In an instant, the room was filled with an unpleasant smell. This kind of terrible pain is hard for ordinary people to bear. In previous lives, it is said that many people committed suicide because they could not bear it. Some people with weak willpower died directly from the pain. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his mouth and nose. His face was distorted. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, grabbed the nongfu spring in front of him, drank it all in one breath, and then began to tear open the packaging bags of spoiled food. Seeing that Zhao Yun's hands were shaking, the little monkey quickly ran over to help tear the packaging. It didn't eat anything secretly. It fed all the opened food into Zhao Yun's mouth, and then poured water into his mouth. At this moment, the monkey was like taking care of his bedridden father. An hour later, Zhao Yun's body finally stopped shaking and the pain was subsiding. 2 hours later. Even though Zhao Yun ate extraordinary food and 50 or 60 kilograms of ordinary food, his cheeks became sunken due to weight loss. 3.5 hours later. After eating more than 100 kilograms of food, Zhao Yun collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Before falling asleep, he ordered the little monkey, "Protect me well. When I wake up, I will take you to find extraordinary food." The little monkey grabbed Zhao Yun's bone-cutting knife and squatted in front of the bed, not moving an inch. "Looks cute like a child." Roar. More than 10 kilometers away from Zhao Yun's villa, a zombie that looked like a middle-aged man dug up the concrete, grabbed a piece of star crystal, and lay on its back roaring. The next moment, it tilted its head back and swallowed it. Although the dozen or so zombies surrounding nearby were all restless, none of them dared to go up and rob. This is the second star crystal this zombie has swallowed. It is more powerful than any other zombie around it. The injuries on the middle-aged zombie's body had long since recovered, and his body was visibly expanding. The unknown substance in the air brought by the meteorite seemed to be attracted by the star crystals in his body and quickly filled his body. A few minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to more than 2 meters tall. The suit he was wearing had long been torn, revealing his muscular body, bulging chest muscles that looked like iron plates, arms as thick as buckets, and a large area under his pants that was as thick as his forearm. A terrifying aura burst out from it. At the same time, zombies everywhere are moving strangely, and the first batch of evolved zombies are beginning to appear. Even the zombies that did not swallow the star crystals or flesh and blood, most of their bodies have recovered and are slowly changing. At this time, most of the survivors were still hiding in various corners, and a small number of people walked out of the shelters, either because they had run out of food or because they did not want to sit and wait for death. In short, they chose to face the end of the world bravely. There are mutated beasts that start capturing survivors for food, and there are also mutated beasts that feed on zombies. Of course, they may also become food for zombies and survivors. In front of Zhao Yun's villa, a green sprout 3 days ago has grown to 1 meter high. The artificial lakeshore not far away is emerald green. When Zhao Yun woke up, it was already the next morning. Feeling that he sat up without much effort, Zhao Yun clenched his fists. A force flowed through his body, and the feeling of being an evolver in his previous life returned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey jumped up and down happily in front of Zhao Yun's bed, dancing with joy, and said in his heart, "Master is not dead, it's great that the master is not dead, it's great that I will have something to eat again in the future." Bang. Zhao Yun slapped the little monkey on the head. Originally, Zhao Yun felt relieved after hearing the first half of the sentence, as he felt that at least there was a monkey in this world who cared about him. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, I really wanted to slap this greedy monkey to death. "You only know how to eat," Zhao Yun scolded. The little monkey covered his head and looked at him timidly. Zhao Yun felt hungry, so he took out a few ordinary compressed biscuits from his space ring and ate them with mineral water. The only extraordinary food left in hand now was the most important tuna. Among the ordinary food, only the compressed biscuits were not seriously spoiled. The little monkey looked at him eagerly. "Master, I'm hungry too." Zhao Yun recalled the scene before he fell into a coma. The little monkey tried his best to feed him the food. It didn't steal any of it, so he threw away the 2 most spoiled sausages. Zhao Yun no longer cared about the little monkey. He opened the eye of true vision and observed his evolved self. Human male, awakened superpower, F-class evolver, Strength 15, Agility 17, Stamina 13, Spirit 24, Life Countdown, 29,920 days. Compared to before evolution, the overall attributes are twice that of ordinary people, and even the lifespan has been extended by more than 20 years. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Yin could live to be over 100 years old. His strength and stamina were a few points higher than when he just evolved in his previous life. This should be the result of eating extraordinary food before the evolution. Zhao Yin was very satisfied and threw 2 more sausages to the little monkey. Now the little monkey is no longer as hungry as at the beginning, and his mouth has become more picky. He no longer wolfs down the spoiled sausage. It quietly looked at Zhao Yin, who was eating compressed biscuits, its eyes full of grievance. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Do you know how many people are hungry now? Zhao Yin stared. In fact, if he had better food, he would not feed the monkey sour ham and moldy bread. I have to keep the less spoiled biscuits for myself, so I can only give this to the monkey. Zhao Yin scolded, do you know how many mutant beasts envy you? Many of them can't even eat moss now. There are countless mutant beasts that are smarter and more loyal than you, but they are all starving to death. Do you know how lucky you are to have a master like me? The little monkey's expression turned horrified, and he nodded repeatedly, Master, I don't dislike the food you gave me. It's delicious, delicious. It chewed it in big mouthfuls, trying to make itself look as delicious as possible. It seemed as if it was afraid that Zhao Yin would go find other smarter and more loyal mutant beasts and give up this useless little monkey. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction, when you are full, come with me to work. He turned around and began to pack his things. The food and water had already been put into the space ring. As for the pots, pans, clothes, and bedding, as long as it could be taken away, Zhao Yin put them all into the space ring. Next, Zhao Yin didn't plan to come back. Most of the zombies that had devoured the star crystals nearby have been killed by him and the little monkey in the past few days. If you want to continue searching for star crystals, you can only go further away. Coming back is no longer realistic. The end of the world. Where is home? When leaving the villa, Zhao Yin looked back. The villa was left by his parents and has sheltered him for 2 lifetimes. When you come back again, this place may have been destroyed by mutant beasts or zombies, or it may be occupied by other survivors. Zhao Yin thought about it and decided to leave the key in front of the door. It's not that he is so kind, but he doesn't want the survivors to break down the door. After all, it is a relic left by his parents. All the zombies nearby were killed by Zhao Yin in the past few days, and now there are scattered zombies wandering over. Back. Several zombies instantly discovered Zhao Yin and the little monkey and immediately rushed over here. Zhao Yin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and rushed forward. His physique is now twice that of an ordinary person, giving him amazing explosive power. His already extremely fast speed, coupled with the amplification of the E-level equipment fishnet stockings, made his figure so fast that it was dizzying, and a gust of wind was raised behind him. Bang! One zombie was shot in the head by Zhao Yin before it could react. The other zombies then sensed Zhao Yin's presence and rushed towards him with roars. In Zhao Yin's eyes now, they were as slow as dog shit. He swung the bone-cutting knife, and there were several loud bangs. Puff puff puff. All of them had their heads smashed. Dark brown brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhao Yin put away the bone-cutting knife and stood there, wiping the dirt off his face, a sense of heroism rising in his heart. In his previous life, after he obtained the evolution potion, these zombies had already evolved to become more powerful, and they could only survive cautiously. Now, with the strength of an F-level evolver, he can completely crush the unevolved zombies. The zombies are too weak. The little monkey behind him came running over with a curled pig-killing knife in his hand, and was stunned when he saw the scene. Then it looked at its master with admiration, muttering in its heart, Master has been so afraid of death these days, why did he suddenly become so fierce? Then, the little monkey remembered that his master could hear his thoughts. He looked up and met Zhao Yin's unfriendly gaze. The little monkey quickly hugged his head and begged in his heart, Master, please don't hit me. I didn't mean to say that about your master. Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to the chattering monkey. He walked forward and used a bone-cutting knife to pull open the zombie's broken head. He bent down and picked up a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain matter. Then he took out a rag from the space ring, wiped it clean, and placed it in the palm of his hand. The crystal was white and translucent, just like the white jade before the end of the world. At this moment, under the dim sunlight, it reflects a beautiful glow. Sure enough, some of these zombies have evolved into corpse crystals. To what extent have the zombies that have devoured star crystals evolved at this time? F-class or E-class? Zhao Yin remembered that there was another kind of zombie in his previous life. They were extremely lucky and swallowed more than one star crystal at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was completely beyond the ability of any survivor at that time to deal with. The survivors call them zombie kings. It was not until later that an SSS-level superpower came into everyone's sight, and many powerful people joined forces to kill the zombie king. However, the zombie king had never appeared in this area in his previous life, so he and the little monkey should not encounter it for the time being. Next, Zhao Yin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. An unknown energy penetrated into his body through the palm of his hand. The next moment, he felt nothing and Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male, awakened superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100/0.01, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, life countdown, 29,923 days. Consuming an ordinary corpse crystal only increases the degree of evolution pitifully little. If Zhao Yin wants to become an E-level evolver, he needs to consume 10,000 such ordinary corpse crystals, but if he switches to F-level corpse crystals, 100 of them will allow him to evolve to E-level. And only one E-level corpse crystal is needed. Every time the corpse crystal rises to a higher level, the energy bonus will be 100 times. Zhao Yin opened the heads of several other corpses and found no corpse crystals had evolved. The evolution speed of these zombies is extremely terrifying. It won't be long before corpse crystals will evolve in the heads of all zombies, and even F-level zombies may appear. He continued to move forward with the little monkey and the bone-cutting knife. He could collect a piece of corpse crystal from time to time, and Zhao Yin's strength was slowly growing. Evolution degree 100/0.02. Evolution degree 100/0.03. Evolution degree 100/0.18. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. In front of them was an old school site, with thousands of zombies as far as the eye could see. Zhao Yin was startled and wanted to take the little monkey around, but suddenly he stopped and looked at one of the female zombies in school uniform. Female zombie, no rank, evolution degree 100/98, strength 18, agility 11, spirit 0. It turned out to be a zombie that was about to evolve to F-level. Zhao Yin was certain that this zombie evolved so quickly, there must be star crystals in its body. And there is also a corpse crystal that is about to reach F-level. These are all he needs right now. Monkey, do you want to eat extraordinary food? Zhao Yin asked in a low voice. The little monkey's eyes immediately lit up and he looked over eagerly. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie and said in a low voice, "See. That's a zombie carrying a star crystal." The little monkey turned around and stared blankly at the dark group of zombies. "You go lead the other zombies away, I'll kill that zombie, take the star crystal and we'll run away together." Zhao Yin bewitched, "If what you prescribe is food, as long as it doesn't have healing and antiviral properties, I'll give you half." The little monkey swallowed his saliva and communicated with Zhao Yin in his mind, "Master, if I am caught by zombies, you must save me." Zhao Yin Dao, don't worry, as long as I am still alive, I will never let you die first. Over the past few days, the little monkey followed Zhao Yin in killing zombies and has gradually mastered his special abilities. His legs quickly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the pair of long legs that Zhao Yin was familiar with. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey screamed, and instantly rushed out of the broken wall where he and Zhao Yin were hiding. With its long legs, it jumped several meters high and ran wildly around the periphery of the zombie group. Roar! 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 The quiet world is like pouring a drop of water into a boiling oil pan, the roar is deafening. All the zombies were enraged by the monkey's provocation and started chasing it madly. The little monkey was moving very fast. From Zhao Yin's angle, he could only see a red butt moving up and down as it ran frantically around the school playground, screaming in fear from time to time. Only the female zombie did not move. It had just devoured the star crystal and the energy in its body was still saturated. So for now, he doesn't have the same desire for flesh and blood as other zombies. Zhao Yin understood this, which is why he let the little monkey attract the zombies. "Help, master, help!" The group of corpses behind the little monkey gathered more and more, and he screamed in fright. From time to time, it would turn around and shoot a cold gun to kill one, and then quickly flee. Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey's cry for help. He waited for the last few zombies around the female zombie to go away, then he spread his body and ran forward, his speed soaring to the extreme. In fact, Zhao Yin understood that he was letting the little monkey risk his life. It is impossible for a low-grade mutant beast to last long if it uses its supernatural powers. As long as the little monkey loses its long legs, it will instantly become food for the zombies. The strong wind whistled past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, he suddenly jumped up, raised the bone-cutting knife high, and chopped towards the female zombie's head. At this time, the female zombie seemed to sense something. She slowly raised her head and looked at Zhao Yin, who was falling from the sky. Her dead fish-like eyes were calm and she instinctively raised her hand to grab the bone-cutting knife. Snap! The knife directly cut off the female zombie's right hand at the wrist, and its body fell out suddenly under the influence of the huge force. Zhao Yin's body fell to the ground, and then bounced up again in an instant. The bone-cutting knife made a sound of breaking through the air and chopped down fiercely. Roar! The female zombie didn't know how to dodge, so she just opened her mouth and bit. With a click, the bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand was actually bitten by it. The blade cut the corners of its mouth, and dark brown blood flowed. The 2 rows of yellowed fangs pierced through the blade directly. It was obvious that this zombie had evolved from teeth, and the teeth had reached F-level. Zhao Yin had no intention of drawing his knife. He let go of his hand without hesitation, and at the same time, the butterfly knife in the space ring appeared in his palm. With the speed bonus of the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin flashed and appeared behind the female zombie. The butterfly knife in his hand easily cut off its neck like cutting tofu. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin turned around and grabbed the female zombie's hair. "Just take the head off." At this time, the bone-cutting knife was still in its mouth. "Monkey, run, run back!" Zhao Yin shouted loudly. The little monkey's legs were trembling in the distance. There were countless zombies around him. In just a few minutes, all the energy in his body was almost exhausted. Seeing the human head in its owner's hand, the little monkey squeaked excitedly, turned around and ran towards Zhao Yin. "Master, don't forget the extraordinary food you promised me." It was planning to communicate with its master, but suddenly it saw Zhao Yin had already started moving, running at maximum speed, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared. The little monkey's mind was full of question marks. Didn't he say that as long as he was still alive, he wouldn't let himself die first? Zhao Yin ran 5 kilometers in one breath before he felt safe. He threw the female zombie's head to the ground, sat on it and gasped. The reason why the little monkey followed and ran back was that the way they came was more familiar. Would that stupid monkey be dead? Snap! Snap! The head under the butt was still biting the bone-cutting knife hard. Zhao Yin grasped the handle of the knife and pulled it out. He saw that the bone-cutting knife was covered with rolled-up iron slag, and the blade bones that could bear the force had been bitten off. It seems that it is not available. Zhao Yin felt distressed, and finding a suitable long weapon became the top priority. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey finally caught up, and its huge legs turned into short legs without knowing when. Its upper right arm and chest were bleeding. "Master, master, I'm back." When it saw Zhao Yin, the gloom on the monkey's face disappeared in an instant, and it ran towards Zhao Yin excitedly. Zhao Yin coughed and looked at the monkey who trusted him, and suddenly felt a little guilty. "Little monkey, you have worked hard. I have decided to reward you." The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin excitedly and flattered him. "I knew the master wouldn't let me work for nothing." Zhao Yin took out the bone-cutting knife that he had just put away, held it high, and smashed it hard at a meteorite on the ground. The little monkey was wondering what his master was doing when, with a clang, the bone-cutting knife, which had already broken at the blade, suddenly fell off the handle. Zhao Yin held the 1.5-meter-long rebar handle and handed it to the little monkey generously. "Here, your new weapon." The little monkey jumped back and forth excitedly. The butcher knife that his master rewarded him with had its edge bent and was completely unusable after the fight just now. It took the rebar handed over by Zhao Yin and waved it vigorously a few times, its dark eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, master, you are so good to me." Zhao Yin let the little monkey continue to be excited alone and took out the head of the female zombie under his butt. At this time, the head of this zombie that was about to evolve to F level was not completely dead yet, and its teeth were still biting the air with a crackling sound. Zhao Yin kicked the head to the little monkey's feet, pointed at it and ordered, "Try the power, smash it." The little monkey originally wanted to find something to try out his new weapon, so he picked up the steel rod and smashed it down. Baji. The female zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon, and her brains were all over the ground. Zhao Yin personally stepped forward and took out 2 crystals from the brain. One of them is larger than a peanut and as white as mutton fat jade. It is the corpse crystal of a female zombie. It is only 1 step away from F-grade corpse crystal. The other piece, of course, is Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. Zhao Yin thought about it and did not absorb the corpse crystal immediately. He looked at the little monkey who was carefully wiping the brain from the steel stick. Its actions were extremely serious, and it treated the new weapon given by its master as tenderly as Zhao Yin treated those little lovers before the end of the world. Now if Zhao Yin wants to evolve to E level, he needs nearly 100 F-level corpse crystals. But if this corpse crystal is given to the little monkey, maybe it can successfully evolve from no grade to F grade. The physical attributes of the gradeless little monkey are comparable to those of an F-level evolver. If it evolves to F level, it will definitely be able to fight against E-level zombies. Increasing the little monkey's strength is to increase Zhao Yin's own strength. "Little monkey, I told you that as long as you work hard, I will reward you handsomely. Here, take this." Zhao Yin threw the corpse crystal directly over. The little monkey had seen Zhao Yin absorb corpse crystals before, and vaguely knew that this thing could increase strength. Moreover, this is the corpse crystal produced by a zombie that is about to evolve to level 1. I didn't expect that the owner would give it to me. Seeing both weapons and corpse crystals, the little monkey was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhao Yin. "Don't rush to absorb it. I'll build a shelter for you," Zhao Yin said, and used his space ring to collect concrete on the spot, and soon built a grave mound. He grabbed the little monkey by the neck and threw it directly in, then sealed the entrance and exit. This way, even if there is some noise, it will not disturb the nearby zombies. Next, Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to the little monkey, and grasped the star crystal and exerted force suddenly. Click. The powerful force of the F-level evolver instantly crushed the star crystal, and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. After waiting for the white light to fade away, a green pill appeared in the palm of his hand. Talent pill, grade B, enhances and strengthens a talent. Zhao Yin's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be a Class B pill. He had eaten the talent pill in his previous life. He put it directly into his mouth. A sweet taste melted in his mouth and went down his throat. The next moment, Zhao Yin's mind went blank, and an indescribable enlightenment emerged in his heart. Human male, awakened superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0.39, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent, B-class shooting, life countdown, 29,923 days. This talent pill actually enhanced Zhao Yin's shooting talent. Humans are born with all kinds of talents, but they vary in strength. At this moment, Zhao Yin had a feeling that he could operate both guns and crossbows skillfully, and even surpass those professional athletes before the apocalypse by 18 streets. Zhao Yin had the urge to get a long-range weapon immediately. However, it is currently difficult to make long-range weapons from star crystals, so we can only start with ordinary weapons. Soon, Zhao Yin remembered something. In his previous life, he happened to hear someone mention that there was a shooting range in Guangzhou City, and the owner kept a sniper rifle in his office during his lifetime. It was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers. The bullets could easily penetrate armored vehicles 1,000 meters away and easily penetrate target buildings. With Zhao Yin's current shooting talent, he can easily control it. Boom. The grave mound behind Zhao Yin suddenly shook, and a fist as big as a casserole suddenly knocked a piece of concrete away, and then a terrifying figure slowly crawled out. It was 2 meters tall, covered with golden hair, and had muscles like the roots of an old tree. One of its arms was as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin subconsciously opened the eye of true vision. Growth stage macaque, F-level mutant beast, strength 28, agility 36, stamina 24, spirit 9, bloodline talent, gigantic, frenzy. As expected, he was not disappointed. The little monkey successfully evolved to level F. Except for mental power, all attributes are almost twice that of Zhao Yin. Faced with the huge monster in front of him, even though Zhao Yin was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but tremble. The little monkey has now grown completely huge. Even if Zhao Yin uses all his equipment, he may not be able to defeat it. Hoo-hoo! The little monkey shook off the sand all over his body, which immediately splashed all over Zhao Yin. Bang! Zhao Yin jumped up and slapped the little monkey on the head. How dare you? You don't take me seriously just after you evolved. The monkey quickly shrank back to its original form, instinctively holding its head with both hands, and said in its heart, I'm sorry, master, it's too dark in there, I'm scared. So it came out on its own initiative. Zhao Yin hooked his finger, and the little monkey immediately ran to his feet, bowing with both hands and trying his best to please him. Zhao Yin carefully looked at the little monkey that had recovered its appearance. It looked a lot bigger than before the evolution. Come on, follow me to kill zombies and try out your new abilities. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey pulled Zhao Yin's trouser leg. Zhao Yin thought about it and realized that it really didn't eat much today. In fact, the best food for mutant beasts is mutant beast meat. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin has only encountered one mutant beast, a little monkey, since the end of the world. Otherwise, Zhao Yin still would not give the beast meat to it to eat, and it would just have another contracted beast by its side. Zhao Yin sensed the supplies in the space ring and found that there was not much food left. He simply took out the most spoiled pieces of bread one by one, there were 6 pieces in total, and threw them all to the little monkey. Watching it swallowing in big gulps, Zhao Yin also took out a piece of compressed biscuit and started chewing it with mineral water. After the man and the monkey had eaten and drunk their fill, they set out again to kill zombies. Their destination was the shooting range in Zhao Yin's memory. In the end times, the only way to survive is to keep killing. Materials and strength are always the core. Walking and stopping along the way, time passed by unknowingly. Song Xiaojian, go and lead those zombies away. Your sister and I will be safe when we go in. Outside the mostly collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high piece of concrete and spoke to Song Xiaojian beside him in a commanding tone. Brother Wang, you've eaten all the food. My brother hasn't eaten for a few days. He almost got into trouble when he killed that zombie just now. We can't do that again. Song Xiaodao was interrupted by Wang Quan before he finished speaking. I ate the food because I wanted to recover from my injuries. Besides, the food was originally given to you by me. Now my body has not recovered yet. If Song Xiaojian doesn't go, will you go? Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian raised his eyes and looked at Wang Quan. Brother Wang, it was you who brought Xiaodao and me into that office. We 2 siblings have always been grateful. You said that you gave me the food, and I won't argue, but I really can't run anymore. If I die here, who will run errands for you in the future? I only know that if no one leads those zombies away, the 3 of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said coldly, his left hand quietly reaching behind him. Let's go somewhere else to have a look, Brother Wang, please. Song Xiaojian's face was pale, his lips were cracked, and he spoke weakly. There are zombies everywhere. I've been searching for a long time, but this is the only place that hasn't collapsed completely. Where else can I go? Wang Quan suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind him. He then put his hand on Song Xiaodao's neck and said, if you don't go, I will kill your sister. Xiaodao. Song Xiaojian was shocked. Brother Wang, what are you going to do? Let go of Xiaodao. Brother, I have no choice. I'm sorry, but if you don't go we will all die. This is the only thing I can do. Wang Quan said viciously. Although Wang Quan usually speaks in a domineering manner, he is the savior of the two siblings after all. They never imagined that the other party would do such a thing. Brother Wang, let me go. Song Xiaodao struggled violently. I can't let my brother go anymore. I can run faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, your legs are fine, why don't you go? Bang. Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao hard on the face. The little girl's tender cheeks swelled up instantly, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. I didn't ask you to speak. Wang Quan glared at him fiercely. Song Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand how someone could change their attitude so quickly. Roar! 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 Several zombies not far away were startled by the slap and quickly ran over here. Wang Quan didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the zombies. His face suddenly changed and he shouted in a trembling voice, Song Xiaojian, if you don't leave now, your sister and I will die here. Should I die alone or both of you? Think it over carefully. Song Xiaojian's face turned pale instantly, and he had almost no choice. Brother, you can't go. Song Xiaodao said with tears. Song Xiaojian smiled miserably, and suddenly didn't know what to say to his sister. He had so many things to say in his heart, so many that he could never finish saying them in his lifetime, and he didn't know which one to say first. Before my parents died, I promised them that I would protect you as long as I had a breath left in me, said Song Xiaojian. After saying that, Song Xiaojian didn't dare to look into his sister's eyes. He stared at Wang Quan and said, Brother Wang, I hope you can be nicer to my sister. Otherwise, even if I, Song Xiaojian, turn into a zombie, I will never let you go. Go with peace of mind. Xiaodao is still a child. What can I do to her? Wang Quan said with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the approaching zombies and urged, Go. Song Xiaojian no longer hesitated, turned around and rushed out of the shelter. Brother. Song Xiaodao wanted to shout loudly, but Wang Quan covered his mouth tightly. She struggled desperately, but could only watch as her last relative in the apocalypse left without looking back. Roar. When several zombies saw Song Xiaojian, they all went crazy and chased after him quickly with stiff steps. Song Xiaojian ran among the uneven ruins, his steps stumbling. He just wanted to lead the zombies farther away, farther away. Only in this way can my sister survive. In fact, Song Xiaojian knew that as long as Wang Quan encountered danger, he would let Song Xiaodao die first. Behind Song Xiaojian, more and more zombies gathered, attracting all the nearby zombies. As the noise grew louder, zombies farther away also heard the sound and rushed over. At this time, Wang Quan saw Song Xiaojian going away, a smile appeared on his lips, and he finally let go of Song Xiaodao. Don't worry, I won't let you die. When I take you to a safe place, I will sell you for a good price. Song Xiaodao did not shout or scream. He just looked in the direction where his brother disappeared, and shed tears silently. She understood that if she attracted more zombies, her brother would have died in vain. She will definitely live well and live for her brother. Live longer than anyone else. Let's go in and find something to eat. Wang Quan patted his butt, stood up, and walked towards the half-collapsed gate of the shooting range. Song Xiaodao turned around and stared at Wang Quan's back. At this moment, there was only hatred in the eyes of the 12-year-old girl. She followed without saying a word. Zhao Yin saw a dark mass of zombies from afar. There were more of them than those in the school before, at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them, chasing a young man. Damn it. Zhao Yin couldn't help but swear. In his previous life, no one told him that there would be a tide of zombies at the shooting range, so he hurriedly took the little monkey to hide. As for saving the young man, Zhao Yin never even thought about it. What bad luck. Zhao Yin cursed in his heart, not understanding how an ordinary teenager who was not even an evolver could attract so many zombies. Zhao Yin and the little monkey went around them from a distance, and waited until the young man had led the tide of corpses away, then they took a detour to the outside of the shooting range. At this time, there was no zombie nearby, and it seemed that the young man intended to take all the zombies away. Zhao Yin became more and more confused. Was the boy crazy? Soon Zhao Yin stopped thinking about it. There are all kinds of people in the apocalypse. Maybe he is tired of living and wants to have some exciting fun at the end of his life. Zhao Yin went straight into the shooting range. The buildings that had not collapsed yet were full of cracks and were in danger. He took the little monkey and went straight to the old site of the office. According to the information obtained in the previous life, the owner of the shooting range usually lives in the shooting range and has a secretary in the office lounge area. When the end of the world came, the office building was collapsed by a meteorite. The sniper rifle was in the basement at the bottom of the office building, which was also the place where the boss kept his mistress during his lifetime. Zhao Yin quickly found the entrance to the basement. Under a piece of concrete weighing about 3 or 4 tons, a corner of the metal door was exposed, which was similar to what the men in the previous life described. If it were an ordinary person, it might take a huge amount of effort, but Zhao Yin just activated the space ring, and the huge concrete block disappeared instantly. Then Zhao Yin took out a butterfly knife, bang. Punched the electronic lock suddenly and twisted hard to cut off the lock spring. Go and open the door. Zhao Yin pulled out a butterfly knife and ordered. The little monkey immediately stepped forward and his body swelled rapidly. The terrifying giant creature covered with golden hair appeared before his eyes again. Its figure was as big as a mountain, exuding a huge oppressive force. The little monkey grabbed the door handle with his huge hand and slowly applied force. Crunch, crunch. A harsh sound of metal friction was heard, and then the deformed metal door was pulled down by it. Roar. At this moment, a dark shadow came out from the door and pounced on the little monkey. Zhao Yin saw clearly that it was a middle-aged male zombie who had not yet evolved. Judging from his dress, he should be the owner of this shooting range. The little monkey simply stretched out a huge palm like a palm leaf fan and slapped it downwards. The zombie's head immediately shrank into its chest, but its hands were still grasping the little monkey's thick fur, but it didn't even pull off a few hairs. The little monkey seemed to be humiliated. He raised the huge metal door panel in his hand and smashed it down. Puff. The dark brown blood plasma flowed all over the floor, and the basement, which was originally just a little moldy, suddenly smelled fishy. When the door panel was lifted up, the zombies were smashed into meat patties. Look what you've done to the room. Zhao Yin glared at it. The little monkey knew that he had used too much force and scratched his head embarrassedly. Zhao Yin pinched his nose and walked in. Suddenly, another zombie ran out from the inner room. She looked like a young girl in her early 20s, dressed in tattered clothes. Even though it has turned into a zombie, you can still tell that it was definitely a beauty when it was alive. Master, isn't that really a steamed bun? The little monkey was drooling instantly, completely forgetting the lesson from last time. Zhao Yin swung the butterfly knife in his hand and directly split the beautiful zombie's head in half, then turned around and said, "It's not a steamed bun." He bent down and poked the brains of the 2 zombies with a butterfly knife, but did not find any corpse crystals. He was about to move forward when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the little monkey still drooling over the dead beauty zombie. Zhao Yin sensed its inner voice, so big, 2 of them, it would be great if they were steamed buns. Don't look at it anymore. When we find the mutant wheat, I will steam a pot of steamed buns for you every day. Let's go. Zhao Yin sighed. I don't know why it grows so big. Look how greedy the child is. The little monkey followed Zhao Yin reluctantly and walked into the inner room. A foul odor filled his nose. The floor was covered with feces, urine, used condoms, toilet paper, and food packaging. It is conceivable that after the end of the world, the shooting range owner and his secretary would eat, drink, defecate and urinate in this bedroom. Eventually they ran out of food, and the high temperature outside made them afraid to go out, so the 2 of them starved to death here and turned into zombies 4 days ago. Zhao Yin and the little monkey rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, but found nothing else they needed except 2 pieces of silver. The food and water had long been taken away by the couple, and there was no sign of the sniper rifle. Zhao Yin was puzzled, because he had seen that sniper rifle with his own eyes in his previous life. There must be a dark room. Zhao Yin began to pay attention to the walls around him. The eye of true vision has no effect on ordinary objects, but the eyesight enhanced by the soul of contract is of great use at this time. Zhao Yin soon discovered that there was something different about the wallpaper on the wall. A tiny gap can be faintly seen behind it, which is difficult to detect with the naked eye, but it cannot escape Zhao Yin's eyes. Zhao Yin walked forward and knocked, and sure enough, a hollow muffled sound was heard. He took out a butterfly knife and thrust it forward suddenly, piercing through the alloy metal door along with the wallpaper. Zhao Yin pulled it down hard, and there was a swish sound, just like cutting tofu. The enormous damage caused by the extraordinary weapons is completely incomparable to any metal before the end of the world. Zhao Yin directly cut out a square, put away the butterfly knife, and kicked out. With a clang, the cut-off part was kicked away by Zhao Yin. A square entrance about 1 square meter appeared on the wall. Zhao Yin turned on the flashlight and stepped in first. The little monkey quickly shrank its body and followed behind its master. The darkroom is about 50 square meters in size. As soon as Zhao Yin walked in, he saw a mountain of banknotes placed in the middle. It was estimated that there were at least 70 or 80 million 100 yuan bills. If it was placed before the end of the world, it would be enough to drive most people crazy, but now it has become waste paper. After the apocalypse, this pile of cash was no better than a piece of moldy bread to the owner of the shooting range at the time. Zhao Yin ignored the pile of junk and scanned the entire dark room. Various antiques, calligraphy and paintings filled 3 rows of shelves, and an exquisite long wooden box was placed on the top table. Zhao Yin stepped forward and opened the wooden box, inside which were all the parts of the M82A1 sniper rifle. There were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing shells on the side. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face. He finally got it. He picked up the parts and started assembling them directly. Click, click, click. With 7 years of experience in playing with guns in his previous life, Zhao Yin's assembly speed could definitely surpass that of any special forces soldier. Soon, a majestic sniper rifle was assembled. Zhao Yin aimed the gun at an antique vase, and murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. This type of gun is generally used by the military, and most of them are equipped on small ships or armed helicopters, and are extremely powerful. With Zhao Yin's current strength as an F-level evolver, he can simply hold the sniper rifle in his hands and withstand the recoil, forcing it to be used as an ordinary rifle. Zhao Yin had no intention of testing the gun and directly put it into the space ring. There are only 60 bullets, and they must not be wasted unless it is a critical moment. His eyes fell on another row of shelves, where he had noticed a tang sword placed. Zhao Yin walked over and picked up the tang sword, which weighed about 7 or 8 pounds. When the sword was drawn out of the scabbard, a cold light flashed. It turned out that the blade had been sharpened. The blade bone and the back of the sword were thicker than those of ordinary tang swords. The sword was 1.6 meters long and the blade was 1.2 meters long. Before the end of the world, few people could wield this kind of tang sword. The owner of the shooting range probably just kept it as a collection. Now it has become a bargain for Zhao Yin. The little monkey looked at the cool tang sword in Zhao Yin's hand, then looked at the steel stick in his own hand, and immediately stepped forward and began to search diligently, as if he also wanted to find a real weapon. It's a pity that this dark room is where the owner of the shooting range places valuables, and ordinary weapons will never be placed here. Zhao Yin searched again, but found nothing useful in the dark room. When he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he folded up the metal door on the ground. Just now, after the little monkey grew huge, it swung the metal door and directly smashed a zombie into meat paste. At the critical moment, it was handed over to the little monkey, letting it fully activate its superpowers, which would definitely sweep a large area. Zhao Yin did not leave the shooting range immediately, as he did not forget where this place was. In the previous life, the men left after getting the sniper rifle, but did not mention the armory at the shooting range because the other party was unable to dig it out at that time. But Zhao Yin is different. Although the armory at the shooting range collapsed, Zhao Yin believed that some guns and ammunition must have survived. The shooting range is easily identifiable as it is a large open space. The weapons depot should be not far from the shooting range as all the nearby buildings have collapsed. Zhao Yin brought the little monkey to the ruins, and at this moment, he suddenly heard someone talking. It was a man and a young female voice, but Zhao Yin didn't hear what they said exactly. Are there any survivors in the shooting range? Zhao Yin was ready to take the weapon and leave, the rest had nothing to do with him. As for whether the other party would come to cause trouble, Zhao Yin did not think that he was a soft persimmon, nor did he mind killing a few people. Soon, Zhao Yin found a piece of bulletproof glass with the words, "Weapons Warehouse," written in red on it. This was originally an independent building. The concrete after the collapse was stronger than the surrounding ones. It was definitely the weapons depot of the shooting range. Zhao Yin immediately used the space ring to move the concrete, and the little monkey also enlarged his arms to help. It is now an F-class mutant beast. Compared with before, it can use its superpowers for a longer time. If it fully activates its whole body to become giant, Zhao Yin estimates that it can last at least 3 minutes. If the little monkey just wanted to enlarge his arms, he would definitely have no problem holding on for half an hour. The man and the monkey worked furiously. After more than 10 minutes, the ruins on the top of the armory were cleared away, revealing the smashed tables and chairs, deformed iron cabinets, and various broken bows and arrows. Zhao Yin and the little monkey cleaned up for a while and found that there were still a few compound bows on the outermost layer that were not completely scrapped. Although they were seriously deformed, Zhao Yin still dismantled a lot of usable parts. Eventually he assembled 3 complete compound bows. Find the arrows and see how many can be used. Zhao Yin ordered immediately. The little monkey immediately enlarged his arms and forcibly broke open several deformed large iron boxes, pouring out thousands of arrows inside. Most of them were badly damaged. Zhao Yin went forward to count them and found that there were about 100 arrows that could be used. Arrows are not like bullets and can be reused. As long as Zhao Yin is frugal, they can be used for a long time. The significance of these 3 compound bows is even greater than the sniper rifle I just got. After all, there are too few bullets. Then, the little monkey dug out a large, severely deformed safe from among the sundries. Zhao Yin handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey, and he cut it open in just a few strokes. It was full of guns and ammunition. The rifles were squeezed and deformed and could not be used, but the pistols were small in size and many of them were preserved. Finally, Zhao Yin found 12 usable revolvers, and there were still a lot of bullets left, including 120 shotgun bullets and 1,600 pistol bullets. Unfortunately, there are no large-caliber bullets suitable for the M82A1. Maybe it is due to the business reasons of the shooting range, or maybe it is due to policy restrictions. The types of firearms in the shooting range are very monotonous. Revolvers were police firearms from the last century. They were of average power, but for most people in the end times, they were a rare lifeline. Zhao Yin put all his weapons into the space ring, leaving only a compound bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver to put the arrows in and carried it on his back together with the compound bow. The reason for doing this was to make it easier to access them. "Little monkey, let's go," Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey hurriedly followed, and the man and the monkey walked straight to the exit. Just then, Zhao Yin heard the previous survivor talking again. "Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get it for me." "No, I don't want to, it's so disgusting. Oh. I've masturbated too much before, you can't get hard without me, hurry up, or I'll break your legs." The man's voice was ferocious. The little girl's voice was filled with fear. "Brother Quan, please, please let me go." "Song Xiaodao." Zhao Yin's expression froze, and he vaguely remembered that among the 3 women who risked their lives to save him before he died in his previous life, the youngest one was called Xiaodao. It seems her last name is Song too. There are so many people in this world with the same name and surname. Could it be a coincidence? Zhao Yin decided to go and take a look. Now in this end times, he is alone and doesn't care about many people or things. If there are a few people who can make him care, Song Xiaodao is one of them. At this time, in a half-collapsed kitchen, after drinking the foul-smelling dirty water, Wang Quan sat on a 3-legged chair, squinting at Song Xiaodao opposite him. Even though she hasn't washed her face for more than a month, you can still tell that she is a beauty. An evil thought arose in his heart and his breathing became heavy. "Xiaodao, come here to Brother Wang, I'll show you my big treasure," Wang Quan said hoarsely. Although Song Xiaodao is young, girls born in modern times have been exposed to the internet at an early age, and she understands what Wang Quan means. "Brother Wang, if you have something to say, just say it now." Wang Quan's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted sternly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, don't blame me for being cruel." 1. Wang Quan counted loudly, 2. 3. Song Xiaodao shuddered all over and quickly shrank back. Brother Wang, you promised my brother that you would take good care of me. How can you not keep your word? Credit. Wang Quan sneered. This is the end of the world, is that thing still useful? If I don't lie to him, will he be willing to die? After saying that, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, he stumbled and tripped over a piece of cement. He fell headfirst. The girl, who had always been timid and cowardly, suddenly stood up, picked up a stone and smashed it on Wang Quan's head. Bang! Wang Quan only felt a sharp pain, shook his head to get rid of the dizziness, and stared at the girl fiercely. You dare to hit me? Brother Wang, I didn't mean it. Song Xiaodao wanted to knock him out, but her strength was too weak, and her whole body began to tremble as she held the stone in her hand. Bang! Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao in the face with his backhand. Her cheeks suddenly swelled up and she felt dazed. Go to hell. Wang Quan was like a madman, slapping Song Xiaodao on the face again and again. Snap. Without me, you and your brother would have died long ago. How dare you resist? There was blood flowing from the corner of Song Xiaodao's mouth, but he no longer begged. He just stared at Wang Quan numbly. What the hell are you looking at? Do you believe me? I will dig out your eyeballs. Wang Quan felt creepy and humiliated when she looked at him. The look in the eyes of a little girl suddenly made him feel scared, as if he was being stared at by an evil ghost. Wang Quan raised his hand angrily and poked her eyes. I'll dig your eyes out. At this moment, a hand as big as a palm leaf fan suddenly grasped the arm that Wang Quan stretched out. At this moment, Song Xiaodao only felt that the light above his head was suddenly blocked by something huge. A terrifying aura suddenly spread in the dilapidated dark room, and the air seemed to freeze. Wang Quan turned his head stiffly, and then his whole body began to tremble. A terrifying giant beast was standing beside him. The golden eyes were cold and indifferent, staring down at him. Roar! The little monkey roared loudly, and at a close distance, the sound waves made Wang Quan's hair fly and the muscles on his face deformed. Song Xiaodao also felt a buzzing in his ears. Don't kill me. Wang Quan was so scared that he peed his pants and couldn't help but want to pull his hand away. Snap! The little monkey exerted a little force, and Wang Quan's forearm bones were instantly crushed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from Wang Quan's mouth. Then, the little monkey threw Wang Quan's body with force, and he flew 5 or 6 meters away and hit the wall with a bleeding head. Be gentle, don't kill him at once. Zhao Yin said. The little monkey moved sideways, and Zhao Yin walked out from behind its tall figure, walked to Song Xiaodao, and stared at her carefully. Your name is Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin asked. Her face was so swollen that she was almost unrecognizable. Song Xiaodao also looked up at Zhao Yin, with horror on his face. Soon, she recognized Zhao Yin. She had seen this man twice before, once when Zhao Yin passed by the mall. The second time was when I saw him killing another man in the distance. At this moment, Zhao Yin gave Song Xiaodao the feeling of being powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious. Speak, are you mute? Zhao Yin asked impatiently. Uncle, my name is Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle. Zhao Yin was stunned and touched the stubble on his face that had not been shaved for a month. Am I that old? However, considering the little girl's age, it is not wrong to call him uncle. Get up and let me see. Zhao Yin said directly. Uncle, please, what do you want to do? Song Xiaodao stepped back in horror. Zhao Yin reached out impatiently, grabbed her ponytail, and pulled Song Xiaodao's thin body up from the ground. Let me go. In desperation, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth and bit Zhao Yin's wrist. Feeling the stinging pain, Zhao Yin frowned even deeper, but did not let go. He was too lazy to explain so much and simply turned her body over. On her slender waist, he saw a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark. It's really you. Zhao Yin then let go of his hand, cursing. She is that Song Xiaodao. In his previous life, Zhao Yin never asked about her birth background and he was already an adult when he met her. I had overlooked one thing before. I was reborn 7 years ago, and now Song Xiaodao is only 12 years old. The little girl in front of him at this moment made Zhao Yin suddenly feel a little annoyed. Raise her as a daughter. Song Xiaodao stared at Zhao Yin blankly, feeling puzzled by the man's behavior. Uncle, do you know me? Whoosh. At this time, the little monkey snorted and put its big head in front of Song Xiaodao. Ah. Help. Song Xiaodao tried to run away. Zhao Yin grabbed her ponytail and pulled it back hard, then raised his hand and slapped the little monkey. Don't scare her. The little monkey quickly retracted its head and stood behind Zhao Yin like a good baby. Song Xiaodao looked at the man and the beast in horror, his whole body trembling. Uncle, what do you want? Zhao Yin frowned and said directly, save you. Song Xiaodao was stunned, unable to react. Zhao Yin looked down at her clothes, which were already tattered and dirty as if they were covered with mud. He took out a white t-shirt from his space ring and threw it to her. Put this on. Song Xiaodao was completely confused and had no idea what this scary guy was going to do. She quickly lowered her head to take the clothes, turned her back and put them on. Song Xiaodao is less than 1.6 meters tall, and Zhao Yin's t-shirt looks like a jumpsuit, which is surprisingly not ugly. Zhao Yin looked back at Wang Quan, who was still lying on the ground wailing, and asked, have you killed anyone? Song Xiaodao was stunned for a long while before he realized that he was being asked. No, I haven't killed anyone. She remembered the last time Zhao Yin tortured and killed Lin Tianfeng, and her heart couldn't help but tremble again. This person treats you so well, have you ever thought about how to treat him? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao bit his lip. Uncle, can you help me kill him? Bang. Zhao Yin directly pulled out the Tang sword and threw it hard. The blade was inserted into the empty space in front of Song Xiaodao's body, and the handle was shaking constantly. Do you have no hands or no knife? Zhao Yin said coldly. I. Song Xiaodao's face suddenly turned pale. For a child who has just entered the end of the world, killing people is very far away from her no matter what the reason is. Zhao Yin stared at Song Xiaodao with a scorching gaze, with a coercive look in his eyes. I won't help you kill people. If you don't dare to kill, I will let him go. Aren't you going to avenge your revenge? After hearing this, Song Xiaodao seemed to have made up his mind. Zhao Yin watched with interest. She grasped the hilt of the knife in front of her with both hands and pulled it out with all her strength. The little girl, holding a Tang sword that was taller than her, walked towards Wang Quan step by step. Brother, I can give you whatever you want, but please don't let her kill me, please, brother. At this time, Wang Quan was lying on the ground. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken by the little monkey. Zhao Yin was smiling, and it was a cold smile. Even if Song Xiaodao is a burden, he must be a useful burden in the future. This person is the first person she will kill in the end times, and is destined to become a stepping stone on her path to growth. In her previous life, Song Xiaodao was able to be taken into Zhao Yin's harem, so she must have been special. The last thing a superpower needs is beautiful women. If she didn't have a firm character, how could she be valued by Zhao Yin at that time? Wang Quan, my brother regards you as his benefactor. In order to save you, we two siblings were almost bitten to death by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. We recognized you as our eldest brother and gave you the last of our food, but in the end, you still wanted to harm my brother. Xiaodao, Brother Wang was wrong. What happened before was just a moment of confusion. Wang Quan wanted to continue begging, but the next moment, puff. Song Xiaodao slashed at his thigh. Ah! Wang Quan screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Xiaodao, Xiaodao, listen to me. Song Xiaodao gripped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, raised it with force, and stabbed it down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it's you who killed him, do you know that? Puff. The knife stabbed into Wang Quan's lower abdomen, and blood gushed out when it was pulled out. Little bitch, kill me if you have the guts. Wang Quan cursed loudly. He already knew that he would die today no matter what. So I'm not going to beg for mercy anymore. Song Xiaodao stopped talking, raised the knife and chopped down again. The sound of the blade entering the flesh was heard, and blood splattered. After all, Song Xiaodao's strength was too weak, so every blow he made could only cause injuries but could not take Wang Quan's life. As a result, Wang Quan wailed loudly under the torture of each knife. Finally, his willpower collapsed and he began to beg for mercy while crying. Xiaodao, please kill me, please." Song Xiaodao was exhausted and stood there gasping for breath. "Stab the heart. One blow can be fatal." Zhao Yin spoke and taught her how to kill someone. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin and suddenly was not so afraid of him anymore. "Uncle, he forced my brother to lure away the zombies. I wanted to feed him to the zombies." These are not things a 12-year-old girl should say. But a hint of admiration flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. "I finally feel that this burden is not so useless. Monkey, take him with you and let's go," Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey had put away his special powers and shrunk his body to normal size. He walked forward, grabbed one of Wang Quan's legs, and dragged him directly out of the shooting range. A long blood trail was left on the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said seriously, "You have two choices now. First, follow me. I can promise you that I will try my best to save your life within my power. Of course, if the crisis you encounter is beyond my ability, I will abandon you directly. Second, I will leave some food and this knife for you, and I will not care about the rest." "Uncle, why are you so nice to me?" Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She didn't think the other person was a kind person with overflowing love. "If I say that after knowing each other for 7 years, you are one of my women, will you believe it?" Zhao Yin stared into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded, "I believe it." Zhao Yin was stunned and looked at the girl seriously. Soon, he burst out laughing. "What does a 12-year-old girl know?" "Uncle, I'll go with you." Song Xiaodao bit his lip. This answer was expected, and even a fool would know how to choose. Zhao Yin turned around and followed the little monkey. "Let's go, take your enemies to feed the zombies." Outside the shooting range, the group of zombies that Song Xiaojian had led away had dispersed, and some scattered zombies were wandering over. The little monkey screamed, which immediately attracted the attention of 2 zombies in the distance. The smell of blood emanating from Wang Quan's body instantly made them crazy, and they rushed over desperately. After the little monkey finished shouting, he slowly retreated and hid behind the gate where Zhao Yin and Xiaodao were. Wang Quan was already dying, but when he saw the 2 zombies clearly, he instantly became energetic again. Xiaodao, please save Brother Wang, I don't want to die, please don't feed me to the zombies, Xiaodao." The 2 zombies pounced on him and tore open Wang Quan's chest in the blink of an eye, pulling out his heart, lungs, intestines, and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth was wide open, and there was still unwillingness in his eyes before he died. The blood was steaming as the 2 zombies bit and devoured it frantically. Zhao Yin looked back at Song Xiaodao. Unlike the other survivors, she did not react with fear and vomiting when she saw zombies eating people for the first time. There were tears in her eyes, but a smile on her lips. This expression was very much to Zhao Yin's liking, so he raised his hand and patted her head. "Let's go." "Uncle, where are we going?" Song Xiaodao asked. "Survive." Zhao Yin just said 3 words lightly. "Stay alive." Song Xiaodao was awed. In the end times, all survivors had only one goal, and that was how to survive. "Uncle, there is still some food in the kitchen just now. Although there is only rotten meat and moldy rice left, it can still be eaten if we cook more," Song Xiaodao reminded. She and Wang Quan had just eaten rotten meat porridge and were almost starving to death, but Song Xiaodao didn't think it was too bad. As for whether it is harmful to the body, that is not a problem when facing the threat of starvation. Many of the survivors today are probably eating this kind of thing, and many people want to eat it but have nothing to eat. "I still have some food." Zhao Yin didn't even turn his head. After the apocalypse, the speed at which food spoils is extremely alarming. The supplies in his space ring are almost inedible. One can imagine how inedible the food left in the shooting range kitchen is. At least he would never fall to the point of eating that kind of food in his life, and certainly would not let that kind of garbage take up his space ring. After all, the storage space in the space ring is only 10 cubic meters, and half of it is now occupied. Zhao Yin frowned. There was one more mouth to feed around him. It was time to think about food. Uncle, there are zombies ahead, aren't you going to avoid them? Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yin walking straight towards the zombies and reminded him from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a compound bow suddenly appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. Whoosh! 2 arrows were shot out, and the heads of the 2 zombies that were eating Wang Quan suddenly exploded like watermelons. The little monkey nearby immediately rushed over and skillfully ripped open the zombie's head. Don't move. Zhao Yin suddenly called out to the little monkey, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, from now on, you will be the one doing this kind of thing. The little monkey glanced at Song Xiaodao with a very dissatisfied expression. In the past, every time it helped its master collect corpse crystals, it could see its master smile, but now this opportunity to please its master has been taken away by someone else. Zhao Yin didn't pay attention to the little monkey's thoughts and walked over to pick up the arrow. Then he ripped open the heads of the 2 zombies and dug out 2 non-evolved corpse crystals. As the day went by, the number of corpse crystals produced by the evolved zombies increased. Any 2 of them would produce corpse crystals. This thing is called corpse crystal. Look carefully. Every zombie will have it in its head. Your task is to help me pick up arrows and dig out corpse crystals. Zhao Yin said, holding the corpse crystal stained with brain matter. The expression on Song Xiaodao's swollen face changed drastically. Even though her character was far superior to that of girls of the same age, those zombies were still human beings a month ago. Looking for something in their brains. I don't keep useless people around me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to do it. You can go wherever you want. Zhao Yin said coldly. After he finished speaking, he crushed the 2 corpse crystals and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao lowered his head and said, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. After saying that, she trembled and stepped forward to dig out the brain matter. There are no corpse crystals there. Each zombie has only 1. Zhao Yin said. When Song Xiaodao turned around, Zhao Yin could see clearly that her originally red and swollen cheeks were pale and tears were flowing. For a 12-year-old girl, Zhao Yin's behavior was too cruel. But this is the end of the world, and no one can be a little princess anymore. There will be many more such things in the future. I will make you kill zombies, fight mutant beasts, and even fight humans. The peaceful life before the end of the world will never appear again. You may die at any time. Zhao Yin's expression was ruthless. If you still want to go with me, you will know my secrets, and I can't hide them from you everywhere, so if you want to leave again, I will kill you with my own hands. When Song Xiaodao heard this, he remembered what his brother said a few days ago. The brother said that if he was no longer around, and if he was lucky enough to meet this bad guy, he would let her follow him and obey his orders. My brother also said that only by following this kind of person can one survive. I won't leave, and I'm not afraid. Song Xiaodao said tremblingly. Roar. At this moment, Wang Quan, who had just died, suddenly let out a corpse roar, and then his back twisted in a strange posture, and he stood up straight from the ground. Wang Quan's empty abdominal cavity was flowing with blood, and an intestine was dragging on the ground. His dead fish-like eyes immediately spotted Song Xiaodao, who was not far away. Roar. Uncle. It's alive. Song Xiaodao was frightened and ran towards Zhao Yin regardless of everything. It just turned into a zombie. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he took out a butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Go kill it. Song Xiaodao had originally planned to hide behind Zhao Yin, but he was stunned when he heard that. Just now, Zhao Yin said that in the future, she would be allowed to kill zombies with her own hands. She thought it was far away, but unexpectedly, she was asked to do it now. I'm afraid I can't kill it. A newly awakened zombie's movements are stiff. The fact that you can kill it is a good opportunity for you to practice. When you encounter zombies that you need to deal with alone in the future, you will have the experience to save your life. Zhao Yin's eyes were filled with doubt and he handed over the butterfly knife again. Go, I won't say it again. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the zombie that Wang Quan had transformed into, gradually seeing its appearance clearly. His nose and eyes were eaten by the zombies just now, and his body was still covered in blood. The fishy stench could be smelled from several meters away. It smells worse than a slaughterhouse. Roar. Wang Quan roared again and pounced on Song Xiaodao at a faster speed. However, the zombie who had just awakened had most of his muscles and meridians eaten away, and had no time to recover. His speed was not much faster than a snail. Song Xiaodao's whole body felt weak and he barely managed to dodge its attack. Go around behind it and poke it in the back of the head, Zhao Yin shouted. Song Xiaodao gritted his teeth and became ruthless. He instinctively followed Zhao Yin's advice and used his thinness to get around Wang Quan's armpits, then stabbed him from behind with the knife. She didn't get knocked off target. Puff. The butterfly knife, which could cut through iron like mud, had its entire blade pierced into the back of the zombie's head. Immediately afterwards, Wang Quan fell headfirst. Song Xiaodao was shaking all over as he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He still couldn't believe that he had killed a horrible zombie. If Zhao Yin hadn't forced her, she would never have dared to draw her knife even if it was a zombie that had just awakened, and in the end she would have been bitten to death by the zombie. She suddenly felt grateful towards Zhao Yin. Only then did I realize that monsters can actually be killed and are not as scary as I had imagined. Soon, Song Xiaodao bent over and began to vomit. Wang Quan's blood was still hot, and the breeze brought the smell of blood, brain matter, and internal organs. There were 3 more zombies wandering not far away. Zhao Yin drew his bow and shot an arrow, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He shot 3 zombies in the head with a few arrows, then stared at Song Xiaodao with a frown and said, "Go to work." When Song Xiaodao thought about having to dig out the brains, he vomited even more violently. He stood up and walked towards the zombies while vomiting. The 12-year-old girl's frail body was shaking. She dug out 3 pieces of corpse crystals and held them in front of Zhao Yin along with the brain matter. "Uncle, is this it?" Zhao Yin handed over a rag. "Remember, in the future, every time you dig out a corpse crystal, you must wipe it clean before handing it to me." Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin. Was this guy also disgusted by the brain? Oh. She pouted, then carefully wiped the 3 corpse crystals clean, then raised her hand and handed them to Zhao Yin. "Uncle, here you go." Zhao Yin crushed the 3 corpse crystals right in front of her and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao stared at him with a hint of curiosity on his face. The little monkey could grow or shrink at will. The things in his hand suddenly disappeared or appeared. And now the corpse crystal was crushed, and a faint white light was emitted. Everything is mysterious, like a miracle before the end of the world. However, Zhao Yin did not explain to her, and Song Xiaodao was smart enough not to ask. When Zhao Yin opened his eyes, he looked at his body. Human male, awakened superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 1.76, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent B-class shooting, life countdown, 29,953 days. After killing zombies for a day, Zhao Yin's evolution degree increased to 1.76%. At this rate, he would be able to become an E-level evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors, if they could have Zhao Yin's speed, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. But Zhao Yin was not satisfied. He knew that the zombies had unique advantages. If he wanted to go further, he must not be left behind by the zombies. However, the countdown to life has increased by another month. "Uncle, when you just came here, did you meet a boy? He was as tall as you and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He was my brother Song Xiaojian." Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yin immediately thought of the brave boy who led the group of zombies. "Yes, he is dead." Zhao Yin nodded. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears welling up in his eyes. Even though he had been mentally prepared, the deep sadness still quickly filled his heart. Song Xiaojian died for her. From then on, she no longer had a brother in this world, and she lost her last relative. After a while. "Where did he have the accident? Can you take me to see it?" Song Xiaodao pleaded. She was still very afraid of Zhao Yin, but for the sake of her brother, she couldn't care less. He turned into a zombie. Who knows where he wandered off to? Zhao Yin frowned and speculated, "If you want to kill him and bury him, I can go there on the way. If I meet him, I will help you bury him. If not, I will not delay for such a small matter." Song Xiaodao didn't expect Zhao Yin to actually agree to his request, so he quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, uncle. If I don't meet you again, I won't embarrass you." Zhao Yin stroked his stubble, his face suddenly darkened. "Don't call me uncle anymore." Every time he heard her call him uncle, Zhao Yin wanted to slap her to death. He is only in his early 20s. Then what should I call you? Can I call you big brother? Song Xiaodao received 7 years of compulsory education before the end of the world, so he still knew basic manners. But Zhao Yin's face became even gloomier. In this life, he will never be someone else's adoptive father, nor will he be someone else's elder brother. My name is Zhao Yin. After speaking coldly, Zhao Yin stepped forward. He deliberately avoided the direction where he saw Song Xiaojian. Even if Song Xiaojian was still alive, Zhao Yin would not go to rescue him. The two people a man should be most wary of in his life are his wife and his brother-in-law. He didn't know anything about Song Xiaojian, so it was impossible for him to bring along another burden. So many people died in the apocalypse, why couldn't Song Xiaojian die? Zhao Yin continued to move forward, killing any zombies he met. Now that he had long-range weapons, even if he encountered a small group of zombies, he could work together with the little monkey to kill them. With Song Xiaodao's help in collecting corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution rate increased rapidly. Evolution degree 100/1.83. Evolution degree 100/2.51. Evolution degree 100/3.78. Of course, the direction Zhao Yin was heading was not without purpose. He remembered that in his previous life there was a mutated chestnut tree, located in the suburbs south of Guangzhou City. Night gradually fell, but Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the end of the world, some people said that hard work does not necessarily lead to wealth, but after the end of the world, only the hard-working people can survive. Until late at night, Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the little monkey finally left the city and approached their destination. The zombies gradually became scarce. What I see before my eyes are no longer the ruins of the city. Instead, the barren farmland that has been burned is full of potholes and desolate. Occasionally, I see wandering zombies wandering around aimlessly. They seem tireless, and their extremely bloodthirsty nature drives them like a perpetual motion machine that never stops. In the past, some people speculated that it was the mysterious power brought by meteorites from outer space that replenished the energy of zombies. Zhao Yin, aren't we going to take a break? Song Xiaodao was already out of breath, and every step he took was extremely difficult. Her initial fear of the zombies was replaced by exhaustion. Let's rest when we reach the village ahead. Zhao Yin drew his bow and arrow, whoosh. A zombie in the distance was shot in the head. The little monkey raised the steel stick and smashed a zombie's head with it. Then the man and the monkey continued walking forward without even looking at them. Song Xiaodao could only cheer himself up, quickly dig out the 2 corpse crystals, jog to catch up with Zhao Yin, wipe the corpse crystals clean and hand them to him. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystal and crushed it directly. Human male, awakened superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 6.42, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent B-class shooting, life countdown, 30,074 days. If he continues at this pace, Zhao Yin will be able to become an E-level evolver in 10 days at most. The countdown to life has been extended to more than 30,000 days. Finally, a ruin appeared at the end of the field, which was the village Zhao Yin was looking for. In a village full of ruins, a small rural building that is intact stands alone in the center. Like Zhao Yin's villa, this is a surviving building. In the night, Zhao Yin saw from afar a towering tree swaying in the wind in front of the gate of the small Western-style building, and the air nearby seemed to be much fresher. Zhao Yin, there is a house over there. Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the small Western-style building and said. A smile also appeared on Zhao Yin's face, and all his fatigue was swept away. Let's go over there, there is food there. When the little girl and the monkey heard that there was food, they were all shocked and hurried to follow Zhao Yin. When he arrived in front of the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly stopped and raised his hand to hold the little monkey who was already in front. Wait! The little monkey was grabbed by the tail and pulled back by its owner. He looked up at Zhao Yin in confusion. Just at this moment. Roar! 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 The quiet world suddenly began to boil. Countless roars of corpses erupted from the small Western-style building, and the quiet night was broken. The door was suddenly pushed open and dozens of zombies poured out. "Retreat, quickly, Xiao Dao, run!" Zhao Yin roared and immediately drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh, 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 after a few sounds of arrows cutting through the air, he shot and blew up the heads of several zombies in front of him. The zombies behind seemed endless. Even the small rural building, which was not too big, was flooded with 100 or 200 zombies. Moreover, these zombies all have their own evolutionary levels. 2 of them have reached level F, and their speed is not much slower than that of Zhao Yin, the evolver. Zhao Yin didn't have time to think about why these zombies evolved so quickly and why they were hiding in that small building. After shooting a few arrows, he turned around and started running wildly. If he was surrounded by this group of zombies, he might not die on the spot, but he would be infected if his skin was scratched or bitten by the zombies. He now only has a can of tuna that can resist the zombie virus, and it's not worth it for these zombies. Song Xiaodao's short legs couldn't allow her to run fast, and she cried loudly in fear. But the more she cried, the more zombies she attracted. At this time, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and ran forward by her collar. "Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and go kill those 2 F-level zombies." Zhao Yin ordered loudly behind him. He let Song Xiaodao run first, not the monkey. "What is it, an F-level mutant beast, afraid of?" While shouting, Zhao Yin turned around and started shooting arrows, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were shot out in succession. The 2 F-level zombies seemed to have awakened some of their wisdom from their previous lives and quickly hid among the zombie horde. However, Zhao Yin's arrows were not aimed at them at all. The 3 ordinary zombies rushing in front were shot in the head accurately. At this time, the group of zombies approached within 10 meters. Zhao Yin did not dare to fight and turned around to continue running forward. "Monkey, what the hell are you talking about?" Seeing that his master was fighting alone, he threw Song Xiaodao away, and his body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge monster covered with golden hair. Whoosh! The little monkey snorted, vaguely identifying the F-class zombie that the master had mentioned, and suddenly strode forward. The group of zombies did not know what fear was. When they saw a living creature of flesh and blood rushing towards them, they immediately gave up chasing Zhao Yin and all gathered around the little monkey. The pressure on Zhao Yin was relieved, and when he turned around, he saw that the giant little monkey was surrounded. It swung the steel rod in its hand, and with each blow, a zombie fell to the ground. However, there were too many zombies, and soon they surrounded it. Countless hands grabbed the thick fur of the little monkey, and some zombies opened their mouths to bite it. Soon, the little monkey was covered in blood. The 2 F-level zombies, which had begun to gain intelligence, seemed to understand the horror of mutant beasts of the same level. They actually knew to take a detour and rush towards Zhao Yin while other zombies were besieging the little monkey. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a pushover?" Female zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/2.3, strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100 to 52, strength 24, agility 16, spirit 2.3. It seems that they were a middle-aged couple when they were alive, and they should be farmers in this village. The agility of the 2 zombies is almost catching up with Zhao Yin, the evolver, and their strength far exceeds that of Zhao Yin. Even their spirits have evolved. Whoosh! Zhao Yin shot 2 arrows. One of the arrows was aimed at the female zombie's head, but it dodged flexibly and the arrow stuck in its chest. The arrow shot at the male zombie didn't even hurt a hair. The 2 zombies have closed the distance again and are now less than 10 meters away from Zhao Yin. "Zhao Yin, run!" Song Xiaodao behind him also stopped and saw the 2 zombies, which were obviously several times faster than the other zombies, approaching Zhao Yin, and shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin stood there motionless, the compound bow suddenly disappeared, and a revolver appeared in his hand. The 2 zombies had no idea what the black lump was. When they saw Zhao Yin put away the arrows that were attacking them, they moved even faster. Bang! Dazzling sparks spurted out of the muzzle of the gun, and 2 zombies moved one after the other, as if time had stopped there. They all have a bullet hole between their eyebrows. Then he fell straight down. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin put away his pistol and used the bow and arrow again, and together with the little monkey, he dealt with the remaining zombies. Song Xiaodao was stunned. His gun is so powerful. Bang! The little monkey smashed the last zombie's head with a stick, and its huge body quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the skinny monkey cub, standing there gasping for breath. The battle just now almost drained its strength. Zhao Yin standing beside it was also slightly out of breath. Although he was not fighting as hard as the little monkey, this kind of high-intensity shooting was also extremely exhausting. Well done. Zhao Yin stepped over the corpses, came to the little monkey, and patted its head. The little monkey's depressed expression instantly cheered up, and it squeaked non-stop. Zhao Yin sensed through his mind that it was telling him how dangerous the situation was just now and how brave it was, all for the sake of protecting its master. Zhao Yin generously took out 20 compressed biscuits at a time, opened one and chewed it himself, and gave the rest to the little monkey. Eat it, it's your reward. The little monkey happily held the biscuit and circled around Zhao Yin several times. Master, I will definitely work harder in the future. At this moment, Song Xiaodao widened his eyes, and even forgot his shock at the strength of Zhao Yin and the little monkey. He stared at the compressed biscuits in the little monkey's hand without blinking. Gulp. She couldn't help swallowing. In the past few days, Song Xiaodao only accompanied Wang Quan to eat half a bowl of rotten meat rice porridge. At this time, the aroma of compressed biscuits came, and the strong feeling of hunger almost occupied every part of her body. Zhao Yin had no intention of giving her food, and pointed at the 2 F-level zombies and said, I'll take care of these 2 myself, and you'll take care of the others. You can eat after you're done. Song Xiaodao also knew that she was the most useless one in this team of 2 people and 1 beast. But Song Xiaodao one couldn't help but ask, can we finish eating before working? No. Zhao Yin refused. He stuffed the compressed biscuit in his hand into his mouth, then walked towards the corpses of the 2 F-level zombies with his tang sword in hand. Click, click. Just like cutting a watermelon, he cut open the zombie's head with 2 knives. The tang sword moved back and forth, and soon found 2 corpse crystals and 2 star crystals. He smiled, having long known that the current F-class zombies must have star crystals in their bodies. They can evolve so quickly, only the power of star crystals can make it possible. After absorbing the 2 corpse crystals, the degree of evolution increased by another 2 percentage points. Equivalent to 200 gradeless corpse crystals. What Zhao Yin cared more about were the 2 star crystals. I didn't earn any star crystals all day today, these are the only 2. Hope to have good luck. Zhao Yin crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light suddenly appeared in his hand. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was immediately attracted, looked over curiously, and couldn't help asking, Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Zhao Yin spread out his other hand and held up the remaining star crystal. This is a star crystal. Most high-level zombies have it in their bodies. You must pay special attention to it in the future. The secret of the star crystal will soon be known to all the survivors, and Zhao Yin does not intend to hide it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded as if he understood, and then he saw the white light in Zhao Yin's hand dissipate, and a bottle of drink appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yin set his eyes on the thing in his hand. Iced black tea, grade F, an extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption, doubles physical attributes for 1 hour. Finally, a second drink besides Nongfu Spring was prescribed, which is also effective and can be of great use at critical moments. Zhao Yin put away the ice flower tea and crushed the second star crystal. The light faded and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yin's breathing sank. It was his equipment again. He quickly spread out his clothes in front of him. Soon, his face turned gloomy. Another big sum of women's clothing. In her hand was a white short dress with cartoon patterns on it, and the hem of the dress could only cover her thighs. This seems to be forcing him to become a crossdresser. One-piece dress, grade F, defensive equipment, sturdiness 15, strength +8, additional effect charm +10. When Zhao Yin saw the properties clearly, his heart skipped a beat. Although it was a little less sturdy than a military jacket, it increased his strength by a full 8 points. This is based on my own strength, adding the strength of an adult man. What should I do? Should I wear it or not? Zhao Yin was in a dilemma. Isn't this a surefire way for him to dress like a crossdresser? Fishnet stockings, a dress, the only thing missing is a pair of high heels. When Song Xiaodao saw the dress in Zhao Yin's hand, he looked down at the men's t-shirt on his body, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Yin. Hurry and get to work. Zhao Yin immediately cut off her extravagant hopes and quickly put the dress into the space ring. The little monkey next to him was coveting the iced black tea that Zhao Yin had just opened. Zhao Yin looked at the blood on the little monkey's body. The wound had stopped bleeding, so he rubbed its head. That's a combat drink. We use it to save our lives. I can't give it to you for now. The little monkey felt the warm hand on his head and closed his eyes, enjoying it very much. It seemed that at this moment, the temptation of the extraordinary food was not so great. My master just gave me some compressed biscuits. The little monkey is very happy. The little monkey expressed his thoughts. Zhao Yin didn't care whether it was really happy or not. There would be chestnuts next anyway. The spoiled ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help digest. Otherwise, it would have to be thrown away, and he would feel guilty. After all, in the last days, so many people have no food to eat, and it is shameful to waste food. Let's go. I have another glorious task for you. Zhao Yin said. The little monkey suddenly became energetic. I like the tasks assigned by the master. Every time I complete a task, I can see the owner's appreciative eyes. Sometimes it would even get a reward, but the most important thing was that it didn't want Song Xiaodao to take away its position in its master's heart. Just now, the owner gave it compressed biscuits, but Song Xiaodao didn't get any, and the little monkey was very proud. Next, you go and pick all the chestnuts on it. Zhao Yin pointed to a huge chestnut tree not far away. There are quite a few chestnut balls on it. Each of the mutated chestnut balls is the size of a human head and is covered with sharp thorns, each of which flashes a faint cold light. When the little monkey heard that it was about climbing a tree, it became even more excited. The preference in its genes made it feel it was fun and exciting. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, the little monkey jumped up the chestnut tree and picked a chestnut ball. The next moment, a series of squeaking screams were heard. It hurts, master, help me. The mutated chestnut thorns were as sharp as a blade, and the little monkey's fingers were pierced even though he had thick skin. Stupid, you want to poke it with a stick. Zhao Yin shouted. The little monkey suddenly realized what was going on and started swinging the steel stick, bang bang bang. The chestnut balls fell like meteorites, and after more than 10 minutes, a layer of them fell to the ground. Soon, the little monkey dropped the last chestnut ball, and many branches and leaves were also, accidentally, destroyed by the little monkey, covering the ground. The little monkey came down from the tree, his face full of excitement, and ran to Zhao Yin's feet to ask for credit. Well done. Zhao Yin did not hesitate to praise. After praising the little monkey, he turned his attention to the chestnut balls on the ground. He counted them and found that there were 303 of them. It was conservatively estimated that he could peel out 10 kilograms of mutant chestnuts from each one. In other words, this time Zhao Yin got at least 3,000 kilograms of mutant chestnuts. The fruits produced by any mutated plants in the apocalypse will not be as easy to rot as before the apocalypse, and the energy contained in them is more than 10 times that of the same kind of fruits before the apocalypse. If an ordinary person before the end of the world could feel full by eating about a pound of chestnuts, then a pound of mutated chestnuts would be enough for an ordinary person to eat for 10 meals. If consumed for a long time, it can slowly improve your physical fitness. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had a subordinate who had never obtained superpowers or evolutionary potions, but by chance he obtained several hundred kilograms of mutant soybeans. After eating it for 2 years, the subordinate's strength was enough to rival an F-level evolver. Zhao Yin looked up at the miserable chestnut tree, feeling a little regretful as he didn't know when the tree would bear fruit next time. He couldn't wait here. Zhao Yin had no space to store life, and it was impossible for him to take the tree away, so he simply didn't care whether it lived or died. He took out his tang sword and started cutting chestnut balls. It took 2 hours to peel all 300 chestnut balls. Zhao Yin thought about it and put the cut thorns into the space ring. Maybe he could use them in the future. At this time, Song Xiaodao had also collected more than 100 non-evolved corpse crystals. Zhao Yin, I really can't do it anymore. The swelling on her face subsided a little, and her eyes were filled with fatigue. In fact, she was able to stay with Zhao Yin until now entirely because of her willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhao Yin a small package, which was a small package of corpse crystals wrapped in a piece of cloth torn from some zombie. Here, it's all here. Zhao Yin raised his hand, took the corpse crystal, and absorbed it directly. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's evolution degree reached 100/10.09, which was 9/10 away from advancing to E-level. The speed at which Zhao Yin's strength is improving now would definitely be something he couldn't imagine in his previous life. But he was not satisfied, in fact there was still a lot to do. For example, according to memory, go to Yangqing as soon as possible to find the flying white tiger that has just mutated. For example, go to the Dawei Mountains and look for the famous life space pendant from the previous life, an SS-level treasure. For example, if he found a top-notch expert known in his previous life, and that person only got the opportunity star crystal half a year later, Zhao Yin could make plans in advance to seize it. Of course, rice. You still have to eat it bite by bite. These things are not urgent. Before doing them, Zhao Yin must first ensure his own safety and that he has enough supplies to survive. Zhao Yin, didn't you say that you would give me compressed biscuits after I finish my work? Song Xiaodao asked bravely. Zhao Yin retracted his thoughts and said calmly, let's eat chestnuts tonight. With 3,000 kilograms of chestnuts, it was enough for him to find the next mutated food. The spoiled food that survived before the end of the world was basically useless. Are we going to kill zombies again tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. I'm not leaving tonight. I'm just going to have a good sleep here. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he walked straight to the small Western-style building. Go and clean up a room. I want to take a shower after dinner. Take a bath. Song Xiaodao was stunned. She hadn't had a bath in over a month and didn't even dare to hope for one. I spent the whole day today and could only find some dirty, rusty water to drink at the shooting range. My throat was already smoking. Zhao Yin, do you have that much water? Can you give me some? Zhao Yin paused, then remembered that he had not given her water today. In the darkness of the night, he looked at the little face that was swollen like a bun, and suddenly an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten it. It seemed to be called guilt. There is a well here, feel free to drink from it. I'll feed you later and you can also take a bath. Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his previous life. He remembered that there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small Western-style building. The spring water in it led to an underground river, which was clear and clean. In addition to taking a bath, you also need to replenish clean water in the space ring. Zhao Yin walked into the small Western-style building and saw 2 human skeletons. Only dark brown meat residue remained on it, which must have been eaten by zombies not long ago. No wonder there are 100 or 200 zombies gathered here. There must be 2 survivors living here, and for some reason they attracted zombies from the entire village. After they were eaten, the zombies did not disperse. At this time, the small Western-style building was in a mess, almost all the furniture was destroyed, and the air was filled with the stench of zombies. The floor was littered with garbage, as well as residual blood and corpse fluids dripping from zombies. After Song Xiaodao ran to the backyard to drink some water, he found a broken broom head and prepared to clean the room. Forget it, you go to the rooftop and sweep the floor. We'll spend the night there. Zhao Yin said. After saying that, he went to the independent kitchen in the backyard, which was also severely damaged by zombies. The wood-burning stove collapsed and pots and pans were broken all over the floor. Zhao Yin used his space ring to collect all the wood, and then went to the ancient well to fetch water. The wooden barrel for fetching water was not damaged. There was still half a bowl of clear water left at the bottom of the barrel, which Song Xiaodao had just drunk. Zhao Yin fetched 2 buckets of water and went to the rooftop of the small Western-style building. He took out the hanging pot he brought from his home, built a simple support frame with wood, lit the firewood and started to boil water. Song Xiaodao had already cleared out a clean space on the side. There was no mat or bedding. She and the little monkey lay on the roof with their legs up in the air, staring at the dark sky in a daze. Zhao Yin took out a dozen chestnuts as big as fists and threw them directly into the fire. Soon, a burst of fragrance emanated, and the little monkey suddenly jumped up and ran to Zhao Yin, squeaking, "Master, master, is dinner ready?" Song Xiaodao sniffed, "What smells so good?" Mutated chestnut. Zhao Yin used a tang knife to scrape out the chestnuts with black burnt skin, picked one out and split it open, immediately revealing the golden chestnut flesh. The fragrance in the air became stronger. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey couldn't take their eyes off it. "Come here and eat together," Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and started to chew it, not afraid of the heat. Zhao Yin did not intend to restrict the animal's nature too much. He cut a chestnut into 2 halves and handed 1 half to Song Xiaodao. The water in the hanging pot was already boiling. Zhao Yin poured some salt into it and filled 3 bowls with salt water. Zhao Yin was slowly chewing chestnuts with salt water. The little monkey had already finished one and was staring at the remaining ones in front of Zhao Yin. "There wasn't so much food before, but from now on, we won't go hungry anymore," said Zhao Yin. "Really, master?" the little monkey thought to himself, his eyes wide in disbelief. The appetite of mutant beasts and evolvers is several times greater than before they evolved. The little monkey has never had a full meal since following Zhao Yin. "Eat." Zhao Yin didn't explain too much. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one breath, which weighed a total of 3 or 4 pounds, enough to match the 30 or 40 pounds of chestnuts before the end of the world. He could not eat any more. The little monkey ate 7 or 8 of them, and with his round belly full, he lay back contentedly on the clean space. Song Xiaodao ate just a few bites and then burped. She suddenly put down the chestnuts and shed tears. "Why are you crying?" Zhao Yin asked. "Zhao Yin, I miss my brother. We didn't meet him along the way." Oh. Song Xiaodao sucked his little nose, and tears as big as beans flowed. "He was forced by Wang Quan to lure the zombies because of me. If he dies, he won't even have a full meal in his lifetime." Sob. Zhao Yin frowned and said, "He must be dead. He can eat people after turning into a zombie and won't starve anymore." It was meant to be words of comfort, but when Song Xiaodao heard it, he cried even harder. "Oh my God." Zhao Yin was too lazy to pay attention to her. He poured the remaining water into the pot, boiled it, poured it back into the bucket, and carried it down the roof. Coming to the well, Zhao Yin stripped off his clothes, took out the soap and bath towel ball from the space ring and began to scrub his body. "I haven't taken a shower for more than a month, and only hot water can wash me clean." Feeling the disgusting zombie aura on his body gradually disappearing, Zhao Yin finally felt like he was still a normal person. Except for the fishnet stockings and military uniform, Zhao Yin simply threw away all his clothes and prepared to change into clean clothes in the space ring. Suddenly, he remembered the dress that had just been opened in the space ring. Zhao Yin took it out and held it in his hand, and hesitated again. "Should I wear it or not? Wearing them will increase your strength, and give you an extra way to survive in the apocalypse. Anyway, I'm wearing fishnet stockings, and I'm a straight man, so what's there to be afraid of? But wearing this dress will be a stain that I, Zhao Yin, will never be able to wash away in my lifetime. In the future, my name will surely resound throughout the entire apocalypse. How can I leave behind such a stigma? This hip-hugging skirt is the same style that those internet celebrities wore before the apocalypse." After much hesitation, Zhao Yin finally decided to wear it. As long as he doesn't take off his coat on his own initiative, no one will know that he is wearing a skirt. Zhao Yin returned to the rooftop refreshed and brought 2 buckets of water, preparing to boil them so that Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could take a bath. At this time, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying and was stuffing the half-chestnut he had just eaten into his mouth, like a starving ghost. Zhao Yin threw down the bucket and ordered, "After you finish eating, boil some water for a bath." Song Xiaodao nodded, opened his collar, and carefully put the remaining small piece of chestnut into Xiong Qian's clothes. She had no pockets on her body, and for her, such delicious food was only safe if kept close to her body. Then, Song Xiaodao went to boil water, while Zhao Yin took out the tent from the space ring, set it up next to the campfire, and laid out a moisture-proof mat and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao is just an ordinary person. She is exhausted after a day of high-intensity work. Let her have a good rest tonight. The little monkey was injured and needed to rest to recover. Zhao Yin, do you have any clean clothes? I can't wear this one anymore. After Song Xiaodao boiled the water, he suddenly asked Zhao Yin. Her white t-shirt and her exposed thighs were covered with dark brown zombie brains. Zhao Yin looked back. If it weren't for the two slightly bulging and dirty breasts on her chest, it would be hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. He took out another t-shirt and threw it to Song Xiaodao. Wear this one, don't throw away the one you have on, you can wash it and wear it tomorrow. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and said, oh, by the way, the clothes I just changed are by the well, you can wash them while you're at it. Do you have any laundry detergent? Song Xiaodao asked. No, rub it more with hot water. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he directly grabbed the little monkey up. The little monkey was half asleep, and squeaked in dissatisfaction, Master, do you have to work again? Bath. Zhao Yin threw the little monkey directly into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao grunted as she walked down the rooftop carrying hot water. She was going to take a shower. The little monkey was awakened by the cold water and instinctively wanted to crawl out. Zhao Yin pushed it back and said, if you don't want to wash tonight, you are not allowed to eat chestnuts tomorrow. Master, I don't want to take a shower. I'll still be dirty after killing zombies tomorrow. Why should I take a shower? Let's talk about it tomorrow when it gets dirty. From now on, you must give me a bath whenever you have the chance. Zhao Yin said sternly. Of course he knew that no matter how clean he washed tonight, he would still stink of corpse tomorrow. It is more likely that no spring water will be found. But whether in the past life or this life, Zhao Yin does not want to forget that he is still a normal person. As long as there is a chance, he will clean himself up, even if it means just being a normal person for 1 second, then just 1 second, that's fine. He washed himself clean, so of course the lazy monkey had to wash himself too. Under Zhao Yin's coercion, the clear water in the bucket quickly turned turbid. Seeing that the monkey was almost done washing, Zhao Yin pulled it out of the bucket. At this time, Zhao Yin suddenly thought of something. Zhao Yin suddenly thought that he had contracted this monkey for some time, but he still didn't know whether it was a male or a female. He simply grabbed the little monkey's legs and forced them apart. Suddenly, familiar physiological characteristics were exposed before my eyes. It's a small toothpick with 2 quail eggs. At this moment, Zhao Yin didn't know why, but he suddenly felt relieved. The little monkey didn't know what shame was. Seeing that his master liked to watch, he took the initiative to spread his legs. Master, keep watching. Don't you like it? I like looking at coins. Zhao Yin slapped him. The little monkey was hit for no apparent reason and quickly hid aside. Squeak, help! Just then, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao Yin was startled and ran downstairs quickly. When he came downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket filled with hot water, looking in a certain direction with a look of horror. Zhao Yin, what is that? Zhao Yin turned his head and looked. At this moment, under the chestnut tree, there was a huge monster standing. It was chewing the branches and leaves that had just been knocked down by the little monkey. There was a hint of indifference and disregard in its eyes when it looked at Zhao Yin. Adult buffalo, E-level mutant beast, strength 42, agility 39, stamina 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent, huge strength, iron armor. Zhao Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. This cow had actually evolved to level E. Its overall strength far exceeded that of the little monkey and was several times that of Zhao Yin himself. After any mutant beast reaches level E, it will have an additional defensive attribute due to the significant enhancement of its physical fitness. The defense of the E-level mutant bull is an abnormal 63 points. Ever since Zhao Yin contracted the little monkey, he has never encountered any mutant beast. In fact, he has been looking forward to this moment in his heart. But when he really encountered the cow, Zhao Yin was not happy at all. He was not sure whether he would be killed by the cow. But Zhao Yin didn't understand why this cow could evolve so quickly and reach level E in just a few days. Zhao Yin didn't dare to move. With one hand he quietly gestured behind his back, asking Song Xiaodao to quickly go upstairs to call Little Monkey, while with the other hand he tightly gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist. Song Xiaodao didn't bother to put on his clothes and ran upstairs naked. Zhao Yin forced a smile at Xuanyo from afar. brother Nyo, ha. Hoo-hoo. The buffalo snorted, and withdrew its gaze from Zhao Yin, as if it was looking down on him, then lowered its head and continued to eat leaves. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief and quickly calmed down. He found that with his current abilities and all the means he used, it would be difficult to overwhelm the buffalo. Fortunately, the cow had no intention of attacking him at the moment. Soon, the little monkey came down from the stairs. When it saw the buffalo, all of its golden hair stood up, its body swelled up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it activated its ability to grow giant. It can also feel that this cow is not easy to mess with. The little monkey did not take the initiative to attack. He stood in front of Zhao Yin, holding the steel stick tightly, and used his body to shield his master. "Master, where did the cow come from?" The little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, and Zhao Yin still felt the cowardice in his heart. God knows how there would be an E-level mutant beast. Let me think about how to deal with it. Zhao Yin communicated in his mind. He is not ready to fight to the death. At this time, the buffalo seemed to be full. It looked up at Zhao Yin and the little monkey, shook its tail, and slowly turned away. It is more than 5 times the size of an ordinary buffalo, and it can walk on 4 legs among the ruins as if it were flat ground. Cold sweat dripped down Zhao Yin's forehead, and he could clearly feel that the disdain in its eyes was even deeper. Seeing that the buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin said in his heart, "Monkey, follow it quietly and see where it is going." The little monkey's huge body immediately shrank and he followed on tiptoe. "Wait." Zhao Yin stopped it, quickly took off his pants and then pulled off his fishnet stockings. "It's faster than you are. If you put this on, you can be faster than it. Remember not to conflict with it. This cow's special abilities are great strength and iron armor. Having 2 superpowers is not that rare for a human being, but it is particularly terrifying when it is on a buffalo." The little monkey obediently put the fishnet stockings on his legs. His golden hair was immediately restrained, making him look slimmer. He quickly chased in the direction where the buffalo disappeared. Zhao Yin also put on his pants and turned around to go upstairs when he suddenly saw Song Xiaodao looking at him strangely. "The fishnet stockings are equipment obtained from star crystal, not what you think," Zhao Yin explained expressionlessly. "Are you wearing that dress with cartoons on it, too?" Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao Yin to give her the skirt, but she didn't expect that he would wear it himself. "The equipment obtained from the star crystal has powerful attributes that can increase my combat effectiveness." Zhao Yin explained seriously, "I definitely don't have that kind of fetish." "Oh, I understand." Song Xiaodao nodded. She turned around and suddenly took something out from the pocket of Zhao Yin's pants. "Zhao Yin, what is this?" Zhao Yin was originally very satisfied with his explanation, but when he saw clearly what Song Xiaodao was holding, he was shocked. "That's half a box of condoms that hasn't been used up yet. I vaguely remember that he took it away from the hotel accidentally when he was just reborn. I haven't noticed it for more than a month." Zhao Yin quickly stepped forward and snatched it away, putting it directly into the space ring. Children should not touch adult things. After saying that, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him strangely. Modern girls are often exposed to the internet and understand many things at an early age. Not until Zhao Yin's back disappeared did she look away and continue washing clothes, with a triumphant smile on her lips. At this time, Zhao Yin's face felt a little hot, so he stopped thinking about it, added a handful of firewood to the campfire, and sat beside the fire, silently waiting for the little monkey to return. He didn't plan to risk his life for a contracted beast for the time being, but he had to find out the buffalo's range of activities. When his strength increased in the future, or when he had the tools to catch beasts, it wouldn't be too late to come back and find it. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao came back. She hung the washed clothes by the fire, then crawled into the tent and fell asleep. The little monkey didn't come back until 3 hours later. It was holding a steel rod covered in zombies' blood and brains, and its lower body was wearing fishnet stockings, with many scars on its body. After further investigation, we found out that these injuries were not caused by fighting with buffaloes. No one knew what went wrong with the buffalo. After leaving here, it ran all the way to the West Suburb Industrial Park in Guangzhou City. It is the most densely populated area in the entire Guangzhou City. After the apocalypse broke out, a large number of zombies gathered there. Recently, Zhao has not dared to go there. The buffalo rushed into the industrial park like crazy, rampaging all the way, killing countless zombies along the way. Even 5 or 6 F-level zombies were killed. Until the end, an extremely terrifying zombie appeared. The little monkey had no idea what level it was, but it was able to crush the buffalo in terms of strength. A fierce battle broke out between the corpse and the buffalo, and in the end the terrible buffalo was defeated and fled away injured. The little monkey also followed the buffalo deep into the industrial park and was drawn into a group of zombies. He managed to escape only by using his special powers. I was so scared at that time that I couldn't follow him anymore. The little monkey looked at Zhao embarrassedly. It was the first time that I failed to complete the task assigned by Zhao. Zhao took out a few chestnuts and threw them into the fire, then raised his hand and touched the little monkey's head. No wonder you're so stupid. After you finish eating these chestnuts, go and have a rest. The little monkey was immediately flattered. He didn't expect his master to give him something to eat. He said in a flattering manner, "Master, next time we meet that cow, I will kill it for you and eat its beef." Zhao frowned. It was a mad bull. In the end, if there is no way to catch it, the only thing we can do is to kill it and eat its meat. Eat. Zhao picked out the half-cooked chestnuts from the fire and rolled them in front of the little monkey one by one. It picked it up and gobbled it up. It was done in a few minutes, and my deflated belly became round again. Go to bed, it will be dawn in 2 hours. Zhao looked up at the sky and said, "Master, I can also keep watch." The little monkey communicated in his mind. For mutant beasts controlled by the soul of contract, protecting their masters is their instinct. Go to sleep and stop talking nonsense. Zhao ordered. The little monkey still needs to rest to recover from his injuries. After dawn, Zhao will continue to kill zombies, and it will still be the main force. Now that he only has this one contracted beast, Zhao is unwilling to do many dangerous things himself and has to leave them to this monkey. The little monkey was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes when he heard this. He crawled into the tent and within a few seconds, he heard snoring. After the intense battle, it was exhausted. Zhao heard the snoring and went into the tent. He quickly pulled the fishnet stockings off the little monkey's legs. Of course, the most important thing about life-saving items is that they are worn by the person himself. When leaving the tent, Zhao glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. Strangely, the bruises on her face that should have disappeared after a few days had actually disappeared. At this moment, her facial features were not much different from her previous life, except that they were a little too childish. "Brother, please don't leave me." Maybe it was a dream. She saw her brother again, hugged one of the little monkey's legs tightly, and crystal tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. Zhao took a look and left the tent, sitting by the fire and closing his eyes to rest. He heard all the sounds within a kilometer radius. There were no zombies in the village anymore, but there were some scattered zombies wandering in the fields. However, the firelight would not attract the zombies. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao went to the ancient well again and took out the 20 or so empty pure water buckets in the space ring. Each bucket can hold about 20 liters of water. Once it is filled up, it can last for quite a while if you only drink it. After collecting the water, Zhao used a wooden bucket from the kitchen to fetch water to the rooftop to boil it. He used half of the hot water to wash his face, and used the other half to add some salt and throw a few chestnuts into the pot to cook. Soon, the aroma of boiled chestnuts wafted out. Zhao was just about to wake up Song Xiaodao and the little monkey when he suddenly heard a heavy sound of footsteps. Boom. 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 Zhao hurried to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his sight, the buffalo from last night appeared. Its shiny black cowhide was curled up in many places, with horrific wounds. One of its eyelids drooped, and blood covered the eyeball. The buffalo ran wildly all the way and soon arrived in front of Zhao Yin's villa. After taking 2 breaths, it lowered its head and started eating the chestnut leaves left on the ground last night. There were not many leaves left on the ground, and they were quickly eaten up. Thumb-thick branches were also rolled into its mouth with its big tongue, making a crisp crunch. At this moment, a magical scene happened. The wounds on the buffalo's body stopped bleeding and healed visibly. Zhao Yin widened his eyes in shock. He knew that some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he didn't know that the leaves of this chestnut tree also had this effect. In the previous life, many people knew about chestnuts, but no one knew that the leaves were the real treasure. At this moment, Zhao Yin Chuan understood. No wonder the buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder the wound on Song Xiaodao's face healed so quickly. That greedy girl must have secretly eaten the leaves. In fact, it's not Zhao Yin's fault that he only discovered the benefits of the leaves now. In the 7 years of his previous life, he had never heard of any mutated plants that could produce two effects at the same time. This chestnut tree exceeded Zhao Yin's 2 lifetimes' knowledge of mutated plants. Zhao Yin took out a chestnut and opened the eye of true vision to check it. Chestnut, F-level mutant plant fruit, rich in nutrients. Leaves, F-level mutated crop with medicinal properties, quickly recovers from injuries after consumption. There actually are mutant plants that can produce crops with 2 functions at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart was bleeding. The little monkey had knocked down at least several hundred kilograms of leaves last night. It was ruined by this cow. At this time, the buffalo finished eating the branches on the ground and circled around the chestnut tree, looking up at the leaves above its head, its eyes full of desire. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree is more than 30 meters tall and cows cannot climb trees. Finally, the buffalo suddenly rushed towards the tree trunk. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the huge chestnut tree shook violently, and the sparse leaves were forcefully shaken off. The buffalo hummed with excitement and quickly swung its tail to pick up the food. Zhao Yin's breathing paused again. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let the cow continue to eat them? If he had these chestnut leaves, he would no longer be afraid of the little monkey getting hurt. I wonder how many casualties can be reduced after taming other contracted beasts in the future. Whether the star crystal can produce food to treat injuries depends entirely on luck. At this time, the chestnut leaves are particularly important to Zhao Yin. There are still several thousand kilograms of leaves on the tree. How many times can they heal? Zhao Yin immediately decided that he must save the chestnut tree no matter what. At this time, the buffalo started to charge again, and large pieces of leaves were shaken off. How could Zhao Yin endure it any longer? He took out a sniper rifle from his space ring. Without caring about saving bullets, he loaded the gun and aimed directly at the buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. He didn't ask to kill the mutant beast with the armor ability, he just wanted to drive it away. The buffalo reacted quickly and tilted its head. The armor-piercing bullet that could easily penetrate armor hit the buffalo's horns, splashing sparks. The bullet was shattered into pieces by the impact, but the bull's horn was fine. The buffalo's one eye looked over again, its temper aroused. It roared angrily and suddenly rushed towards the villa with all 4 hooves. Zhao Yin pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 He no longer shot at the buffalo's head, but instead focused on the buffalo's neck, where its defense was the lowest. The first bullet pierced the buffalo's neck, splattering blood. But this level of injury is far from enough to kill the E-level mutant beast buffalo. The buffalo felt the pain and became even angrier. The next moment, a layer of fish scale-like scales quickly grew on its hide and covered its entire body in the blink of an eye. Superpower, armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly swelled, and its already huge and strong body became several times stronger, and its whole body was filled with terrible explosive power. Superpowers, great strength. At this time, Zhao Yin's bullets could only tear the armor at most, and finally all got stuck in the cowhide. Boom. The buffalo rammed its head against the wall of the villa. The entire wall collapsed in an instant, and the rooftop under Zhao Yin's feet shook violently. Monkey, get up quickly! Zhao Yin yelled. In fact, Zhao Yin didn't need to shout, the little monkey had already left the tent, holding an iron stick and staring at the buffalo below, with bulging eyes. It is just an F-level mutant beast, and its strength is far inferior to that of this buffalo. Activate your superpowers, take Song Xiaodao with you, and run. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, boom. The buffalo knocked down another load-bearing wall, and the whole villa began to tilt. Zhao Yin jumped off the rooftop holding a sniper rifle, not caring about the little monkey and Song Xiaodao behind him. He stretched out his legs in fishnet stockings and ran several hundred meters before looking back. The villa has completely collapsed, and a little monkey that has grown to a gigantic size is following far behind, holding Song Xiaodao in one hand. Zhao Yin paused. His agility was 17 points, and with the boost from the fishnet stockings, he was already faster than the buffalo. He turned his gun and aimed it at the buffalo. "Come here, you damned bull." Bang. A shot to the front shoulder of the buffalo did little damage but was extremely insulting. The buffalo rushed over quickly with its one red eye. Even if the poor little monkey activated his ability to grow giant, he was still slightly slower than a buffalo, and even slower than Zhao Yin. Its hairy legs had left a shadow, but the buffalo was still chasing after it. Master, it's going to hit my butt. Didn't Nitama say last night that you would help me kill this buffalo and eat its meat?" Zhao Yin cursed angrily. In addition to the ability to grow gigantic, this monkey also has a frenzy ability, but it can only be activated when it reaches level E. The berserk power consumes too much energy, and its young body cannot bear it at present. In fact, the little monkey's potential is no worse than that of the buffalo. "Why is the dead cow back?" The little monkey still looked confused and had no idea what was going on. "Take it away from the chestnut tree," Zhao Yin ordered. Bang. Zhao Yin fired another shot, blocking the buffalo for a moment, then turned around and continued to flee. Fortunately, the little monkey is more flexible than the buffalo. Although its movement speed is not as fast as the buffalo, every time it is about to be hit, it can twist its red butt to avoid it perfectly. Poor Song Xiaodao was shaken so hard that he opened his mouth and vomited, and the little monkey was covered in bitter bile. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut tree were no longer visible. Zhao Yin fired several shots to repel the buffalo and communicated with the little monkey in his mind. "Monkey, I'll hold it back. You take the knife and run first. Remember to take a detour back to the chestnut tree. I'll get rid of the buffalo and collect the chestnut leaves." "Master, you have to be careful." After the little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, he grabbed Song Xiaodao and turned away without waiting for Zhao Yin to speak. At this moment, roar, roar, roar. The deafening roars of corpses came in dense waves. Zhao Yin turned around suddenly and saw a huge zombie over 2 meters tall running towards him from 1,000 meters away, with more than 20 ordinary-sized zombies following far behind. Male zombie, E-level, evolution degree 100/79, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/5, strength 23, agility 15, spirit 2.7. Female zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/71, strength 26, agility 17, spirit 3.3. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/19, strength 25, agility 16, spirit 2.8. Male zombie, F-level. There are 27 zombies in total, and the lowest one is F-level. The tall zombie rushing in the front has even reached level E. "Master, it's that zombie." The little monkey pointed at the tall zombie, his hair standing on end. He no longer cared about his own escape, but quickly blocked Zhao Yin behind him. Even the buffalo behind him stopped chasing Zhao Yin and the little monkey. His single eye was bloodshot, and he let out a loud roar and suddenly rushed towards the tall zombie. Zhao Yin understood instantly that this was the zombie that fought with Buffalo last night. The last time he had seen such a huge zombie force in his previous life was half a year after the apocalypse. He had never heard of such a terrifying group of zombies appearing in Guangzhou City so early. If the abilities of mutant beasts happen to correspond to the superpowers among the survivors, then the abilities of zombies correspond to the evolvers. This tall zombie is obviously stronger than ordinary evolvers and can even crush mutants of the same level. So, there is only one possibility. In Zhao Yin's mind, the name that everyone was afraid of in his previous life, the Zombie King, appeared. A zombie king who devoured several star crystals at the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhao Yin didn't have time to think about it. He raised his sniper rifle and tried to fire a shot in that direction. The armor-piercing bullet hit the Zombie King's chest, but only scratched the skin before being bounced away. The terrifying 72 points of defense are difficult to match even for the higher-level D-level zombies. This is the terrifying thing about the Zombie King. Every zombie king can almost crush anyone of the same level, not to mention that it is one level higher than Zhao Yin, so there is no way to defeat it. Zhao Yin immediately put away the sniper rifle and shouted to the monkey, "Follow me to collect the leaves, and then leave Guangzhou." A buffalo that shouldn't have appeared was already difficult for him to deal with, and now a stronger zombie king appeared. The only thing Zhao Yin can do now is to avoid the attack. The contracted soul is of little help to him now. After all, Zhao Yin is just an F-level evolver. Even if the little monkey is added, it's just serving as food for the zombie. A zombie king has more than 60 points of strength and more than 70 points of defense. It is very likely that he has some abilities that cannot be detected by the eye of true vision. Zhao Yin would not stay unless he was crazy. While the buffalo was entangled with the group of zombies, Zhao Yin took the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao back to the chestnut tree, handed the tang sword directly to the little monkey, and asked it to cut down all the leaves and twigs. The little monkey chopped with a grunt, and large pieces of branches fell off. Song Xiaodao collected the leaves together, and Zhao Yin used his space ring to put them into it. When Zhao Yin had collected most of the leaves, the space ring could no longer hold them. He simply took out all his clothes and bedding and threw them away, and continued to collect leaves. But the space ring was only 10 cubic meters, and even after it contained more than 3,000 kilograms of chestnuts, hundreds of kilograms of thorny ball shells, as well as weapons, food, and other supplies, it still could not hold nearly 2,000 kilograms of leaves. Finally, Zhao Yin threw away all the remaining food and toiletries that had gone bad before the end of the world, as long as they were not of high value. This included 10 buckets of well water. Zhao Yin, you threw away all the food. What are we going to eat in the future? Song Xiaodao hurried to pick up the food. We'll eat chestnuts from now on. The remaining water will be enough for us to drink for more than 10 days. Zhao Yin said. But what if all the chestnuts are eaten up in the future? What use will you have for these leaves? Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to throw away the most precious food in the apocalypse. His hands were filled with sour ham and salt-baked chicken that had turned white and rotten. I won't let you go hungry. Zhao Yin didn't explain too much. After putting away all the leaves, there was very little space left in the ring. He looked up at the bare tree trunks. Chestnut tree, F-level mutant plant. A simple introduction, other than that, no useful information. This was also one of the reasons why Zhao Yin did not check the leaves carefully last night. The main trunk does not have any special function, so Zhao Yin does not plan to cut it down. He wants to leave it here and wait until he gets life space in the future. Then he can dig up this precious chestnut tree. Just then, there was a noise behind me. The buffalo's injuries were even more serious. Its scales were torn and bleeding, and one of its horns was broken in half. It was panting as it ran towards this side. The zombie king, with the remaining 12 F-class zombies, was chasing after them from a distance. Run! Zhao Yin shouted at the top of his voice and ran away. The little monkey quickly activated his ability to grow huge, picked up Song Xiaodao, and started walking quickly. Now, the little monkey has become accustomed to the rule that his owner will run away immediately whenever he encounters danger. My food! Song Xiaodao screamed. The little monkey used too much force, causing most of the food in her hands to fly out. But she also knew that she couldn't let the little monkey stop at this time, so she could only look at the food with a distressed face as it moved farther and farther away from her. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Yin looked back. The zombie king had chased the buffalo into the village, and the buffalo ran under the chestnut tree, staring at the bare trunk in a daze. Zhao Yin understood that the dead cow was indeed thinking about his chestnut leaves again. It's over now, right? Zhao Yin sneered in his heart. Zhao Yin, that cow is so powerful. Look, the big zombie is injured by it. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin looked over when he heard that, and saw that half of a bull's horn was stuck on the zombie king's right shoulder, with black blood flowing out. One of his arms was hanging limply, with only the fascia still stuck to his shoulder, swaying back and forth as he ran. There was also a large, transparent hole on the zombie king's waist, and even his running speed was a bit slower than before. Zhao Yin suddenly became alert. Monkey, follow me and take a detour. Master, shall we kill that zombie and that dead cow? The little monkey asked in his mind. What are you doing? The injured zombie king is not something we can deal with right now. We are going to pick up star crystals, Zhao Yin said. Now that the zombie king's strength has greatly decreased, Zhao Yin's sense of security has increased a bit, and his mind has become active. He remembered clearly that there were a total of 26 F-level zombies that had followed the zombie king. Now there are only 12 left, which means the remaining 14 have been killed by the buffalo. The place where Buffalo and the zombie king fought just now was not far from here, and Zhao Yin only needed 1 or 2 minutes to get there. He ran all the way with his head down and soon arrived at the place. The farmland that was previously bumpy was now in a mess, with freshly turned soil everywhere, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. A dozen F-class zombies were lying there, their bodies crushed by the buffalo's iron hooves. Some of them had most of their bodies torn into pieces, with only their heads intact left. When they saw Zhao Yin coming, they opened their mouths and made noises. If Zhao Yin hadn't come, it would only take a day or 2 for their broken bodies to be repaired by the unknown energy. But obviously, these zombies don't have that chance. Without Zhao Yin's order, the little monkey immediately let go of Song Xiaodao, and the 2 men and the beast began to bang on the zombie's head. Soon, 14 star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He put it away immediately and shouted to the little monkey, "Go." But before he could take a step, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. There was blood flowing from the buffalo's mouth and nose, and there was a big hole in its stomach, with its intestines spilling out. It was several hundred meters away and rushed over in the blink of an eye, followed by the zombie king, but the 12 F-level zombies were not seen. The buffalo stared at Zhao Yin with red eyes and resentment on its face, as if it had figured out that the leaves that could have healed its injuries in time had been taken away by the human in front of it. It was this human who harmed it. So since it can't kill the zombie king, it has to kill Zhao Yin before it dies. It was too late for Zhao Yin to leave. The buffalo was unleashing its last potential of life at too fast a speed. Zhao Yin took out the sniper rifle without any hesitation. Bang! The bullet hit the buffalo's head where the scales were broken and went straight into the head. With a loud bang, the buffalo and Zhao Yin passed each other and then fell to the ground. If Zhao Yin was even 0.1 seconds slower, he would have been hit to death by the buffalo. Before Zhao Yin could breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie king arrived. Without the attraction of the buffalo, it roared and rushed towards Zhao Yin. Bang! 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 Zhao Yin fired several shots in succession, all hitting the zombie king's broken arm. The fascia that was already sticking to it was instantly broken, and the broken arm fell down. The zombie king also staggered. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin yelled, put away his sniper rifle and ran away. However, the zombie king was completely enraged, and the thing he was most worried about happened. The zombie king's already extremely burly figure suddenly swelled a bit more, and his running speed suddenly increased. Neither Zhao Yin nor the little monkey had ever seen this ability of the zombie king before. Its speed even exceeded that of Zhao Yin, who was wearing fishnet stockings. The big hand with black nails over 10 centimeters long suddenly grabbed Zhao Yin's back. Zhao Yin broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. It was the first time since the end of the world that he felt such a strong life-and-death crisis. Bang! Zhao Yin was slapped away and dived forward rapidly. At the same time, the F-class military uniform on his back was torn by the zombie king's claws. He fell into the mud more than 20 meters away and rolled over a dozen times before he finally stopped. Zhao Yin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs seemed to be displaced and his face turned pale in an instant. If it weren't for the extraordinary equipment that blocked the attack for him, his body would have been pierced by the zombie king. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and continued shooting with his gun. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing bullets hit the zombie king, splashing sparks, but they could only slow down its forward movement. Soon, the zombie king, under the huge impact of the armor-piercing bullet, took a few steps to Zhao Yin and stepped directly on his head. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and rolled to avoid it, while shooting to slow down the zombie king and moving his body quickly to try to create distance. But the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. The fishnet stockings only increased Zhao Yin's movement speed. In terms of agility, the zombie king had 36 points, which was more than twice that of Zhao Yin. It turned around and grabbed Zhao Yin's collar and lifted him up. Roar! The zombie king glared at Zhao Yin and roared, as if accusing this little ant of daring to break his arm. Zhao Yin was suspended in the air. He had never thought that one day he would be held in the air by a zombie king like a chick. The bloody mouth in front of him exuded a foul stench, and he could see its rotten teeth from a close distance. Roar! A roar was heard from behind the zombie king. The little monkey had already reacted, but the zombie king was too fast and only rushed over at this time. The little monkey used his gigantic ability to its full potential and smashed the zombie king's head with the iron stick in his hand. With a loud bang, the threaded steel rod twisted and deformed and got stuck on the zombie king's head. The zombie king didn't care and slowly turned to look at the little monkey. Maybe to it, the humans and monkeys in front of it are just a joke. Bang! The next moment, the little monkey was kicked away, and its huge body fell like a meteorite. Zhao Yin remained extremely calm. The zombie king in front of him had almost no weaknesses. He possessed extreme speed, terrifying power, and impenetrable defense. Its only weakness was the damage previously inflicted upon it by the buffalo. Yes, its weakness is the damage caused by buffalo. Zhao Yin directly stabbed the sniper rifle in his hand into the big hole in the zombie king's abdomen, and pulled the trigger violently at close range. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing bullet wreaked havoc in the zombie king's body, tearing its internal organs madly. At this moment, the zombie king began to tremble all over, and large amounts of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments flowed out of the big hole in his abdomen. Despite this, the zombie king still did not die. He grabbed Zhao Yin's one arm and exerted force suddenly, throwing Zhao Yin out directly. Zhao Yin felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. He spurted out blood again while still in the air, and rolled several times before falling heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up as soon as possible, but found that all his strength seemed to be drained from his body. With every breath, there was a sharp pain in my chest. Click! The sniper rifle in the zombie king's abdomen finally slipped to the ground. Roar! It rushed towards Zhao Yin angrily, as if it wanted to completely get rid of this little ant that had hurt it. At this time, there was no time to rescue the little monkey. Zhao Yin, get up quickly! Song Xiaodao's young face was full of fear. He hugged the zombie king's legs and stabbed hard with the butterfly knife in his hand. Clang! Even though it was an extraordinary weapon, it only cut a little skin on the zombie king's leg. Song Xiaodao's strength is too weak. Under the zombie king's powerful defense, he couldn't even get truly hurt. At this time, the zombie king was enraged by the weaker ant and turned around and kicked it out. Ah! Zhao Yin! Song Xiaodao's petite body spun in the air and flew 20 or 30 meters away, falling into the mud in the distance and never moved again. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. It was because of Song Xiaodao's obstruction that the little monkey rushed over again, and the steel stick in its hand had already fallen away to who knows where. The gigantic little monkey suddenly jumped onto the zombie king's head, squatted on its shoulders, and dug its long nails into the zombie king's eye sockets. Bang! The zombie king swung out his one arm and slapped the little monkey on the head. Half of the little monkey's cheek was immediately deformed, but he still held the zombie king's head tightly and dug out his eyeballs desperately. Bang! 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 The zombie king smashed the little monkey again and again, and blood splattered with every blow. The thick monkey skin could not bear it at all and was torn apart, revealing the meridians and bones. Master, get up and run! The little monkey's heart was trembling, and his bloody face showed an expression of pain, and his eyes were dim. 2 puffs. The zombie king's eyes were finally dug out by it. Roar! The zombie king's voice became shrill, and his sharp claws suddenly pierced into the little monkey's abdomen, grabbed its belly from the inside and pulled it forward violently. The little monkey, who was already exhausted, suddenly had convulsions all over his body as if he was dying. He was thrown out by the zombie king, rolled in the mud, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. At this time, Zhao Yin stood up shakily and stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, which made him feel better. He looked at the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, whose lives were unknown, and his heart remained extremely calm, wondering where the way out was. The E-level zombie king was like an insurmountable mountain to him, unshakable and irresistible. The weakness of human physique was fully exposed. Zhao Yun only withstood 2 attacks and could hardly lift even the Tang sword. The little monkey fell down. The sniper rifle was at the feet of the zombie king. He lost his 2 greatest supports. What else can he use to fight this zombie king? At this time, the zombie king had lost 2 eyeballs and his huge body was shaking. Zhao Yun suddenly discovered that this zombie king had evolved vision and was actually relying on his eyes to see things. The zombie king without eyeballs was like a blind man among the survivors, stumbling towards Zhao Yun. Even if the zombie king was blind, even if he stood there motionless, he had no ability to kill him at this moment. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yun's mind in an instant, thinking of all the possible outcomes. In the end, all he could think of were those 14 star crystals. Although the chance is slim, it is Zhao Yun's only hope at this time. If powerful equipment is unveiled, he may have a chance to survive. Zhao Yun took out 14 star crystals without hesitation and crushed them all at once. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sandwich bread, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added effect of healing injuries. Nongfu Spring. Nongfu Spring. Compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of vigorous energy, which lasts for 24 hours. Instant noodles, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added benefit of resisting severe cold, which lasts for 24 hours. Canned tuna, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added benefit of immunity to viruses below Grade B, which lasts for 24 hours. Iced black tea, Grade F, an extraordinary beverage. After consumption, it replenishes the water consumed in the past 24 hours. It also has the effect of doubling physical attributes, which lasts for 1 hour. Mace, Grade D, type of extraordinary weapon, durability 54, attack 52, additional effect strength plus 20. Women's suit, Grade E, defensive equipment, sturdiness 31, agility 28, with additional effect of charm plus 5. Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring, sandwich bread. All the white light dissipated, and items fell to the ground from Zhao Yun's hands. When he saw the mace clearly, he became very excited. There actually was life-saving equipment. D-level extraordinary weapon. With a total of 52 points of attack and an additional strength of 20, if combined with Zhao Yun's own 15 points of strength, killing the E-level zombie king in front of him is not a problem at all. Zhao Yun stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, and then tore open a piece of healing bread without hesitation, chewing and swallowing it directly. This was not the end yet. He opened another bottle of iced black tea and drank it in one gulp. When the sandwich fell into his stomach, its healing effect was several times stronger than that of the chestnut leaves, and a warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The numbness and severe pain in the limbs were rapidly subsiding at this time. At the same time, the doubling effect of the attributes brought by the iced black tea exploded, and a tremendous force spread throughout Zhao Yun's body. At this moment, Zhao Yun smiled, his eyes bloodshot. He bent down, grabbed the mace, and lifted it up. The zombie king is amazing. Today, I'm going to kill a zombie king and see for myself. I almost died, just that little bit, just go to hell. At this time, the zombie king strode over, clenched his fist with one arm, and smashed towards Zhao Yun hard. This time, Zhao Yun no longer dodged. His body suddenly flew into the air, and the mace in his hand smashed towards the zombie king with the same fierce momentum. Bang! The fist and the mace collided, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The zombie king's fist was directly deformed by the smash. There was no expression on its terrifying face, but it was obviously stunned. Zhao Yun landed on the ground with both feet, his body bounced up again, and he hit down heavily. Snap! The zombie king instinctively raised his one arm to block, and his forearm bone was broken. The zombie king roared and instinctively wanted to raise his hand to kill Zhao Yin, but his one arm was limp and he couldn't swing it at all. At this time, the mace came again, aiming at the zombie king's head. The zombie king dodged quickly, and the stick hit its neck directly. Boom. The zombie king's mountain-like figure fell to the ground. "You big stinker." Zhao Yin stepped on the zombie king's chest and smashed it down with the stick. Again and again, until the zombie king's head was smashed into pieces and he could no longer move. Zhao Yin stopped only after he was sure that it was dead. Zhao Yin was gasping for breath as if he was exhausted. The mace in his hand weighing 300 or 400 pounds fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, two small figures stood like clay figures, motionless. "Xiaodao, monkey!" Zhao Yin shouted. Neither guy responded. Zhao Yin recalled the scene where they risked their lives to save him, and his hard heart felt a sharp pain. "Are you dead?" Zhao Yin didn't care about being exhausted and walked over with difficulty. The monkey's skull was cracked, revealing its brain. The zombie king had torn off so many pieces of its fur. The hole in its stomach was similar to the one on the buffalo, and its intestines were leaking out. Song Xiaodao's chest collapsed completely, blood was still spurting out from his mouth and nose, and he was unconscious. Fortunately, both guys were still alive. Zhao Yin quickly took out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into the little monkey's mouth, but found that it had no strength to chew. Zhao Yin thought about it, stuffed the chestnut leaves into his mouth and chewed them into pieces. After they became crumbs, he pried open the little monkey's mouth. Puff! Zhao Yin spit directly into the little monkey's mouth, and then poured clean water into it. After getting the little monkey drunk, Zhao Yin used the same method to get Song Xiaodao drunk. After the two guys ate the chestnut leaves, the wounds on their bodies stopped bleeding quickly, healed slowly, and their life force gradually increased. But after all, the injury was too severe, and a handful of chestnut leaves was not enough. Zhao Yin directly took out 10 kilograms, chewed them hard and fed them to him. In fact, there was still a piece of the sandwich that Zhao Yin had just opened, but that thing recovered from injuries faster and was more useful than chestnut leaves in battle, so Zhao Yin did not use it. His jawbone was cramped from chewing so much, and the little monkey's skull and belly finally healed, and golden hair slowly grew on them. Song Xiaodao's collapsed chest slowly swelled up, and the blood from his mouth and nose stopped flowing. Zhao Yin chewed a few more mouthfuls of chestnut leaves, and the little monkey woke up first. "Master, where is the big zombie?" As soon as it opened its eyes, it jumped up from the ground in an instant. When it saw the corpse of the zombie king clearly, it was stunned. Dead? How did he die? Zhao Yin was still chewing leaves in his mouth. He pried open Song Xiaodao's mouth and puffed. After skillfully spitting it into Song Xiaodao's mouth and filling her with water, Zhao Yin said calmly, "Of course I killed him at the cost of my life in order to save you." The little monkey's eyes widened, and then he jumped to Zhao Yin's feet and hugged his legs. "Master, Master is so good to Xiaodao and me. Master is the best master in the world, the most powerful master, so powerful, so powerful." Zhao Yin enjoyed the little monkey's flattery and stuffed a handful of leaves into his mouth, chewing and saying, "In order to treat your injuries, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves, and my teeth were chewed up." The little monkey was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't mind Zhao Yin's way of treatment. He put his face on Zhao Yin's thigh and rubbed it affectionately. His voice sounded full of guilt. "Master, it's all my fault that I can't protect you." Zhao Yin rubbed the little monkey's head and said, "Your performance today was not very good, but it was passable, so I decided to reward you." The little monkey suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Yin eagerly. "Is it extraordinary food?" Zhao Yin took out the last bottle of iced black tea and handed it to the little monkey. "This is an extraordinary drink. It can double your attributes within an hour. You can't drink it now. You are allowed to drink it next time when you encounter the same danger." The little monkey took it excitedly and stroked the extraordinary food he had been longing for. In fact, Zhao Yin had already thought about it just now. He had to find a way to equip the little monkey and Song Xiaodao as soon as possible. A crisis like today's must never happen again. The habits he developed in his previous life made him think about his own safety all the time, so much so that he ignored the overall combat effectiveness. Now that he is the master of the contract, he should hide and let his subordinates fight to the death. If Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao had been vulnerable, he would have become the lone commander he is today. Go, there are 12 F-level zombies over there under the chestnut tree. They should have been killed by the buffalo. Cut off their heads and bring them here. Zhao Yin handed the Tang sword to the Little Monkey. I understand, Master. Thank you, Master. The Little Monkey was still thanking for the iced tea. After taking the Tang sword, it jumped away. Zhao Yin was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Yin, are we dead? Once you're dead, this is the underworld. Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao was not as panicked as expected. Instead, he looked relieved and closed his eyes. Oh, what's that taste in my mouth? Chestnut leaves are used to treat your injuries. Zhao Yin. I'm already dead, why are you healing me? Song Xiaodao seemed to suddenly understand something. He sat up abruptly, opened his eyes and looked around, and soon saw the dead zombie king. I'm not dead. Did you kill the big zombie? Zhao Yin said calmly, since everything is fine, get up and work. Go and dissect the dead cow. We will eat beef tonight. Song Xiaodao was still confused, but did not dare to ask more questions. He picked up the butterfly knife that fell into the mud, wiped it simply, and walked towards the buffalo. Zhao Yin also stood up and walked forward, picking up his sniper rifle. I found that it was not damaged and directly put it into the space ring. Although this sniper rifle did not play much of a role today, it will definitely have no problem dealing with ordinary zombies and survivors. Unfortunately, he shot down half of the armor-piercing bullets today. Zhao Yin did it. Suddenly, Song Xiaodao's scream was heard from behind. What's wrong? Zhao Yin turned around and asked, don't you want to eat beef? No, Zhao Yin, come and see, this cow is still alive. Song Xiaodao stepped back with a butterfly knife in his hand, looking at the corpse of the buffalo in horror. She was still in fear of the buffalo's strength. Zhao Yin was shocked and walked over in disbelief. Sure enough, he saw that the buffalo's eyelids were slightly open and it was staring at him with hatred. You didn't even breathe, how come you're alive again? Zhao Yin was surprised that it was not dead yet despite being so badly injured. This cow has an unprecedented vitality. Or, we can just kill it from a distance, said Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin quickly took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the buffalo. Zhao Yin, what are you going to do? Waste chestnut leaves to treat it? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If it weren't for the bull's revenge, they wouldn't have fought the zombie king so hard and almost died. Zhao Yin didn't say anything. Of course he needed treatment. The strength of this buffalo was absolutely beyond reproach. He was currently in need of such a powerful contracted beast. I can't eat beef anymore? Song Xiaodao was disappointed and whispered, what's the point of curing it? Aren't you afraid that it will take revenge on you? In her opinion, although Zhao Yin was not a bad person, he was definitely not an overly kind person. Zhao Yin had cold sweat on his forehead. The buffalo could die at any time, so he grabbed a handful of leaves and started chewing them. Then he pried open the buffalo's mouth, and puff. Zhao Yin vomited it directly into his mouth. Song Xiaodao on the side widened his eyes and stared at Zhao Yin. He had already opened a bucket of water and poured it into the buffalo's mouth, then continued to chew chestnut leaves. Green juice flowed down the corners of Zhao Yin's mouth. She felt her stomach churning and she bent over and vomited. Then, Song Xiaodao saw that what she vomited out was nothing but clean water mixed with chewed chestnut leaves, so she vomited even more vigorously. Zhao Yin, how could you do this? Ugh. Song Xiaodao asked with red eyes. Zhao Yin seemed not to hear and continued chewing the leaves. After chewing about 2 kilograms of leaves, the buffalo's vitality finally became much stronger. Its eyes slowly widened and stared at Zhao Yin with hatred. Bang. Zhao Yin kicked the buffalo decisively, and the buffalo's head was kicked to one side. I saved your life, and you still dare to glare at me. Zhao Yin cursed. Coo. Shuanyo made a weak sound in his throat, still glaring at Zhao Yin, not appreciating it at all. Zhao Yin raised his foot again, but ultimately did not kick again. There is no point in arguing with a stubborn bull. Just make a contract with it and the soul of the contract will naturally change its mind. He did not continue feeding leaves, fearing that the buffalo would kill him. He placed one hand on the buffalo's head and directly mobilized the soul of the contract in his mind, activating the power of the contract. A faint golden light slowly formed into a chain shape, which sank from Zhao Yin's palm into the buffalo's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, the buffalo began to tremble violently all over, and then as if it understood something, it struggled violently. Unlike the little monkey at the beginning, the buffalo is an E-level mutant beast, one level higher than Zhao Yin himself. Its spiritual power frantically collides with the chains transformed by the soul of the contract. But everything was in vain. Zhao Yin rode on the buffalo's head and pressed it to the ground with his butt. Facing the soul of contract, all of Buffalo's resistance was of no use. The chains instantly disappeared from its mind, and then its huge body collapsed and slowly closed its eyes. Zhao Yin stood up and looked back at Song Xiaodao. Are you sick? If I hadn't chewed leaves to feed you, you wouldn't be alive to vomit here now. Who are you trying to disgust? Song Xiaodao was already very afraid of Zhao Yin, and he understood that what he said made sense, so he wiped his tears and did not dare to refute. But the emotions in her heart could not be calmed down no matter what. No one would feel good if they were filled with other people's saliva. Come over. Zhao Yin hooked his finger at her, and Song Xiaodao slowly moved his feet and came in front of him. What? Bang. Zhao Yin slapped Song Xiaodao on the head with a slap. Do you want to climb up the roof and tear off the tiles? Song Xiaodao covered his head with his hands, looked up at Zhao Yin, and tears of grievance fell down. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Brush teeth. Clean water in the apocalypse is extremely precious. If Zhao Yin hadn't come here, he wouldn't even have taken a bath last night. He didn't even bring a toothbrush when he went out, so what should he use to brush his teeth? He remembered that the last time he brushed his teeth, it was raining meteorites outside. Since then, he has never brushed his teeth again. You didn't brush your mouth either, didn't you? I brushed it last week. It's cleaner than your mouth, right? Zhao Yin argued. Song Xiaodao was speechless for a moment. She hadn't brushed her teeth for more than a month. She had difficulty even drinking a sip of water and had completely forgotten about it. Why do you look down on others? Any questions? Zhao Yin said, if you have no problem, chew the leaves with me. These leaves have a bactericidal effect, just like brushing your teeth. Oh, and you can rinse your mouth with clean water and feed the mouthwash to the dead cow. Is chewing leaves really the same as brushing teeth? Song Xiaodao asked naively. Why don't you try and find out? After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he turned around, grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully pry open the buffalo's mouth. Puff. Song Xiaodao hurried forward and grabbed a handful of leaves and stuffed them into her mouth. Her cheeks bulged and she frowned in bitterness. After chewing for a while, Song Xiaodao also puffed. When the two of them had chewed about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey came back. It had found a straw rope from somewhere, with 12 zombie heads strung on it. So the two men and the monkey began to chew the leaves. Puff. 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 Monkey, be careful, you're spraying all over me. Squeak. Ha 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 ha. The dead cow lying on the ground was being fed with water, and its breath of life became stronger and stronger. It was not until over 100 pounds of leaves and 3 buckets of water were all poured down that the wounds on its body were finally healed. Only the blind eye and the broken horn have not been restored. If you want to regenerate severed limbs, you need star crystal to prescribe more advanced medicines. This is the only way for now. Soon, the buffalo opened its one eye, turned over and climbed up from the ground. The little monkey looked calm, but Song Xiaodao was startled. He quickly dropped the leaves in his hand and stepped back. Zhao Yin, what should we do now? Zhao Yin bent down and picked up the scattered leaves one by one, and said calmly, it's okay, it will be our partner from now on. At this moment, a voice rang out in Zhao Yin's heart, Master. The buffalo came to Zhao Yin, knelt on its humanized front legs, and lowered its head to him. Song Xiaodao looked at the scene in shock, staring at Xuanyo and Zhao Yin, and then looked at the little monkey. In an instant, she seemed to understand something. Zhao Yin, is this also how the little monkey came about? She saw Zhao Yin signing the contract just now. Finally I understand what he was doing at that time. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the men in front of him became more and more mysterious. There must be countless secrets hidden in him. Zhao Yin nodded, without further explanation, and simply said, "It's different. I rescued the little monkey, and I have never had any unpleasant experiences with it." Squeak. The little monkey next to him immediately followed suit. It's a pity that Song Xiaodao couldn't understand what it was saying. Zhao Yin kicked the buffalo and said, "Go find some grass to eat. Don't move without my order, or I'll break your legs." "Yes, master." The buffalo's inner voice was not as lively as the monkey's, and sounded a little silly. It got up and walked to the side, nibbling on the green shoots that had just grown in the field. Zhao Yin put all the things back into the space ring, walked over to pick up the mace, pointed at the 14 heads brought back by the little monkey, and told Song Xiaodao, "Go and clean them up." Song Xiaodao responded and walked over skillfully to start cutting the watermelon. Zhao Yin finally came to the corpse of the zombie king. At this time, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to pieces, and Zhao Yin used the mace to beat around in his brain. Soon, 3 star crystals and 1 E-level corpse crystal rolled out. Zhao Yin was a little shocked when he saw that there were 3 star crystals. No wonder this E-level zombie was so powerful. It was indeed a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard of the zombie king. Whenever he got wind of it, he would immediately lead Lin Tianfeng and the others to flee, but he had never actually encountered one. If this zombie king had not met Zhao Yin, he would have quickly grown to level D, quickly dominated Guangzhou City, controlled all the zombies in the territory, and then even occupied Jiangnanzhou, becoming invincible. It's a pity that there is no such possibility. Zhao Yin didn't understand whether it was because he changed the timeline that led to the appearance of this zombie king that he had never heard of in his previous life, or because it existed in his previous life and later went to other places, causing him to not know the existence of this zombie king. But now is not the time to think about these things. Zhao Yin stared at the E-level corpse crystal even more eagerly than when he saw the star crystal. Zhao Yin directly crushed the E-level corpse crystal, and a stream of pure energy instantly poured into his body, and the familiar feeling of evolution spread throughout his body again. Human male, awakened superpower, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0.16, strength 31, agility 35, stamina 25, spirit 48, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 59,963 days. All attributes doubled, and even the lifespan increased by 30,000 days. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Yin can live another 160 years. At this moment, Zhao Yin's aura changed, becoming more energetic and vigorous. "Zhao Yin, you." Zhao Xiaodao held a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals in his hands and stared at Zhao Yin blankly. "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Yin asked, turning around. "Nothing, nothing." Song Xiaodao came back to his senses and shook his head quickly. She just felt that Zhao Yin had become different, but she couldn't tell what was different. "Here, the corpse crystal and star crystal are here." Zhao Yin took the corpse crystal and put it into the space ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them, 3 pieces were from the zombie king, and 12 pieces were from 12 F-level zombies. There were 15 pieces in total, piled up into a small hill. At this time, Zhao Yin's vision and hearing could reach a radius of 2 kilometers. Except for a few scattered zombies, there was no trace of any other life forms. Zhao Yin sat in the mud and opened the star crystals piece by piece. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sure enough, it starts with Nongfu Spring again. Sandwich bread, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added effect of healing injuries. Compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of vigorous energy, which lasts for 24 hours. Nongfu Spring. Instant noodles. Zhao Yin opened 11 star crystals in a row and got 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 sandwich breads, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced black tea, 1 instant noodle, and 1 military jacket. Only 1 piece of F-level equipment was produced, and the rest were disposable extraordinary food and drinks. It just so happened that Zhao Yin's military uniform was torn to pieces by the Zombie King, so he just happened to need this new one. There were still 4 star crystals left in front of Zhao Yin. Except for the last one which exploded from an F-level zombie, the remaining 3 were all exploded from the Zombie King. He remembered a rumor in his previous life that the star crystals that exploded from the Zombie King had a much higher chance of producing top-quality items. Regardless of whether the rumor was true or not, Zhao Yin still kept the 3 star crystals until last, as he also wanted to give himself a surprise. Picking up the last star crystal exploded by the F-level zombie, Zhao Yin exerted a little force with his fingers, and with a click, the star crystal immediately turned into white light. Soon the white light dissipated, and a small bottle appeared in the palm of his hand. Evolution Potion, Grade F, Primary Potion. After taking it, it will activate the human evolution gene and turn you into a new human. The Evolution Potion is a potion that unlocks the potential of the evolver. Zhao Yin no longer needs to use the F-level one. Now only the E-level evolution potion can enhance Zhao Yin's E-level evolution potential again. Of course, if Zhao Yin could never get the E-level evolution potion, he could also use the corpse crystal to enter the D-level. However, if the potential of the E-level is not developed, the evolutionary attributes will be reduced by half. Zhao Yin subconsciously looked at Song Xiaodao beside him. As a mutant beast, the little monkey could only be taken care of by this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's gaze and looked blankly at the small bottle in his hand. Although Zhao Yin had never explained the post-apocalyptic knowledge to Song Xiaodao, she had seen all of Zhao Yin's actions over the past 2 days and vaguely knew that star crystals could produce very precious supplies and equipment, space rings could store items, corpse crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger, and that Zhao Yin had the ability to contract with mutant beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked expectantly. Zhao Yin raised his hand and threw the evolution potion to her. Take it, and you can use it only when I allow you to use it. Song Xiaodao took the medicine bottle with surprise and held it in his palm as if it were a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the medicine bottle, it must be something very valuable if it could make Zhao Yin show such an expression. In fact, Song Xiaodao didn't know that a bottle of evolution potion was enough to exchange for the lives of hundreds or even thousands of people in the end times. Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to Song Xiaodao. He held the 3 star crystals opened by the Zombie King, took a few deep breaths, and then squeezed them all open at once. Machete, Grade D, Type of Extraordinary Weapon, Durability 50, Attack 54, Additional Effect of Swinging Knife Speed plus 15. Heavy Armor, Grade D, Type Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Durability 60, Attack 39, Additional Effect Stamina plus 20. Invisibility Tent, Grade A, Type Extraordinary Mobile Shelter, Sturdiness 430, Attack 0, Additional Effect Invisibility. The 3 balls of white light dissipated, and Zhao Yin's breathing became rapid. 3 star crystals, all yielded good stuff. 2 D-level weapons and defensive equipment, and an A-level mobile shelter. The rumors from the previous life were indeed true. It was the star crystal that gave birth to the Zombie King, and then the star crystal was nurtured by the unknown energy in the Zombie King's body, which improved the quality of the items in the star crystal. An E-level Zombie King can produce an A-level item, so what can the star crystals bred by a higher-level Zombie King produce? S-level. SS-level. Soon, Zhao Yin waved away this thought. Meeting a Zombie King almost cost him his life. Who knows what abilities a more powerful Zombie King might have? As long as he is alive, Zhao Yin firmly believes that with the memories of a reborn person and the SSS-level supernatural powers he has already obtained, he will get everything he wants sooner or later. Next, Zhao Yin packed up everything and was about to leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the bull's horn flashing cold light in the mud not far away. Zhao Yin glanced at the buffalo with only one horn left not far away, and quietly put away the broken horn. Although this bull horn is not an extraordinary weapon made from star crystal, it is as hard and sharp as the D-level weapon in Zhao Yin's hand. It can even make a big hole in the abdomen of the Zombie King. Zhao Yin can't use it now, but how can such a good thing be wasted here? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed to the village in the distance. The small rural building where they lived last night had collapsed, and her eyes were full of reluctance. Don't worry, there's a place to stay, Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. He had just eaten a piece of sandwich and some iced tea, so he didn't feel hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be hungry. Zhao Yin did not light a fire to cook chestnuts on the spot. Instead, he took the little monkey, Song Xiaodao, and the buffalo and returned to the village. Snap. Zhao Yin took out the D-level weapon he had just obtained, the machete, and with one slash, the chestnut tree was cut off at the root. The bare tree trunks collapsed with a loud bang. Zhao Yin, why do you want to cut it off? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig away the roots. Zhao Yin ordered, monkey, use your supernatural powers to work. Previously, there was not enough space in the space ring, and Zhao Yin did not think of taking the chestnut tree away, but now he had contracted the buffalo, and its huge body was like a living truck. The little monkey immediately activated his ability to grow in size, and used his big hands to dig the ground quickly, with a speed comparable to that of an excavator before the end of the world. After a few minutes, he dug out a bunch of large tree roots with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The little monkey struggled to move the tree roots out of the pit. Zhao Yin snapped his fingers and said, "Old cow." The buffalo came running over quickly and looked at Zhao Yin's one eye with affection. From now on, you must carry this tree root wherever you go, and you are not allowed to put it down without my order, Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. The buffalo nodded honestly, and said in a muffled voice, I understand, master. Zhao Yin used a machete to cut off a useless chestnut tree trunk, carved out the outline of the buffalo's shoulder blade on one side, and carved the other side into a flat surface, which he then put on the buffalo's shoulder blade. Then take off the tattered clothes from the zombies, tear them into strips and twist them into ropes, and fix the tree trunk to the buffalo's front elbows, so that it becomes a stable support. Finally, Zhao Yin asked the little monkey to move the tree roots onto the support and secure them with ropes. From now on, Zhao Yin only needs to water the roots of the tree with a bottle of extraordinary Nongfu spring water every 2 or 3 days, and he can ensure that the roots will not die within half a year. Once he has living space, he can plant it. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin found an open space and took out the stealth tent. Looking at this newly acquired A-level item, Zhao Yin's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, and he couldn't wait to try out its effects. The invisible tent in Zhao Yin's hand was like a palm-sized gauze cover. As soon as he thought about it, the tent quickly floated up and then rapidly expanded. Until it covered an area of 300 square meters, it slowly descended. In an instant, Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the 2 mutant beasts were enveloped. The 2 mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin's operation with shock on their faces. Zhao Yin felt like he was in a huge yurt, with exquisite fabrics, a blue ceiling embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, and round fabric walls embroidered with mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Even the bumpy ruins were turned into a smooth wool carpet. Zhao Yin, is this something you just opened? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. This is called an invisible tent, with more than 400 points of defense. Currently, nothing in this apocalypse can break through it. Our safety will be further guaranteed in the future. Zhao Yin was in a very good mood. After saying this, he walked out of the tent. Song Xiaodao hurriedly caught up, and the little monkey quickly followed behind him. Finally, the buffalo felt that it had to fit in, so it also moved its 4 hooves and followed. Zhao Yin came out of the tent, turned around and looked back. It was still the ruins. Then, a small figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Song Xiaodao who had just walked out of the tent, followed by the little monkey and the buffalo. If Zhao Yin had not set up the tent himself, his powerful mental power would not have been able to detect the existence of the invisible tent. Old cow, charge forward with all your might. Zhao Yin pointed at the tent and ordered. Buffalo was stunned, looking at the empty space in front of him. Although there were many things he didn't understand, he still activated his supernatural power. The buffalo rushed forward. If the owner tells him to use his greatest strength, then the dog will prove to his owner how strong he is. There was a loud bang. The buffalo seemed to have hit a wall of air and fell straight to the ground due to the recoil. Carrying several tons of weight, it took it a long time to slowly climb up. The little monkey looked at the buffalo with gloating eyes, and Song Xiaodao stared at the air wall in front of him with wide eyes. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's lips. A machete appeared in his hand. He chopped forward with force. Bang! He attacked with all his strength, and his arms went numb from the shock, and he almost couldn't hold the machete. From what I could sense, there wasn't even a scratch on the invisible tent. The A-level props were indeed so powerful. After Zhao Yin tested the tent's defensive capabilities, he took Song Xiaodao and the two mutant beasts back into the tent. "It's time for dinner," Zhao Yin said. The two beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately surrounded him, all looking at Zhao Yin eagerly. Zhao Yin took out 30 raw chestnuts, but was too lazy to roast them. He just threw 20 of them to the little monkey and only gave 10 to the buffalo. The difference between close and distant relatives is evident from this. "Thank you, great, handsome, invincible, my most beloved master." The little monkey saw that there were half as many chestnuts in front of the buffalo as in front of itself, and happily jumped up and down around Zhao Yin. The monkey is the most vengeful one, and it has not forgotten that the buffalo almost killed its owner. The buffalo looked at the little monkey's chestnuts, then looked at his own, and the expression in his one eye immediately became depressed. Inner voice, the master is biased. The little calf is very unhappy. If you want to be like a monkey, you should work hard for me in the future. Zhao Yin scolded, also, don't call yourself a little calf. You should take a piss to see how big you are. From now on, you should call yourself an old cow. Do you understand? The buffalo lowered its head and dared not say a word. "Zhao Yin, where are my chestnuts?" Song Xiaodao asked hurriedly, "Why didn't you give me any chestnuts?" Both mutant beasts had chestnuts, and it seemed that Zhao Yin had forgotten only her. Song Xiaodao subconsciously put her hand on her chest. There was a small piece of roasted chestnut hidden at the airport, which she had not finished eating last night. Zhao Yin reached out to her waist. The butterfly knife was tied to her waist by Song Xiaodao with a piece of rag. Zhao Yin snatched it away and sat down on the wool carpet. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnuts and placed them in front of him. The blade of the knife scratched the chestnut skin, leaving a cut. He rubbed it lightly with his fingers, and the chestnut skin fell off, revealing the golden chestnut flesh inside. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin peeled more than a dozen chestnuts, then looked up at Song Xiaodao. "These chestnuts are all yours." "Are all for me?" Song Xiaodao was suddenly shocked. What she cared about was not how many chestnuts Zhao Yin gave her, but that Zhao Yin actually peeled the chestnuts for her himself. After the end of the world, no one had ever been so kind to her except her brother. Zhao Yin didn't notice the look in the little girl's eyes, and said calmly, "Before you eat the chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you." Good. She was so happy that she didn't even ask what the medicine was. She just took it and poured it into her mouth. Gulp. Song Xiaodao smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Zhao Yin, it tastes great." "Yes, sweet and sour taste." Zhao Yin nodded. The next moment, Song Xiaodao's face flushed red, and he stared at Zhao Yin with wide eyes. "No, my stomach hurts, Zhao Yin, what kind of medicine is this?" The F-level evolution potion can activate the evolutionary gene hidden in your body. If you can survive it, you will have the same power as me. If you can't survive it, you will die or become an idiot. Zhao Yin still spoke calmly. "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Song Xiaodao complained. In just a few seconds, her face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. Soon, sweat soaked her hair on her forehead, and the white t-shirt was also soaked, sticking tightly to her immature body. Song Xiaodao became visibly thinner. Zhao Yin understood the pain after taking the evolution potion, and grabbed a chestnut. "Do you want me to feed you?" Song Xiaodao was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly remembered the scene of Zhao Yin feeding him leaves. He endured the pain, took the chestnuts, and began to eat them in big mouthfuls. Zhao Yin continued to peel chestnuts and ate one himself. It was crispy, sweet, and delicious. He looked at Song Xiaodao calmly. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary person until her death. In this life, Zhao Yin gave her this opportunity. In this life, Zhao Yin doesn't keep any idle people around him. Even if he is grateful that she sacrificed her life for him in the previous life, that's all. He gave her the best he could give. Whether she can grasp it depends on herself. She must either become a powerful assistant to him or die. Song Xiaodao was chewing chestnuts. Her small body was shaking more and more violently, and she let out a muffled groan from her nose from time to time, but she did not stop eating. If she couldn't bear the pain and stopped, even for a minute, she would starve to death. Zhao Yin took a look at the dozen or so chestnuts left in front of him and stopped peeling them. These were enough to sustain Song Xiaodao until the end of his evolution. He began to organize the extraordinary supplies in the space ring. Today I killed 26 F-level zombies and 1 E-level zombie king, which is a lot of fat. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 pieces of instant noodles to keep out the cold, 3 pieces of sandwich bread to heal wounds, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits to make people energetic, 2 cans of tuna to resist F-class virus, and only 1 bottle of iced black tea whose properties can be doubled within an hour. The little monkey also has a bottle of iced black tea. The original military uniform jacket had been damaged, and a new one was sold today. In addition, there are new weapons, a mace and a machete, and an E-women's suit. Zhao Yin was not going to use the extraordinary food and water easily. Last time, if there was really no food to support his evolution, he would not have been willing to eat a single bite. After he put away all the extraordinary food, he began to organize his equipment. First of all, the mace that was used to kill the zombie king must have been given to the little monkey. This thing is too heavy. The reason why Zhao Yin was able to kill the zombie king with a hammer was because he drank iced black tea which doubled his strength. Although the little monkey's strength is not as good as Zhao Yin's today, after activating his gigantic ability, his strength has doubled, so there is absolutely no problem in wielding it. The attributes of a D-level machete are not worse than those of a mace, but it is much lighter. Zhao Yin plans to keep it for his own use. In this way, Tang Dao was naturally eliminated by Zhao Yin and left to the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left to Song Xiaodao, allowing her to continue using it to cut watermelons. Zhao Yin himself did not like close combat. As for guns and bows and arrows, Zhao Yin chose the best-maintained pistol and equipped it with 100 rounds of bullets, which he also prepared for Song Xiaodao, and put away the rest. Next, D-level heavy armor, E-level women's suits, F-level military tops, and F-level dresses can be distributed. As for the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin never even thought about distributing them. That was a necessary artifact for him to escape and save his life. How could he give it to others? The heavy armor looked like it was from the Qin and Han dynasties. It was made of a dark, extraordinary metal. Zhao Yin estimated that it weighed at least 100 or 200 kilograms. He could wear it himself, but it was very difficult and would reduce his combat effectiveness, so Zhao Yin also prepared to let the little monkey use it. It is conceivable that after the little monkey has activated his giant power, he will be wearing an indestructible armor, holding a mace, and moving freely among the zombies. He will kill powerful zombies one by one and collect star crystals for himself. Zhao Yin wiped his saliva and finally remembered that it was time to give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He could only wear 2 shirts at most. If he wore more, it would be inconvenient for him to move. The military uniform jacket must be worn outside. The women's suit I just got is E-grade and its properties are completely incomparable to those of a dress. So the dress is prepared for Song Xiaodao, who has been coveting it for a long time. After Zhao Yin figured out how to distribute it, he turned around to look at Song Xiaodao. She had eaten all the freshly peeled chestnuts and had fallen into a coma. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours for her to wake up. He changed all his equipment that needed to be changed, and divided the equipment prepared for Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao into 2 piles. Then Zhao Yin called the little monkey over. "Monkey, this heavy armor and mace are both D-level, the best equipment I have. I was planning to keep them for myself to save my life, but now that I think of you and how much I raised you, I'm going to give them all to you." The little monkey widened his eyes and stared blankly at the heavy armor and mace that Zhao Yin was pointing at. It remembered clearly that the terrible zombie king was killed by its master with a mace. It had never expected that its usually stingy master would actually give it such a powerful weapon. This heavy armor is a good thing. Defensive equipment is more valuable than weapons. With a sturdiness of 60 points, it is only slightly inferior to that of the zombie king. When you wear it, even armor-piercing bullets can hardly hurt you. Zhao Yin added. The little monkey looked up at Zhao Yin, moved to tears. "Master, you are so kind to me, you should wear this heavy armor yourself." It almost shed tears when it saw that its owner was only wearing a military uniform top and a pink women's suit underneath. "I'll give it to you now. Put it on and go out and kill zombies. Don't come back before dark." A hint of majesty appeared on Zhao Yin's face, and he said righteously, "Bring all the star crystals and corpse crystals back to me." How could he let the little monkey have some free time before Song Xiaodao woke up? With this set of D-level equipment, every minute and every second of the little monkey's life is corpse crystals and star crystals. When the little monkey was about to leave, Zhao Yin thought for a moment and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and a piece of sandwich bread. Zhao Yin reminded him, "You can eat chestnuts when you are hungry. This bottle of Nongfu Spring is enough for you to consume water for the day. You don't need to bring other supplies. The sandwich bread and the bottle of iced black tea are both good things to save your life. Don't use them casually unless it is a critical moment." The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Although it was very greedy for the extraordinary food, it was now influenced by Zhao Yin and knew how precious the extraordinary food was, so it tried to save as much as possible. Extraordinary defensive equipment can change size at will according to the wearer's body shape. After the little monkey put on the heavy armor, it seemed very tired as it had not yet activated its special powers, and it dragged the mace out of the tent with difficulty. The invisibility tent became quiet. Only Zhao Yin, the unconscious Song Xiaodao, and Lao Niu were left. "Master, I also want to make a contribution," said the old cow in a muffled voice. As Zhao Yin's contracted beast, the little monkey has a mace, heavy armor, and even extraordinary food and water. Lao Niu was so jealous. "You also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me?" Zhao Yin asked, turning around. The old cow looked down at its front hooves. It had no problem killing zombies, but even if it killed them, it had no hands to help dig out corpse crystals and star crystals. "Master, Old Bull is willing to kill zombies for you, but Old Bull has a big secret to tell you," Buffalo said in his heart. Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. Big secret. There seems to be a real secret hidden in this buffalo. Just a few days after the large-scale animal mutation, it has evolved to level E, even faster than the little monkey that followed Zhao Yin. There is definitely something wrong. Old Cow almost killed you, Master, because of this secret. The story starts with how I became enemies with those zombies. This buffalo was not the plowing ox that Zhao Yin imagined, and it did not live in this village before the end of the world. It was just a beef cattle purchased from the Guangzhou slaughterhouse. It had been ripened using technology and hard work in the cattle farm and was actually just 1 year old. In the slaughterhouse, it saw its companions being killed one after another. Before they died, their hides were cut open and water was injected into their muscles, and finally they were made into various beef products. That kind of scene made it live in fear every day. It hated humans in its heart, but it could do nothing about it. Finally, late at night more than a month ago, it was also led into the production workshop. It thought it was going to die. But I didn't expect that meteor shower would come. The production workshop collapsed and the buffalo was crushed under the rubble. Fortunately, there was a slaughtering rack to support it, leaving it some living space. At the same time, there were several cows around that had been slaughtered and had their stomachs left behind, with a lot of grass residue and water remaining in them. The buffalo struggled to survive for a month, and finally a few days ago, it suddenly regained the strength to break open the roof of the workshop above its head. Entering this end of the world, the first thing the buffalo saw were the butchers from the past. They had all changed their appearance and were wandering in the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The buffalo had no idea what was going on and in anger it rushed over, knocked them all over, and trampled them with its iron hooves until they were reduced to meat paste. It found that its strength was absurd, and it killed crazily along the way. Slowly, it finally understood that those humans seemed to have turned into another kind of monster, and their strength was gradually increasing. Gradually, the buffaloes started to get hurt as they slaughtered more zombies. When they encountered large groups of zombies, they could only avoid them. When they were thirsty, they looked for dirty water to drink, and when they were hungry, they ate newly grown grass sprouts. Until 2 days ago, Buffalo accidentally broke into the industrial park and found a bush with 2 bright red fruits on it. The buffalo could smell the fragrance from a long distance. The buffaloes are still fascinated by that unique fragrance. It only ate one pill and felt severe pain all over its body. Finally, it fell to the ground and fainted. When it woke up, it found that it had become much stronger and had an additional armor ability. The buffalo became confident again and prepared to eat the remaining fruit, but he didn't expect that the zombie king, the overlord of the industrial park, suddenly appeared. So a fierce battle started between the buffalo and the corpse, and finally the buffalo was injured and fled to the suburbs, which is when it met Zhao Yin last night. At that time, the buffalo came here because it smelled the leaves of the chestnut tree from afar. It just felt that the chestnut leaves were similar to the shrub in some ways, so it started eating them and found that they could actually heal its injuries. The buffalo knew that the leaf was taken down by Zhao Yin, so it did not choose to kill Zhao Yin in the end. After its wounds healed, it left and prepared to return to the industrial park to grab the remaining fruit. The little monkey saw what happened later and told Zhao Yin. "Does that shrub have needle-shaped leaves, colorful branches, a layer of golden fuzz all over, and bright red fruits with faint golden threads?" Zhao Yin asked. The old cow looked surprised. "Master, how did you know?" Zhao Yin's breathing became slightly heavy, and he understood in an instant. He was very familiar with that kind of fruit, having picked it for Lin Tianfeng in his previous life. However, that was 3 years after the end of the world. The fact that Lin Tianfeng was able to rise in the end times and crush other SSS-level psychics with his strength was closely related to those 3 fruits. When Zhao Yin first obtained this kind of fruit in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name the fruit, and Zhao Yin called it golden silk fruit. The golden silk fruit can allow mutant beasts below level D to be directly promoted to a higher level, but its greatest function is that it can directly stimulate a certain supernatural power of the mutant beast. You should know that most mutant beasts only have one superpower. The reason why Zhao Yin had such a deep memory of the little monkey was because it had 2 superpowers. Moreover, the superpowers of all mutant beasts are innate and very few of them can be changed. Every additional superpower can double the strength of mutant beasts of the same level, or even crush them. In the 7 years of his previous life, Zhao Yin had only seen the golden silk fruit, which could increase the superpowers of mutant beasts. Unfortunately, the number of such rare creatures is too small to be cultivated. A fruit tree can produce 2 fruits at most, and most of the time it only produces 1, and the fruit will wither and die when it is ripe. Zhao Yin couldn't have imagined that in the small city of Guangzhou, there was not only a zombie king, but also a golden silk fruit. Bang! Zhao Yin slapped the old cow on the head. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" This slap was like a tickle to the old cow, but it pretended to be in pain. "I'm sorry, master, my memory is not very good." In fact, it had been less than 3 hours since the old cow became Zhao Yin's mutant beast. Zhao Yin had been busy all the time, and it had no chance to tell him at all. Zhao Yin changed the subject and said, "If you are wrong, you must admit it. I will not erase your contribution. If you get the golden silk fruit, you can choose 3 kinds of extraordinary food, and I will also reward you with 100 chestnuts." The old cow immediately thanked the little monkey profusely. It had never eaten any extraordinary food, but seeing how eager the little monkey was before, it thought it must taste delicious. At this time, Song Xiaodao had not yet woken up, and Zhao Yin could not take her with him to look for the golden silk fruit as the journey was too unsafe. It was impossible for Zhao Yin to disperse the manpower in his hands into 2 places. His principle in the end times was always to put safety first. So Zhao Yin planned to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before picking the golden fruit. That is an industrial park, the place with the highest density of zombies in the entire Guangzhou city. It is unlikely that other people or mutant beasts would pick the golden silk fruits in advance. Zhao Yin walked out of the invisible tent, and Lao Niu quickly followed, like his most loyal bodyguard. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin used the space ring to clean up the old site of the small Western-style building. The old cow standing by didn't know what Zhao Yin was going to do. It was so scared that it didn't dare to breathe. It still remembered that it was it that caused the small Western-style building to collapse. Finally, Zhao Yin found a deformed tent in the ruins, and then continued to search, and soon he found a deformed hanging pot with a few half-ripe chestnuts in it. This morning when the old cow hit the small Western-style building, Zhao Yin asked the little monkey to pick up Song Xiaodao and run away. These things were buried here. Zhao Yin knocked the deformed hanging pot casually, making it look less ugly, and then put it into the space ring. Next, he came to the place where food and daily necessities had been discarded previously. After most of the day, the discarded food lost the protection of the space ring and deteriorated even more seriously. Self-heating rice and instant noodles were covered with a layer of green hair, and meat dishes such as salt-baked chicken, cooked beef, braised eggs, and ham were also rotten and smelly. Zhao Yin took a look and ignored it. He packed up all the daily necessities and the 10 buckets of well water that he had thrown away earlier. Then Zhao Yin made a wooden frame and secured all the recovered supplies on the old cow's back. With this beef truck, how could Zhao Yin not use it? The old cow was panting heavily, with a huge tree root on its back, and with all these supplies it felt like it was carrying a small mountain. Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. Work hard, I will never forget your contribution. When there is a chance in the future, I will make you a more powerful mutant beast. Thank you, Master. Come on. Zhao Yin patted Lao Nyo's head. At this moment, he was like a pyramid scheme leader. He casually threw the half-ripe chestnuts covered in mud and sand to the old cow. The old cow did not despise it. He chewed and swallowed it in a few bites, then followed Zhao Yin into the tent with a refreshed mind. 3 hours later, as the sun was setting, the little monkey came back. Its armor jingled, and in one hand it held a blood-stained mace, and in the other hand it held a package made of rags. Master, I got 3 star crystals, 3 F-grade corpse crystals, and 536 non-grade corpse crystals, said the little monkey as if asking for credit. Which group of zombies did you kill? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. He didn't expect the little monkey to be so brave. At least 500 or 600 zombies were killed, including 3 F-level ones. The little monkey proudly communicated in his mind, it was that school. Yesterday, the zombies there dared to scratch my butt. Today, I killed most of them. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered the school where he met the female zombie. I remember that I asked the little monkey to lead the zombies away, and its butt was indeed injured when it came back. After a day, the little monkey was now able to kill half of the zombies by himself. Are you hurt? Eat some chestnuts and have a good rest. Zhao Yin took out 10 chestnuts and took the package handed over by the little monkey. When the little monkey left, he had eaten all the chestnuts he brought with him and drank the bottle of Nongfu Spring. He was wearing heavy armor and dragging a mace weighing several hundred kilograms, which consumed a lot of his energy. The little monkey continued to take credit. Master, if I hadn't been reluctant to drink the iced black tea, I would have been able to wipe out the entire group of zombies. It's not worth wasting extraordinary food for ordinary zombies. Monkey, you did a good job. Zhao Yin continued to brainwash. No, it was a compliment. Then he looked back at Lao Nyo and said, did you see that? Learn from this next time. The old cow looked at the little monkey enviously and nodded repeatedly. It couldn't wait to think that its master would reward it with more after picking the golden silk fruits. Zhao Yin sent the little monkey away, provoked the old cow, and opened the package. The energy contained in more than 500 non-grade corpse crystals is equivalent to that of about 5 F-grade corpse crystals. With the addition of 3 F-level corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution degree increased to 100/0.26. This growth rate may seem slow, but it is the fastest way for an evolver to increase his strength. In fact, if Zhao Yin in his previous life had acquired this kind of corpse crystal, he would have been extremely shocked. If you want to quickly increase the speed of evolution, you only have to kill zombies of the same level or above, but how can they be killed so easily? After Zhao Yin used the corpse crystal, he took out 3 star crystals and opened them directly. Nongfu Spring. Let's start with the most useless Nongfu Spring again. Zhao Yin was already used to it, and then pinched open the second piece of star crystal. Canned beef, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of permanent strength +1. Finally, it was no longer an F-level disposable food, and Zhao Yin was delighted. Although it only added 1 point of strength, Zhao Yin understood that there was no upper limit. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had eaten more than 1,000 cans of this kind of canned food, and he could crush the same level of evolvers with strength alone. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone. He always portrayed himself as frugal and set an example in front of his younger brothers, so he would never let those foodies see it. Zhao Yin pinched open the 3rd star crystal. Glutinous rice wine, grade F, a special alcoholic beverage. Strength plus 80 within 10 minutes after drinking, with the additional effect of causing confusion within 3 hours. Zhao Yin looked at the transparent glass bottle in his hand with a complicated expression. The wine inside is an attractive amber color. Within 10 minutes, his strength increased by a full 80 points. Combined with Zhao Yin's own strength attribute and the attack bonus of his equipment, Zhao Yin was confident that he could kill a D-level zombie. But the side effects are too great. My mind was in a mess for 3 hours. It wouldn't be a big deal before the end of the world. But in this apocalypse, let alone 3 hours, even 3 minutes could cost him his life. Zhao Yin hadn't figured out how to use this thing in the future, so he put it into his space ring. At this time, Song Xiaodao on the side finally opened his eyes. Zhao Yin. The little girl was still a little confused and called his name as soon as she opened her mouth. Zhao Yin looked back and his eye of true vision opened. Human female, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 16, agility 17, stamina 12, spirit 11, life countdown, 31,057 days. Her attributes are not much different from Zhao Yin's at level F, except that she has not activated her supernatural powers and her mental strength is greatly reduced. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry. Seeing Zhao Yin distracted, Song Xiaodao spoke again to remind him. She got up from the ground, came to Zhao Yin and squatted down, hugged her shoulders and said coquettishly, "Is there anything else to eat?" Zhao Yin took out 3 chestnuts and handed them to her, pointing to the dress, tang sword, butterfly knife, pistol, and 100 rounds of bullets piled beside him. These equipment are yours. From today on, you will also kill zombies with me. After saying that, Zhao Yin stared closely at Song Xiaodao's expression. When she heard that she also had to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head like a rattle and didn't even dare to take the chestnut that Zhao Yin handed over to her. Zhao Yin, I'd better help you cut off your head. Anyway, you need someone to clean up the star crystals and corpse crystals. Don't you need the little monkey to deal with all the fighting and killing? In the end times, killing is the basis for survival. If I die in the future, how will you survive? Zhao Yin interrupted Song Xiaodao and said righteously, young man, you should learn more. Relying on others is inferior after all. Only what you have learned is your own, and only then can you deal with all crises. Only then did Song Xiaodao realize that Zhao Yin was actually thinking about her. It turns out that this guy cares about me so much. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure was getting taller and taller, and seemed to be gradually overlapping with the figure of his brother in his heart. Her eyes warmed up, she took the chestnut from Zhao Yin's hand and whispered, I understand, Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin sighed, turned around and walked out of the stealth tent silently, his voice slightly hoarse, Xiaodao, I will try my best to do the head cutting myself in the future. Everything must be trained up first before we can talk about other things. After he finished speaking, Zhao Yin's tall figure disappeared outside the tent, but the voice continued to be heard. I've given you the dress you like. Put it on. Girls should look pretty. He is the master of the contract, so he should hide behind the scenes and let his younger brothers do the fighting. If you walk along the riverside for a long time, how can you not get your feet wet? Today's zombie king reminded Zhao Yin that he should try to avoid fighting personally in the future. Song Xiaodao's eyes were moist and he was unable to recover for a long time. She clenched the chestnuts in her hands so tightly that the knuckles of her little hands turned white. Mom, Dad, and brother, you know what, I met a good person. Song Xiaodao changed into a dress and followed Zhao Yin's example, tying a butterfly knife to her arm. She hung the tang sword and pistol on her waist, one on each side. She wrapped the extra bullets in rags and stuffed them against her chest. She quickly finished eating 3 chestnuts with a crunch, and suddenly the light in front of her eyes brightened. It was Zhao Yin who put away the invisible tent. Zhao Yin, where are we going next? At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as the man in front of her was there, anywhere in this doomsday would be her home. Return to Guangzhou and kill zombies. At some point, the wind blew in this desolate world, making Zhao Yin's short hair even more messy. He was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a little taller after her evolution. The dress showed off her curvaceous figure. But she was still standing in the mud with bare feet. Zhao Yin lowered his head and looked at the sneakers with exposed toes on his feet. He sighed in his heart. He had obtained quite a lot of equipment from the star crystals, but why were there no pants and shoes? Monkey, old cow, are you full? If you are full, it's time to work. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed towards Guangzhou City. Target Industrial Park. Monkey will lead the way, Xiaodao will be responsible for the cover, and Laonyo will stay beside me to protect me. Squeak. Hoo-hoo. The little monkey and the old cow were both excited. Even Song Xiaodao had a solemn look on his face. Immediately afterwards, the little monkey dragged the mace and rushed forward first. Song Xiaodao followed hurriedly, and Zhao Yin walked at the end with the old cow. 2 people and 2 beasts, gradually moving away. The wind howled, the stars and the moon rose, and the world was dark. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered his previous life. An old survivor in his camp said this before he died. In this world, daytime belongs to humans, and nighttime belongs to other animals. But humans occupied the night and the day, so the world was punished. People have turned into zombies and can only wander around without stopping. Now that he is no longer bound by the social framework and no longer has the difficulties of survival in his previous life, Zhao Yin suddenly feels that the end of the world is actually pretty good. At least Song Xiaodao no longer has to worry about academic involution, with endless memorizing, doing homework, looking up information, and taking extra classes. Ordinary people no longer have to work hard to pay off their mortgages and car loans. Without competition in the workplace, there is no need to smile hypocritically to anyone, nor do you have to cry for anyone. Baby monkeys no longer need to be kept in zoos and left to die. Old cows will no longer be made into beef products. While Zhao Yin was thinking, he soon arrived at the city of Guangzhou. All you see are collapsed ruins, dilapidated roads, car wreckage, and zombies wandering aimlessly. This time, Zhao Yin did not choose to use the ruins as cover to travel, but directly let the little monkey lead the way on the dilapidated road. Roar! A zombie immediately discovered Zhao Yin and his group, and staggered towards the little monkey in front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corpse roars were heard nearby, and zombies from all directions rushed over. Squeak! Squeak! The little monkey activated his special power and his thin body swelled rapidly. The monkey's face also became ferocious, rapidly growing larger, and the squeaking sounds from its mouth turned into terrifying roars. In an instant, the little monkey turned into a 2-meter-tall beast, and the mace in his hand danced wildly. Bang bang bang. The 3 zombies that rushed towards him had their heads smashed immediately. Then, the little monkey rushed directly into the zombie group, and several zombies fell to the ground with every hit of the stick. The zombie grabbed the heavy armor on the little monkey, but it could not shake it at all. At this moment, it was like a meat grinder, and black blood flowed wherever it passed. The old cow also breathed heavily. Master, I want to go too. Go ahead and compete with the monkey to see who can kill more faster. Zhao Yin stood on tiptoe and patted the old cow's butt. The old cow was shocked. After all, it was an E-level mutant beast. How could it be defeated by a monkey? It immediately activated both of its supernatural powers, and its 2-meter-tall body swelled a little more. Its muscles bulged with explosive power, and then a layer of fish scale-like armor covered its entire body, and it suddenly rushed out. The next moment, the place on the right side of the little monkey where the most zombies gathered was hit by the terrifying figure of the old cow, and all the zombies were smashed into pieces. Among them, there was a broken arm of an unknown zombie, which fell to Zhao Yin's feet with a plop. Zhao Yin looked down and wiped a drop of black blood from his face. In terms of combat awareness, the old cow is stronger than the little monkey. After all, after the mutation, it has been wandering around the industrial park and has killed countless zombies. At this time, before the zombies had time to form groups, most of them were killed by the 2 mutant beasts. Song Xiaodao thought it would be a life-and-death battle, but she didn't expect that no zombie could come to her. She looked at the 2 majestic mutant beasts and was stunned for a moment. Go and help. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, you are not allowed to eat supper at night. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind. 10. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin and pouted, I'm still a child, can you kill less? She was hesitating there, thinking about how to kill a zombie and report to Zhao Yin so that she could be done with it. There are no children in the apocalypse, only life and death. If you don't have the ability, you will die. Those who can survive are the strong ones. Zhao Yin said loudly, you are now an evolver, which means you are stronger than most survivors. I'll give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you fail to do so, I'll let you replace the monkey as the vanguard tonight. Song Xiaodao's legs went weak. Let her be the pioneer. Wouldn't that mean you're dead? She drew out her tang sword, plucked up her short legs and bravely stepped closer to the group of zombies fighting with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao was planning to launch a sneak attack when a zombie wasn't paying attention, but she didn't expect that as soon as she got close, the zombie gave up attacking the little monkey and pounced directly on her. She was so frightened that she waved her tang sword in panic. Puff! The zombie's shoulder was cut off at the root by the tang sword, but the zombie seemed to feel nothing at all and continued to hug her with one arm. At this moment, it was too late for Song Xiaodao to react, and he fell to the ground. Zhao Yin, help me. Zhao Yin had anticipated this. He stepped forward and kicked the armless zombie to the ground, chopped off its head with a knife, and then pulled her up from the ground. To kill zombies, you must chop off their heads. Remember to swing your knife hard. You can't let the skull get stuck in your knife. You can't get scratched or bitten, otherwise you will become a zombie like them. Zhao Yin taught seriously. Song Xiaodao was still in shock, his shaking body clung tightly to Zhao Yin, and he cried, can you please not let me kill the zombies? I can work for you. You have to work and kill zombies. I told you at the beginning that since you followed me, your life belongs to me. If you want to leave again, I will kill you. Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao away and pointed at the zombies not far away, go and kill them again, this is your only way out. He himself had experienced all of this in his past life. When killing zombies for the first time, many people couldn't even lift their weapons, and ended up being torn to pieces by the zombies while peeing their pants. Song Xiaodao is still a child, at least he hasn't wet his pants yet. Her tears fell down and she glared at Zhao Yin fiercely. The good impression she had felt earlier disappeared at this moment. At this time, dozens of zombies nearby had been killed by the little monkey and the old cow, and only a few were left. Song Xiaodao did not dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order, and quickly rushed forward with his tang sword. A zombie roared and rushed towards Song Xiaodao, and she swung her knife on the zombie's head. The strength of an F-level evolver is simply not something an ordinary zombie can stop. Because she used too much force, the zombie was split in half, and its black and green internal organs flowed all over the ground, accompanied by a foul smell. At this time, all the nearby zombies were killed by Lao Niu and the little monkey. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpses he had killed. Since the zombie outbreak, in her opinion, zombies are the most terrifying species in the world. Later, she was amazed when she saw Zhao Yin could kill zombies easily. I didn't expect that I have achieved it now. Did he really kill this zombie himself? Song Xiaodao felt like he was dreaming. Suddenly, a warm hand gently stroked her head, and Zhao Yin's voice came to her ears, well done. Song Xiaodao felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. After all, she was just a child and would not bear grudges. Zhao Yin, shouldn't you think I'm useless? Those words I said before were a little hurtful, but I have to make it clear to you. People always need to grow. Sometimes, if we don't push ourselves, how can we know how much potential we have? Zhao Yin rubbed Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the night sky. His jawline, covered with stubble, had a clear outline. At this moment, Song Xiaodao looked at him with sparkling eyes. I'm sorry Zhao Yin, it's all because I'm too timid. I let you down. Zhao Yin didn't respond, but ordered, go to work, dig up all the corpse crystals for me. After saying that, he personally bent down and dug up the head of a corpse in front of him, and quickly took out a gradeless star crystal. He was too lazy to wipe it, and directly crushed it and absorbed it. Song Xiaodao quickly put away his tang sword, took out his butterfly knife and went back to his old job. Old cow, go and crush all the heads that are not broken. Monkey, go and dig out the corpse crystals too. Zhao Yin raised his head and ordered. He, the master, is working personally, but the two mutant beasts are just watching. Is there any respect or hierarchy? The two mutant beasts had just finished fighting, and upon hearing this, they immediately put away their superpowers. The little monkey smashed a head next to him with a stick, and then reached in to take out the corpse crystal. The old cow had no hands, but that didn't stop it from helping Song Xiaodao crush the head. Song Xiaodao only needed to take out the star crystal. In just a few minutes, 157 gradeless corpse crystals were absorbed by Zhao Yin, increasing the degree of evolution by 0.0157 percentage points. Next, the two men and two beasts continued to walk towards the industrial park, leaving corpses everywhere they passed. All the F-level zombies in Guangzhou City were summoned by the Zombie King and were killed by Zhao Yin outside the southern suburbs this morning. Therefore, we didn't encounter any zombies with any grades along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Dozens of zombies appeared again among the ruins ahead, but the difference was that they all lay on the ground, motionless. The bodies of these zombies are in tatters. Zhao Yin, are those zombies sleeping? Song Xiaodao asked. Zombies don't need to sleep. Zhao Yin frowned. It was obvious that these zombies had been killed by someone. Just wondering who dared to come here to kill zombies. The little monkey said in his heart, Master, it was the old cow who did it last night. Zhao Yin suddenly realized what was going on, and ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to open the skull and take out the corpse crystal. Next, we encountered several waves of corpses killed by Lao Niu, and finally found an F-level among them, with both the star crystal and the corpse crystal still there. Zhao Yin opened the star crystal directly. Nongfu Spring. He smacked his lips and put it into his space ring. At this time, the degree of evolution rose to 100 to 0.3215. The zombies ahead gradually became more and more dense, and occasionally large groups of thousands of zombies would appear. After several hours of intense fighting, the little monkey and the old cow were both exhausted and out of breath. Zhao Yin had to let them stop to rest and recover their energy before continuing to move forward. However, Zhao Yin never let them actively kill zombies again. If they were surrounded by a large number of zombies here, the old cow and the little monkey would die even with their strength. As they went deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became more and more dense, to the point where it was almost impossible to move. Zhao Yin no longer dared to make any noise. I asked Lao Niu and was told that since the appearance of the Zombie King, there have been more and more zombies here, and it has not been deep here for a long time. The industrial park is not big, but the Zombie King summoned nearly 100,000 zombies. Even if a D-level mutant beast is surrounded, it would probably be difficult to get out. The mutant beasts are just flesh and blood. Once their supernatural powers are exhausted, they will be piled up and killed by the corpses. Going deeper into the industrial park, there were zombies wandering everywhere. There was no end in sight, and they were so densely packed that it seemed like a temple fair before the end of the world. Zhao Yin and a few guys stopped under a tattered insulation tile. Old cow, how far is it? Zhao Yin didn't dare to speak out loud and asked in his heart. We'll get there just by climbing over the pile of concrete in front. Lao Niu responded in his mind. At this time, Zhao Yin could see clearly where the golden silk fruit existed. That area was not the most densely populated by zombies, and there was a lot of vegetation growing nearby. Many of the post-apocalyptic weeds and shrubs took root directly in the concrete. With Zhao Yin's size and skills, it was not difficult for him to go alone and pick the golden silk fruit with the help of the gaps between the ruins and the cover of vegetation. I'm going to pick the golden silk fruits. You guys stay here and wait for me. Zhao Yin said in a low voice. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao grabbed the corner of Zhao Yin's clothes, his little face full of worry, and pouted his lips and said, I'll go with you. No, if you alarm the zombies here, I won't be able to protect you. Zhao Yin said sternly. He could escape if he was discovered by zombies alone, but taking Song Xiaodao with him would be tantamount to committing suicide. Old cow, monkey, if there is any danger, I will escape alone first. You and Xiaodao will hide here and wait for the zombies to calm down before returning the same way. After we get out, we will meet up in the previous village. Zhao Yin prepared for a rainy day. After saying this, he took out all the compressed biscuits that could replenish his energy, a total of 3 pieces. He spent a lot of money to get the golden fruit. 2 pieces for the little monkey and 1 piece for the old cow. If you are discovered by the zombies and your energy is exhausted, eat one piece. It can replenish the energy you have consumed. Remember, you must protect the knife. The two mutant beasts nodded. They could feel that this was an order from Zhao Yin and there was no room for negotiation. After Zhao Yin explained everything, he turned and walked forward. In fact, all these arrangements were made out of Zhao Yin's cautious character, just in case. He was confident that he could easily pick the golden silk fruit, and it would not be difficult to cross this distance. What's more, there is vegetation covering it. Zhao Yin walked through the gaps between concrete without making any sound. When there was no shelter, he leaned over and crawled through the vegetation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin successfully crossed the concrete pile that Lao Niu mentioned. A large open space appeared in front of us, and at a glance, we saw a short shrub growing 30 meters away, swaying in the night wind. There is a fruit hanging on it. The bright red skin has faint golden threads. Golden thread fruit. Zhao Yin paused for a moment. The zombies nearby didn't seem to be interested in the golden fruit. Even when they wandered to the tree, they ignored it. Zhao Yin got into the bushes and crawled forward cautiously, 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. 8 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a zombie slowly wandered towards Zhao Yin. In the bushes, Zhao Yin could see clearly that it was a young man in his previous life. He was wearing tattered clothes and the logo of a tire factory could be vaguely seen. The body of this zombie has recovered completely, and it won't be long before it can evolve to level F. The blood vessels beneath the pale skin were a disgusting black-purple color, crawling all over the face like earthworms, and turbid, sticky liquid dripped from its mouth. Tick. Tick. As the zombies approached, a drop of saliva fell on Zhao Yin's eyelids, and he dared not move. Fortunately, he had taken a shower last night, so the smell of sweat on his body was not too strong. In addition, the strong wind diluted the smell, so the zombie did not notice him. The zombie slowly passed by Zhao Yin and gradually walked away. Zhao Yin wiped the saliva from his eyelids, continued to crawl forward, and soon arrived under the golden silk fruit tree. He did not pick the fruit immediately, but continued to hide in the grass and observed his surroundings vigilantly. Until they were within 10 meters, all the zombies turned their backs. At this moment, Zhao Yin suddenly jumped up. He grabbed the golden silk fruit accurately, and then as his body fell, he pulled the fruit off the tree. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin's body fell into the grass again. It took Zhao Yin no more than 2 seconds to do all this. No zombies noticed. Zhao Yin looked at the golden fruit in his hand, but before he could feel happy, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. "There's someone there, help!" Nest. Zhao Yin cursed inwardly and saw clearly that it was a middle-aged bald man in a dirty suit. He was holding a little boy of 5 or 6 years old in his arms. He was crawling out of a crack that could be vaguely identified as the sewer manhole. "Finally someone has come, help, save my son!" The men shouted and ran towards Zhao Yin quickly. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies nearby suddenly became excited. If you look down from a high altitude at this time, you will find that the dead industrial park is like a surging ant nest. Countless zombies gathered madly around the men and Zhao Yin. At this moment, Zhao Yin didn't hesitate at all. He stood up and ran away. If he were surrounded, even if his current strength increased several times, he would probably be finished. Once the zombies surrounded him, the bushes could no longer hide his figure. It will be difficult to leave then. At that time, the only thing Zhao Yin could do was to release the invisible tent to hide. These ordinary zombies cannot break through the defenses of the tent, but doing so will only cause more and more zombies outside the tent to gather, and they will eventually be trapped and die here. Brother, you are the first person I have met in more than a month. Please don't run away, please save my son." The men shouted behind him, his voice gradually trembling. Zhao Yin wanted to curse so much that he never expected that in this industrial park with no living space, there were actually people who could survive until now. This father and son were able to escape his perception, and they must have used the same method to escape the zombies' perception. Zhao Yin didn't have time to figure out how they did it. The men behind him screamed louder and louder, and the swarm of zombies quickly surrounded him. At this time, Zhao Yin also became a target to attract the zombies. He directly took out the last bottle of iced black tea from the space ring and gulped it down. Zhao Yin said nothing, and his speed increased a lot instantly. At the same time, he chose the direction where the zombies were the weakest, and ran as fast as he could, almost losing his pants. "Asshole, how could you just stand there and watch me die? I can die, why don't you save my son?" The swarm of corpses had surrounded the men and the little boy. Countless hands reached out to the father and son, and the little boy cried loudly. The next moment, the swarm of zombies instantly engulfed the father and son, grabbing their hands and feet, and scrambling to bite them. The men tried desperately to protect the little boy in his arms. Suddenly, with a click, the little boy's head was torn off by a zombie. As blood gushed out, the zombies nearby became more and more excited. "Son, son," the men screamed heartbreakingly. In the end, the man was pinned to the ground by the zombies. In an instant, his flesh and blood were bitten off by the zombies. In the pool of blood, he still tightly guarded the headless corpse in his arms. "Son, we're out of food and water, and Dad doesn't know how to save you." Soon, the man was torn into pieces by the zombies, and not even a bone was left. Until the very end, he didn't see the guy look back. From beginning to end, Zhao Yin didn't say a word, didn't look at anything, and was only concerned about escaping for his own life. Zhao Yin was still surrounded by the zombies. Although he tried his best to escape, he only managed to escape to the edge of the industrial park. But the zombies in front have formed a zombie wall, without even a trace of gap left. Puff. Zhao Yin directly drew out his machete and chopped down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him with one blow. Before the zombies could gather around him, he quickly stepped forward, swung his machete again, and stepped forward. This high-intensity killing allowed him to slowly move out of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp nails scratched his body. Although ordinary zombies could not break through the defense of the military uniform and fishnet stockings, Zhao Yingguo's exposed skin had already appeared in countless scars. He killed the zombies beside him with a few slashes, quickly took out a can of tuna to resist the virus, opened the lid, grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. After this delay, his arms, thighs, and chest were bitten by several zombies. Although they couldn't tear the defense of his clothes, the bites were very painful. If he hadn't dodged in time, his neck would have been bitten through by a zombie. Zhao Yin was furious and swung his machete to chop. The bloody smell left by the bald man and his son lingered in the air. Even though they had been devoured without even a bone left, countless zombies were still desperately rushing over there, one after another. Normally the zombies just wandered around aimlessly, turning around and bypassing obstacles when they encountered them, but at this moment the attraction of flesh and blood made the zombie group go completely crazy. As a result, several of them fell into the gap where Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts were hiding when they were climbing the broken wall. Bang bang bang. The little monkey waved his mace and killed the zombies in a few strokes, thus attracting the attention of other zombies nearby. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, a chain reaction occurred, and countless zombies rushed into the gap. Song Xiaodao's face turned pale, and his hands holding the Tang sword began to tremble. The little monkey remembered Zhao Yin's instructions before he left and immediately ate a piece of compressed biscuit. Energy is quickly restored. Squeak. Squeak. It activated its ability to grow larger, threw Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder, and stood up and jumped out of the gap. The zombies in front of him at this moment were endless. The word wall of corpses was not enough to describe it. It should be called mountain of zombies. The little monkey rushed into the zombie group, and countless zombies instantly overwhelmed it. The zombies' sharp nails scratched the heavy armor, leaving sparks. The mace was swung tightly, and every time it fell, several zombies were smashed to pieces. Boom. There was a loud noise beside him. It was the old cow rushing over and knocking away the bunch of zombies beside the little monkey, instantly relieving the pressure on the little monkey. For a moment, the 2 beasts looked extremely powerful, and countless zombies were turned into meat paste with their cooperation. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 beasts killed thousands of zombies. But there were so many corpses that the 2 beasts did not move more than a few meters from beginning to end. As time passed, their physical strength was rapidly depleting. First came the little monkey, whose swing of the mace slowed down. Puff. A zombie with a broken leg crawled to the little monkey's feet and bit its calf, where there was no heavy armor protection. At this time, the little monkey was swinging a mace, smashing to death several zombies in front of him. His reaction was a little slow, and a large piece of flesh on his leg was torn off by the zombie. Blood gushed out instantly, and soon all the zombies around followed the smell of blood and pounced on the little monkey's legs. They just followed their instinct to bite, but happened to find the weak point of the heavy armor defense. In the blink of an eye, the little monkey's legs were covered with zombies, blood was dripping, and the flesh in many places had been eaten raw, revealing the white bones. He couldn't even stand steadily. Roar! Pain appeared on the little monkey's ferocious face, but more of it was anger. It swung its stick violently, smashing all the zombies under its feet. The next moment, it no longer cared and took out the iced black tea, sandwich bread, and the second compressed biscuit that Zhao Yin had given it earlier from its arms. "Little monkey, let me help you," said Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck. The little monkey immediately handed the supplies in his hand to her and continued to beat the zombies that were rushing towards him. Song Xiaodao quickly tore open the sandwich and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth. Next is compressed biscuits and iced black tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one gulp without having time to taste it. The next moment, the wound on its leg visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and sprouted tissue. Its energy quickly recovered, and then tremendous power emerged from its body, and its attributes doubled directly. At this moment, its strength directly surpassed that of Lao Niu, the E-level mutant beast. The monkey's face became distorted, and then its body swelled up again, with its muscles bulging rapidly. Roar! It seemed to be in severe pain. After roaring several times, its body had grown more than 3 meters taller, and one of its arms was as thick as a bucket. Its body was covered with golden hair that grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length, dancing wildly in the night wind. Superpower. Madness. Finally, this monkey activated his second superpower for the first time in his life. Even in this life, Zhao Yin had never seen the little monkey's second appearance. It should have been turned on only when it reached E-level. However, as the little monkey's strength increased dramatically, the rage in his heart became more and more intense. Boom. The terrifying figure swung the mace suddenly, causing a terrifying sonic boom. A large part of the wall of corpses in front of him was blown away in an instant, and the flying corpses knocked down another large part, and many zombies' bones were broken. The terrifying monkey, wearing heavy armor, stepped forward and crossed 30 or 40 meters in the blink of an eye, smashing forward with his mace. Broken bodies flew everywhere, leaving a bloody trail. The old cow behind him was also excited. He didn't expect that this monkey actually had a second superpower, and it seemed to be even stronger than his second superpower, the armor. Then the old cow reacted and quickly caught up with the monkey. Zhao Yin was lying in the crevice between the ruins, his face was covered in blood and his facial features were blurred. The white bones on the back of his left hand were exposed, and there was a big hole on his neck, with blood gushing out. He gasped heavily, took out a piece of sandwich with difficulty, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's injuries finally healed, but due to excessive blood loss, his face was still pale. He opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring, drank most of it, stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewed them, and crawled out of the crevice between the ruins. Zhao Yin climbed up the highest broken wall nearby and looked towards the industrial park. There, a tide of zombies was surging wildly, and it was guessed that the little monkeys were already surrounded. The monkey still has a bottle of iced black tea, and both it and the old cow have compressed biscuits, so they should be able to make it out. The old bull's horn is more like a D-class weapon. Its overall strength is stronger than mine, who is also an E-class weapon. After drinking the iced tea, the little monkeys have surpassed my strength. If they can't even get out, I'll just be sacrificing one more life if I go to save them. Who will be safe forever in the end times? If you want to survive, you often have to fight for your life. They do this, and so do I. Zhao Yin could only comfort himself in this way. Therefore, he quickly put aside the self-blame in his heart. After identifying the direction, he found that he had deviated from the direction he came from, so he picked up the machete and headed south. At dawn, Zhao Yin finally returned to the old site of the village in the southern suburbs. He did not put up the stealth tent. Instead, he lit a bonfire among the ruins, set up a hanging pot, cut some chestnuts and threw them into the pot to cook. He threw 70 or 80 chestnuts into the fire at once. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted away, and the ripe chestnuts tasted very tempting. But Zhao Yin didn't move a single bit. He himself didn't know whether he should wait for Xiao Dao and the two beasts to come back. Suddenly, Zhao Yin felt a sense of emptiness and loneliness. For the first time after his rebirth, he regretted that he should not have been greedy for the golden fruit and took them to the industrial park for adventure. An hour later, the little monkeys did not come back. 2 hours later, they still hadn't returned. The firelight shone on Zhao Yin's face, flickering. The wind blew away the sparks, which floated past the corners of his clothes. There was no expression on his pale face. They haven't come back yet, are they dead? He told himself in his heart that he had tried his best for Song Xiaodao, and it would be her bad luck if she died. On the other hand, the monkey and the cow, two mutant beasts with dual superpowers, are very rare. Without them, he, the lord of the contract, would be left alone. Zhao Yin has already started thinking about where to find his next contracted beast. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the distance. The old ox was still carrying the supplies that Zhao Yin had tied to it. Its hide was covered with wounds and blood was flowing out. A dwarf was following beside it. Song Xiaodao's hair was like a chicken coop, messy in the wind, but he was not seriously injured, and there were still traces of tears on his face. "I'm back. Are you okay?" Zhao Yin stood up and smiled. Looking behind Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao, he asked, "Where's the monkey?" "Woo-woo." Before Zhao Yin finished speaking, Song Xiaodao pouted and started crying, the little monkey, it's dead, woo-woo." The old cow standing by also had a sad face, and even his mind was dead. "You are not dead, how could the monkey die?" Zhao Yin asked loudly. These words were very cruel, but they were his truest thoughts at the moment. "Wow, little monkey is trying to protect me, whoa." When Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yin, he seemed to have found support and cried out of breath. "Master, there were too many zombies. We almost couldn't get back. It was the monkey that activated its berserk ability and led us to the edge of the industrial park, but it was also exhausted and led the zombies away for us." Lao Niu felt very depressed. Zhao Yin did not expect that the monkey would have such a spirit of sacrifice. "Did you see it die?" "I didn't see it." Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. "Master, although I didn't see it either, the monkey had no more supplies. It would have been hard for it to survive if it was alone and tried to stop the zombies." Zhao Yin calmed down, suddenly thought of something, closed his eyes, and sensed the soul of the contract in his mind. After a while, Zhao Yin opened his eyes and said with certainty, "The monkey is not dead yet. In my mind, the breath belonging to the little monkey is still there." In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng mentioned to Zhao Yin that the contract master and the contract beast could sense each other's life and death. It's just that the time was too long ago, and Zhao Yin almost couldn't remember it, and he hasn't paid any attention to this matter recently. "Really?" Song Xiaodao stopped crying immediately and raised her tearful face. Lao Niu was also startled and looked up at Zhao Yin. Although they only spent a short time with the little monkey, they experienced life and death together. Nothing can enhance friendship better than living and dying together. "Come and eat something. Once the old cow's wounds are healed, we'll go find the monkey," Zhao Yin said. A few hours passed, and since the little monkey was not dead, he should have left the group of corpses. Now the only strong fighting force around Zhao Yin is the old cow. It has not recovered from its injuries, and it is very dangerous for it to approach the group of zombies rashly. Zhao Yin took out the chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the old cow, which immediately lowered its head and started eating. The chestnuts in the pot have been cooked into a paste. Zhao Yin found 2 large bowls from the old cow's back and filled one for Song Xiaodao. "Eat it." Song Xiaodao wiped his tears and took the bowl of rice, but stared at the fire with dull eyes without eating a single bite. Zhao Yin also filled a bowl for himself and left the rest of the chestnut porridge to Lao Niu. 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already ripe. Zhao Yin gave 3 to Song Xiaodao, kept 5 for himself, and divided the rest into 2, half for the old cow and half for the little monkey. E-level mutant beasts have a huge appetite. I don't know if the monkey is hungry. Zhao Yin muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he lowered his head and started eating. Zhao Yin, I can't eat. Song Xiaodao said after a while. If you can't eat, don't eat. If you are surrounded by zombies again and don't have the strength to run away, don't expect me to save you. Zhao Yin said incoherently while drinking chestnut paste. If we encounter danger again, will you still abandon us and run away alone? Song Xiaodao asked with a complaint. Do you want me to die with you? Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao remained silent and lowered his head to drink the chestnut paste. After the meal, the old cow's injuries had almost healed. Although the chestnut leaves were not as effective as sandwiches, the cow's injuries were not fatal. Zhao Yin did have another piece of sandwich, but he planned to save it for the little monkey. Let's go back to the industrial park. Zhao Yin didn't plan to rest either. Even though I haven't slept for 2 days and 1 night. 3 hours ago. In the endless tide of corpses, the little monkey watched the back of the old cow carrying Song Xiaodao away, and a human sadness appeared on the monkey's face. A zombie bit the little monkey's neck and immediately tore off a large piece of flesh. It roared towards the sky in pain, squeezing out the last bit of its potential to maintain its frenzy, and swung its stick to smash all the zombies around it. In the black blood rain all over the sky, the huge monkey was trembling all over. After it took a brief respite, the swarm of zombies surrounded it again. As the bloody smell of the monkey spread, all the zombies became more and more crazy. At this point, the remaining energy in the little monkey's body can only support swinging the mace a few times at most. Boom. The corpses beside it were knocked away again, and the little monkey was shaking even more violently. At this point, it no longer hoped to be able to leave, it just hoped to hold on for a few more minutes. It was just an F-class mutant beast, and its berserk ability that exceeded its limit was devouring its internal organs and causing them to shrink, constantly consuming its vitality. Just when the little monkey thought he was going to die. Suddenly, all the zombies around him fell silent. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. All the zombies stood still, as if they had turned into stone sculptures. The little monkey didn't know what was going on. At this moment, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came to his ears. Are you still not leaving? The little monkey looked back and saw zombies everywhere. Where were the human figures? At this time, the voice became urgent. Go, quickly. The little monkey dared not hesitate. He stretched out his long legs, leaped 7 or 8 meters in one step, and rushed out of the industrial park desperately. Without the obstruction of zombies, the little monkey rushed out of the industrial park in less than a minute. At this moment, its last potential was finally exhausted, and the next moment, its huge body shrank rapidly. The originally thin body became even thinner due to the forced activation of the second superpower. From a distance, it looked like a child's skeleton stained with blood. The little monkey couldn't even lift the mace. The heavy armor pressed down on him like a mountain. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the group of zombies behind him suddenly moved again. It was as if they had just taken a nap. For a moment, every breath of air was filled with a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. The little monkey looked back and saw the zombies rushing towards him like a swarm of ants. It forced itself to cheer up, immediately dropped its mace, took off its heavy armor, and ran forward desperately with its short legs. It was so flustered that it didn't figure out the direction. The zombies were already quite a distance away from the little monkey. The slow-running zombies gradually lost the little monkey's scent. In addition, the little monkey was too small, so it would slip into the gaps between the ruins from time to time. As the little monkey fled forward, the zombies chasing behind him gradually fell behind. In the end, there were only a dozen zombies left hanging behind him. The little monkey didn't know how long it had been running. It squinted its eyes listlessly and wanted to continue walking, but suddenly its eyes went dark. With a plop, the little monkey fell to the ground. It was already light in the sky, but its vision was blurry. In this desolate world, it doesn't know where the only human being who can depend on it is at this moment. It lay on the ground, still bleeding, vaguely knowing that it was about to die. The little monkey turned his head to the side, wanting to take another look at the world, but a meteorite on the ground blocked all his view. It suddenly missed Zhao Yin a little. Somehow, the little monkey could feel that his master was still alive. It's great that he is still alive. The little monkey slowly closed his eyes. Look, what is that in front? At some point, a few people came not far from the little monkey. There were 4 men and 1 woman. They were all dressed in rags, and the black and gray on their faces made it almost impossible to tell their age and appearance. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. What a monkey. How did it survive that meteor shower? Don't worry about how it survived, just take it back. That's great. We haven't eaten meat for more than a month. Even though this monkey is skinny, 1 or 2 pieces of meat is enough for everyone. Can monkeys be eaten? Why do they feel like they are similar to humans? Said the woman. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grabbed the monkey's tail, held it in his hand and said, "If you don't dare to eat it, we will give you an extra portion." It's the end of the world. Let alone a monkey, even if it was a real child, I would dare to eat it. The woman suddenly laughed. When Zhao Yin arrived outside the industrial park, the swarm of zombies had thinned out a lot, and they were back to wandering aimlessly. Old cow, was this where you and the monkey separated? Zhao Yin asked in his heart. Master, it's in the industrial park in front. Lao Niu responded in his heart. Zhao Yin did not go deep into the industrial park immediately. He took Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao to hide among the ruins, looking up at the movements of the nearby zombies. If the little monkey has left the industrial park, it will definitely leave traces. After a while, his eyes narrowed and he actually saw 3 F-level zombies wandering deep in the industrial park. I remember that all the previous F-level zombies were taken to the southern suburbs by the Zombie King, so these ones should have just evolved. Apparently it was the flesh and blood of the bald man and his son that catalyzed them. Zhao Yin quickly withdrew his gaze and continued observing. A few minutes later, he finally discovered that from inside the industrial park, all the way to the north, the swarm of zombies was particularly dense. It must have been the little monkey that was attracted to it when it was leaving. Let's go to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Zhao Yin immediately led the way, walking hurriedly. Zhao Yin, why are you going to the north? We separated in the southeast direction. Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. I didn't tell you to speak, so don't open your mouth. Zhao Yin seemed very angry at this time. After circling the industrial park for a while, Zhao Yin finally arrived at the north side of the industrial park. At this time, the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park was almost as high as that inside the industrial park. The shape of the entire corpse group was like a tail growing out of the industrial park. Zhao Yin, with Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu, used the ruins to cover their bodies and walked towards the tip of the tail. Half an hour later, the swarm of corpses finally began to thin out. Zhao Yin took out a machete, walked out of the ruins where he was hiding, and rushed directly towards the group of zombies. Puff! Before a zombie could react, Zhao Yin chopped it in half with a single vertical blow of his sword. When the nearby zombies just reacted, Zhao Yin swung his sword continuously, killing 7 or 8 zombies in an instant. He held up a machete stained with black blood and strode forward to kill. Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao both widened their eyes. They rarely saw Zhao Yin so brave. He didn't even let Lao Niu clear the way, nor did he let Song Xiaodao cut the watermelon. At this moment, it seemed that in Zhao Yin's eyes, the corpse crystals were worthless. Dark brown blood covered his head, face, military jacket, pants, shoes, and socks. He looked sticky all over, like a killing machine. When Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao Yin had already slaughtered all the zombies at the tail end. He stood there in the strong wind, leaning on his knife, with a smile on his dirty face. Monkey, the zombies beat you up, and I beat them back for you. At this time, Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu realized that he just wanted to help the little monkey vent his anger. Song Xiaodao stared at Zhao Yin blankly. This guy was really hard to understand sometimes. Zhao Yin, take a rest. I'll go get the corpse crystal for you. Song Xiaodao said, looking at the corpses all over the ground. Zhao Yin waved his hand, the monkey is more important. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. He was exhausted from the continuous fighting and walked in front with a machete in his hand. Suddenly, Zhao Yin quickened his pace and came to a pile of sticky things. Song Xiaodao also hurriedly followed and found that it was a heavy armor and a mace. It's being chased by zombies, and these things are just a burden. Zhao Yin understood something and quickly put the two pieces of equipment into the space ring, becoming even more gloomy. The little monkey even lost his heavy armor and mace. You can imagine his situation at that time. Starting from here, a colorful blood trail appeared, spreading northward and far away. The blood trail was dark red, and was left by normal life a few hours ago. Zhao Yin took Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao and walked along the direction of the bloodstains. This was a pre-apocalyptic highway. On both sides of the road were collapsed ruins. Soon, Zhao Yin found a small pool of blood among the ruins. The previously scattered drops of blood stopped abruptly here. Where is the monkey? Where did it go? Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao beside him angrily. Song Xiaodao looked at the bloodshot in Zhao Yin's eyes, and suddenly a wave of fear rose in his heart. He stammered, "No, I don't know. It must have collapsed here. No one is trying to save it. Where else can it go?" Zhao Yin glared at her and shouted, "Hurry up and find it for me." "Okay, I'll look for it." Song Xiaodao didn't dare to refute and quickly started searching nearby. Zhao Yin himself stood there without moving. In fact, with his powerful perception, if the little monkey was still nearby, he would have already sensed it. The little monkey is not here. There is a possibility that he was taken away by zombies, mutant beasts, or people. The possibility of being eaten by zombies is the smallest. It is impossible that not even a bit of fur is left, so only mutant beasts and humans are left. Zhao Yin, come and see. At this time, Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin hurried over and saw Song Xiaodao holding something familiar to Zhao Yin. A corn husk. Fresh corn can only be produced by mutated plants after the apocalypse. The mutant beast only eats corn but cannot carry it. Therefore, only humans can bring this corn husk here. Someone. The monkey was taken away. Zhao Yin clenched his fists. That's great, someone actually saved the little monkey. Song Xiaodao showed a happy smile on his face. Zhao Yin glared at her as if she was an idiot, and Song Xiaodao immediately covered her mouth. She also vaguely understood that she had said the wrong thing. Zhao Yin slowly closed his eyes and opened his hearing to the fullest. Within a 2-kilometer radius, the whistling wind was mixed with the sounds of many footsteps. Most of them sounded weak and must be zombies. There was no heartbeat, no breathing. They took the monkey away. Zhao Yin calmed down at this time, frowned and said, they should still be within 10 kilometers now, it's impossible for them to go too far. Now in the apocalypse, evolvers have appeared, and perhaps people with superpowers are also rising. But the meteorite shower had just stopped for a few days, and Zhao Yin didn't believe that besides himself, there was another person who had reached E-level strength. Even if they really exist, they are extremely rare and it is almost impossible for the little monkey to encounter one. As long as the opponent's strength has not reached E-level, it is impossible for him to go too far within a few hours in this world full of zombies. Zhao Yin jumped into the gap and carefully identified any clues left. A strong wind blew last night, and the desolate world was filled with sand, and all footprints disappeared. But as long as someone passes by, some traces will be left behind. Soon, Zhao Yin found a drop of blood, which fell on a broken wall not far from the crevice. Because the broken wall was vertical, the drop of blood was not covered by wind and sand. They went north. Zhao Yin raised his head and looked towards the north with murderous intent in his eyes. It is conceivable that someone put the little monkey into a sack or some other container, isolating the blood from the monkey's body from dripping, but one drop of blood seeped out. The other party didn't care about the life or death of the little monkey at all. Obviously, in their eyes, it was just food. How do you know? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin pointed at the drop of blood and said, now the survivors are all starving. After getting a wounded monkey, they first think of eating meat. It is not safe to make a fire and cook outside, so they will definitely go back to the previous shelter. Zhao Yin continued, the corn husks are where they rested before. It's about 10 meters away from here. There were drops of blood on the way back. That must be the direction they left. Song Xiaodao was a little confused and was about to ask again when Zhao Yin suddenly picked her up. Zhao Yin, what are you going to do? Song Xiaodao was startled. Zhao Yin threw her directly onto the old cow's back and said, "Sit still and shut your mouth." After saying this, he strode northward. 50 meters to the north, Zhao Yin indeed found another drop of blood, confirming his guess. Along the way, there were traces of blood every few meters. Sometimes there is a drop every 20 or 30 meters, and sometimes it is hundreds of meters. Not every drop of blood can be preserved. The other party was obviously very familiar with the surrounding environment and chose roads that avoided all zombies, so Zhao Yin and his party had no problems. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin closed his eyes and listened, then opened his eyes with murderous intent in his eyes. "Zhao Yin, have you found the little monkey?" Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. "I heard a group of people, it should be them." Zhao Yin said coldly. "What if they really hurt the little monkey, what will you do?" Song Xiaodao asked. "If the monkey loses a hair because of them, I will kill them all," Zhao Yin said. Although Song Xiaodao already knew Zhao Yin's character, he still couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body after hearing what she said. This is a low mountain. When the meteorite shower came, the entire mountain was smashed into pits and the trees on the mountain caught fire, burning the surface soil into a layer of hard soil residue. Just a few days after the meteorite shower ended, half-human high weeds grew again. The vitality of post-apocalyptic plants is amazing, and some of them take root in the rocks. At the foot of the low mountain, there is an unfinished road with a tunnel that goes straight into the mountain. Now most of it has collapsed, but there is still a lot of space left. "I'm finally back." The 4 men and 1 woman returned to the tunnel. A man carrying a cement bag smiled and said, "It's safe." The tunnel in front of them made them feel safe, and their voices became louder. "I'm hungry." "When will you skin the monkey?" another man asked anxiously. "Who wouldn't be hungry? Only 1 corn cob is ripe. And the soup we've been cooking with rotten flour is stinky," said the woman. The man carrying the cement bag said, "Let's boil some water first, scald the monkey and then pluck its hair. The monkey skin can be eaten, and it's a waste to just skin it. Just scald it to death alive. It will bleed and you can eat the blood." A man who had not spoken said with a smile. "Yes, we must save food," the woman agreed. The 4 men were senior executives of a tunnel construction unit. On the night when the meteorite shower struck, the workers all took a day off and went to a rest area 1 kilometer away. In pursuit of excitement, the 4 men drove a car and brought a woman from the KTV into the tunnel to play. Thus, they escaped an unprecedented disaster. At this time, several people walked into the tunnel, and a thin figure immediately walked out. "Did you find something to eat?" "You bastard, all you do is eat. Can't you even ask if we're in danger?" The man carrying a cement bag scolded the woman who came up to him. This woman was also covered in dirt. After the apocalypse, everyone was drinking water sparingly, but she still washed her legs very white and wore torn stockings. But at this time, none of the 4 men paid attention to her, they were all waiting to eat meat. Someone went to fetch some wood and lit it. Someone took out a rice cooker inner pot and came to a puddle not far away, which was the source of their drinking water. Water dripped from the top of the tunnel from time to time, accumulating into about 7 or 8 liters of water. The men carefully filled a small half-pot with it and returned to the fire to burn it. The men carrying the cement bag finally put it down. With a plop, a bloody little monkey fell to the ground, motionless. The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. "What kind of animal is this? Is there meat to eat?" The men remained silent. The woman who had gone out with them to look for supplies said, "Although you didn't contribute much, you still won't lose your share. Here's the monkey tail for you to eat." "Where is the meat in a monkey's tail?" The woman in stockings was immediately dissatisfied and said, "Why didn't I contribute? Didn't I stay to look after Lao Chin for you?" It was Manager Wei who said that someone must stay. "I'm going to the zombie pile to find food." "Why should you enjoy yourself here?" the woman who was looking for supplies shouted. The 2 women worked in the same KTV before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse they were often jealous of each other. They both understood that they could only survive by following a few men. But if they want to take advantage of them, they can only rely on their beauty, so the 2 women regard each other as competitors. Old Chin didn't run away, did he? At this time, the men who had carried the monkey back earlier, whom the two women called Manager Wei, interrupted the quarrel between the two women. The woman in stockings immediately put on a smile and said, "I'm not running away. I will do my best to complete the tasks you have asked me to do, Brother Wei. Bring him out and let him pull out the monkey's hair together," Manager Wei ordered. Soon, a thin man was pulled out by the woman in stockings, holding a rope. He was probably in his 40s, with his hands tied behind his back, and he walked very weakly. "What's the point of keeping this trash?" complained the woman in stockings. "It doesn't cost much to raise him. He just needs to drink some urine every day and eat maggots from rotten meat. He can also do some work for us and entertain us when we have nothing to do." Manager Wei smiled and said, "If zombies come over someday, we can use him to attract their attention." The other men all laughed. The man called Lao Qin had a numb look on his face. When he saw that the little monkey on the ground was still breathing, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He and the monkey have the same fate, both are fish on someone else's chopping board. Before the end of the world, Lao Qin was a cook on a construction site. Because he had to get up early every day to make breakfast for the workers, he lived in the tunnel. When a meteor shower strikes, the unfinished tunnel is the best shelter. He had a large amount of stored grain in his hands, so naturally, he was visited by Manager Wei and his colleagues, who usually ignored him. At first, everyone thought that this was just an ordinary natural disaster and everything would be fine after it passed. Everyone was still talking and laughing at that time. Manager Wei promised Lao Qin that he would give him a raise after the rescue team arrived. For this reason, Lao Qin tried every possible way to make delicious food to please them all day long. Just a few days ago, the meteor shower stopped and things became different. All the stored food spoiled overnight. Only a few bags of flour were the most resistant to decay. Although they became moldy and smelly, they were still edible after being cooked. When the food supply shrank drastically, Manager Wei went out and discovered a zombie outbreak. So they imprisoned Lao Qin and gave him only urine to drink every day. Lao Qin knew that he, like the monkey, would die sooner or later if he fell into the hands of these beasts. "Brother Wei, I am so obedient. Can you give me a monkey leg later? A monkey head is not necessary." The woman in stockings took a few steps forward, came in front of Manager Wei, lifted up her dirty skirt, revealing that she was not even wearing any underwear underneath. She slowly raised one leg and rubbed the zipper of Manager Wei's pants with her thigh. "Brother Wei, if a girl becomes thin due to hunger, she won't look good. Get lost." Manager Wei pushed the woman in stockings away. "I haven't had a full meal in a few days. How can I have the energy?" The smile on the woman in stockings froze, and there was a hint of hatred in her eyes. The other woman burst into laughter. "Is the water ready?" Manager Wei turned to the other men and asked. "It's steaming. It'll be ready soon." The man stared at the pot in the fire and licked his cracked lips. "The water used to scald monkey hair can be drunk after filtering. Don't waste it," Manager Wei instructed. This can also be regarded as a warning that men who boil water are not allowed to drink it secretly. After saying that, Manager Wei walked deeper into the tunnel and said, "Leave Lao Qin and you don't hide here to pluck the monkey hairs. The others, follow me in to take a look at the corn." You don't hide was the man who boiled the water. He nodded, and everyone else followed Manager Wei into the depths of the tunnel. Manager Wei held the highest position among the few people before the end of the world, and he was still able to win the support of the people after the end of the world, mainly because he was relatively fair in his work and never kept anything to himself. Taking everyone to see the corn is equivalent to telling everyone that he will not embezzle it, and everyone can supervise each other. 2 days ago, they wanted to find more water sources and went deep into the collapsed tunnel, and accidentally discovered the corn that suddenly grew. The corn stalk was as tall as a 5-story building and produced 49 corn cobs. This morning, before they were about to go out to look for supplies, they found a ripe corn cob, so they broke it off and shared it on the way. It turned out that each person could feel half full after eating a few kernels of corn, and they all felt full of energy. Several people have realized that this is a mutated crop from after the apocalypse, and the nutrients it contains far exceed those before the apocalypse. So, after Manager Wei came back and arranged the monkey meat matter, he went to check the corn first. At this time, Zhao Yin had already seen the tunnel under the low mountain. the water is boiling, go get a big basin. The survivor named Yudonghai stared at the splashing water in the pot and gave instructions to Lao Qin beside him. Old Qin walked to the side numbly, picked up the large iron basin he usually used to knead dough with his bound hands, and threw it next to the fire with a clang. Yudonghai directly picked up the monkey's tail and threw it into the basin, then ordered, "Go, pour the boiling water in the pot on the monkey." "How can I move the pot with my hands?" Lao Qin finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yudonghai glanced at the rope on his wrist and sneered, "You want me to untie you?" Lao Qin looked at him without saying anything. "Don't think I don't know. You're a veteran. You trained in Shaolin Temple for 7 years. After we untied you, several of us are not enough for you to do it alone." Yudonghai said sarcastically. "I've been hungry for 3 days. How can I have any strength left?" "You're overthinking it," Lao Qin said hoarsely. "Don't even think about it once you've been untied. Maybe in the next life." After saying that, Yudonghai walked over, picked up a rag, wrapped the rice cooker pot in it and picked it up. He was about to pour the water on the little monkey when Lao Qin suddenly bumped into him. Bang! Ah! The pot flipped over onto Yudonghai, pouring scalding hot water all over him. He screamed heart-wrenchingly and tore his clothes. In just a moment, a layer of horrible blisters appeared on Yudonghai's red face. "Ah, help!" Lao Qin had no expression on his face. He looked at him coldly and did not try to escape. At this time, Manager Wei and others who had not yet had time to go deep into the tunnel heard the noise and quickly ran back. When they saw Yudonghai, who looked like a ghost, and Lao Qin standing there with a smile on his face, they immediately understood what was going on. "Old Yu is finished," said the woman in stockings with a smile. Many of the survivors after the apocalypse are somewhat neurotic. No one could save Yudonghai with such severe burns in such a harsh environment. Once he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat with. Everyone watched Yudonghai rolling and howling in peace. Even Manager Wei only showed a hint of anger symbolically, but he had no intention of helping Yudonghai. He shouted at Lao Qin, "Did you do this?" "It's me," Lao Qin said numbly. Bang! A man stepped forward and slapped Lao Qin in the face. "If anything happens to brother Yu, I'll kill you." Old Qin was already weak, his body swayed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Another man picked up a rolling pin and hit Lao Qin from behind, knocking him to the ground. "I'll kill you." Immediately afterwards, the two men punched and kicked Lao Qin. At this time, Manager Wei suddenly said, "Stop fighting. Yudonghai cannot be saved. Old Qin will have to dig a hole to bury him later." His words were so calm that it didn't seem like he cared about his companion's life or death. Both men stopped and looked over. One of them said, "Manager Wei is right." Another person immediately agreed, "Yes, it will be useful if you keep it." He. Old Qin, who was lying on the ground with blood all over his head and face, suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Manager Wei said coldly. "Haha, I'm laughing at you for leaving me here. Sooner or later you will kill another one. Then won't there be one less person to share those corns?" Lao Qin said with a smile. Everyone knows what Manager Wei is planning. But shit doesn't stink unless you pick it up. After hearing what Lao Qin said, everyone looked at Manager Wei. "You're looking for death." Manager Wei was furious. He stepped forward and kicked Lao Qin, who was trying to get up, to the ground again. Then he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into his thigh. "Ha ha." Lao Qin was still laughing, as if that was not his thigh at all. "Brother Wei, kill him," said the woman in stockings. The other woman also agreed with the stockings woman's words and nodded, "Brother Wei, let Xiaoli go dig the pit later. It seems that Lao Qin can't stay." They knew in their hearts that facing Lao Qin, who was like a time bomb, they, the two women, were the most vulnerable. If someone had to be killed by Lao Qin, it would definitely be them. Manager Wei's thoughts were exposed, and in order to prove his innocence to everyone, he had no choice but to kill Lao Qin. This seems to be what Lao Qin himself wants to see. He would die sooner or later, so he wanted to die quickly. "Haha, kill me, otherwise I will kill you if I have the chance," said Lao Qin. Manager Wei pulled out a dagger, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and stabbed it towards Lao Qin's neck. Just then, bang! A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl walked in from outside holding a pistol, with white smoke still coming out of the muzzle. Everyone looked at Song Xiaodao, their expressions filled with surprise. In the apocalypse, apart from them, are there any living people who can reach here? Soon, everyone relaxed. The other party was just a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. Even if she had a pistol, did she really have the courage to kill someone? Manager Wei put his right hand holding the dagger behind his back and smiled. "Little sister, the toy in your hand is not fun at all, put it down quickly." Song Xiaodao really put down his pistol. At this time, everyone saw a tall man walking in from outside, followed by an extremely strong buffalo. "Did you see it?" Zhao Yin said. "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin, I will listen to you in the future," Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. She had previously thought that not everyone here deserved to die, so after Zhao Yin arrived, after making sure that the little monkey would not die for a while, he let her stay outside to take a look. Children always need to grow up. At this time, everyone in the tunnel was looking at Zhao Yin. Seeing that he had no weapons, everyone relaxed again. Then, everyone looked at the buffalo as if they were starving ghosts. "How many meals does such a big cow need?" "Brother, are you selling this cow?" Manager Wei asked subconsciously. Zhao Yin asked back, "Can you afford it?" "I can't afford it." Manager Wei really couldn't imagine what he could use to buy such a big cow from the other party in the end times. Then, he laughed and started to flirt with him. "Brother, you are planning to seek refuge here, right? Since you are here, you are one of us." Zhao Yin didn't even look at him and walked straight towards the little monkey. The smile on Manager Wei's face froze, and he secretly winked at the woman in stockings beside him. The woman in stockings immediately walked towards Song Xiaodao quietly. She was always keeping an eye on the gun in Song Xiaodao's hand out of the corner of her eye. "Little sister, can you show me your toy?" "Go away." Song Xiaodao looked up at her and said directly, "I don't talk to the dead. They want to kill the little monkey. Zhao Yin said they will kill everyone here." So in Song Xiaodao's view, they were all dead. Dead men. The woman in silk stockings was stunned for a moment, then a flash of resentment flashed in her eyes, and she smiled. "Little sister is really good at joking." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in stockings quickly grabbed Song Xiaodao's hand holding the gun and quickly grabbed the gun. "I don't want your face." At this moment, Manager Wei and others all paused for a moment. Then the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the little girl suddenly struggled, and her slender arms hit the chest of the woman in stockings. The latter screamed and flew out, and happened to fall into a pile of fire nearby. She should have rolled over and screamed, but at this moment, the woman in stockings lay motionless in the fire, letting the flames burn, as if she was sleeping in the softest bed before the end of the world. "She is dead. Die before you fall into the fire." Everyone was stunned, and the whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Soon, the tunnel was filled with the aroma of burnt meat. Ugh! Song Xiaodao was the first one to bend down and vomit. Manager Wei and the others all felt a chill down their spines. They didn't understand how the little girl got so much strength. They didn't even see it clearly. "Brother, my woman is just curious about the gun, there is no other intention." Manager Wei hurriedly explained to Zhao Yin, who was standing beside him, stuttering. At this time, Zhao Yin had already come in front of the little monkey, without even looking at Song Xiaodao. He bent down and carefully took the little monkey covered in blood out of the basin. He held it in his arms like that, looking at the little monkey's face with its eyes closed. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart, which had already turned cold, suddenly felt a slight pain. In his previous life, he believed in Lin Tianfeng, Zhang Dongliang, and many so-called close friends and confidants, but in the end, he ended up with his camp destroyed and his people killed. In this life, Zhao Yin has been with this little monkey since the meteorite rain stopped. It is not very smart and is greedy, but it is a truly trustworthy partner. This time, Zhao Yin generously took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and the last piece of sandwich. He carefully tore the sandwich into pieces, soaked it in Nongfu Spring water, and fed it into the little monkey's mouth. Old Qin on the side stood up and looked at Zhao Yin, who was holding the monkey. He had a feeling that the man in front of him was definitely stronger than the little girl. Lao Qin could also feel that this man cared very much about the monkey they were just about to eat. Old Qin waited quietly, waiting for the fate of Manager Wei and his companions. Haha, brother, this monkey is yours, right? We rescued it. Manager Wei also realized something at this time, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Really? Zhao Yin finally spoke, weren't you just preparing to boil water to pluck the hair? Manager Wei forced a smile and said, how can we do that? Monkeys are primates. How dare we eat them? He walked towards Zhao Yin quietly, came behind him, suddenly took out his right hand hidden behind his back, and stabbed Zhao Yin's neck with the dagger. At this moment, Manager Wei seemed to have seen that after kidnapping this man, the little girl with terrifying strength would immediately surrender and allow them to play with her. At this time, Zhao Yin was still squatting there holding the little monkey, seemingly unaware of everything. Only when the dagger fell on his neck did he slowly raise his head and look at Manager Wei calmly. You want to kill me? Zhao Yin asked. Don't move, let that girl hand over the gun. Manager Wei's face was full of excitement and he shouted loudly. Zhao Yin's eyes became colder and colder. The next moment, a knife flashed. Manager Wei and others didn't have time to see clearly how a knife appeared in his hand and how he drew it. Snap. Manager Wei's right hand fell to the ground at shoulder level, and the dagger rolled to his feet. Everything happened so fast. When the blood gushed out like a fountain, a scream came out of Manager Wei's mouth. Zhao Yin said 3 words indifferently, kill them all. All the remaining people ran away. No one had ever seen someone like Zhao Yin. He was more frightening than those zombies. The next moment, the buffalo they were thinking about suddenly moved. Its huge body blocked the entrance of the tunnel, and its horn suddenly thrust out, piercing the abdomen of the man running in front. Ah! Help me! The man screamed, horns protruding from his back, and he was hanging upside down, helplessly reaching out to his companions. But where is anyone to save him? The old bull shook its head, and the sharp horns cut the man in half, and the 2 halves of his body were thrown out. The next moment, the old bull rushed towards the second man. Bang! Song Xiaodao shot and killed a man next to him. Zhao Yin immediately changed his state of panic and shouted with a painful look on his face, save bullets, save bullets. Their lives are not as valuable as my bullets. Oh! Song Xiaodao was originally planning to be a female warrior in a police and gangster movie, but this dream was instantly extinguished by Zhao Yin. He could only draw out his tang sword and chop at the fleeing woman. 10 seconds later, 4 men and 2 women were all dead. Including Yu Donghai, who was scalded by boiling water, and had his head crushed by the old cow's hoof. Only Lao Qin was still standing there, his eyes bright with astonishing light, his eyes widened. After a while, he didn't see the cow and the little girl coming to kill him, so Lao Qin asked in confusion, you won't kill me? But no one paid any attention to him, and even Lao Huanyo looked at him with disdain, as if to say, are you worthy of it? Earlier, when Yu Donghai was about to scald the little monkey with boiling water, it was Lao Qin who stopped him. Song Xiaodao and Lao Nyo both saw it. So Zhao Yin didn't say anything, and they didn't attack Lao Qin. At this time, Zhao Yin fed the whole piece of sandwich into the little monkey's mouth. Soon, countless wounds on the little monkey's body began to glow white, and the bleeding gradually stopped and healed. The little monkey opened his eyes and the first thing he saw was Zhao Yin's face. There was a hint of confusion in its dark eyes, and soon it turned into surprise. Master Zhiji, I thought I would never see you again, Sitsidi. It happily jumped down from Zhao Yin's arms, jumped around him, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Zhao Yin picked up the little monkey and said, your injury hasn't healed completely yet. Stay here. As he spoke, Zhao Yin held the little monkey in his arms as if he were his son, with a smile on his face. He took out a few ripe chestnuts that he had left behind, peeled them himself and fed them to the little monkey. The little monkey had never felt such warmth before. He chewed the chestnuts and was moved to tears. Master, you are so kind to me. Look at how dead you look. It's bad enough that the zombies almost took your life, but even a few trash almost treated you as a snack. Zhao Yin said with disgust. Garbage. The little monkey looked puzzled. Soon, it discovered several corpses in the tunnel and vaguely remembered that it seemed to hear human voices before it fell into a coma. At that time, I thought it was the person who froze the zombie and rescued it from the industrial park. So the little monkey told Zhao Yin everything that happened in the industrial park in his mind. All the zombies are motionless? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. The little monkey nodded and thought to himself, not only are the zombies still, but even the wind has stopped. However, the man's voice is very anxious, as if it is difficult for him to freeze the zombies. Zhao Yin frowned when he heard this. Not only can he freeze the zombies, but he can also freeze the wind. In his memory, there are only two kinds of people with special abilities who can do this. One is a space-powered person, the other is a time-powered person. Both kinds of superpowers are extremely rare. In Zhao Yin's previous life, 7 years after the end of the world, he had only seen a few people who possessed such rare superpowers. Although the superpowers they possess vary in strength, the lowest one is S-level. Now, Zhao Yin has never even seen an evolver, but there is actually an S-level or above psychic in Guangzhou City. Everything in that industrial park seems like a mystery, different from what I knew in my previous life. Did you see clearly what the other party looks like? Zhao Yin asked. The little monkey shook his head. I didn't see any. There were zombies everywhere. I didn't have time to observe them at that time. You should know whether it's a boy or a girl, right? Zhao Yin said. The little monkey still shook his head. I didn't hear it. Zhao Yin raised his hand to hit him, but after thinking for a moment he withdrew his hand and cursed, "Idiot." He didn't know why the man wanted to help the monkey. Was it a chance encounter or was he doing it for the monkey? If it was the latter, what was the man's plan? There was an E-class buffalo in the industrial park, a zombie king that had devoured 3-star crystals, and the father and son who were eaten by zombies. Although they had no special abilities and were not even evolvers, they managed to escape Zhao Yin's hearing. Thinking about it now, everything is not simple. When I have the chance in the future, I will go back to that industrial park and take a look. Zhao Yin lowered his head and made up his mind. Soon, he fed the monkey all the chestnuts in his hand, and the monkey's wounds were almost healed after being treated with the sandwich. Zhao Yin turned and walked towards the body of Manager Wei. Old Qin on the side looked at Zhao Yin in confusion. He felt that Zhao Yin was talking to a monkey before, but the strange thing was that the monkey seemed to be able to communicate with him. The mystery surrounding this man made Lao Qin feel a little curious. Zhao Yin bent down and took off the sneakers on Manager Wei's feet, and found that they were actually a pair of limited edition Jordan shoes, which were sold for 5,000 or 6,000 before the end of the world. My grandson is so rich. Zhao Yin kicked the corpse. Then Lao Qin saw that Zhao Yin took off the shoes with holes on his feet, revealing his smelly feet covered with black dust, and put on the new shoes directly. Zhao Yin grinned and said, "It's a little tight, but it will grow bigger after a few days of wearing it." Song Xiaodao, who was standing by, followed suit and took off the sneakers from the feet of a female corpse. Song Xiaodao had always been barefoot before, and after walking for several days, his little feet were already covered with blisters. After she put on her shoes, a happy smile appeared on her face, just like Zhao Yin. "Go, take off all their pants." Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey who had finished eating chestnuts. The little monkey immediately stuck out his red butt, completely ignorant of shame, and started to dig hard. Soon, the lower bodies of several men were found naked. Lao Qin standing by was stunned. Who is this guy? Even the dead person's pants are not spared. When Lao Qin looked at the little girl again, he saw that she had also stripped the bodies of the 2 women naked. Old Qin, who was standing by, dropped his eyes to the ground. Bandit. This is definitely a gang of bandits. This was Lao Qin's first thought. At this time, Song Xiaodao was holding 2 bras in his hands, frowning and saying to Zhao Yinchao, "They are too big, I can't wear them now, why do they have to grow so big?" "It's not that they are big, it's that you are too small." Zhao Yin glanced at the airport. "Oh, that's right. I'm too young. When I grow up, I can wear such a beautiful bra." Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood Zhao Yin's words, and then shouted at Zhao Yin, "Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin, help me put these clothes into your space ring." None of the recent star crystals have produced pants, just like Zhao Yin was born without pants. Zhao Yin's pants and shoes were damaged every day, and there were only a few left. He looked at the pile of pants, shoes, and socks on the ground, collected them all with satisfaction, and then said to Song Xiaodao, "Go find Lao Niu and let him carry all your things." "No, Lao Niu has to fight zombies. What if they get damaged?" Song Xiaodao held the 2 bras and the pair of torn stockings that he cared about most. The rest of the clothes were piled on the floor. "You want this thing?" Zhao Yin glanced at the airport on her chest. "What's the use?" Song Xiaodao's face immediately turned red, and he said unhappily, "I'm going to be 12 soon, and I'll grow up soon. Can you help me put it away?" The little girl was not going to compromise with Zhao Yin on this matter. Zhao Yin shook his head and was too lazy to talk to her anymore. He still walked over and helped her put away all the things. Then, Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the large iron basin on the ground and he took it. It's just right for giving the little monkey and Song Xiaodao a bath. He saw the rice cooker pot again, picked it up and put it on his head, thinking it would make a nice helmet. But when he put it on, it would cover his eyes, so he took out a machete, carved out the space for the face on the pot, and put it directly on his head. "Not bad, right?" Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded immediately. "Very handsome." "He's handsome, and he'll look good in any helmet." Zhao Yin nodded. The little monkey and the old cow also nodded to show their agreement. This potgut helmet can definitely block the attacks of ordinary zombies. If Zhao Yin had had this helmet last night, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. There was nothing else Zhao Yin needed in the tunnel. Zhao Yin looked around and finally set his eyes on Lao Qin's face. His face immediately darkened. "Where is the corn?" "What?" Lao Qin was unable to react to the sudden question for a moment. "Corn, the food you usually eat?" Zhao Yin asked. "They only gave me urine to drink, and they ate the maggots on the rotten meat. There are indeed corn trees in the tunnel." Lao Qin stuttered. He was not even afraid of death, but for some reason, he felt a little nervous when facing this man. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin turned around and walked deeper into the tunnel. The little monkey and the old cow hurriedly followed. "Zhao Yin, wait for me." Song Xiaodao also followed. Lao Qin was the only one left. He stood there in a daze, hesitating whether he should follow. But he was not familiar with the other person, and the men looked difficult to approach. "What if the other party thinks you have bad intentions?" "But if I don't follow, where can I go?" Zhao Yin quickly found the corn, or to be more precise, the corn tree. The main pole is thicker than a bucket and as tall as a 5-story building. The branches and leaves are dense, like a towering tree, reaching all the way to the top of the tunnel. Zhao Yin counted and found that there were a total of 48 corn cobs on the tree. There were traces of picking, and Zhao Yin guessed that it was related to the corn husk discarded by Manager Wei and others. He used his true vision to examine the corn tree from top to bottom. Corn, F-level mutant crop, rich in nutrients, 52 hours left to maturity. Corn, F-level mutant crop, rich in nutrients, 61 hours left until maturity. 49 hours left until corn matures. Corn seedlings, F-level mutant plants. This corn tree does not grow crops with 2 functions like the chestnut tree. But this is normal. Zhao Yin has been a human for 2 lifetimes and has only seen chestnut trees as being relatively peculiar. At this time, the little monkey raised his head excitedly, stared at the corn cobs above his head, drooling and ready to climb up. Etc. Zhao Yin tried to stop him, saying, "The corns are not yet ripe. We need to wait a few more days." The little monkey could only climb down in disappointment, looking up from time to time, staring at the corn cob above his head. "Zhao Yin, do we have to wait here for a few days?" Song Xiaodao asked. "The latest corn cobs take 3 days to mature. During these 3 days, the chestnuts consumed by the 2 mutant beasts definitely exceed the value of 48 corn cobs. Corn is not for eating. It becomes seeds when it matures." Zhao Yin explained. He is not short of food now, but what he lacks is the variety of food. "Wait 3 days and rest here." After saying that, Zhao Yin led everyone out of the tunnel, preparing to find a spacious place to set up the invisible tent. When passing by the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yin saw Lao Qin still standing there. "You haven't left yet?" Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Lao Qin was a little reserved in front of Zhao Yin, and subconsciously bent slightly like before the end of the world. Little brother, I don't know where else I can go. Can you let me follow you in the future? Cannot. Zhao Yin refused without waiting for Lao Qin to finish speaking. He had seen many people like this in his previous life, and there were countless survivors who couldn't survive. Often when they see a strong person, they will cling to him like a servile slave, hoping to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Once they encounter a crisis, they will run away faster than anyone else. When Lao Qin heard this, his face turned ashen for a moment. After a while, he nodded, I understand. After saying this, he turned around and left without any further ado. Are you planning to leave just like that? Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. Lao Qin turned around and asked, Little brother, do you have any other instructions? The pants and shoes are both fine, take them off. Zhao Yin ordered directly. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lao Qin's head. Then, Lao Qin smiled bitterly, not understanding why such a strongman was so obsessed with his pants, but he could only take off his pants and shoes as ordered. After Zhao Yin took it, he waved his hand and said, Let's go. This is a pair of old liberation shoes, and the size seems to be suitable for Zhao Yin. In the end times, this kind of wear-resistant shoes is more practical than ordinary sneakers. Zhao Yin killed Manager Wei and others and occupied the tunnel. According to the rules, Lao Qin was his prisoner, including the clothes on his body. Lao Qin slowly walked out of the tunnel. He did not feel much gratitude towards Zhao Yin, but he did not hate him either. A pair of pants and shoes in exchange for a life that Lao Qin himself didn't even think was valuable. Of course, Zhao Yin didn't save him out of kindness, he just happened to kill his enemy. When Lao Qin reached the tunnel entrance, he saw the place where he used to cook and pointed at a kitchen knife. Can I take this with me? Zhao Yin didn't say anything either, just nodded. Lao Qin grabbed the kitchen knife and walked slowly out of the tunnel. In the dim sunlight, he was only wearing a pair of briefs and his legs looked very white. Master Zhiji, he is a good man. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him. At this time, the little monkey suddenly tugged at the corner of Zhao Yin's clothes. You don't even have enough chestnuts for yourself, and you still want to give them to him? Zhao Yin asked with a frown. Give it to him, he helped me. The little monkey said with certainty. When Lao Qin helped it earlier, although the little monkey fell into a coma, the mutant beast's powerful perception still allowed it to feel something. In fact, Zhao Yin did not want to occupy the tunnel, nor did he have to drive Lao Qin away. He was mainly worried that an outsider would steal his corn. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yin took out 5 chestnuts, a pistol, and 50 bullets and handed them to Song Xiaodao, saying, Give it to him and tell him that the gun is used to deal with survivors. Shooting randomly will attract zombies. Song Xiaodao took the things and chased after him. Zhao Yin chose a flat place at the entrance of the tunnel and released the invisible tent with a raised hand. Then, he took out the golden fruit and said, Monkey, you have done a great job in protecting Lao Niu and Xiaodao this time. This is a reward for you. The little monkey remembered clearly that his master went deep into the industrial park for this fruit and almost lost his life. It held the golden silk fruit that Zhao Yin gave it, and asked in disbelief, Master, is this really for me? Of course, I will never treat meritorious officials unfairly. Zhao Yin said. The old cow on the side immediately looked over, his eyes full of envy. It has been thinking about this golden fruit for a long time. Now it has fallen into the hands of that monkey. However, remembering that the little monkey had risked his life to save him, the old cow didn't feel comfortable arguing with it. Each mutant beast can only eat 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. Eating more is useless. Zhao Yin spoke, directly dispelling Lao Niu's extravagant hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter his master and express his gratitude to him, but Zhao Yin glared at him and interrupted him, Are you still not eating? The little monkey didn't dare to hesitate any longer, for fear that the duck in his mouth would fly away. It immediately stuffed the golden fruit into its mouth and chewed it with its cheeks puffed up. After a moment, the little monkey suddenly fell to the ground and started twitching. The old cow on the side showed a gloating look, as it had experience in eating golden silk fruit. Last time he also suffered tremendous pain until he passed out. Luckily the zombie king was not there at that time. However, if we really talk about experience, Zhao Yin knows more about golden silk fruit than anyone else. The golden silk fruit can directly upgrade the mutant beast to a higher level and add a superpower. How can the pain that needs to be endured for such a perverted effect be small? But the monkey would definitely be fine, so Zhao Yin simply took out a quilt, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 5 hours later and the sky had already darkened. Song Xiaodao came back at some point and curled up to sleep next to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin was badly injured last night. Although he recovered from his injuries by eating sandwiches, his body had not fully recovered from the bleeding, so he slept too soundly. The little monkey and the old cow on the side were staring at each other in a daze. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision to the little monkey. Growth stage macaque, E-level mutant beast, strength 40, agility 42, stamina 48, defense 32, spirit 15, bloodline talent, gigantic, frenzy, fire control. Mutated beasts, like zombies, will gain an additional defense attribute after evolving to level E. What Zhao Yin really cared about was that the little monkey's evolved supernatural power this time was actually fire control. The fire-based ability is definitely at the top of all combat abilities. Zhao Yin was previously worried that the little monkey would evolve a useless ability. I didn't expect it to be a fire type. Monkey, turn on your fire control ability and try it out. Wait until you leave the tent before turning it on again. Zhao Yin said, fearing that the little monkey would burn the tent. The little monkey was also very excited to see Zhao Yin wake up, and communicated with his mind like offering a treasure. Master, I feel very strong now. Nonsense, it has evolved to E-level, of course it is stronger than before. Zhao Yin took the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly for the monkey's performance. His heart was full of anticipation. The little monkey was also afraid of burning his owner, so he stood about 20 meters away from Zhao Yin. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he slowly raised his hand towards a pile of wood not far away. Puff! A flame ignited between its fingers, not much bigger than a soybean, and it went out within a second. The little monkey's eyes widened and he stood there. Zhao Yin was also confused. Is this its fire-related ability? Master, I didn't eat enough and I don't have the energy to activate my supernatural powers. The little monkey said awkwardly. Zhao Yin frowned. In his previous life, when he found the golden fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. Mutated beasts with dual superpowers are extremely rare. Even Lin Tianfeng only activated the second superpower for the contracted beast at that time. As for the third superpower, it only exists in theory. First, we need to find a mutant beast with dual superpowers, and then use the effect of the golden silk fruit to make it possible. In fact, Zhao Yin himself had never seen it. Is it possible that the limit of mutant beasts is dual superpowers? Zhao Yin had no way of knowing the truth. He stared at the little monkey with a calm expression, but in his heart he secretly felt sorry for the golden fruit. Master, can you give me extraordinary food? After I'm full, I can release fire for you to see. The little monkey said in his heart. No, I don't want to see it. Zhao Yin stood up and walked into the invisible tent. His heart was bleeding, a golden fruit. Master, chestnuts are fine too. Let me eat my fill and then I'll let you see. The little monkey followed closely behind Zhao Yin, pulling at the corner of his clothes. Wait for Xiaodao to wake up and then have dinner together. Zhao Yin said. For the next 2 days, Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to rest in the tunnel. Until the morning of the third day, he came to the depths of the tunnel alone. The corn trees have gradually withered and their branches and leaves have begun to turn yellow. Zhao Yin broke off the last corn cob, put it into the space ring, then called Song Xiaodao and the two beasts, and prepared to pack up and set off. Next, he did not plan to return to Guangzhou City, and his destination was the Dawei Mountains. In his previous life, in the second year of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin helped Lin Tianfeng set a trap in the Dawei Mountains and captured the flying white tiger, which was only a sea-level mutant beast at the time. Later, the mutant beast grew to the emperor level. In this life, he wants to live a better life. Not only does he need to increase his strength, but he also needs to constantly collect supplies. What Zhao Yin lacks most at the moment is a living space. Zhao Yin vaguely remembered that in the 4th year of the apocalypse, a life space appeared in the Dawei Mountains, and it was obtained by a powerful psychic at that time. When this incident reached Zhao Yin's ears, it was the 5th year of the apocalypse. The most popular rumor was that the powerful supernatural being at that time joined forces with a dozen A-level evolvers to kill a zombie king. In the end, only the powerful man with supernatural powers survived, and after obtaining the star crystal, he opened an SS-level treasure. SS-level treasure. It was enough to make anyone in the end times fight for it, so that a bloody storm was set off at that time, and even SSS-level supernatural beings took action. The one who got the life space ended up in the Bloody Mountain. Zhao Yin packed up the stealth tent and walked out of the tunnel with Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts. Zhao Yin, look, what is that? Suddenly, Song Xiaodao pointed in a certain direction and said, "Hoo-hoo." Lao Qin ran wildly all the way, the air in his lungs pumping like a bellows, and a dozen zombies behind him were chasing him relentlessly. As he panicked, more and more zombies were attracted to him, and soon there were hundreds of them chasing after him. "Oh God, since you let me live, why do you treat me like this?" Lao Qin sighed in his heart. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die soon. At this moment, Lao Qin remembered a lot of things, those old friends, those stories, everything was gone. In the desolate world, he was the only one left, struggling to survive. Actually, it's quite boring. In fact, it is better to die. He has been an orphan since childhood and has no idea what his parents look like. He was adopted by a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. When he grew up, Lao Qin also responded to the call and joined the army, and spent 10 years in the army. Once when he went home to visit his relatives, someone blinded one of his adoptive father's eyes. The man had a strong background, so his adoptive father could only swallow his anger. In a rage, Lao Qin picked up a knife and killed the man. In this way, his future in the army was ruined, and he was sent to labor reform for another 15 years. When he was released, all that was left of his adoptive father was a desolate grave. He wasted half his life like this and didn't even get married. Now in middle age, with the charge of being a labor camp prisoner, no decent job wanted him, so he could only work as a cook at this construction site. I didn't expect the end of the world to come. Lao Qin held the kitchen knife tightly and ran wildly with his long white legs. Suddenly, more than a dozen zombies appeared on the only road ahead, completely blocking the way. Lao Qin looked back and saw a large group of zombies. They were all attracted by his panic. He didn't know how many of them there were. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, the panic in his eyes slowly faded away, gradually turning into despair, and then calm. He didn't have the strength to kill even one more zombie. It's impossible to do that among a swarm of zombies. Then die quietly. It would be best if he was eaten by zombies without even a bone left, because he didn't want to become a zombie after death, nor did he want to be left alone in the wilderness. Bang. Lao Qin simply dropped the kitchen knife and watched the group of zombies approaching. "Come on, eat me. If you don't eat me cleanly, you're a grandson." Old Qin laughed and cursed, then he struggled to get up and took the initiative to greet the group of zombies opposite. He limped and was instantly surrounded by the swarm of corpses. The air was filled with the stench of corpses and countless hands reached out to him. The nearest zombie opened its mouth and started to bite his neck. At this moment, Lao Qin closed his eyes and his expression became nervous again. He tried his best to make his death not so ugly, but he couldn't help feeling terrified. It turns out that I am still afraid of death. However, Lao Qin did not feel any pain in his neck. Then, he opened his eyes. Then I saw all the zombies frozen there, as if in an instant, they all turned into wooden sculptures. At this moment, the wind stopped. Lao Qin saw the fine sand blown by the wind and staying in the air in front of him, as if time had stopped and years had frozen. Walk. A cold little hand grabbed Lao Qin's wrist and pulled him out of the pile of corpses. When Lao Qin came to his senses, he saw a short woman, wearing only a bra on the upper body and a pair of dirty jeans on the lower body, pulling him in front of her, leaving him with only a thin back. Lao Qin's body seemed to have strength in an instant, and his long white legs stretched out. In the wind and sand, the men with naked lower body and the woman with naked upper body were running for their lives. Only when they were completely away from the group of zombies did the woman let go of her hand, turned back to look at Lao Qin, and sizing him up with sharp eyes. "Thank you very much," Lao Qin said. Only then did I realize that although the woman in front of me had a dirty face, she was very pretty. She was probably in her early 20s, a bit like the pre-apocalyptic star Lai Ying. At this time, the woman put a small copper lamp the size of a fist in her other hand into her trouser pocket, licked her cracked lips, and said hoarsely, "Don't thank me, you should thank him." "Him?" Lao Qin asked in confusion. "He didn't kill you, but gave you food and guns, which means you are worth saving," said the woman. When old Qin heard this, he thought of Zhao Yin. Was it because of that man that she saved herself? The woman continued, "I lack a partner who can do things for me. He told me with his actions that you are the right person. Are you interested?" Lao Qin nodded immediately. "No matter what, you are my savior, you can ask me to do anything." Lao Qin saw the woman's ability just now. She was able to freeze those scary zombies. By following this kind of person, not only can he repay his gratitude, but he can also live longer. He has nowhere to go anyway, so why can't he work for her? The woman's body suddenly shook, then she staggered and almost fell. Lao Qin quickly supported her and asked, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." The woman stood up and shook her head. She found a large meteorite, sat down on it, took out a handful of red berries from her pocket, gave half to Lao Qin, and slowly ate the remaining half. But her other hand was always tightly holding the copper lamp in her pocket. Lao Qin didn't see that her hand had only 4 fingers, and drops of blood were slowly flowing into the lampshade. Zhao Yin looked in the direction Song Xiaodao was pointing. In the dim sunlight, a bottle of medicine was placed steadily on a meteorite. Healing potion, grade D, effective in healing injuries. Any life below grade D will have its limbs regenerated immediately after taking it. Zhao Yin was stunned for a moment. How could there be a bottle of D-grade healing potion here? Since the end of the world, Zhao Yin has never opened such a truly life-saving treasure. In the past, any potion that could regenerate severed limbs would be sold at a sky-high price, even comparable to evolutionary potions of the same level. Zhao Yin was puzzled. Nowadays, not many people knew the secret of star crystal. Even if they found a treasure, they would keep it for themselves. Who would just throw it here casually? Could it be that a certain zombie lost its nature and chose not to devour the star crystal anymore, but used it as a marble to play with, accidentally breaking the star crystal and opening this bottle of evolution potion? How is that possible? Zhao Yin himself found the idea funny. "Zhao Yin, look, there are words here," Song Xiaodao said, pointing to a certain place on the meteorite. Zhao Yin's attention was always on the therapeutic potion, so he didn't notice it before. "There, I saw 3 words written crookedly in charcoal ash, sorry." It was written by a person. What shameful thing did that person do? Zhao Yin whispered. "Who knows, maybe there are other survivors here," Song Xiaodao said doubtfully. Zhao Yin was picking corn before and was not paying attention to the movement outside. Now he opened his ears fully and found that the wind was louder today, so much so that he could not distinguish whether there was any breathing or footsteps of any living creature within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't find the reason, Zhao Yin simply stopped thinking about it. Even if there are survivors, it is impossible to take out the things that have entered their space rings. "Let's go," Zhao Yin said. After saying this, he left quickly, like a thief. Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts hurriedly followed. Zhao Yin didn't slow down until he ran 2 kilometers. Song Xiaodao followed him with his short legs, already panting from exhaustion. "Zhao Yin, is someone apologizing to you?" "Impossible, I don't know any other survivor except you," Zhao Yin said. Seeing that Zhao Yin was determined, Song Xiaodao stopped talking. Zhao Yin saw that the vegetation on both sides of the broken road was more lush than it was 2 days ago. Although these ordinary vegetation cannot be considered mutated plants, they have stronger vitality than the vegetation before the apocalypse. Many ruins were overgrown with weeds and vines that took root directly in the concrete, causing cracks to appear in countless concrete blocks. Zhao Yin knew that it wouldn't be long before these ruins would disappear and be completely decomposed by vegetation. After several years, people may no longer remember what their homes once looked like. The world at that time was like a restart, entering a cycle and returning to the primitive age. Zhao Yin once read a news article in which someone boldly hypothesized that before humans ruled the world, there had been countless destructions and restarts of civilization. No one knows why civilization is destroyed and when it is reborn. Maybe that news is not a hypothesis, but a fact. In today's apocalypse, what we are experiencing is the destruction of technological civilization and the rise of extraordinary civilization. Zhao Yin just didn't know what role the last human would play in the end. Will all zombies evolve intelligence and replace human rule, or will humans eventually eliminate all zombies? But all this has nothing to do with him, Zhao Yin. What he is doing now is to collect as many supplies as possible to strengthen himself. He would not create any more camps, nor would he lose himself in power again. He just wants to have enough supplies, be strong enough, and live well with the people and animals he cares about most. At this time, a strong wind blew towards us, howling and whistling. The wind blew Song Xiaodao's long hair into disarray and made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her childish figure. Guangzhou City is about 500 kilometers away from the Dawei Mountains and requires heading north. Zhao Yin chose a shortcut and gradually walked into the former forest. As we moved away from Guangzhou City, the zombies wandering on the road gradually disappeared. After the end of the world, all the mountains and forests were destroyed. Only a few mutated trees grew up overnight, and most places were still covered with weeds. It hasn't rained since the end of the world, and the wind and sand are very strong. Zhao Yin took out 2 gas masks and he and Song Xiaodao put one on each. As for the old cow and the little monkey, just blow. 3 days later, Zhao Yin and his party had gradually entered the Dawei Mountains. Zhao Yin, we can't go around the road ahead, there are zombies blocking the road. Song Xiaodao said, pointing ahead. This was once a tourist area, and zombies finally appeared in sight. Monkey, go kill them. Zhao Yin ordered directly. At this time, on the road ahead, there was an overturned minibus with 20 zombies wandering around it. 3 of the zombies were actually F-level. When the monkey heard Zhao Yin's instructions, excitement immediately lit up his eyes. Now it is no longer the timid level 0 mutant beast it once was. It hasn't killed many zombies recently, and it's worried about losing its presence in front of its master. The little monkey rushed towards more than 20 zombies with a mace. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies immediately spotted the little monkey and swarmed towards it. The 2 F-level zombies were the fastest and left the ordinary zombies behind them in an instant. It's just a pity that what they encountered was an E-level mutant beast. Roar. As the little monkey ran, he also let out a loud roar, and his body expanded rapidly. His heavy armor made a clanging sound, and his speed suddenly doubled. His huge figure turned into a whirlwind. Bang. An F-class zombie was hit in the head with a stick before it could get close to the little monkey. The broken body splashed dark brown blood and flew out rapidly. The second F-class zombie had already arrived in front of the little monkey and opened its mouth to bite it, but the little monkey quickly turned around. Bang. The corner of the heavy armor hit the zombie in the face, and while it was still dazed, the little monkey hit it hard with a mace. 3 seconds to get rid of 2 F-level zombies. The next thing was simple. The remaining dozen or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away the mace, and quickly shrank back to normal size. He ran back to Zhao Yin and hugged his knees. Master, we're done. Well done. Zhao Yin patted the little monkey on the head and gave it a chestnut as a reward. Recalling a few days ago, when Zhao Yin first arrived in Nanjiao village, it took him a lot of effort to kill those 2 F-level zombies, and he even used a pistol. Zhao Yin, I'll go cut the watermelon. Song Xiaodao said proactively. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Zhao Yin would have given the order. It was just a small job, so did he have to do it himself? She took out a butterfly knife, walked to the nearest F-level zombie's body, reached out and fiddled with the smelly and black brain matter, and soon found an F-level corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao wiped it clean skillfully, then lowered his head to continue looking for Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. But after searching for a long time, almost every drop of brain matter and every piece of skull was cut open by Song Xiaodao for examination. There wasn't even a trace of star crystal. Zhao Yin, it's bad, the star crystal of this zombie has been stolen. Song Xiaodao shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin walked over and asked, what's going on? I can't find the star crystal. Song Xiaodao felt useless as he couldn't even do such a small thing. Zhao Yin took out a machete, hacked at it a few times, and then walked to the body of another F-class zombie. Like Song Xiaodao before, he searched every place carefully, but in the end, there were still only 2 F-level corpse crystals. No star crystals. Little monkey, is it because you are too strong that the star crystal flew away? Song Xiaodao complained to the little monkey. The little monkey was also confused. This was how it killed zombies before. Why did it fly away? Song Xiaodao and the little monkey started searching nearby. No need to look for it, Zhao Yin said, putting away the machete. Don't you want the star crystal anymore? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. This is just an ordinary F-class zombie. It has never swallowed star crystals. Zhao Yin. Calculating the time, nearly half a month has passed since the zombie outbreak. Ordinary zombies evolved to F-level and should have appeared a few days ago. It's just that Zhao Yin and his group were walking in the forest and didn't encounter them. Nowadays, most of the zombies that devoured the star crystals should have evolved to E-level, and there may even be D-level zombies among them. Can zombies that have never swallowed star crystals also evolve? Song Xiaodao's face changed. Zhao Yin said, not only can it evolve, but it will continue to evolve. Although Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhao Yin knew it, he believed in his words without a doubt. Now, although she has become an evolver following Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao is still a little scared if she is asked to deal with F-level zombies alone. One can imagine how difficult the current situation is for those ordinary survivors. She couldn't imagine what she would be like if she hadn't met Zhao Yin. Was he eaten by zombies directly, or was he sold to someone by Wang Quan, and ended up living like that old Qin? Song Xiaodao didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, she threw herself into Zhao Yin's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and her little body trembled constantly. Zhao Yin was stunned. What's wrong with you again? I'm fine. Song Xiaodao said with a pale face, I just want to hug you, Zhao Yin, can you let me hug you for a while? Zhao Yin stood there, feeling the warm little body pressed tightly against him, and he actually had a damn physiological reaction. He thought about it, but still couldn't push her away. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao buried his face in front of Zhao Yin. If one day we encounter danger again, will you still abandon me and the little monkeys? I will try my best to protect you. If I encounter a crisis that I cannot handle, I will go alone. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said seriously, so, you have to become stronger. Song Xiaodao slowly raised his head, pouted, looked at Zhao Yin and said, can't you say something nicer, or just lie to me? Do you like being deceived? Zhao Yin lowered his head and stared at the little girl's eyes, which were clear but a little confused. Song Xiaodao buried his face in Zhao Yin's xiong again. Actually, I still prefer the honest you. Didn't you say that I will be your woman in 7 years? I will marry you when I grow up. So, Zhao Yin, you must do your best to protect your fiancé. Zhao Yin couldn't imagine that this girl could say such words. He raised his hand to push her away from his arms and shouted, go to work. Song Xiaodao still stood in front of him, opened his eyes wide and asked, Zhao Yin, will you marry me in the future? Zhao Yin turned around and said, monkey, go take off her equipment and let her see clearly how much she weighs. You bastard. Song Xiaodao screamed and put his hands in front of him, can't I go to work? After saying that, she went to cut the watermelon with a wronged look on her face. After Zhao Yin collected all the corpse crystals, he set off on his journey. Along the way, Song Xiaodao kept his head down and no longer spoke. At some point, the dim sun in the sky disappeared and was slowly covered by dark clouds. Soon, thunder was heard and bean-sized raindrops fell. The wind got stronger, carrying raindrops that fell on Zhao Yin's face with a crackling sound. Cold. The evolver is not unaware of cold and heat. Song Xiaodao was shivering from the cold, but still did not speak to Zhao Yin. The 2 mutant beasts didn't care. The little monkey was having fun in the rain, running for a distance and then running back, then running forward again and running back again, as if it found this very interesting. The old cow followed Zhao Yin diligently, taking the opportunity to nibble at the grass by the roadside from time to time, chewing slowly in its mouth all the time. "Let's rest here tonight," Zhao Yin said. He found an open space and threw out an invisible tent. Song Xiaodao quickly got in and took the initiative to make a fire and cook. Zhao Yin sat by the fire, recalling his past life. After the first rain after the apocalypse, plants all over the world would grow explosively, and the variety of mutated crops would increase. Many survivors who have struggled to survive for a month and a half will also find relief from this rain. At the same time, the surviving animals are gradually becoming active, and the jungle is a paradise for animals. They kill zombies and eat star crystals, or capture living creatures and eat their flesh. Their strength increases rapidly, and many pseudo-mutant beasts will appear. In short, this rain injected nutrients into this broken and ruined world. All life except zombies finally has the possibility of survival. Zhao Yin thought of a lot of things, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching rapidly amid the sound of rain. Zhao Yin immediately recognized that it was the sound of human footsteps and looked back. Song Xiaodao was already fast asleep. The little monkey and the old cow had opened their eyes, all with alert looks. "Old cow, you stay in the tent. Monkey, come with me to take a look." After Zhao Yin finished communicating with his mind, he took the little monkey out of the invisible tent. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky, followed by heavy rain, which soaked Zhao Yin in an instant. The little monkey's armor was shining from the water. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In the dark night, 4 figures were running wildly, about 300 or 400 meters away from Zhao Yin. There were 2 men and 2 women, all of whom looked young. The 2 women were empty-handed, while the 2 men, one was holding a shovel and the other was holding a crowbar. They looked panic-stricken, and from time to time someone would be tripped by the vines, only to be immediately helped up by their companions. The direction they were running towards was exactly where Zhao Yin was. "There are zombies ahead." As several people approached, a girl with disheveled hair and black-framed glasses pointed at Zhao Yin and the little monkey and shouted. "Take a detour," another short-haired girl said in panic. "No, the road is too slippery. Only this section of the road is flat. Otherwise, when Captain Wang and his men can't hold on, we won't be able to outrun those damn rats." After a tall young man finished speaking, he anxiously said to another young man with a flat head, "Xiao Hong, let's go kill these 2 zombies." "Kill the zombies?" asked the young man with a trembling voice. "It's too late, hurry up." The girl with glasses urged, "Hong Xiaotian, are you still a man? Didn't you say you would protect us?" Upon hearing this, the flat-headed young man gritted his teeth and his expression no longer showed hesitation. He followed the tall young man with a shovel in his hand, and they both ran quickly towards Zhao Yin. As the 2 men approached, Zhao Yin gradually saw clearly that the faces of the 2 young men were gradually turning pale. Their clothes were all tattered, but were washed clean by the rain and stuck to their bodies wetly. Squeak. The little monkey seemed to feel threatened and suddenly became manic. Zhao Yin raised his hand and patted its head, "Don't be impatient." The 2 young men were stunned and stopped. "Are you a human?" asked the young man with a flat head. In the dark and rainy night, they couldn't see Zhao Yin's face clearly. "What scares you so much?" "Zombies," Zhao Yin asked. They were sure that Zhao Yin was not a zombie, and they all seemed to be relieved. Hong Xiaotian put down the shovel in his hand and said anxiously, "Brother, run quickly, there is a group of rats chasing us." "Rat?" Zhao Yin's eyes lit up. "Brother, that's not an ordinary mouse, it's bigger than a dog." Before Hong Xiaotian finished speaking, there was a roar behind him, which even covered the sound of rain, like thousands of troops galloping. "Xiao Hong, stop talking and run." The tall young man at the side pulled Hong Xiaotian. The 2 girls behind him had already passed them and ran to the front. The few people did not notice Zhao Yin's invisible tent. After running more than 10 meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back and saw that the man was still standing there, with the child in strange clothes behind him. At this time, Zhao Yin used all his eyesight to see the group of rats clearly. There were about 300 or 400 of them, each the size of a medium-sized dog. They flattened all the weeds and vines as they passed. Brother, run quickly, why are you standing there like an idiot? Hong Xiaotian had already run several hundred meters away and turned back to shout loudly to Zhao Yin. Who cares what he does? Who can he blame if he wants to die, said the girl with glasses. Captain Wang and the others are probably already dead. If no one is here to hold back the rats for us, we won't be able to escape back to the shelter. It would be better if he could delay them for a while, said the tall young man. The short-haired girl at the side frowned and said nothing, but quickened her pace to follow the three people. Soon, the four disappeared in the rain. Rat, Grade F, Strength 25, Agility 36, Stamina 12, Spirit 2, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Rat, Grade F, Strength 24, Agility 35, Stamina 13, Spirit 1, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Rat, Grade F. Zhao Yin opened his eyes of true vision and discovered that they were indeed a group of pseudo-mutant beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutant beasts and mutant beasts is that mutant beasts are natural mutations and have superpowers, while pseudo-mutant beasts mutate from the zombie virus and have no superpowers. Pseudo-mutant beasts are also living beings, and Zhao Yin can also contract with them. Zhao Yin immediately rushed into the invisible tent and picked up the sleeping Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin, what are you doing? Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment, Zhao Yin rushed out of the invisible tent, and the rain instantly woke Song Xiaodao up. Old Cow also followed out and looked up at the group of rats opposite. At this time, the rat group was less than 300 meters away from Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu were both shocked. Master, do you want to run? The old cow was actually feeling timid in his heart. These are hundreds of F-level pseudo-mutant beasts, not hundreds of zombies. Apart from the fact that they have no special powers, they are not much different from mutant beasts. Zhao Yin said nothing, and directly took out all the chestnut thorn balls in the space ring, and ordered loudly, work together and spread the thorn balls. Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's idea, set a trap. Quick! A machete appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. He swung it with force, and the blade pushed through the pile of thorn balls. Countless thorn balls flew out immediately and landed on the path that the rats had to pass. When the little monkey was picking chestnuts, he accidentally touched the thorn ball and was pricked by it. This shows the power of this mutated plant, otherwise Zhao Yin would not have allowed them to occupy his space. Song Xiaodao also took out his tang sword and imitated Zhao Yin to hit the thorn ball beside him. But the fastest one is the little monkey. After it activates its ability to grow in size, every time it swings its mace, hundreds of kilograms of thorn balls are spread out. The old cow used its horns and hooves, and the thorn ball pierced its hide, causing it to gasp in pain. 10 seconds later, Zhao Yin shouted, "Retreat!" All the thorn balls have been deployed and the rats have arrived. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to retreat to the invisible tent. 300 or 400 dog-sized rats were everywhere in the mountains, all with bloodshot eyes. They rushed over with madness, their sharp claws trampling the mud. Chirp! The first mouse rushing in the front instantly stepped on the thorn ball set up by Zhao Yin. It screamed in pain and subconsciously jumped high to avoid it. But the next moment, its body fell into several other thorn balls and its whole body began to twitch. Then, all the mice in the front stepped on the thorn ball, and the scene just now was repeated. For a while, the chirping sound was endless, which hurt Zhao Yin's eardrums. Get ready. After the rats rush through the trap, try to knock them out. If that doesn't work, kill them. Zhao Yin stood in the heavy rain and ordered loudly. Thousands of pounds of thorn balls are enough to hang a few on almost every mouse. Although not fatal, their agility was greatly reduced and their speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the first mouse rushed out of the trap, with a dozen thorn balls all over its body, blood flowing, and rushed towards Zhao Yin's team with red eyes. Then, the second one, the third one. It seemed that they also knew that those thorn balls were set up by the guys in front of them. Those blood-red eyes were filled with hatred. Zhao Yin took out the compound bow and shot an arrow. Puff! The closest mouse was immediately pierced through one of its hind legs by an arrow. Its body tilted and it continued to limp towards this side, only to be met with Zhao Yin's second arrow. The other hind leg of the mouse was instantly pierced by the arrow, and it no longer posed a threat to Zhao Yin's team. Zhao Yin ignored it and aimed at another mouse. Arrows shot out like beads. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 mice were crawling on the ground with difficulty on their 2 front legs. Whoosh! The old cow snorted, and this time, it activated its special powers before the little monkey. Its muscles bulged high, and fish scale-like scales quickly covered its entire body of cowhide. The old cow trampled the mud and rushed directly into the rat group, knocking a rat away by it. After landing, the mouse's internal organs flowed out of its fart. "Be gentler, I told you not to kill him." Zhao Yin cursed. Those are the foundation of his contracted beast army. The death of one is a huge loss. Lao Niu hasn't done anything recently and wanted to show himself. "Master, I have already restrained my strength, but I didn't expect to kill one anyway." An embarrassed expression appeared on the cow's face. The little monkey at the side saw this and immediately gloated over it. He bared his teeth and shouted, "Master, watch me." It swung its mace and, with a bang, smashed it down. A mouse was knocked to the ground in an instant. His head was broken into pieces, his brains were pouring out, and he fell to the ground with his limbs twitching constantly. "What a big bitch." Zhao Yin jumped up and down and cursed. Did these 2 bastards do this on purpose? The little monkey was also confused. Is he so weak? Now that it has evolved to E-level, it has completely forgotten about doubling its basic strength. Zhao Yin's heart was bleeding, and he turned around to look at Song Xiaodao. She had knocked out 2 mice with her Shi Tang sword. Zhao Yin finally felt better. Take a good look at this, and learn from Song Xiaodao. If you continue to act recklessly, you will have nothing to eat tomorrow morning. At this time, more than 100 mice had rushed out of the trap. Zhao Yin didn't care about the 2 animals and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin shot through the legs of 15 or 16 mice, and also hit a large part of the little monkey, but finally avoided shooting it in the head. As for life or death, God knows. The old cow still used a rough method. It knocked the mice over with its head and then trampled them with its iron hooves. Many mice had their limbs broken by it. Soon, even Song Xiaodao knocked over the 5th mouse. At this time, the 100 that rushed out were almost wiped out, and not even one of them could get close to Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, Zhao Yin yelled, "Oh no! They're trying to escape." At this moment, all the rats in the trap, including those that had already rushed out of the trap and could not be controlled, turned around and ran back the way they came. "Hurry, Song Xiaodao, go back to the tent, monkey, and Lao Niu follow me to chase them." Zhao Yin ordered directly. These are all his contracted beasts, forming the power of the contracted beast army. A few days ago, Zhao Yin dreamed that one day he would meet such a group of mutant beasts whose strength was not too strong, but were numerous. Even if it's a group of pseudo-mutant beasts. Now the traps have been dug and the thorn balls have stuck in their bodies. They are just one step away from success. How can they escape like this? Zhao Yin immediately put away his compound bow, took out his machete, and quickly chased after him. Roar! The little monkey finally went berserk. Its huge body rose a few inches higher again. It stretched out its long legs, and its speed actually surpassed Zhao Yin. It created a gust of wind and chased forward. "Master, I, monkey, will always be your most capable general and your vanguard. Don't shoot him in the head." Zhao Yin shouted hurriedly behind him. The old cow's eyes were also red, but neither of its 2 superpowers could increase agility, so it could only lag far behind. Soon, Zhao Yin and the 2 beasts disappeared from Song Xiaodao's sight. Song Xiaodao knew that his speed was far inferior to those rats, and he would only be a burden if he went. Back in the tent, she clenched her fists and said, "I want to evolve to E-level, I want to evolve to E-level." At this moment, the 2 men and 2 women who had escaped earlier suddenly stopped. 70 meters in front of them, a giant rat that was several times larger than the previous rats stood quietly in the rain. The green eyes stared at the 4 people, full of mockery. Facing this giant rat, the 4 men's legs went weak and they began to tremble all over. "So big. I'm out of strength. I can't escape. It's over." The 4 of them looked pale. The giant rat didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It shook its 2-meter-long tail and approached slowly with a condescending look. Chirp! A piercing scream came out of its mouth, piercing the eardrums, and the 4 people's tense nerves collapsed in an instant. The 2 girls fell to the ground with one thud. Wow, I don't want to die. Wu Hao, Hong Xiaotian, didn't you say you would protect me? The girl with glasses started crying. Shut up. The tall young man Wu Hao shouted, it's the end of the world. We're all going to die. What can we use to protect you? At this time, Hong Xiaotian, who was always the most timid among the 4, suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Wu Hao, you take Tang Ting and Peng Jinjin away first, I will hold this rat back. The girl with glasses stopped crying immediately. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked in disbelief, Xiao Hong, are you sure? You will die. Let it die. Hong Xiaotian trembled all over and said, if no one holds it back, no one will be able to escape in the end. It's better for one person to die than for all of us to die. He suddenly looked at the girl with glasses, his eyes gradually softened. Zhenzhen, you know, I fell in love with you when I was in high school, but I knew I was not your type. I am from the countryside. My parents divorced when I was young. I am not as well off as most of my classmates. I am introverted and my grades are not good. I am destined not to be worthy of you. Originally, I planned to keep this secret forever, but now I am about to die. I want to know whether you have ever liked me during these years. Do you consider me as a friend? The girl with glasses wiped her tears, stood up immediately, and said without thinking, Xiao Hong, how could you be so stupid? Why didn't you tell me earlier? In fact, before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends, I liked you. Really? Hong Xiaotian smiled. We have been classmates for so many years, from elementary school to university, and even for internship, you and I went to the same company. Would I lie to you? Said the girl with glasses. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiaotian smiled even more brightly, as if he had heard the happiest thing in the world. In the rainy night, he showed his white teeth, thank you. He turned around contentedly and calmly walked towards the giant rat, taking one step at a time, steadily and calmly. It was as if he had never been the timid Hong Xiaotian. He is a hero, he died for the girl he loved and his best friend. Go. The girl with glasses pulled up the girl with short hair, turned around and ran. Wu Hao, who was standing aside, took a last look at Hong Xiaotian's back. Xiao Hong, take care of yourself. After saying this, Wu Hao turned around and ran away. Hong Xiaotian slowly opened his arms with a smile on his face, but the water stains in the corners of his eyes made it hard to tell whether they were rain or tears. Zhenzhen, thank you for lying to me in the end. He murmured in a low voice. The next moment, Hong Xiaotian faced the giant rat and shouted, come on, come and eat me. The sound echoed in the rain. Peng Jinjin heard it from a distance, but did not look back. Human-like anger suddenly flashed in the giant rat's green eyes, as if it was annoyed that this human had broken its game. It suddenly increased its speed, bit Hong Xiaotian on the shoulder, and shook its head. Hong Xiaotian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The giant rat did not turn back to eat Hong Xiaotian as imagined. Instead, it suddenly increased its speed, turning into a black lightning and instantly chasing after the 3 people who had escaped. A few seconds later, from a nearby valley, there were cries of a woman and screams of a man. At this time, 2 black shadows quickly walked out from the bushes not far away and approached where Hong Xiaotian was. In the darkness of the night, all that could be seen were 2 figures, one tall and one short. The tall man bent down and felt Hong Xiaotian's vital breath. Still breathing. It was the voice of a middle-aged man. Carry him on your back and go. The voice was spoken by a young female. The man bent down and carried Hong Xiaotian on his back, and the 3 of them quickly disappeared in the rain. A moment later, the giant rat came back with a bulging belly. It was obvious that Wu Hao, Peng Jinjin, and the other 2 had become its meals. Chirp. After the giant rat discovered that Hong Xiaotian had disappeared, it let out an angry roar towards the sky, then sniffed and instantly locked onto the direction in which 2 black shadows, one tall and one short, had left. But it didn't have time to chase it. Grumble. Suddenly, a louder rat cry was heard from the distance. The giant rat suddenly stopped rushing forward, turned around and ran back at lightning speed. At this time, there were only more than 200 rats left in the group in front of Zhao Yin. Together with the nearly 100 killed or injured by the trap set earlier, nearly half of them have been wiped out. At this moment, behind Zhao Yin and the two beasts, there were 100 or 200 injured rats left behind. The remaining rats were all less seriously injured and were moving faster. At this time, a large bush appeared in front of them. The rats seemed to have seen their savior and quickly drilled in, disappearing from Zhao Yin's sight in the blink of an eye. Monkey, old cow, split up and surround them, and catch as many as you can. After Zhao Yin communicated with the two beasts through his mind, he quickly went into the bush. The two beasts immediately took action and drilled in from 2 other directions. Bang bang bang. Soon, another dozen mice were knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin. Just then. Chirp. A rat cry was heard, and before Zhao Yin could react, his vision suddenly went dark and he fell out. He tumbled out of the bushes, feeling dizzy and having a dull pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a train. The bushes shook, and then a giant rat as big as a calf walked out. All the mice before had gray hair, but this giant mouse was completely black and shiny, and not even the rain could leave any trace. Its blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Yin, with bloodthirstiness and cruelty in them. As the giant rat roared, 2 fangs that were more than 10 inches long were exposed, and drops of liquid dripped out. This was not enough to make Zhao Yin panic, but then, Zhao Yin's face changed completely. The bushes shook more and more violently, and then another giant black rat came out, followed by the second, third, and fourth. 12 giant black rats walked out in one breath. Rat, Grade E, Strength 36, Agility 44, Stamina 27, Spirit 9, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Rat, Grade E, Strength 39, Agility 43, Stamina 31, Spirit 8, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Mouse. All 12 are E-level pseudo-mutant beasts. The giant rat that just knocked Zhao Yin over had an agility of 44 points. Even the old cow was not as fast as them. Monkey, old cow, come and save me. Zhao Yin didn't even think about it and called for the bodyguard in his mind. Boom. The old cow was closer to Zhao Yin and was the first to rush out of the bushes, suddenly knocking over a giant rat that was approaching Zhao Yin. The bull's horn tore a large hole in the giant rat's abdomen. After all, it was an E-level pseudo-mutant beast. After being injured, it not only did not retreat, but was aroused into ferocity, and bit the old cow's front hoof. Unfortunately, the old cow had already activated its iron armor ability, and the rat's teeth rubbed against its scales, producing sparks, but did not hurt the skin at all. With the added power of its giant strength ability, the old bull swung its hoof, and the injured giant rat flew out immediately, with one of its fangs knocked out. Chirp. All the giant rats were enraged and surrounded the old cow in an instant. The intelligence of the giant rats seemed to have caught up with that of humans. They had seen the old cow's armor ability before. Now no giant rat dared to attack rashly. They all surrounded the old cow, relying on their speed to avoid its attacks while looking for its weak points. The old cow rushed around, but couldn't even touch a single mouse hair, and was panting anxiously. With a crackling sound, a giant rat took advantage of the old cow's distraction and reached out its sharp claws to grab the old cow's one eye. The next moment, the old cow closed his eyes, and the scales on his eyelids blocked the rat's claws, causing sparks to fly again. The giant rat retreated after one strike, and when the old bull attacked angrily, it had already circled behind the old bull. Immediately afterwards, another giant rat took the opportunity to grab the chrysanthemum under the old cow's tail. The old cow had only one eye, which greatly affected its perception. At this moment, it was unaware of anything and was still charging towards the other giant rat. Old cow, be careful. Zhao Yin quickly transmitted his message through his mind and at the same time jumped up and rushed forward. Everything happened in a flash, but unfortunately, Zhao Yin was still a step too late. Suddenly blood splattered, and in an instant, blood was dripping behind Lao Niu. Zhao Yin felt his heart twitch. Without time to mourn for Lao Niu, he endured the dull pain in his chest and chopped down with the machete. Snap. The rat claw that stretched out towards Lao Niu's chrysanthemum actually wanted to make a second attack, but was cut off by Zhao Yin's knife. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin was also besieged by the rats. He could only wield the machete tightly. Compared to Lao Niu, who has the special ability of iron armor, Zhao Yin is more dangerous than it. At this time, the little monkey 100 meters away finally rushed back and saw his master, who was in a tough fight, at a glance. Roar! The little monkey's eyes suddenly turned red. "Master, here I come. Where the hell have you been? How dare you come back?" Zhao Yin cursed. The little monkey didn't dare to explain too much. In fact, from the time Zhao Yin was knocked away by the giant rat and asked for help, to the time the old cow rushed out and got injured, only a dozen seconds had passed. The little monkey is different from the old cow. Both of its superpowers have speed bonuses. It caught up with a giant rat in just a few steps, and with anger, it shot it in the head with a stick. Zhao Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief and deliberately used his body to block the old cow's anus. He was about to tell the little monkey to be gentler. The next moment, boom! The little monkey's huge body flew out suddenly. Grumble. The sound of a rat's cry is enough to break an ordinary person's eardrum. The entire forest was shaking, and the roar echoed in Zhao Yin's ears. A larger snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long including head and tail, was standing in position to knock the little monkey away. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats all stopped their attacks and quickly formed a guard team around the snow-white giant rat. The expression on the giant snow-white rat's face at this moment was like that of an ancient emperor on tour. Arrogant, contemptuous, cold, and insolent. Rat King, D-level mutant beast, strength 74, agility 89, stamina 57, defense 82, spirit 12, bloodline talent, haste. When Zhao Yin saw the Rat King's nature clearly, his face turned pale instantly. Is this guy going to let people live? This Rat King is not a fake mutant beast, but a genuine D-level mutant beast with superpowers. Even without mentioning its special abilities, with only 82 points of defense, Zhao Yin could only barely cut a little skin with the machete. After the little monkey fell out, he immediately got up, shook off his heavy armor, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Master, it's a sneak attack." The little monkey complained to Zhao Yin in his mind, "I'm going to beat it to death." "Don't be impulsive, this is a D-level Rat King." Zhao Yin warned quickly. With Zhao Yin and Lao Niu's speed, they probably can't even hurt a hair of the Rat King and can only eat farts behind them. Now, the only one who can fight the Rat King is the little monkey with all his powers turned on. But this is only the premise that the Rat King does not turn on his haste power. Once the Rat King activates his superpowers, how fast can he reach? Zhao Yin guessed that even the little monkey who activated dual superpowers would be in trouble. What to do now? Zhao Yin was thinking rapidly in his mind. If only he had a bottle of iced tea, the little monkey would be able to rival the Rat King. It's a pity that the iced tea had been consumed a long time ago and I haven't obtained any star crystals recently. Among the remaining extraordinary food and drinks in his space ring, only a bottle of glutinous rice wine was something that could increase strength. But it is a double-edged sword. It can increase strength by 80 points in 10 minutes, but it will also cause confusion within 3 hours after use. What's more, what the two beasts lack now when dealing with the Rat King is not strength, but speed. He has lived his life again, is he going to die today? At this time, the Rat King looked in the direction where Zhao Yin came from. When it saw clearly that those rats were knocked unconscious or had their limbs broken by Zhao Yin and the two beasts, it immediately let out an angry roar. Grumble. The 11 giant black rats beside the Rat King rushed out instantly. Bang, 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 the dozen or so gray rats that Zhao Yin had just knocked unconscious were immediately smashed to pieces by their sharp claws. Instead of rescuing them, they killed them. It was as if an emperor was dealing with a defeated general. At this time, Zhao Yin no longer cared about the contracted beast army. He only thought about how to survive. Now the only hope is in that invisible tent. As long as Zhao Yin can hide in it, he will be temporarily safe. The invisible tent has several hundred points of defense, and the Rat King cannot break through it at this stage. But the problem was that they had chased the rats for nearly 2 kilometers. How could it be easy to go back under the watchful eyes of the Rat King? Boom. At this time, the Rat King suddenly rushed towards Zhao Yin. It had already seen that the human in front of it was the leader of this team. "Master, be careful." At this time, the old cow turned around quickly, and blocked Zhao Yin with its huge body, and hit the oncoming Rat King with its horn. With a loud bang, the old cow's body shook, but the Rat King fell out directly. This confrontation was just a test by the Rat King. It actually discovered that this old bull was only an E-level bull and was not on the same level as it in terms of strength. The white Rat King's body spun awkwardly in the air. After staggering to the ground, he shook his head and looked at the buffalo with a hint of vigilance. It had previously underestimated the two mutant beasts in front of Zhao Yin, and did not expect that they both had dual superpowers. The next moment, the Rat King rushed over again, directly activating his supernatural powers. His figure was so fast that it was almost invisible, like a flash of white lightning. "Retreat. Go back to the tent." Zhao Yin immediately transmitted his message through his mind. He shrank his body behind the two mutant beasts and slowly retreated. The old bull had no time to retreat and could only assume a charging posture again. Boom. Snap. This time, the old bull hit nothing with its head, and the Rat King dodged it by flexibly rotating his body when it approached, and swung out its sharp claws, directly tearing the scales on the old bull's neck. If it weren't for Lao Nio's iron armor ability, his head would have been cut off by this D-level Rat King. The little monkey at the side wanted to help, but missed, and chased forward angrily. The Rat King went behind the little monkey the next second, swung out with his sharp claws, and with a swish sound, a big hole was torn in the heavy armor on the back of the little monkey, and blood gushed out in an instant. The little monkey struck back with the stick without even looking back, and the Rat King disappeared again. The next moment he appeared in front of Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin even saw a hint of mockery in the Rat King's eyes and quickly raised his machete. The machete had a built-in bonus to its swinging speed, so Zhao Yin was able to barely catch the Rat King's sharp claws. Bang! The Rat King's sharp claws hit the blade, sparks flew. At this time, the little monkey and the old cow turned around and pounced, and the Rat King instantly disappeared from Zhao Yin's sight. It did not continue to attack, but stood on a huge rock not far away. He looked down at Zhao Yin and the two beasts from a high vantage point, as if he was playing with his prey. Zhao Yin's hands were numb from the shock. He looked at the torn heavy armor on the little monkey, then at the machete with a crack in his hand, and his face became even gloomier. The Rat King's claws definitely surpassed the D-level equipment and reached C-level or higher. It has such a unique weapon, with a strength of up to 74 points. Zhao Yin discovered that the strength he had worked so hard to build up for more than half a month was pitifully weak. Form a triangle formation and move quickly towards the tent. Monkey's dual abilities are both to increase strength. He will be responsible for the rear. Old cow will be on my right. Hurry. Zhao Yin transmitted his thoughts. The two contracted beasts were in tune with his thoughts and immediately understood Zhao Yin's thoughts and responded quickly. In an instant, a triangular battle formation was formed. The Rat King on the boulder was stunned. He obviously had not expected Zhao Yin to have this trick. He suddenly felt unable to attack. No matter where it attacks from, it has to face a mutant beast or Zhao Yin directly, and it is impossible to attack from behind. Then, its eyes were replaced by sharpness, and its figure flashed and appeared in front of the battle formation again. The monkey's mace suddenly smashed towards the approaching Rat King. Bang! Grumble! The sharp claws and the mace collided with each other, and the Rat King retreated violently, his left forelimb trembling, obviously suffering a great loss. Zhao Yin took the two contracted beasts and moved quickly towards the invisible tent in the distance. The next moment, the Rat King quickly went around to the other side of the triangular formation and swung his claws towards Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin could only raise his machete and meet the Rat King's attack again. Boom. After a loud bang, Zhao Yin's body fell out directly. The little monkey behind him caught him. Zhao Yin stood firm, his chest felt like it was about to explode with pain. Exclamation point. Zhao Yin cursed. The next moment, he took out the bottle of glutinous rice wine, tilted his head back and drank it down. 10 minutes, I only have 10 minutes, I must return to the stealth tent. Zhao Yin said with a red face, Monkey, I will be confused later, remember to tie me up, I won't beat you later." The little monkey nodded repeatedly, and Zhao Yin picked up the machete again. The next moment, he felt the pain in his chest quickly disappear, replaced by a burning sensation like a flame, and the machete in his hand seemed to become as light as a feather. At this time, the Rat King had just succeeded in one attack and tasted the sweetness. He rushed towards Zhao Yin again, and his sharp claws quickly grabbed his chest. Zhao Yin shouted loudly and swung the machete in his hand forward. Bang! After the violent collision, the Rat King's body rolled and flew out. Zhao Yin was finally able to defeat the Rat King with his strength. But with Zhao Yin's eyesight, he could see that it was not seriously injured. "Go!" Zhao Yin shouted. The triangular formation immediately moved forward, with Lao Niu and Zhao Yin leading the way on the left and right, while the little monkey retreated backwards to protect the two men. The blood of the old cow and the little monkey dripped all the way and was quickly washed away by the rain. It took the Rat King a long while to get up from the ground. His snow-white fur was covered in mud, and his front limbs were shaking even more violently. But it remained calm, looking at Zhao Yin in confusion, as if it didn't understand why this human's power suddenly increased. The Rat King quickly made a decision and quickly chased after the triangle formation again. This time, the breakthrough point was chosen from the slowest old cow. The flexibility of cattle is far inferior to that of primates, and their movement is restricted by the formation. When the Rat King swung its claws, the old bull still head-on hit the Rat King as it did in the past few times. However, the Rat King easily avoided its horns. With a swish sound, the sharp claws cut through the scales on the old cow's head. A large piece of flesh and blood was taken away directly by the Rat King's sharp claws. The old cow groaned in pain, and blood flowed from its scalp into its one eye. Finally, the Rat King found the weakness of this triangular formation. Zhao Yin looked back and saw the Rat King stuffing the piece of beef with skin into his mouth. His cheeks moved rapidly and then he swallowed it with a gulp. Zhao Yin didn't even have the mood to curse. He just felt a ball of rage in his heart and felt sorry for his contracted beast. "Monkey, try to help Lao Niu defend, but the premise is that the formation cannot be messed up." Zhao Yin shouted, "Speed up." Both the man and the two animals understood that the longer the delay, the greater the danger the old cow would be in. Once the old bull falls, there will be one less side of defense and the formation will be broken. In the pouring rain, the triangle formation struggled to move forward. The Rat King kept attacking the old cow. Sometimes the little monkey and Zhao Yin were able to help resist in time, and sometimes the beef of the old cow was directly cut off, and in front of them, the beef became the Rat King's meal. Soon, white bones appeared on the old cow's head and neck, and even its steps slowed down. If it were not a mutant beast, it would have died countless times. 5 minutes later, they were less than 500 meters away from the invisible tent. "Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon," Zhao Yin said with red eyes. The next moment, the Rat King rushed over again. Zhao Yin chopped with the machete, but it just brushed past the Rat King's fur and passed through the air. The little monkey also waved his mace, intending to stop the Rat King from attacking the old cow. With a bang. This time, the Rat King did not dodge or evade. Instead, he used one of his front paws to directly withstand the attack from the little monkey. He quickly stretched out his other front paw, and the sharp tip of his claws pierced into the old cow's single eye. "Hook out the eyeballs directly." After the Rat King succeeded in his attack, he retreated violently and stood 30 meters away from the triangular formation. Grumble. The Rat King stood up on its hind legs and roared as if in defiance. Ignoring that its right forelimb was bleeding from being hit by the little monkey, it used its left sharp claw to put the old cow's eyeball into its mouth, and its cheeks moved slowly as if it was tasting it carefully. The old cow lost its one eye and just let out a muffled groan. It had long been numbed by the pain and gasped weakly, conveying its message to Zhao Yinxin. "Master, the old cow may not be able to follow you anymore. It is completely blind, and the triangle formation can no longer be defended." Just when Zhao Yin thought he was at a dead end, he suddenly heard a scream. It was Song Xiaodao, who was more than 400 meters away. "Ah, help! It's such a big rat, Zhao Yin, where are you?" He looked back and vaguely saw a giant black rat the same size as the white-haired Rat King standing in front of the invisible tent in the rain, attacking the invisible tent frantically. The gray rats that Zhao Yin had previously controlled had all their heads crushed. 11 smaller giant rats were guarding the big black rat and were also attacking the invisible tent. Rat King, D-level mutant beast, strength 75, agility 87, stamina 58, defense 84, spirit 10, bloodline talent, earth escape. Another Rat King. Zhao Yin's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. I can't handle even one white Rat King, and now here comes another D-level one. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Black Rat King's ability is not of the combat type. If you face a little monkey, you can completely crush it by relying on your dual combat abilities. However, with the White Rat King around, Zhao Yin could only think about it. The current situation is making the situation even worse, and our retreat has been cut off. At this point, there is no way to resolve the current crisis. Zhao Yin thought that he would die in the end times, but he never thought it would happen so soon. These two Rat Kings were supplied by countless subordinates, which is why they were able to reach level D in just half a month. Even the resources Zhao Yin provided for the two beasts could not compare to them. Zhao Yin didn't expect that he would meet them at this point in time. Zhao Yin was desperate and the ferocity in his heart was aroused. He shouted at the little monkey, "Stop setting up the formation. Go kill the Black Rat King for me. Since the White Rat King wants us to die, I will kill his husband before I die." After saying that, Zhao Yin picked up the machete and rushed towards the White Rat King. There was determination in the little monkey's eyes. He glanced at the seriously injured and dying old cow beside him and took off his tattered heavy armor. Its dual superpowers were activated to the extreme, and it rushed towards the Black Rat King rapidly. When the White Rat King saw Zhao Yin rushing towards him, he was stunned. Is this human seeking death? Suddenly, it saw the little monkey's actions and immediately understood something. Panic flashed in its eyes. It had just experienced the strength of this E-level monkey. The other party had dual combat abilities and was definitely better than the Black Rat King. Grumble. The White Rat King immediately warned the Black Rat King, then made a quick decision, gave up on Zhao Yin, and quickly chased after the little monkey. Why are you running? Zhao Yin threw the machete with all his strength. Whoosh! The machete made a sound of breaking through the air, but unfortunately it could not catch up with the speed of the White Rat King, and flew nearly 100 meters and hit a huge rock. The White Rat King appeared behind the little monkey in an instant without even turning his head, and grabbed its back with his sharp claws. The little monkey knew that he couldn't avoid the attack, so he just let the sharp claws fall on his body. The heavy armor was torn off along with a piece of monkey skin. The little monkey's body also rushed forward rapidly with the help of the force of the collision. In the blink of an eye, it crossed 300 meters and was not far from the Black Rat King. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly, then turned around immediately, gave up the little monkey again, and ran away. If he leaves here, he can survive on his own. Zhao Yin didn't want to think about how the little monkey would die or whether Song Xiaodao in the tent would be surrounded in the end. In the end times, everyone has only one goal, and that is to survive. Along the way, thousands of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. He felt guilty and reluctant, but he quickly put them behind him. The most important thing is to survive. But is it really meaningful to live like this? Zhao Yin slowed down his pace, but soon he gave his answer. Of course it makes sense. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He will have more contracted beasts and more women in the future. He is the master of the contract, and he will definitely come to avenge the Rat King for the little monkeys in the future. Little did he know that 8 minutes had already passed and the side effects of the glutinous rice wine were gradually appearing, affecting Zhao Yin's confused thoughts. His head gradually became dizzy, and the belief he had just formed in his heart began to waver. Zhao Yin thought of the little monkey in his previous life, who died in battle for Lin Tianfeng. The little monkey in this life died for him again. Isn't that too unlucky? He thought of Song Xiaodao again. He failed to protect her in his previous life, and let her die in this life. And there was the old cow, which had received no training from him from the beginning to the end, and even before its death it felt guilty for not protecting its master well. Zhao Yin's eyes slowly turned red, and something that had long been lost, seemingly called conscience, slowly revived in his heart. His murderous intent gradually boiled over, and the alcohol filled his chest. At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed to be afraid of nothing. Just die. Zhao Yin roared, if you die, the bird's nest will be in your sky. If you don't die, you will live for thousands of years. He turned suddenly and rushed back the way he came. The previous group of ordinary gray mice had already removed the thorn balls on their bodies and gathered outside the bushes waiting for the order from the Rat King. When they saw Zhao Yin rushing over, all the gray mice started chirping. The two Rat Kings were concentrating on dealing with the little monkey and completely forgot about the gray rats. A sniper rifle appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. With red eyes, he shot frantically, reloaded, and shot again. A gray rat was killed with every shot. The gray rat's discipline is beyond imagination. Even if they see their companions being killed, they will still stay where they are stupidly without the order of the Rat King. Soon, Zhao Yin had used up all his sniper bullets, and only 30 or 40 gray rats were left, chirping restlessly there. I told you to go to hell, all of you go to hell. At this time, the little monkey's skin was completely shattered and his left arm was broken, but he still waved the mace tenaciously, forcing the Black Rat King not to get close at all. Only the White Rat King could rely on his speed, and every attack would cause the little monkey to lose large pieces of flesh and blood. In fact, the White Rat King could have killed the little monkey earlier. But it just has to kill them bit by bit, because of the cruel and vicious nature of rats. Finally, the White Rat King discovered Zhao Yin. At that time, he was holding a cow horn and killing all the gray rats until there were only a few left. Grumble. The White Rat King then instantly became furious. Those gray rats are the source of resources for the two Rat Kings. There are only a few dead left. It also gave up the little monkey and rushed towards Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's actions several times had made it completely furious, and it had completely lost its mind at this time. At this time, Zhao Yin still had no idea that the effect of the glutinous rice wine only lasted for 1 minute, and his mind was already in a mess. The murderous intent took over the whole body. Puff. He stabbed the horn in his hand into the head of the last gray mouse, and when he pulled it out, the brain came out. Zhao Yin continued to search for the next gray mouse like a machine, but found that there was not a single one left. The White Rat King was about to approach Zhao Yin, but before he could extend his sharp claws, Zhao Yin suddenly turned around and stared at the White Rat King with bloodshot eyes. The White Rat King was stunned. This human was not afraid when he saw it. Instead, his eyes looked like he was staring at his prey. For some reason, the White Rat King suddenly felt frightened, and so he slowed down the speed of swinging his claws. It tore a large piece of flesh from Zhao Yin's shoulder, but Zhao Yin took the opportunity to grab its front legs. The White Rat King subconsciously wanted to pull back his claws, but he felt that Zhao Yin was incredibly strong. The horn in his right hand suddenly stabbed out, and the powerful force immediately pierced through the Rat King's forelimbs. Chirp. This was the first time that the White Rat King had suffered such a serious injury after the end of the world. The pain made it scream like an ordinary rat, and in a rage, it pierced Zhao Yin's chest with one claw. Zhao Yin's sternum was cut open, and his heart was exposed, beating loudly. But he felt nothing at all. The horn in his hand was still stuck in the White Rat King's forelimbs, tightly controlling its body. His other hand grabbed the White Rat King's scalp and pressed it under his crotch. The next moment, he pulled out the horn and stabbed it again. Puff. The White Rat King's neck was pierced by the bull's horn. At this time, the Black Rat King was not far away from Zhao Yin. When he saw that the White Rat King was so badly injured by Zhao Yin, he immediately let out a cry of grief. Its figure turned into a black lightning and instantly appeared behind Zhao Yin and the White Rat King. However, at this time the White Rat King completely lost his mind. When he felt that Zhao Yin had threatened his life, he suddenly activated his rapid ability and rushed forward. The White Rat King tried to shake Zhao Yin off, but Zhao Yin took the opportunity to hug its neck and rode directly on it. Puff. The bull's horn stabbed down again. A second bloody hole was pierced in the White Rat King's neck. The blood gushed out like a spring, and it flowed even faster as it was in pain. Haha, die. Zhao Yin laughed crazily. The poor Black Rat King roared anxiously, but could only follow behind and eat fart. It wanted to help the White Rat King, but the White Rat King was asking for his own death and it could do nothing. At this time, the little monkey also followed and saw the brave side of his master again. Squeak. Master is awesome. It dragged the mace, and even though it only had one arm left, it still screamed excitedly, "Master is so awesome, Master is the most awesome master in the world." Then, the little monkey forcibly increased his energy, activated his dual superpowers to the extreme, and quickly chased after the Black Rat King. The Black Rat King's agility is 87 points, and the little monkey's basic agility is 40 points, but the gigantic ability doubles the basic agility, and the berserk ability doubles it again, which is enough to surpass the Black Rat King, a D-level mutant beast. In terms of strength, the Black Rat King is even inferior to the little monkey. This is the power of the dual-power mutant beast. If Zhao Yin and his party hadn't encountered the White Rat King, whose special power just happened to restrain the little monkey, they would never have been in such an embarrassing situation. When the Black Rat King saw the little monkey chasing him, fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. If he used his Earth Escape ability to escape at this time, no one would be able to stop him. But it was concerned about the White Rat King and did not burrow underground. It completely ignored the little monkey that was approaching and chased the White Rat King desperately. At this time, Zhao Yin stabilized his body on the White Rat King, pulled out the horns from the Black Rat King's neck again, and stabbed it blindly. Puff, puff, puff. One after another. In his mind, there was only killing. When the sound of flesh and bones breaking came for the last time, Zhao Yin directly stabbed the bull's horn into the White Rat King's brain. The White Rat King was still rushing forward rapidly, but his body had become stiff. Then it rolled and flew, knocking down a large area of bushes. Boom. At the same time, Zhao Yin was thrown out and fell into the bushes. Ha 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 ha. There was still a lot of blood flowing from Zhao Yin's chest, but he lay on the ground and laughed. His confused thoughts made him lose track of what year it was or where he was. I don't know why I'm laughing, but I'm just very happy. As Zhao Yin grinned foolishly, the Black Rat King suddenly stopped and looked at the body of the White Rat King. He could feel that his wife had lost her life. The Black Rat King was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, bang! A mace fell on the Black Rat King's head, and its eyes went dark and it lost consciousness. After the little monkey knocked down the Black Rat King, he wanted to check on his master's injuries, but then he paused. The battle ahead is not over yet. The remaining 11 giant rats in the distance, after sensing that the White Rat King's life breath had disappeared, all gave up attacking the invisible tent and rushed towards this side frantically. Roar! The little monkey was covered in blood. He roared to the sky, venting the pent-up anger in his chest. He dragged the mace with one arm, and his body turned into a whirlwind as he rushed towards the group of giant rats. At this moment, the one-armed little monkey looked like a god of death. The 11 giant rats moved at different speeds. Due to the death of the Rat King, they all went crazy and didn't even use their usual combined attacks. They were instantly dispersed by the little monkey. Bang, bang, bang. The little monkeys were hit one by one with the stick, and soon they were all knocked to the ground. At this time, the little monkey also fell down, gasping for breath, and looked back with difficulty. Zhao Yin was still grinning. Ha! The little monkey grinned and imitated a silly smile. In the pouring rain, the little monkey gasped for a long time. It was hard to tell whether the liquid dripping from its fur was blood or rain. It struggled to stand up slowly with the help of the mace, and its body was shrinking rapidly and uncontrollably. After relaxing, its supernatural power could no longer hold up. Soon, it turned into that skinny little monkey again. But at this moment, its body was covered in blood, and the wound on its missing left arm revealed its white bones. He walked towards Zhao Yin with difficulty. Woo-woo. At this time, Song Xiaodao's crying voice came from behind. Zhao Yin, there are so many big rats. Zhao Yin, where are you? I'm so scared. The next moment, Song Xiaodao stopped crying. She saw the little monkey with a broken arm and the dead rats all over the ground. Even the cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. Song Xiaodao caught up with the little monkey and was about to say something when he saw the dying old cow on the ground. Nyo, what's wrong with you? Where is Zhao Yin? Song Xiaodao's face turned pale instantly and he grabbed the little monkey's one arm. The little monkey pointed to the bushes in the distance. Only then did Song Xiaodao hear Zhao Yin's laughter amidst the sound of rain. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yin was still smiling, the rain washing over his face, washing away all the blood on his body. His chest was filled with rain water, but the evolver's tenacious vitality still kept him alive. But Zhao Yin's laughter became much weaker. Song Xiaodao rushed over, and when she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, she pouted and cried, "Wu Zhao Yin, you can't die. What's wrong with you? Why don't you treat your wound?" Ha ha. At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed to be able to only smile foolishly. Squeak. The little monkey staggered over and pointed at the space ring in Zhao Yin's hand. It couldn't communicate with Song Xiaodao through voice and could only make gestures. All healing items are in the space ring. Normally, Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiaodao touch his space ring. But Song Xiaodao couldn't care less at this time. She already felt that there was something wrong with Zhao Yin's brain, and only the things in the space ring could save his life. She took the space ring from Zhao Yin's hand, but she had no idea how to use it. "Little monkey, do you know how to use it?" Song Xiaodao asked. Squeak. The little monkey shook his head. In fact, all the space equipment opened by Star Crystal can only be used by humans. Song Xiaodao had no choice but to imitate Zhao Yin and put the ring on his hand. The next moment, he immediately felt all the items inside. Lots of chestnuts, chestnut leaves, 48 corns. A pile of corpse crystals. There are only 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring left. I have consumed 1 bottle every day for the past 7 days to protect the roots of the chestnut tree. There is 1 can of beef left, 2 pieces of instant noodles, and 2 cans of tuna. The rest were the guns, ammunition, bows and arrows, and the common supplies that Zhao Yin valued more. Finally, Song Xiaodao found the bottle of D-level healing potion. She took it out and was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Squeak. Suddenly, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and gestured with its one arm. Song Xiaodao understood that it was asking her to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves. Then the little monkey pointed at the old cow in the distance, rolled its eyes and stuck out its tongue. Song Xiaodao understood again that the old cow was dying and needed this bottle of the only D-level healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is so badly injured, and this bottle of medicine originally belonged to him. What if the chestnut leaves can't cure his injury? Song Xiaodao's face darkened. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, nothing is more important than Zhao Yin's life. We can't let him take even the slightest risk that he shouldn't take. The little monkey once again made the old cow's expression of death, imitating Zhao Yin's sad look. Song Xiaodao thought about it and did not dare to delay too much. He finally agreed to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves, but he had to wait until his injury stabilized before he could use the healing potion to treat the old cow. Song Xiaodao took out a pile of chestnut leaves, and he and the little monkey each grabbed a handful and stuffed them into their mouths. The little monkey chewed it up first, then pried open Zhao Yin's mouth and was about to spit it out. Song Xiaodao grabbed it and rolled his eyes. "You treat your own wounds, let me take care of Zhao Yin's." The little monkey doesn't understand why humans are so taboo about this. But after thinking about it, it still spit it into Zhao Yin's mouth. It was too late for Song Xiaodao to stop it. Zhao Yin swallowed the rainwater with a few smacks of his lips. "Little monkey, you bastard, wait, Zhao Yin will punish you." The little monkey didn't take it seriously. He grinned and laughed at Song Xiaodao for making a fuss. As if to prove something, he chewed a mouthful of leaves and spit it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp. Zhao Yin swallowed it directly, his eyes were blurred and he let out a silly laugh. Song Xiaodao glared at the little monkey. Seeing that its broken arm was still bleeding, he thought of how it had saved his life several times. It should have been eating leaves to heal its wound, but it was enduring the pain and feeding it to Zhao Yin. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing more. He chewed the leaves in his mouth into pieces, pried open Zhao Yin's mouth, and puffed. She also vomited directly into it. Zhao Yin smacked his lips and seemed to still be savoring the taste after swallowing it. Soon, the big hole in his chest stopped bleeding slowly. Although the injury was not completely healed, it had stabilized. It only takes a while for everything to be fine. The little monkey then ate the leaves to heal his injuries. Song Xiaodao walked towards the old cow with the healing potion. She saw that the old cow's bones were exposed in many parts of its body and its 2 eyes were blind. She suddenly felt guilty. "Nyo, I'm sorry. I was only thinking about Zhao Yin before and almost wasted this bottle of potion. The efficacy of chestnut leaves is already difficult to treat old cattle." The old cow was panting, with only its ears moving. Song Xiaodao bent down, pried open the old cow's mouth, and poured the healing potion into it. The next moment, dots of white light appeared all over the old cow's body. Grains of flesh grew from its bones, followed by cowhide. Even its blind eyes began to rapidly grow eyeballs and eyelids. Finally, even the eyelashes on the eyelids grew out. A bump appeared on the old cow's head, and then a shiny black horn grew out. Regeneration of broken limbs. Song Xiaodao covered his mouth in surprise. Zhao Yin only said that this was a bottle of healing potion, but he did not say that it could actually regenerate severed limbs. Soon, the old cow turned over and got up from the ground, and all its old illnesses were cured. It nodded to Song Xiaodao in thanks, then quickly walked towards Zhao Yin. "Master, it's all my fault," Lao Niu said in his mind. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin couldn't hear it at this time. The old cow did not look excited about recovering from his old illness. Instead, he looked extremely depressed. Only today did it realize that it was the most useless one. It was beaten from beginning to end, and it was still its owner and the little monkey who protected it. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirits also improved. "Mom and Dad, are you back?" Zhao Yin suddenly sat up and spoke to the air. In his mind, he seemed to see his parents who died in a car accident when he was 15. He saw the prosperity before the end of the world, the busy traffic, the tall buildings, the various delicacies, and the various beauties. "I thought I could never go back. I didn't expect that the end of the world was just my illusion." Zhao Yin said with a silly smile, and suddenly shouted, "Boss, another dozen beers, 10 skewers of grilled kidneys, 50 skewers of meat, a grilled fish, and a grilled eggplant, with more chili." Then, he grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, put it in his mouth and started chewing it. "It smells so good." Zhao Yin's thoughts were jumping around wildly, as if reality lay in the chaos. Those unfulfilled wishes, those unrepaired regrets, all appeared before my eyes. "Mom and Dad, I don't want any compensation. I'm glad you're back." "Dad, Mom, whoa." Zhao Yin suddenly hugged his head and started crying. Tears mixed with rain fell down in a rush. Some obsessions are difficult to erase even after 2 lifetimes. Then he smiled again. "Now that you are back, I will definitely be a good kid in the future. I will not go to nightclubs anymore, I will not buy lottery tickets anymore, and I will go to school well. Su Huan, you know, I fell in love with you when I was 16. Why did you go with that foreigner? He's as black as a pile of dog shit. Do you want to go to Africa with him to feed mosquitoes, or do you like his big cucumber? From now on I will never love again. I am Zhao Yin, I am rich and pretty. Haha, life is all about happiness. I want to sleep with all the women in all the nightclubs in Jiangzhou. Ha 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 ha." Zhao Yin laughed loudly, suddenly jumped up from the ground, and tore off his tattered women's suit and military uniform jacket. Then he took off his pants as well. Zhao Yin, wearing only a pair of fishnet stockings, ran and jumped in the storm. Soon, he stopped, twisted his hips, and danced gracefully on the mud. At this moment, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth wide. At this moment, even Lao Niu was stunned. At this moment, the little monkey finally remembered what Zhao Yin had said before, "When my mind becomes confused, remember to tie me up." The little monkey ran forward wildly, grabbed a handful of vines, then quickly came behind Zhao Yin and tied up his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin is an E-level evolver after all. Even without the power bonus of glutinous rice wine, he cannot be bound by vines. Bang! As soon as the little monkey let go, Zhao Yin broke the vines and punched the little monkey. "Boy, do you want to steal my woman?" Zhao Yin scolded with a squint. The little monkey's thin body was knocked over and fell out. Then, Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu also rushed up and pressed Zhao Yin to the ground together. Bang! A sheathed tang sword hit Zhao Yin's back of the head accurately. Zhao Yin fainted immediately. "Zhao Yin, I did this for your reputation. You didn't even have pants on. What if someone saw you naked? I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, he chewed a handful of chestnut leaves, chewed them into pieces, and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth. He was afraid that the previous attack would hurt Zhao Yin. Next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yin into the invisible tent, put on the clothes in the space ring for him, and then began to clean up the battlefield with the two beasts. Zhao Yin's machete was still stuck in the mud. After Song Xiaodao picked it up, he found dozens of gaps on the blade, densely covering the entire blade. You can imagine how brutal the battle just now was. The little monkey's heavy armor was also destroyed, and his mace was somewhat deformed, covered with scars left by the Rat King's claws. However, it can still be used. Of the equipment of the man and the beast, only the horn was still intact. Song Xiaodao glanced at the old cow that had grown new horns, and was not prepared to return them to it for Zhao Yin. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the Black Rat King not far away. Then Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Rat King and shouted, "It's still alive." The little monkey was sorting out his heavy armor with a look of distress on his face. He immediately raised his head when he heard this. At this time, the Black Rat King was covered in shiny black hair and covered in mud, lying there motionless. But its lower abdomen was bulging slightly and it was breathing weakly. In fact, when the little monkey attacked earlier, he had deliberately held back a little, but he was not sure whether the Black Rat King was dead or not. It immediately went to check on those E-level giant rats and found that there were still 6 of them with weak breath of life. The little monkey was instantly excited and thought to himself, when the master wakes up and finds out that I have made such a great contribution, he will probably reward me. Song Xiaodao was also very excited. Great, when Zhao Yin wakes up, he will definitely reward us. The little monkey was stunned. What does it have to do with her? I caught the mice myself. This girl is just a crybaby, how come she got a reward? Take them back, and wait for Zhao Yin to wake up, and contract them all into contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao said loudly and excitedly. The little monkey immediately carried the Black Rat King and strode towards the invisible tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of 6 giant rats with vines and let the old cow drag them towards the tent. Soon, a Black Rat King and 6 giant rats were all taken outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket, collected rain water and washed all 7 mice clean, and then he and the 2 animals stayed there. If the life breath of any mouse becomes weak, the little monkey will immediately add a few chestnut leaves. When the life breath becomes too strong, the little monkey will immediately step forward and hit it with a stick. Zhao Yin had a very long dream. In his dream, his parents were back, he could eat hot meals cooked by his mother every day, and hear his father say good night at night. It turned out that he could also enjoy the love of his parents like those people. When it was cold, someone would nag him to get dressed, and when he was lonely, someone would put down their work to accompany him. He was no longer alone, and was forced to cut off ties with his relatives one by one, including his grandparents, as they coveted his property. It is no longer the case that I become a child without any discipline from the age of 15. He is no longer the playboy who, in loneliness and lack of love, gradually let himself go, became unruly and unrestrained, and was called a playboy by others. I am no longer the man who hangs out in nightclubs every day. When I wake up in the morning, there will always be a strange woman next to me, and I will never even know her name. Zhao Yin dreamed that he was 22 years old, but the end of the world did not come. He married a woman named Su Huan, and after marriage, Su Huan gave birth to a pair of children for him. I dreamed of him again. He was in his prime, successful in his career, and a well-known entrepreneur in Guangzhou. Like most successful people, he had 3 female secretaries in his office, Jiang Xiner, Ning Yu, and Song Xiaodao. He once bought a monkey from a zoo and a buffalo from a slaughterhouse. The 2 animals are Mr. Zhao's favorite pets. He. 3 hours later, Zhao Yin finally woke up with a silly smile. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar blue ceiling and a look of confusion appeared in my eyes. There was a pain in the back of my head. It turns out, it was just a dream. Zhao Yin smiled bitterly, and in an instant, he accepted the reality and sat up. Zhao Yin vaguely remembered the scene after the side effects of glutinous rice wine took effect. He looked down and saw that there was still a scar on his chest that had not completely disappeared. He is not dead. The ones who saved him must be Monkey and Song Xiaodao. When Zhao Yin walked out of the tent, he saw the old cow standing in the heavy rain, with Song Xiaodao and the little monkey squatting under the old cow's belly. Use the old cow's huge body to shelter from wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay there quietly. Squeak. The little monkey was the most perceptive. He spotted Zhao Yin in an instant and immediately jumped in front of him. Master, master, you are finally awake. Zhao Yin, woo. Song Xiaodao also crawled out from under the old cow's belly and suddenly threw himself into Zhao Yin's arms. Damn Zhao Yin, why did you get yourself into this state? Do you know that you just scared me to death? Woo woo. She raised her little fist and hit Zhao Yin's chest. Perhaps she just wanted to act coquettishly, or perhaps she only realized the fear at this moment. Zhao Yin hugged Song Xiaodao and asked, why didn't you go in to avoid the rain? It was rare for Song Xiaodao to hear Zhao Yin speak so normally. He looked up at him and was stunned. Master, these mice are still alive. I caught them. The little monkey pointed at the 7 mice and said in his heart. Song Xiaodao let go of Zhao Yin, smoothed the wet hair on his forehead, wiped the tears from his face and said. I was worried about accidents, so I didn't bring the mice into the tent. I watched over them with the little monkey and the cow. Zhao Yin then looked around carefully and saw dead rats everywhere. These included the corpses of 6 E-level giant rats and the White Rat King. The little monkey was left with only one arm. Zhao Yin raised his hand and touched the little monkey's head. I will prescribe a healing potion next time and treat you again. The little monkey jumped around Zhao Yin, flattering him happily. Master will definitely be able to prescribe a healing potion. Master is the best. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the old cow. Seeing that his eyes and horn had recovered, he realized that his D-level potion was probably gone. But he said nothing. The cow's survival was more important than the bottle of healing potion. He came to the Black Rat King, slowly squatted down, raised his hand and pressed the Black Rat King's head, and directly activated the contract. After a while, Zhao Yin felt the weak life breath of the Black Rat King in his mind. The contract was successful. This Rat King possesses the ability to burrow into the earth. Although his combat power is far inferior to that of the dead White Rat King, it can allow Zhao Yin to live longer. It can be said that the value of this Black Rat King to Zhao Yin is even higher than that of the White Rat King. If the Black Rat King had not been concerned about the life and death of the White Rat King, even 100 little monkeys would not have been able to catch it. Next, Zhao Yin planned to treat the Black Rat King's injuries. He reached out to touch the ring, only to find that his fingers were empty. Zhao Yin, this is your space ring. Song Xiaodao took the ring off his hand, handed it to Zhao Yin and explained, you were unconscious before, and the little monkeys were too seriously injured. I can only. Zhao Yin waved his hand and interrupted, you did a good job. When I open the next space ring, I will give it to you as a reward. Song Xiaodao immediately hugged her arm excitedly, really? Then you should get out earlier. This kind of thing depends on fate. Maybe you should pray to the Buddha sooner or later. Zhao Yin changed the subject. Song Xiaodao immediately let go of Zhao Yin's arm, clasped his hands together, knelt on the ground and closed his eyes. No one knew how she prayed. Zhao Yin smiled and ordered, Monkey, go and drag the body of the White Rat King to me. The effect of high-level mutant beast meat on low-level mutant beasts is like the effect of human evolutionists using evolution potions, which can activate potential genes in the body and increase strength based on their level. The only shortcoming is that it needs to be consumed in large quantities over a long period of time, and it cannot develop human potential as fast as evolutionary potions. Zhao Yin remembered that the Black Rat King had a deep affection for the White Rat King. Now that it had become his contracted beast, it would be better not to skin and bone it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over there. Soon, the White Rat King, which weighed nearly 2 tons, was dragged back by the little monkey by its tail. Zhao Yin quickly took out a machete and performed the autopsy on the spot. He first cut off the 4 sharp claws of the White Rat King along the joints. The Rat King's claws were so sharp that they could directly tear apart D-level heavy armor, and even almost destroyed Zhao Yin's machete. At least as good as C-level weapons. Zhao Yin solemnly put it into the space ring, and then began to skin it. The White Rat King's defense is as high as 82 points, all on this rat's skin. You should know that the little monkey's heavy armor defense was only 60 points, which is completely on a different level. Zhao Yin peeled it very carefully and peeled off the entire mouse skin completely. The pure white mouse skin was nearly 8 meters long, nearly 5 meters at its widest point, and the narrowest part was the fur of the tail, which was more than a foot wide. The most useful torso fur is 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, like a huge sheet. It is completely enough for Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor each, and there is still a lot left over. After Zhao Yin collected the rat skin, he cut off the rat meat piece by piece, and disassembled the bones and put them into the space ring. Even the internal organs were processed by Zhao Yin and thrown into the invisible tent, ready to be cooked into awful soup at dawn. The White Rat King was dismembered, and the space that had just been vacated by the space ring was filled up again. Zhao Yin then took out the chestnut leaves and asked Song Xiaodao to help feed them to the Black Rat King. He walked up to the 6E-level giant rats and signed contracts with them one by one. Soon, 6 weak auras appeared in his mind. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them up with a machete, and used the rain water to pour into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, it was already dawn. The Black Rat King and 6 pseudo-mutant giant rats all woke up. Owner. Master, master, master. Voices rang out in Zhao Yin's mind. Zhao Yin finally couldn't help but smile. His dream of Legion is one big step closer, all the losses are worth it. Xiaodao, Monkey, and Laonyo, take them to clean up the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat. Zhao Yin gave an order. It was dawn and the heavy rain that had been falling all night finally stopped. The weeds all over the field became thicker, and many short saplings grew half a foot taller overnight. Zhao Yin stood in front of the tent, looking at the mountain of dead rats. There are a total of 396 gray rats, each of which is the size of a medium-sized dog. It is estimated that 20 kilograms of fresh meat can be dismembered, about 8,000 kilograms. From the 6 dead giant rats, one can be dismembered to yield about 300 kilograms of rat meat, totaling 1,800 kilograms. In total, we can get nearly 10,000 kilograms of rat meat. It's a pity that these are the meat of pseudo-mutant beasts and cannot increase the strength of the mutant beasts. However, even if it is pseudo-mutated beast meat, its taste is incomparable to any meat before the apocalypse. Black Rat King. Zhao Yin just opened his mouth, but quickly stopped, and changed the subject. From now on, I will call you Lao Hei. Lao Hei, take 6 E-level giant rats, peel off the skins of these rats for me, and remove the bones and internal organs. Monkey, you are responsible for cutting off all the rat claws, collecting them together and sending them to the tent. Song Xiaodao and Lao Nyo go collect firewood. I want 50,000 kilograms of firewood to arrive before dark. Zhao Yin directly issued a series of orders. It is worth mentioning that after the Black Rat King woke up, he went to the place where the White Rat King died. Unfortunately, he did not see even a single rat hair and seemed very unhappy. When the Black Rat King received Zhao Yin's order, hesitation immediately appeared in his eyes. Those gray rats were all his former subordinates, and the giant rats were the offspring of him and the White Rat King. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked the Black Rat King on the butt, causing it to stagger. Are you fucking awake? The Black Rat King was startled and quickly crawled at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling all over. After becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast, although it still retained its memories, its feelings for its master even exceeded those it once had for the White Rat King. From now on, I will deprive you of your rat status. You are not allowed to think of your fellow tribesmen anymore. You only have one identity, my contracted beast and slave. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all screamed and rolled on the ground. The collar formed by the soul of contract in their minds slowly tightened their souls, burst into flames, and burned fiercely. This moment, belonging to the recognition of race, slowly fades away in memory. To them, Zhao Yin's words were a punishment from heaven. After a while, when the racial recognition faded away, the soul of the contract returned to normal. 7 rodents were crawling on the ground. Master, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. Please forgive me, great master. The little monkey and the old cow nearby were all trembling when they saw this scene, secretly thanking their lucky stars that they had not resisted their master. In fact, it is difficult for a contracted beast signed by a contracted soul to have the mentality of going against its master. Only a creature like the Black Rat King, whose obsession is too deep, would be able to reluctantly question the orders of his master, but Zhao Yin only needs a thought to deprive it of everything. The other 6 giant rats simply suffered the same misfortune as the Black Rat King. Be obedient and follow me to work hard. In the future, you will definitely become the most powerful mutant. Zhao Yin paused as he was about to paint a rosy picture for the Black Rat King. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of the little monkey and the old cow beside him, and remembered that he seemed to have said the same thing to them before. He changed the subject and said, "You will become the most awesome mouse." As a contracted beast, the Black Rat King did not doubt his master's words at all, and immediately became excited. "Master, Lao He will work hard, and now go cut the rat meat." Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. "Go." The claws of the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats were extremely sharp. With just a few moves, they ripped open the belly of a gray rat, pulled out the internal organs, and then scraped out the bones with a few more strokes. Finally, after tearing off the skin, a whole piece of rat meat was revealed. The little monkey didn't even have to cut the rat's sharp claws, he just tore them off and threw them aside. His skills are totally incomparable to the previous Zhao Yin. Seeing this, Zhao Yin was completely relieved and simply ordered the little monkey to follow Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao to chop firewood. Zhao Yin returned to the tent. He was not idle either. He lit the wood and set up a hanging pot. Then he chopped up the White Rat King's internal organs, threw them into the pot and added water and salt. Often high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted. Outside the tent, the morning light had already appeared, and soon the wet ground began to dry up. Many meteorite craters have been filled with mud washed by rain. The world is still very desolate, but it has become much flatter. At least it no longer looks riddled with holes. Song Xiaodao came back bouncing, followed by the transformed little monkey and old cow. Both animals were dragging thousands of kilograms of freshly cut wood. "Hey, what smells so good?" Song Xiaodao sniffed. Zhao Yin did not close the invisible tent, and a fragrance spread out. Squeak. The little monkey swallowed his saliva and pointed at the tent to remind Song Xiaodao. She immediately ran towards the tent, and the little monkey put down the wood and hurried to follow. Only the old cow remained indifferent, but after thinking about it, no one was helping it load firewood on its back. It simply shook off the wood on its body and followed into the invisible tent. At this time, Zhao Yin was holding a machete, cutting a huge wooden stake into a short wooden table. Next to him, in the large iron basin where Song Xiaodao was usually bathed, there was a full basin of offal soup, and there was still a pot of soup cooking in the hanging pot, sizzling with steam. "Zhao Yin, what is that?" Song Xiaodao's eyes widened and he swallowed his saliva. "How's the firewood going?" Zhao Yin asked. "It's probably about 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms. Song Xiaodao said. "Let's go after we finish eating the offal soup." Zhao Yin slowly placed the shaved, dining table next to the fire, and placed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and 2 wash basins on it. "I'll serve the rice." Song Xiaodao quickly picked up the wooden spoon in the iron basin, filled a large bowl with it, placed it in front of Zhao Yin first, and then filled a large basin each for the old cow and the little monkey. Finally, she filled a large bowl for herself. The wooden spoon was also just made by Zhao Yin and it was very rough. "Come and have dinner," Zhao Yin said. He didn't have such a particular idea before, but maybe because of the dream last night, Zhao Yin's thoughts have changed a little. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey walked forward, immediately picked up the bowls and started to wolf down the food. They haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. Including Zhao Yin, they all wished they could eat their tongue. Zhao Yin suddenly caught sight of the old cow still standing there, and then he remembered that it was a vegetarian. "Old cow, let's eat meat from now on," Zhao Yin said casually. The old cow looked confused. How could he let a cow eat meat? But it still didn't dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order. It walked over slowly, lowered its head and took a sip of the offal soup. The next moment, the old cow instinctively wanted to retch, but then its eyes widened. Zhao Yin laughed in silence. Who said herbivores can't eat meat? Before the end of the world, many unscrupulous farmers fed swill to their cattle and sheep. In fact, you just lack the ability to adapt. Besides, you are a mutant beast. How can your stomach and intestines be compared with those of cattle and sheep? This is your best tonic. I understand, master. The old cow seemed to finally understand something. Eat. Zhao Yin waved his hand. Soon, the old cow also started to wolf down the food like the little monkey. Upon seeing this, Song Xiaodao hurriedly fought with the two beasts for food, but unfortunately she ate too slowly, and the large iron basin of awful soup was soon empty, and Song Xiaodao only managed to grab 2 bowls. Zhao Yin, they are bullying people. Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts and said dissatisfiedly. This girl is protecting her food again. In fact, Zhao Yin was only half full, and the 2 mutant beasts were too powerful. He added more firewood to the fire and handed the machete to Song Xiaodao. If you want to eat, go cook it yourself. The ingredients are all there. After the Rat King's internal organs were processed, there were 200 to 300 kilograms, and Zhao Yin had only cooked less than 30 kilograms before. Since the space ring couldn't hold all the food, Zhao Yin planned to eat it all in the next few days. Song Xiaodao placed the large iron basin directly on the fire, added water, and cut nearly 30 kilograms of offal. Together with the meat and soup, it was more than 100 kilograms of offal soup. Zhao Yin added salt, and the 2 men and 2 beasts started eating again. Soon, Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao could not eat anymore, but the 2 beasts were still eating. Even after they finished all the offal soup, the little monkey was still looking at Zhao Yin with an unsatisfied look. Okay, take a break and then go back to work. We'll continue eating in the evening. Even if we are rich now, there are no mines, so how can we continue to produce them? The old cow immediately looked away, prostrated itself on the ground and took a rest. Even the usually lively little monkey seemed to suddenly feel sleepy and closed its eyes to take a nap. 10 minutes later, their stomachs, which had just been full, deflated visibly. Zhao Yin, them. Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts in surprise. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly to stop Song Xiaodao from continuing speaking, and opened the eye of true vision.